Chapter 201. Dump their weapons? Are they mocking us? Looking at the unexpected Leo, Akihiro was the first to raise his head, his tone slightly surprised. Judging from the unit markings on the Leo, it was also a CGS machine. Therefore, the young soldiers weren't particularly wary, but rather more curious. No, they're planning to compete fairly with us, aren't they? But Mikazuki on the other side shook his head. His tone remained largely emotionless. And indeed, that was the case. While the Hell King and Phantom that had previously fought against Yu Zhao's mobile suits seemed to have a significant performance advantage, that was due to their use of relatively advanced technology, the Lambda driver and ECS. Under the condition of older models, the smaller as was clearly at a disadvantage. Continuing to use firearms under such circumstances would naturally seem somewhat impolite. Of course, the CGS machines also benefit from the Aleyevich-Nana system. Therefore, in a real battle, the outcome is actually still uncertain. So, oh, I see. Is that what you mean? Oh well. I just have to spar with you for a bit. For the first time, a fighting spirit appeared in his tone. Mikazuki, piloting the pure white barbarian, stepped forward without hesitation. Wait! Mikazuki August. Akihiro seemed to have intended to dissuade him, but his voice was interrupted by another person. The cheerful, energetic voice undoubtedly belonged to Shinuo, piloting the meteor barbarian. I can't help it. You know Mikazuki's personality. He won't stop until Olga tells him to, right? Shinuo? After saying that, the pink barbarian picked up its crimson blade and, in perfect unison with Mikazuki, attacked the uninvited guest, Leo. TSK, both of them are troublesome. Looking down, Akihiro clicked his tongue. To be honest, he really wanted to punch the mobile suit that had charged into the arena. But his status and position wouldn't allow it. After all, Akihiro was different from Shinuo and Mikazuki. He was a sold-out man. Someone bought as an object at a certain price, thus required to work for his employer, CGS, for life. In other words, he was practically a slave. Therefore, compared to the relatively unrestrained two, he was less likely to do anything without proper permission. Once a prohibited act was deemed unacceptable, the CGS management would often subject all members of the third team to violent beatings under the guise of punishment. Sometimes, even without violating any rules, a mere lack of caution would result in the same slander and beatings from the adult management. After all, it was their own property, and they didn't worry about the consequences. Similarly, as the leader of the team, Akihiro naturally didn't want his arbitrary decisions to lead to retaliation against the entire group. So in the end, Akihiro simply suppressed his impulse, piloted his barbarian, and silently drove away from the battlefield. The two who rushed forward to fight understood this. Therefore, they didn't comment or condemn his seemingly uncooperative behavior. They simply communicated eagerly on the comms channel. Mikazuki. The enemy is a mobile suit. How do you plan to deal with him this time? Not really sure. Let's take it one step at a time. Oh, the usual, I guess. You could say that. Anyway, let's go. Although, it seemed only one person was truly eager. And naturally, the pilot of that Leo was Yu Zhao. To be honest, Yu Zhao was a little surprised that there were actually spare mobile suits in the warehouse available for him to use. He had been prepared to pilot an AS he wasn't familiar with. Getting a Leo was a pleasant surprise. The pink one, with that tacky paint job, must be Shinuo's meteor. And that white one. Is it Mikazuki? Using a nickname only Chinese-speaking Gundam fans could understand, Yu Zhao calmly turned around in his Leo, accurately identifying the other machine. One uses the Crimson Blade. The other is a regular anti-tank dagger? CGS is really stingy. But compared to those mobile engineers in the original work, their situation might be a little better now. Heh! Assessing the opponent's armament and tactics, Yu Zhao simultaneously pushed the control stick. The machine also made the same challenging gesture that Mikazuki and his group had just witnessed. This Leo wasn't unfamiliar to him. After all, he had piloted this very machine in the earliest real battlefield mode. So after a short period of adaptation, Yu Zhao was able to control it with ease. But strangely, why didn't he choose his own undead machine to attack? Ultimately, what's the point of physically engaging with them at this moment? In reality, Yu Zhao's reason for doing so is simple. It's about making friends. After all, given his status, if he simply appeared before the boys of CGS Team 3 and announced himself as their new manager, it would inevitably create a sense of superiority. Based on that, no matter how much he tried to appear friendly, the relationship would only feel like pity, not equal friendship. CGS Team 3. Or rather, the future Takadan. Yu Xiao knew very well that they were a proud pack of wolves, who would never bow down to anyone. Therefore, he chose to pilot a machine whose performance wasn't too overpowered, joining the current chaotic battle. This way, he could convey one message in the simplest and most direct way. That is, there's no barrier between us. Rather, we're all on the same side. Simply put, it's a case of no fight, no friendship. And watching Mikazuki's move at this moment, Yu Xiao knew very well that he had also grasped the intention behind his actions. Very good. He also let out a low shout at the same time. Leo, under his control, simultaneously unleashed movements far surpassing ordinary mass-produced machines, wielding a physical longsword he had casually armed when launching from the hangar. Yes, out of something that could be called pride. Even if it was just a greeting battle, but Yu Xiao didn't want to lose. And at this moment, the future Wolf King of Takadan, Mikazuki August. Although it's a bit like bullying the weak, let me go all out. Chapter 202. Soon, Leo and the two barbarians moved to a position where they could clash, and the battle was about to begin. And the first to attack was naturally Yu Xiao. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Even by original proportions, the physical combat longsword in Leo's hand was several inches longer than the dagger used by Mikazuki, and the crimson blade used by Shinjuo. Given the difference in height between MS and AS, and with the advantage of his relatively superior arm length, this advantage was even more obvious. Leo gripped the sword with both hands and held it horizontally. Using the rotation of his waist and the powerful thrust from his jet propulsion, he launched a preemptive horizontal slash with the force of lightning. This move was perfectly timed in both its attack and its retreat. But could a single slash end the battle? The answer is no. Because the two barbarians simultaneously performed one action, they rolled on the spot. Bending forward, shrinking their rounded bodies into an almost spherical shape, the two machines dodged the slash's radius with remarkable coordination. Just like the protagonists in certain Souls-like games dodging boss attacks. Is this the Aleyevich-Nana system? As expected, its movements are different from the enemies I encountered before, more like a living being than a machine. At the same time, Yu Xiao murmured, seemingly somewhat surprised. Clearly, compared to Yu Xiao's Leo, the two barbarians possess movements and reactions more akin to humans, able to respond to all attacks promptly and skillfully. The next second, they didn't abandon the wide-open Leo either, brandishing their weapons, one to the left and one to the right, attacking Yu Xiao from both sides. The timing was perfect. Even with Yu Xiao's lightning-fast reflexes, if he wanted to counterattack, he would likely be at a disadvantage. However, but there are things you can't do here. Yu Xiao still didn't turn around. He just muttered to himself. Using the momentum of the missed slash, Yu Xiao manipulated Leo, pushing the rotation of his waist joints to their limit. Then, he rotated horizontally 180 degrees. His lower body remained facing forward, but his upper body had already turned behind him. The scene looked a bit bizarre. But thanks to this somewhat comical movement, Yu Xiao was able to parry the blade in front of him with the least opening and the shortest time, making a defensive move. Bang! The next second, the ear-piercing sound of clashing weapons exploded from midair. Clearly, the smaller AS couldn't gain a strength advantage against mobile suits twice its size. So, even with both machines attacking simultaneously, they were ultimately repelled by Yu Xiao wielding his long sword, both sides retreating to regroup. Naturally, this counterintuitive maneuver of leaning back and forward was uncomfortable. So, adapting to the situation, after using this move to repel Mikazuki and Shinjuo, Yu Xiao regained control of Leo, restoring the machine's posture to normal. And once again, he raised his long sword, ready for battle. After all, as Yu Xiao just said, the Alea consciousness's ability to achieve high anthropomorphism is its weakness in performing actions beyond human capabilities. Just like in the original work, when McGillis fought Takadan, he used the characteristic that the human body cannot clearly associate with the nozzle to suppress the then incomplete Gundam Barbatos and Mikazuki with a slightly inferior graze. However, this does not negate the inherent superiority of the Alea consciousness system itself. Both McGillis and Yu Xiao were able to counter their opponents precisely because of their high level of focus and careful observation during combat. Therefore, even after repelling the enemy, the subsequent battle cannot be relaxed. And the counterattacks of the two barbarians followed in quick succession. First came Shinjuo's meteor, which charged forward with great speed, gripping the crimson blade in a reverse grip, attacking Yu Xiao from left to right, its blade aimed directly at Leo's waist. Although Yu Xiao didn't know the other's plan because he hadn't intervened in their communication channel, his intuition told him, she knew his attack was not what it seemed. Just look at the white barbarian Mikazuki, who was waiting and preparing. Once he focused his attention on Shinue, Mikazuki would likely launch a surprise attack. Given his piloting skills, Yu Xiao couldn't guarantee he could perfectly dodge it. Although it was a feint to distract him, the meteor's attack was swift and powerful, impossible to ignore. So, the only solution now seemed to be. Yu Xiao made a decisive decision. Turning his long sword, Leo stood facing the pink barbarian. Facing Shinua's slashing blade, it stood fearlessly in place. In an instant, metal clashed. It was unclear which machine moved. The point of impact created a hazy mist, obscuring both machines. And sure enough, seeing this, Mikazuki's barbarian also moved. The tip of its anti-armor dagger gleamed with a dazzling silver light, and under the blazing sun, it chose a frontal assault. But as the blade tore through the mist, Mikazuki realized a slightly strange reality. Disappeared? No. Remembering the strange sound he had heard earlier, he looked up. Up there. Indeed. There was a clear cut on Leo's right shoulder. That was the crimson blade, its armor etched into the very tip of its blade. But in contrast, it held no weapon in its hands. It simply, tightly embraced the barbarian's waist. And using its own thrusters for propulsion, it surged upwards, albeit briefly. Seeing this, it wasn't hard to understand what had just happened. In a split second, it abandoned a direct confrontation that might lead to a stalemate, instead choosing to discard its weapon. This action, kicking up dust that blurred its vision, allowed it to lunge forward. At the same time, it wrapped its arms around the barbarian's waist. This movement disrupted its attack, and the next second, it unleashed full power, using Leo's thrusters to launch itself into the air like a wrestler. Mr. Dexter, forgive me for being a little too rough. In the cockpit, Yu Xiao muttered to himself. Then, embracing the barbarian, and using the boost of gravity, they plummeted straight to the ground. No, they were hurled violently towards it. Chapter 203. Then, boom! A deafening explosion rang out of nowhere. Dust billowed. As expected, while flying high to evade the attacking Mikazuki, Leo used the sheer size of Shinua's meteor to slam it to the ground. However, the fallen barbarian wasn't the kind that might have been torn to pieces. It merely rolled around on the ground, limbs intact, and spun a few more times. There wasn't much damage. One might even suspect that, with a little rest, this barbarian could actually stand up. Correction. There's no need to doubt it anymore. Because the pink barbarian meteor did indeed, somewhat shakily, stand up again. Even without words, his actions alone conveyed the extent of Shinua's grimace. Ouch. That hurts. Hey. Who is this guy? His fighting style is so chaotic, I can't even understand it. Clearly, this was because the opponent, Tio, had held back slightly during the final throw. Sorry, Mikazuki. Got taken down. While Shinue was talkative, he wasn't stupid, and he clearly sensed the opponent's restraint. After all, no matter how intense the fight was, this was just a simulation. Stop when it's over was the unwritten rule followed by these young soldiers. The policy of eliminating the enemy was reserved for their own people, even if they were an unknown ally. And this excellent discipline was largely thanks to their captain, Olga Itsuka's, excellent leadership. But enough of that. In short, Shinue was currently apologizing to Mikazuki over the comms. It's all right, Mikazuki responded calmly. However, a closer look revealed that his mind didn't seem to be on the conversation. His azure eyes were fixed on the screen before him, like a wolf hunting its prey. And then, emerging from the gradually appearing smoke, was the Leo machine that had just slammed the barbarian. Its condition was far from good. Not only was its shoulder slashed, but its joints were also battered and bruised from the series of reckless movements it had just made. Even so, it still held its blade and assumed a fighting stance. Looking at the machine before him, Mikazuki frowned in thought. Then he activated the machine's communication frequency. Instead of using the wavelength known only to the third squad members, he used the public channel to initiate contact. Are you alright? But these were the first words he uttered. While it sounded somewhat strange, it was, unsurprisingly, a gesture of polite concern. After all, although he didn't know who the visitor was, Mikazuki had sensed it intuitively during the recent battle. This uninvited guest exuded an aura of unwillingness to create distance between them. Therefore, although he still didn't understand the other party's identity, Mikazuki didn't want to push them too hard in this simulated battle. Yu Xiao, sitting in Leo's cockpit, naturally also received the message. Initially, he was slightly taken aback. After all, he hadn't expected to hear such words from Sanming. But then a relieved smile appeared on his face, because this seemed to indicate that his efforts hadn't been in vain. Perhaps, through his involvement in this simulated battle, he had truly built a harmonious atmosphere with these young CGS soldiers. He then replied, sort of. What's wrong? This was the first sentence exchanged between the two sides since the start of the competition. They skipped the usual formalities of exchanging names and stating their intentions, yet the exchange proceeded smoothly and selflessly. Perhaps human interaction can sometimes be this simple. Oh! Then, can we continue? I'd love to. Come on, kid! Yu Xiao growled. Then, the two mechs, without tacit agreement, accelerated again. Then they clashed violently. Weapons clashed, clashed again, clashed again. Dazzling sparks flew from the impact of the hard metal rubbing against each other. What's intriguing is that these actions seemed devoid of any murderous intent. It was more like a conversation. A conversation conducted with mechs and blades. And like all conversations, this process had to end. The end happened when both appeared quite exhausted. Clang! Accompanied by a sound effect reminiscent of a sword-fighting film, the two mechs brushed past each other. You're really strong. The first to speak was Yu Xiao, who had been silent until now. A smile played on his lips. Although this was only the third sentence of their conversation so far, their tone was as calm as if they had known each other for a long time. Mikazuki responded slowly. He didn't offer much denial. This undisguised frankness might just be a side of his youth that he rarely showed. But then, using his Alea consciousness, he turned the barbarian's head to look at the machine's waist. There lay a fatal slash. A rare, bitter smile appeared on his poker face, but I still lost. Then, the white, frog-shaped machine collapsed. But Yu Xiao's Leo also seemed to be struggling, his knees buckling. The battle between the two machines had ended. Perhaps it could be described as a draw. Then, the two in the cockpits opened their hatches simultaneously. Yu Xiao descended along Leo's cockpit cable. Mikazuki, on the other hand, climbed down the barbarian's back, like a boy climbing a rocky hill, his movements somewhat cautious. Then, the two gradually approached each other. They were close enough to hear each other even in hushed tones. Not bad. May I know your name? It was Yu Xiao who spoke. Although he already knew the answer, he still wanted to maintain appearances. He extended his hand in a gesture of friendliness. Mikazuki August. Mikazuki nodded. But he seemed hesitant about Yu Xiao's outstretched hand. However, perhaps it's best to avoid a handshake. After all, realizing he couldn't express himself fully, he simply raised his hand to show it. It was a hand covered in dust and sweat, a hand that belonged not to a boy but to a mercenary. After all, what? After all, am I like you? But Yu Xiao knew this perfectly well. So he turned his hand over as well, revealing exactly the same information as the others. Chapter 204. Is that so? A smile appeared for the first time on Mikazuki's usually indifferent and silent face. In that case I also. But just as the negotiation seemed about to conclude. Wait a minute, Mikazuki. The conversation was interrupted. Accompanied by a deep and robust young voice, a mechanical vehicle with 3 wheels, its design somewhat clumsy, armored vehicle, sped into the vicinity of the two mobile suits. Fortunately, Yu Xiao recognized it. It was a CGS mobile engineer. The kind of vehicle the Tekkadan's young soldiers would initially ride in. It seems that even with the existence of ASs, this kind of ancient and simple weaponry is still used in this world. However, judging from the fact that it was equipped with an additional communication antenna and a ground sensor, perhaps its pilot was more often used as a commander. Based on this information, combined with his previous words and voice, the other party's true identity should be, Yo Olga, you arrived. Just as Mikazuki's calm tone revealed. The newcomer was none other than the future leader of Tekkadan, Olga Itsuka herself. Of course. At that moment, Olga opened the hatch of her mobile engineer's cockpit, and without even having time to remove the Aleyevich device from her back, she dragged the cables behind her and leaped out of the cockpit shirtless. I say, how's the guy you were fighting? That guy is? And from her hurried tone, one could hear. He learned of the new manager in CGS Team 3 from, maybe Dexter. Then, through his own analysis or by listening to others, he deduced that the Leo fighting Mikazuki and the others was probably Yu Xiao himself. However, he probably misunderstood it as the team members causing trouble out of misunderstanding. So he rushed to the scene, fearing the conflict would escalate further. Knowing the reason would make things easier. It's the new manager of CGS Team 3, Xiao, right? But what's wrong? At that moment, Yu Xiao stepped forward, appearing before Olga as he spoke. I'm just a mercenary like you. Nothing special. On one hand, he was naturally pleased that they didn't treat him as an enemy. But on the other hand, he felt a thin layer of melancholy at the boy's overly mature demeanor. In his view, at 17, one should be concerned with studies, love, and friendship, not the question of how to survive in this world. And there's no need to worry. Although I'm not in a combat position. I'm far from retirement yet. The battle just now was thanks to Mr. Mikazuki. It was unusually exhilarating. For that, I should thank you all. So Yushao continued with a relaxed expression, subtly revealing his true intentions while also preventing the other party from harboring any unnecessary concerns. Ah, is that you? Orga was taken aback for a moment. But as the future leader of Takadan, that expression vanished instantly. I apologize for the late arrival. I am the captain of the CGS 3rd Division, Olga. No, it's a bit impolite to say that. But there's no need for introductions. I know your story very well, Olga Itsuka. Yushao gently shook his head at Olga. Yes. How could he not know? Thinking of this, Yushao's face couldn't help but smile more. After all, the man before him was the captain of Takadan, Olga Itsuka. Although he knew that her life was one of unfulfilled ambitions and premature death. But seeing this face, Yushao still naturally thought of that quiet street, known as the all-purpose shooting range, where the captain, talking about movable type printing, was being attacked by various ACG characters in all sorts of hilarious farces. Well, maybe he'd get used to this sense of inversion after a while. Yushao composed herself. Then she slowly finished speaking. Would you like me to call you captain, or something else? None of those are quite right for me. You, if you don't mind, just call me by my name. Is that so? Then I have a request, Olga. What is it? Yushao chuckled. Well, you're not quite right for me either. Why don't you just call me by my name? I'd rather not do that. It's our first meeting, and you want me to. Understanding Yushao's meaning, Olga smiled in return. Although it was their first meeting, a relationship that could be called trust had quietly formed. Throughout his life, he had encountered many hypocritical and treacherous individuals. Their president, Maruba Alkai, was the most apt example. And he knew that superficial friendliness didn't necessarily equate to genuine trust. But Olga's gaze then met Mikazuki's. No words were spoken. But with just that one glance, they both understood the situation. Yes. A person who could be accepted by Mikazuki must be trustworthy. Orga had always believed this. So he didn't hesitate to extend his hand. Well then, let me say it again. Welcome to CGS Squad 3. Akatsuki. Yes. Please take care of me from now on. However, this didn't mean a handshake. Yushao clenched his fist. Then, he lightly touched hands with Mikazuki and Olga in turn. And that's good. This is the most suitable action for the current atmosphere. Another hour passed. Having finished a series of tasks, Yushao threw himself onto his dormitory bed. As the team manager, his status was different from the other members. He had a single room to stay in. Although the environment wasn't particularly good. But it was enough for him. After all, Yushao didn't really need to rest here. And, Aid, you're watching, aren't you? In his mind, he suddenly called out the name of something that had previously established contact with him. Yes. And that extremely mechanical voice rang in his mind once again. This machine is still in contact with you. But, if you still have questions about the previous issues, I'm sorry, this machine cannot respond. To the AI's perfunctory response, Yushao casually said, No. I don't care about those anymore. Motives, purposes, why not let me gain all the permissions at once? These questions are relevant to me. What I want to know is, can you provide me with what I want? The power to change the world. Whether it's Horai Island or Takadan, the power to change these impending tragedies. The AI was silent for a few seconds. Then it gave a direct answer, yes. That makes things easier. I also have some ideas about the construction of the next base for the real battlefield. Set it up where I am now. Set it up in Alvis. Chapter 205. Time flowed swiftly. 14 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yushao enjoyed a period of relative leisure during these 14 days. Because, unexpectedly, his work at CGS wasn't too demanding. During this time, due to his approachable demeanor and unpretentious straightforwardness, he developed a deep bond with the young soldiers of the 3rd Squad. Some of the younger members even called him Brother Shao, treating him as an equally important member as Olga and Mikazuki. As for his proposal to the AI, which had been approved, using a portion of this Alvis as a base, he hadn't yet submitted it to Kalinin in reality. The reason was simple. It wasn't the right time. He ultimately couldn't fully trust the soldier who had betrayed him in the original work, even though he knew he had his reasons. Therefore, he intended to keep the matters related to MechWarrior vs a secret from him. In this situation, taking action requires waiting for a specific day to arrive. Waiting, in the original story's emergency evacuation plan for the Aldous. That is, the day Project L is activated. It's a necessary measure to temporarily divert the enemy's attention after the island is discovered by Fistum, or some other force. It involves cutting off a portion of the fortress ship Aldous, maintaining basic living supplies, while removing its external optical camouflage, and using it as a decoy ship. This plan will last at least 30 days. During this time, the Aldous can reach safer waters away from its original location. At that time, the crew of the decoy ship can also use a fast underwater vehicle. In short, it's like a lizard shedding its tail to survive. The participants on the decoy ship will likely face certain death. But for Yu Xiao, this is an opportunity. He plans to be the first to volunteer for the operation, and try to obtain the highest command authority. Back then, he could use the relatively fast-moving decoy ships to obtain facilities, like the AEGE system, which had been urgently transferred to the surface. He could then transform the separated Doomsday ship into an impregnable ark. And to do this, he needed a springboard. A springboard that could gain his trust. Naturally, that was the ongoing Operation V. Once Operation V was completed, not only would it strengthen the island's defenses, but Yu Xiao, as its developer, would also gain the trust of the Aldous community. Becoming the head of Project L would then be much easier. And today, Yu Xiao had come to the research and development hangar of Operation V. He had been invited by Tessa to inspect the final results of Operation V. Although there was a blueprint, it was essentially starting from scratch, and completing it in such a short time was good news for Yu Xiao. However, in the corridor in front of the hangar, Tessa, walking alongside Yu Xiao, showed no joy today. Instead, there was a hint of cautious worry. "Mr. Yu Xiao," Tessa finally spoke as they stepped into the elevator leading to the hangar. "I'm listening." "What is it, Tessa?" "About that. The design drawings for the steel tank." She seemed to be carefully choosing her words. "I made some minor revisions and improvements. Anyway, when you see the actual product, please give me your feedback." "I see." Yu Xiao nodded. "It's nothing serious," he thought. If anyone else had said this, he might not have been entirely reassured. But who was this? This was Teresa Testarossa. The genius girl, a true whisperer. If it were her, the outcome, whatever it might be, would be acceptable. "Huh? This is..." Correction, it seems not. Upon arriving at the hangar and seeing the finished product, Yu Xiao finally let out a gasp of surprise. What do you think, Mr. Yu Xiao? Combining your blueprints with a portion of my personal aesthetics. This is the machine born. The initial result of Operation V, the steel tank. Please take a look." Teresa initially smiled with slight pride. But this still couldn't mask the astonishment in Yu Xiao's eyes. Beauty. Aesthetics? Is this her aesthetics? What surprised him most about the machine before him? The paint scheme wasn't the red and blue he remembered, but a more combat-oriented military green. Not only in terms of color, but the machine's design had also been restructured. The cockpit, which should have been located in the head area, was re-embedded within a robust armored compartment. The pilot's field of vision was ensured by an additional small monitor. Due to these modifications, the machine's structure naturally underwent significant changes. Firstly, the shoulder-mounted 210mm cannon was reduced to a single weapon. The cannon barrel was also integrated into the additional armor, creating a structure more resembling a gun destroyer than a self-propelled artillery piece. This resulted in a more manageable weight distribution. The chassis, which might have raised concerns about balance under the humanoid form, has been modified. A pair of tracks with transformation mechanisms have been added to the front. When deployed, they significantly enhance the machine's stability during high-speed movement. When stowed, they also serve as additional armor, a double benefit. On either side, something rather shocking is mounted. A pair of MLRS, commonly known as multiple rocket launchers. That alone wouldn't be so astonishing, but it has a whopping 56 launch tubes. That's the firepower of 102 rockets, firing simultaneously, and this is not the RX-75 gun tank he remembered. Nor is it the mass-produced gun tank of the 08 MS squad corresponding to the blueprints. If Yu Xiao had to find the most fitting image from his memory to describe the finished product, it was clearly that heavily modified mobile suit that briefly appeared in Mobile Suit Gundam, Gravity Front. The RTX-440, a ground assault Gundam. As a manifestation of a rugged, combat-oriented style, it only had a small, fervent following among fans of the original work. This was actually the aesthetics of this charming young woman before him? This was what shocked Yu Xiao. Mr. Yu Xiao? Indeed, this improved design still has too much of my personal interest mixed in? No, not at all. Tessa, you did a great job. I was just amazed by your results. After a moment, Yu Xiao shook his head. The RTX 440 was originally a research project developed by the Federation forces, who were concerned about the practicality of the Gundam, an impure entity somewhere between a tank and a mobile suit, in order to improve its combat capabilities. This seems to be the inevitable direction of the steel tank lineage. It's just that in this world, it was Tessa who first proposed it. And regarding this genius girl's aesthetic sense, after a moment of self-hypnosis, he finally came to terms with it. After all, in the original timeline, the son of Danu, a submarine developed by this girl, was also a formidable underwater monster. Perhaps, something not mentioned in the original work, is that Ms. Tessa's military design style is just this rugged and robust. For the future mechs, please continue to use your ingenuity. In fact, please. And honestly, Yu Xiao was almost in tears. After all, when it comes to aesthetics, he was also one of the few fervent fans. Chapter 206. Ah, Mr. Yu Xiao? Besides that, do you have any other opinions? Tessa was initially taken aback. It seemed she had prepared herself for a long lecture. No. This modification was designed to balance rapid response and pinpoint artillery fire, right? It's certainly more suitable for the island's combat environment. As expected of Alvis's talented woman, she has such understanding in both literary and military matters. Haha, not at all. It's Mr. Yu Xiao who sees through all this at a glance who's truly impressive. No. I'm serious. Tessa, have you considered transferring yourself to a tactical command position? For example, being in charge of the Siegfried system. Yu Xiao's eyes sharpened instantly. His words weren't just flattery, they reflected his true feelings. After all, in the original Full Metal Panic work, Tessa was the tactical commander of the entire unit. The reason she wasn't given such a position in this world was probably because her potential hadn't been fully recognized. In any case, Yu Xiao would be a more suitable candidate for this role. Therefore, as someone who knew the original course of history, he thought he should offer his assistance. As for the mecha versus matter, he could temporarily set aside and run it on his own computer. No. This kind of thing, for me, might still be a bit. But clearly, the biggest obstacle was actually the girl before him. Tessa lowered her starry eyes, her expression dim, and her tone clearly revealed her resignation. Is that so? It's alright if you lack confidence, I was just saying it casually. That's not it, Mr. Yu Xiao. But her next words contained information that surprised Yu Xiao. Tessa looked up, revealing a somewhat forced smile. I can't do what you do. Because I'm not Alvis's child. At this point, Yu Xiao understood. So that's the truth. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, in Alvis, a country with a predominantly Northeast Asian population, it's indeed highly unlikely that a girl from another country with no blood relation would appear. Perhaps the girl's past, like her experience in her original world, was marked by the destruction of her family, and her eventual inclusion in the Paradise Project. I'm sorry. Did this upset you? So he immediately adopted a solemn expression and attempted to apologize. No need. Tessa simply shook her head slightly. I'm used to this feeling. Ever since a long time ago. Is that so? Well then, I take my leave. Oh, by the way, the blueprints for the next V-Operation research project are here too. As before, I leave them to you. Yu Xiao then quickly handed over the disc and turned to leave. The document he handed over contained the original Gundam. Namely, the design blueprints for the first 3 units of the RX-78 series, the prototype Gundam, the original Gundam, and the G3 Gundam. After all, before the magnetic coating modification surgery, they were essentially the same mobile suit. The points earned from the first mission, coupled with his subsequent actions after joining CGS, gave Yu Xiao enough points to master the blueprints for the Gundam and the RX-78 series. But here, a question arises. That is, why did Yu Xiao choose to skip it? Admittedly, the Gundam was an indispensable part of Operation V in the original world. Its creation directly impacted the crucial beam rifle technology and sparked a re-examination of MS close combat capabilities. But that was from the perspective of starting from scratch, not knowing how to create a perfect humanoid weapon. In Yu Xiao's view, if only considering the result from the perspective of directly developing a humanoid weapon with considerable combat capabilities. It was a step that could be skipped. Yes. Although the Gundam's performance was undeniably superior to the gun tank. But in the overall tech tree, it was more like a trial-and-error product that emerged during the Federation's MS development process, when a certain technological threshold was reached, but a corresponding strategic concept had not yet been obtained. Lacking a beam saber, and relatively slow movement due to artillery fire, it exhibited significant shortcomings. While subsequent modifications existed, this type of mobile suit ultimately faded into obscurity. This perhaps reflects the regrettable nature of its design philosophy. In later parallel universes like GTO, the gun cannon was undoubtedly deemed a failure. Against Zeon's mobile suits, it wasn't entirely powerless, but it certainly couldn't gain the upper hand. Therefore, based on all these considerations, Yu Xiao ultimately chose to skip the development of the gun cannon and directly entrust the other party with the development of the Gundam. On his way away, although Yu Xiao suspected that the other party wouldn't simply follow the blueprint exactly, but would develop something else. Like a fully armored Gundam for Thunderbolt, or even the legendary Solomon Express. It didn't matter. He shook his head. Perhaps that would be even better? Naturally, Yu Xiao's next destination was the Siegfried system. His actions there these past few days have been quite simple. Although he had tried to find something important, he couldn't. It was the Gundam Barbatos. Mikazuki's future mobile suit. The fragile Takadan was able to repeatedly escape danger entirely thanks to Mikazuki's superb technology, and this advanced, technologically superior mobile suit. In the original work, Iron-Blooded Orphans, because it was originally CGS property, it was sealed away in the lower levels of the company's address, using its near-perpetually powered Yahok furnace to supply part of the base's electricity. But, in the past 10 days or so, Yu Xiao had practically turned CGS upside down. From above ground to underground, he was even nearly shot by an unfamiliar guard as a suspect. He also spoke with the maintenance worker from the original work, Nadi Yukinojo Kasaba. But even the man didn't know anything about it. And from him, Yu Xiao learned a shocking piece of information. That is, Gundam. In this world, it's considered taboo? According to him, a dozen years ago, a group of developers from EU were killed as heretics by the Mobile Suit Development Council, which managed EU's industrial development, for researching Gundam-related technologies. And he guessed that this was precisely why the EU treated Red No. 1 as an object requiring high vigilance. This also explained the mystery that had always lingered in Yu Xiao's mind. That was, back when the real battlefield mode was still running. What reason could have possibly led the EU forces, who were supposed to be allies, to suddenly attack him? His recollection ended there. But today, after logging back into MechWarrior VS, the first thing he heard was news that surprised him. What? There's an important mission that requires our CGS 3rd team to handle? Chapter 207. The desert evening wind was rough and wild, carrying a chill. Generally speaking, no one would consider this a good thing. But Olga, the captain of CGS 3rd team, was different. Even while speeding across the land in his CGS mobile engineer, he still kept the cockpit canopy open, letting the cold wind rush in and ravage the cramped cockpit. Perhaps for him, the fresh air necessary for survival was more important than the mere cold to his body. But the opposite was true of another person. That was Yu Xiao, driving a transport vehicle, towing his own undead Type S. Sitting in the driver's seat, he kept his lips tightly pressed together, remaining silent, as he had been since the sortie. Seeing the person she'd grown quite close to over the past few days acting this way, Olga finally couldn't help but speak up. What's wrong, Xiao? Are you nervous about your first mission with the team? Or is it that I shouldn't have let you come in the first place? Yu Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying, not at all. I was already a mercenary before I came here. Although I might not have as much experience as you guys, I'm quite confident when it comes to arm wrestling, you know? Not to mention you, even Sonri's skills might not be able to beat mine. Heh. I admit that. But you didn't say that when we were arm wrestling, did you? Hey. Don't bring that up, Olga. He complained, looking at his right hand. The pain and memories from that time seemed to resurface in his mind. It happened one day while chatting with the young soldiers of CGS Team 3. Seeing them arm wrestling, like something all middle school students do during their free time in gym class, Yu Xiao naturally joined in. And naturally, he lost badly. Even though he deliberately avoided heavier opponents like Akihiro and Mikazuki, he couldn't gain any advantage even against younger opponents like Takagi and Ryder. This was probably because their training was almost as intense as regular military life, Yu Xiao thought. And his determination to lead Takadan to a more promising future only strengthened. At this moment, while chatting with Olga, Yu Xiao was also recalling the details of the mission he had just taken on. The fat president, Maruba. He had specially found them. It was a request from an organization called the Lost Ruins Research Institute. The task was to have them perform a security escort mission. The duration and compensation were both to be discussed in person. At first glance, there was nothing particularly special about it. The reason the other party called it an important mission was probably just to deceive Yu Xiao, a newcomer to the industry. To make him work diligently even in the third team, which was considered a discard by the higher-ups. Yu Xiao could see through all of this. However, Lost Ruins. That term gave him a slightly noteworthy impression. Therefore, he didn't want to be negligent about this mission. Even while rushing to the meeting place with the client, he was constantly thinking about the specifics of the mission. However, just then. Hey! Stop chatting, Olga and Akira. Look, they already sent people out. It's fine to do whatever you want at home. But in front of important figures, like researchers, we better tone it down a bit, okay? A third voice joined the conversation. It was a somewhat arrogant voice. It was the voice of Eugene Seven Stark, the vice captain of CGS. Although there was a hint of impatience in his tone, neither Yu Xiao nor Olga paid it much attention. Because they both knew perfectly well that this guy wasn't as cynical as he seemed. In reality, he was a very humane and responsible young man. That's why they could confidently entrust him with the position of vice captain of Tekkadan later on. So Yu Xiao shook his head, responding rather indifferently. I understand, vice captain. Don't worry. I guess since the other party is a cultured person, they won't get angry over something like this, right? I think so too. And they actually sent someone in person to welcome us? It seems this employer is quite sincere. Olga chimed in. He nodded approvingly and finally turned his gaze to the target location. The temporary resting place set up by the Lost Ruins research team. A young man slowly emerged from there. His short blue hair exuded a composed air. The desert night was cool. Therefore, it was clear that the man was wearing a fleece-lined jacket as he came to greet them. While sitting in the transport vehicle, Yu Xiao's pupils were also silently dilated. The reason was simple. He recognized the man before him. Meanwhile, the reason why the name Lost Ruins Research Institute felt so familiar to Yu Xiao was also revealed. That's right. The blue-haired youth who came to greet his group. Wasn't that Joshua Radcliffe, the protagonist of Super Robot Wars D, nicknamed Joshua, seeing his face, and combining it with the previous information. The sealed and forbidden Gundam technology. Barbados, which doesn't exist here. The Lost Ruins Research Institute. Yu Xiao felt he had guessed the truth behind it all. And, regarding what this research institute was researching, he had a rough idea. No. Olga. Perhaps, this isn't out of sincerity, but rather a necessity. So at this moment, he first gently shook his head. He rolled down the window, and softly reminded Olga beside him. Without communicating via radio. Necessary? Faced with Yu Xiao's subtle hint, Olga initially frowned in confusion. Could it be? But then, he suddenly understood Yu Xiao's reason for not using the wireless frequency band. Just as he said, it was necessary. Because at this moment, all the electronic warfare equipment in the mobile engineers, from wireless communications to the radar mounted on the mobile suits, all seemed to have stopped functioning as if interfered with. That's right. Yu Xiao had also noticed this, which was why he hadn't used the radio. And in his memory, the only things capable of this were the Minovsky particle reactor currently under development on Ryugu Island, the GN particle reactor which was more normal on Jupiter, and the technology from iron-blooded orphans, the Yacht reactor. In other words, the object they were excavating was very likely the Forbidden Gundam. Chapter 208. Afterwards, Yu Xiao had Olga and Eugene wait outside in their mobile engineers. This was because he wanted to ensure the worst-case scenario wouldn't occur. Although somewhat puzzled, the two followed his advice. After all, their time together over the past few days had been enough to build a certain level of trust between them. Then, led by Joshua, Yu Xiao headed straight for the interior of the temporary camp. Along the way, Yu Xiao didn't see the heroine of Super Robot Wars D, Joshua's adopted sister, Cleona. He thought it was probably because the orange-haired girl had a dual personality. The Lost Ruins Research Institute's base was, after all, in the Arctic. Traveling such a long distance to that location, who knew what might happen? Soon, they arrived at their destination. Waiting there, just as Yu Xiao had expected, was Joshua's father, Thelio Radcliffe. It remains to be seen whether this middle-aged man will one day face the tragic fate of being possessed and manipulated by the big boss of the destruction force. In any case, appearing as the employer at this moment, He is quite friendly and unpretentious. After a brief exchange of information, the conversation began. When I arrived here, I sensed unusual electronic interference. Yu Xiao was the first to raise the issue. Is that a defensive device you set up? Or is it caused by something you're researching? Thelio, of course, didn't try to hide anything from this question. Your observation of reality is quite keen. As you said, it's what we're discovering that triggered this result. Please look here. He simply nodded, then pulled a stack of pictures from under the table and handed them over. Yu Xiao's gaze swept over the images. They were photographs taken from different angles, depicting ancient ruins half buried in the soil. Two colossal steel objects. One was indeed it. Although weathered and battle damaged, its original colors almost unrecognizable, it was still vaguely recognizable as the Gundam Barbatos that Yu Xiao had searched for countless times. And the other was also within his expectations. That was the same entity that had caused Tekaden so much trouble in the original work. The mobile suit Hasmon. This was also why Yu Xiao hadn't allowed Olga and Eugene to pilot the mobile suit inside. After all, in the original work, Kuzan was discovered and attacked because he led his team into the quarry where Hasmon was buried. He didn't want to repeat that mistake. And its level of damage was comparable to that of the Barbatos beside it. Not to mention the numerous craters all over its body. Not only was one of its stabilizers missing, but its head-mounted high-energy beam cannon was also half damaged. A heavy weapon. The katana that originally belonged to the Barbatos Gundam was deeply embedded in its neck, and seemingly in direct confrontation at the tail of the Hasmon. A sharp blade connected by cables pierced through the Barbatos' chest. At this point, even from this single image, Yu Xiao could roughly understand the situation. Presumably, this Hasmon, hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years ago, had fought against the Barbatos Gundam buried beside it. And in the end, both were wounded. Ultimately, they were abandoned in the wilderness, becoming the treasure now buried beneath the surface. However, while this deduction is reasonable, wow! An astonishing level of preservation. It's unbelievable that such an ancient relic hasn't decayed and still retains its current appearance. It's astonishing lost technology, isn't it? I think so too. Plus, the strange wavelength it emits that can interfere with the surrounding electronic devices. As a researcher, I'm really interested. Despite speaking cheerfully, Furio's face showed a hint of worry. However, the moment I roughly unearthed it, I wondered if we opened a forbidden Pandora's box. You mean, it might be related to Gundam? Facing Furio, who was crossing his arms in deep thought, Yu Xiao casually voiced his concerns. Furio initially showed a hint of surprise, yes. But his expression quickly became composed. Whether it's the dual-lens display or the V-shaped antenna, the facial features of this MS are no different from the so-called Gundam-type MS that EU previously suppressed. I understand. That's why we're needed on guard. And the target of our vigilance is the potential EU military, right? Yes. So, although this is a somewhat demanding request, we hope you can accept it. No problem. I accept this mission on behalf of CGS's third team. Huh? I said no problem. We take this mission. However, Yu Zhao's straightforward answer greatly surprised Furio. After all, he knew. Even if they chose to avoid battle today, one day in the future, because of a blonde young lady CGS, no Tekaden would probably still become enemies with EU, the force equivalent to Gillerhorn in the original work. Therefore, he wouldn't harbor any wishful thinking that one day less is worse than more. However, things still needed to be considered. For example, however, because of the increased difficulty, the reward we demand might be quite high. Please be prepared? Of course. Well then, it's getting late. Please go back and contact your companions as soon as possible. Okay. Please wait a little longer, Mr. Furio. After saying this, Yu Xiao stood up, said goodbye, and walked outside. But on the way. Whoa! Sorry. Are you alright? I'm fine. Don't worry about it, it was my carelessness. He inadvertently bumped into a passerby who was looking down. The documents in the other person's hands fell from the impact. Yu Xiao wanted to bend down to pick up the documents, but the other person moved much faster than he expected. After picking up the documents, they quickly left. Yu Xiao didn't even have time to see the other person's face clearly. He could only vaguely make out that it seemed to be a girl with East Asian features. However, the next second, Yu Zhao's expression turned solemn, because he glimpsed something. The gaze hidden beneath the girl's flowing black hair, it was an unusual pair of eyes. To put it another way, it was somewhat similar to Mikazuki's and his group's eyes. But there was something else that the former lacked. It seemed to be a faint, yet burning and sharp hatred. This heightened Yu Zhao's vigilance considerably. After all, the memory of being attacked by what appeared to be remnants of the small and medium-sized Enterprise's Liberation Front was still vivid in his mind. So even if it was just a fleeting encounter, he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. But as the person moved further away, despite not knowing just how skilled he was at stealth, he still quietly followed the path. Chapter 209. And indeed, Yu Xiao's guess was correct. The girl who appeared to be just a passerby was actually Xia Yulan, the girl who had previously piloted a Phantom equipped with an ECS and ambushed him undetected on his return journey. But why did she disguise herself and appear here? To find the answer to this question, one might need to look in the direction not far from the temporary base of the Lost Ruins research team. The machines lurking there could not be seen with the naked eye. That's right. It was a Phantom in ECS electromagnetic camouflage, and a machine equipped with a Lambda driver, which Yu Xiao had also seen before. Hell King, but judging from the silver paint on its body, its pilot was probably not Sachus of the red machine. Sitting in the cockpit, the middle-aged man with a weathered face looked at the Ghost and two mobile engineers waiting outside, and gave a slightly mocking smile. Heh. I was planning to deal with this Tsubaki incident before considering your problem. It's really bad luck to see you here, kid. No, perhaps I should say I'm lucky? It sounds like the EU sanctions were faster and more severe than the research team had anticipated. After learning the facts through some channel, they seemed to have no intention of negotiating at all. Instead, they directly hired this maverick and ruthless mercenary, allowing him to use force in a foreign land, just to completely and decisively erase the traces of Gundam they had discovered. Beside him, piloting another Phantom, the person who appeared similar to the girl named Yulan, who had previously attacked Yu Xiao, was accompanied by an attendant. However, upon closer inspection, subtle differences were noticeable. Perhaps they were twins. Yu Fang. At this moment, Kowloon softly uttered her name and gave further instructions. Prepare to notify Yulan. Tell her the operation is about to begin. Understood. But isn't this a bit too early, teacher? And the target Mr. Leonard requested is also involved. What if he gets caught up in this situation? It doesn't matter. Besides, if he's the kind of guy who easily die here, I have no interest. Kowloon shrugged casually. Alright. Then, let the show begin. ECS deactivated. The Phantom and Hell King materialized in the night. Due to the interference of the Yahapa reactor with the machine's radar, they wouldn't be detected by the research team or CGS third team. But then, Hell King casually raised his gun above his head. A flare, shimmering and whistling, shot into the sky. This naturally attracted the attention of many. For example, Yu Xiao, who was currently following the trail of a suspicious person. At first, he couldn't understand the meaning of the flare. He even thought it might be a cry for help from a lost traveler in the desert. But then, the broadcasts and alarms blaring from the garrison made him tense. Attention, attention. The surveillance cameras have been damaged by unknown individuals. Currently, it can be assumed that... What? Hey, could it be? What followed? The screams and deafening gunfire were an unmistakable threat. TSK. So it really was someone sent by the EU. Yu Xiao made a judgment that, while not entirely accurate, was not far off. His decision to follow them was a huge mistake. He should have subdued them on the spot. He knew this was hindsight. So, gritting his teeth, he made a decision quickly. Wireless communication couldn't reach Olga and Eugene immediately, but sensing the anomaly at the garrison, they would definitely take action. Then he should get to the scene of the incident as quickly as possible. And he had to stop them no matter what. Not just for this research institute. It was also for them. No. Or rather, for all the humans around them. I'm begging you. Please don't be stupid enough to send mobile weapon units. He thought to himself. Suppressing his unease, he ran towards the direction of the gunfire. After all, he had been following them all along. And that was nearby. But by the time they reached the target location, the broadcasting room, it seemed too late. Crimson liquid stained the narrow room. Undoubtedly, it was human blood. And bathed in it, yet still standing in the center, was undoubtedly a young girl. Her flowing black hair and doll-like face were those of the person Yu Xiao had brushed past earlier. Upon closer contact, Yu Xiao recognized her. A character from Full Metal Panic. A member of the Amalgam organization, and also a disciple of the mercenary group 9 Dragons. Xia Yulan. Oh! It's you. Seeing Yu Xiao intrude, the other person turned around and asked mechanically. You came to erase all traces of Gundam's existence? But Yu Xiao didn't want to answer this pointless question. His face grim, he responded with a question. Yes. And everyone here is going to die. Just as he thought. Before the other person could finish speaking, Yu Xiao drew his gun. A necessary accessory for survival here, so he carried it too. And pointed it at the other person. He was willing to pull the trigger on anyone who had actually committed murder, even a living human. However, in actual combat, he was probably still slightly inferior. Before he could even see the other person's movements clearly, she leaned down, using CQC fighting techniques to quickly close the distance to Yu Xiao, locking his wrist and pinning it against the wall. Her slender arms unleashed unimaginable strength. Yu Xiao had never felt so strongly before that muscles, like those of Akihiro or Mikazuki, were necessary. Don't worry. Teacher said you're an exception. As she spoke calmly in Yu Xiao's ear, a gleaming silver dagger flashed before his eyes. Then Xia Yulan put it away. So, you should leave with your companions too. I also hope our battle can be delayed. At least not now. Then, as if ignoring Yu Xiao, she turned and walked away. But Yu Xiao, staggering to his feet, frowned. You. Did you think I came to stop you for my own life? Otherwise? Then you're sorely mistaken. I advise you, if you deployed mobile weapons, withdraw those things immediately. The things being researched here aren't the corrupt stuff you imagine. If you act rashly. But before she could finish speaking, Xia Yulan's body trembled involuntarily. Not because of Yu Xiao's words, but because a certain giant let out a hoarse roar, and then stood up. That strange, iron bird-like figure was none other than Mech Hasmon, whom Yu Xiao had seen in the pictures earlier. See? It turned out like this. He shook his head at that moment, muttering softly. Indeed. In this world, long past the age of myths and legends, human selfishness, greed, and strife still exist. It's as if some emotionless punishment is being inflicted upon such people. The calamity sacrifice has awakened. Chapter 210. Upon reviving, Hasmon's first action was to turn the half-damaged head, equipped with a high-energy beam cannon, towards the distance. Pink particles first glowed, then converged. The next second, they roared out. The roaring particle beam illuminated the sky, making it appear even more dazzling. But at the end of its attack trajectory, a violent stream of flashing particles erupted. That was a sign that the attack had been blocked and dispersed. Naturally, its attack target couldn't have been Olga and Eugene, whom Yu Xiao had ordered to remain in the distance. It could only have been the intruders piloting Mechs, attempting to completely destroy the evidence. And clearly, in this era, there is only one weapon capable of withstanding this attack. The Lambda driver-equipped machine. Yu Xiao, who had silently approached Xia Yulan, who was gazing at the distant scene with bewildered eyes, analyzed in a calm tone. If you can use this kind of weapon, are you hired by the remnants of the small and medium-sized Enterprise Liberation Front, or is it your organization that provided those guys with the means and tools to commit the crime? Hey, maybe worrying about these things is pointless. Did you do it? Xia Yulan suddenly turned around. Her cold eyes fixed on Yu Xiao, and the gun in her hand was pointed at him. Although her expression remained cold and unchanging, and her voice remained steady and flat, her slightly trembling hand holding the gun suggested that her emotions were likely in turmoil. It seemed she had interpreted this situation as Yu Xiao's scheme, and thus chose to attack him, attempting to resolve the crisis from within. Don't rush. This situation isn't my fault, it's yours. Yu Xiao, however, smiled without fear. If you couldn't handle that thing, you shouldn't have come here in the first place. And now, instead of blaming me, or anything else, you better think about how to survive in this situation. You and I are in the same boat. His tone even held a barely concealed anger. After all, awakening Hasmon was something he had wanted to avoid from the beginning. And it was indeed the other party who had violated this taboo. While ignorance is no excuse, this was not the time to consider such things. Xia Yulan finally sheathed her knife. She seemed to understand the unspoken meaning in Yu Xiao's words. One day we will meet again. Then I will kill you. She left with those final words. Whether a threat or resentment, it was unclear. To this, Yu Xiao simply shrugged indifferently. I welcome that. If, as you say, we can meet again alive someday. Watching the other person's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Yu Xiao finally turned his gaze to the MA causing trouble not far away, in the direction of Hasmon. Although at this moment, its entire focus was probably on those reckless intruders, Xia Yulan's companions. But this didn't mean Yu Xiao could choose to stand aside and do nothing. After all, perhaps others wouldn't understand, but his words were quite clear. The essence of the massive Mech Hasmon is a ruthless and uncomplicated killing machine. Once activated, it will not stop until all nearby humans have been slaughtered. Leaving it unattended now will only allow it to cause even greater destruction. Yu Xiao didn't believe that the armies of the vassal states in the war-torn region, who couldn't even protect their own small territory, could possibly win against such a monster. Xiao, you're really here. Are you alright? I say, where did that monster come from? At this moment, Olga and Eugene rushed in. It seemed they were worried about Yu Xiao's safety, and had rushed into the research institute out of concern. I'm fine. We talk about that strange bird later. How are the research team members? I saw quite a few people leaving with documents on the road. They've probably all gone to take refuge. Is that so? Then, did you see a blue and white mobile suit deployed? No. This research team probably isn't equipped with any weapons. After all, they've been forced to rely on us ragtag people for protection. So that's how it is. Yu Xiao lowered his head in thought. The blue and white mobile suit he asked about refers to the protagonist's mobile suit from Super Robot Wars D, the Blue Wing Knight. If the male protagonist had brought this mobile suit and deployed it, it might have been a fairly reliable fighting force. But now, Yu Xiao felt that he probably had to solve the problem on his own. Olga, what should we do now? With an opponent like that, the chances of winning are too slim. Even if you push this topic onto me, I have no experience in this situation. Damn it, if it were 3 days later, we might still be able to fight, but now this situation is really... Yeah, so... No. But turning around and running away might not be an option. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Olga and Eugene were also arguing at this moment. But at the end of their argument, they both turned their heads and looked in Yu Xiao's direction. And finally said in unison, Xiao, what do you think? It seems that without realizing it, they had already regarded Yu Xiao as someone they could conspire with for something important. The next commission must be completed. To this, Yu Xiao said in a deep voice. However, I'm not foolish enough to put all my eggs in one basket. The mobile engineers are relatively fast, right? So please, you two, retreat first. It would be best if you could contact any nearby survivors, but it's okay if you can't. Hey, you're staying to hold that guy off? That's right. Yu Xiao nodded seriously at Eugene's surprised question. But this provoked Olga's reaction, TSK. Then I go with you. Protecting the team is the captain's responsibility. How can I let you escape alone? Me too. Seriously? How can I let you two show off all you want? Looking at his two loyal colleagues, Yu Xiao didn't know what to say for a moment. In the end, he could only manage a slight smile. The Tekadan boys really are a bunch of idiots. Hey. Okay. Then we stay and survive. But he didn't dislike them. Let's squeeze a hefty sum out of the employers at the very end. Ideally, we also get our hands on that MS. Yu Xiao was referring to using this as an excuse to get what CGS Team 3 was currently lacking, that Gundam Barbados. While they might not fully understand why Yu Xiao wanted this antique MS, Olga and Eugene nodded in agreement. The reward, risking their lives, might just be that Gundam. Perhaps this is what they mean by you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Thinking this, Yu Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly. Having this thought, maybe it means the current situation isn't too tense yet? Maintaining his usual optimism, he couldn't help but think this way. Chapter 211. Not far away. Heh. Damn it, those damn guys sold me out. Or did they not know there would be such consequences? Oh well. Anyway, those bastards from EU will have to pay the price someday. The smoke cleared, and under the protection of the Lambda driver, Hell King was unharmed. Or perhaps not. The ponytail-like external heat dissipation filaments at the back of its head emitted wisps of scorching steam. The blaring alarms inside its cockpit also revealed a hint of danger. Overheating alarm? So little time. Sitting in the cockpit, Kowloon frowned slightly. The Lambda driver also had its flaws, one of which was its heat dissipation problem. Although the Hell King, after several improvements, could support prolonged combat operations, it still couldn't withstand excessive power for short periods. Kowloon never expected that this scene, which should only exist in theory, would actually occur. He clicked his tongue almost imperceptibly at this. Then he spoke, ordering, Heh. Looks like an interesting fellow. Yufeng. Take Yulan, you go first. He started with a loud, eerie laugh. But what came out was an unexpected statement, a call to retreat. He did indeed enjoy the thrill of life hanging by a thread, and held an almost detached indifference towards life itself. But that didn't mean he enjoyed sending people to their deaths. To him, a perfect life should end in a predetermined battle. Just as he always felt that it would be more meaningful to be killed one day by that boy named Qasim. He also believed that Yulan and Yufeng, the sisters he had adopted since childhood, shouldn't be killed here by some inexplicable monster. Teacher. I understand. Please don't get too carried away. Obeying her master's orders, Yufeng turned her phantom around and began to speed away. Alright. Then let me see how I deal with you, you little duck. He had originally intended to turn his gaze back to Hasmon, preparing for a life-or-death battle. But Jiolong's words suddenly shifted at the end. He saw an unexpected figure. Yu Xiao. Or rather, the black machine Yu Xiao was piloting. The undead. Without a word, he silently increased the machine's speed to its maximum, simultaneously launching 2 split missiles behind him, which transformed into countless small homing missiles, bombarding Hasmon's massive body. This signaled the start of the battle. Hasmon also shifted his primary target from the Hell King to the undead. Employing a strange, roar-like sound, it turned around like a living being. Good. As long as we lure it in this direction, the evacuation team won't be caught up in it. Yu Xiao also uttered a low shout at the same time. Of course, his gaze never left Hasmon. It opened its damaged head, gathering terrifying destructive energy. Then, like the breath of a dragon from mythology, roaring beams of particle light rushed in again. However, facing this powerful attack, Yu Xiao showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he had already manipulated the undead to clench its fists, assuming a stable stance to stabilize its position. Neutron Beam Cannon. Following Yu Xiao's shout, the Type S undead's chest beam met the beam cannon head-on. With a deafening boom, the clash of particle beams annihilated each other, triggering a massive explosion. A hazy cloud of smoke billowed out. This scene alone was perhaps astonishing enough. It might even become a memorable moment in human history, the first clash between beam weapons. Then, the undead, vanished into the dust cloud, suddenly burst through the earth-tone gray curtain, its thrusters at full power, charging towards the MA with unstoppable momentum. Wielding its beam greatsword, it unleashed a barrage of horizontal and vertical slashes, forcing Hasmon to adopt a defensive stance. The steel bird struggled to keep up, appearing somewhat troubled. TSK. But although it seemed the undead had the upper hand no matter what. But Yu Xiao, inside the cockpit, wore a grave expression. A closer look revealed the reason. At the final clash between the undead's blade and Hasmon's outer armor, what appeared wasn't molten metal, but rather, diffused beams of light. Yu Xiao clearly remembered this phenomenon. It was one of the most overpowered technologies in Ironblood's orphans, as unreasonable as the Yaop furnace, non-layered armor capable of negating almost all beam weapons, but it seemed that even after so many years, it still retained some effectiveness. At this moment, Hasmon finally launched his counterattack. The linear blades at his tail shot out wildly, tracing bizarre trajectories as they attacked. This forced the undead to switch from offense to defense, wielding its beam sword to protect its front. Then, Hasmon dispatched another weapon. Several small, jet-black machines suddenly surged forth from beneath the white, strange bird. Their unique shape and smooth surface, to put it bluntly, were reminiscent of cockroaches. They weren't facing Yu Xiao, but rather the convoy that was evacuating in the distance. This was enough to prove that they were acting on Hasmon's orders. And those were Hasmon's escort units, small MAs. Is it Brumman? Yu Xiao accurately judged. However, he had already planned for this. Olga. Eugene? I'm counting on you. He shouted through the external communication. Okay. With a resounding reply, 2 mobile engineers suddenly emerged from the direction of the Research Institute, using their back-mounted linear cannons to continuously destroy the attacking Brummans. Soldier against soldier, general against general. While the mobile engineers posed no threat to Hasmon, they were sufficient to deal with Brumman. In that case, let's see when this battle will end. Ensuring the research team wasn't exposed to danger, Yu Xiao turned back. At that moment, Hasmon's tail blades slashed through the air. This forced the already somewhat disadvantaged undead to retreat. Its thrusters left blue streaks of light as it finally stumbled and landed. As expected, facing someone who could be considered the strongest in the original work, someone even Mikazuki, piloting Barbados, had to sacrifice himself to defeat. Even for me, a single undead is still too much of a challenge? Watching Hasmon approach again, Yu Xiao clicked his tongue softly. But then, hey kid, need some help? Help actually arrived. Yu Xiao abruptly turned the undead around. Before him stood the newcomer. A silver-white machine with a ponytail. It was the attacker, the Lambda driver-equipped machine. The King of Hell? Chapter 212. And that voice? Yu Xiao remembered it quite clearly. You are? Kowloon? Combining the image of the machine, and the faces of the people he had seen before, Yu Xiao gave a precise answer. Kid, you know me? Kowloon raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his tone. After all, Those who could deduce his identity from the slightest clues were extremely rare in the world. The name Kowloon was due to the fact that he always appeared in different identities around the world. Yes. And you might even know yourself better than you do. At this point, Yu Zhao's tone suddenly tightened. This wasn't driven by emotion, but by external pressure. Hazmon naturally wouldn't wait for the two to finish their conversation before attacking, so when it sensed the undead's movements had paused, it swiftly charged forward and launched a surprise attack. However, after dodging Hazmon's tail blade attack with a powerful jet thrust, the undead landed nimbly on the ground the next second. It seemed that Yu Zhao's mind had never left the battlefield while he was talking. Hazmon, realizing he had missed, swung his whip blade at the Hell King beside him. But Kowloon simply raised his right hand, and the resulting Lambda driver field forced the attack back. Although the retreat was easy, judging from the steam billowing from the Hell King's cooling filaments once again, this tactic couldn't be sustained for long. Looks like I can't digress any further. Looking at the scene, Yu Zhao silently shook his head. But, before giving an answer, let me ask one last question. You came for me, or? Don't worry. This time, the target isn't your head. Though, it might be later. Kowloon said casually. That's good then. I accept this joint operation. Is that so? A wise choice indeed. But was it necessary to ask that question just now? After all, I don't want to fight alongside someone who's eyeing my head, Yu Zhao said in a deep voice. And that last sentence was my last joke. Listen. I have a battle plan. Anxiety. Such fluctuations vaguely appeared within the intelligent components inside Hazon, although it wasn't yet a fully formed emotion. But it was enough to make the AI controlling it choose an increasingly aggressive strategy. The small MA Blumen, which should have been continuously produced, was now stopped. Hazon used all the save power to propel the machine. Whether attacking or counterattacking, its movements were now about 30% faster than when it was first awakened. Its AI initially thought this increase would be enough to secure victory. After all, in its perception, the two machines before it weren't initially considered high-priority targets. Perhaps the silver one was somewhat better, but the black 18-meter machine, in terms of both performance and armament, couldn't compare to Hazmon's opponents from 1,000 years ago, those Gundams. But precisely because of this, why couldn't he hit them? This question lingered in Hazmon's mind after a prolonged, unresolved battle. Although the performance degradation caused by the passage of time and damage to the machine was pre-programmed into the battlefield analysis. No matter how much computing power was used, it was still impossible to accurately predict the opponent's movement trajectory. And after initial contact, the opponent seemed to have chosen not to launch an attack. Instead, they kept dodging. Yet, Hazmon's attack still couldn't touch them. Sometimes, just as his attack was about to approach one of the machines, the other machine would respond appropriately, forcing the attack back. This level of tug-of-war was a situation Hazmon hadn't considered in the initial design. In a normal battle, he could simply choose to retreat. But the fundamental code within Hazmon's program, the command to annihilate humanity, compelled it to relentlessly continue its attacks on the two machines. Therefore, its actions grew increasingly ferocious. It sought to use this tactic to force an opening in the machines before delivering a fatal blow. Finally, after a missweep of its tail blade, seemingly unable to endure this passive, defensive approach any longer, one of the machines finally chose to retaliate. It was the large, black machine. It stood still, clenching its fists. Hazmon's AI remembered this posture clearly. It was preparation for firing its chest-mounted beam cannon. So it immediately prepared its counterattack program. Initially, it intended to use its tail blade for harassment. However, the smaller, silver-white machine then protectively surrounded the black machine. It seemed its intention was to provide protection, until the black enemy aircraft had fully charged its energy reserves. So, it quickly opted for the second tactic. Its legs ceased movement, and it repositioned its body. Meanwhile, the beam cannon in its head was rapidly charging at an almost self-destructive pace. Hazon wouldn't have done this unless absolutely necessary. But now, its electronic brain told it that all of this was necessary. Yes, necessary. Even with the cracks in its head becoming more pronounced, and several power pipes connecting to its torso already ruptured due to the inability to handle the massive energy flow, Hazmon's AI still believed that firing this shot would yield strategic value. Perhaps, if judged from a truly human perspective, this large mobile armor could be considered insane. However, what it hadn't anticipated was humans, when faced with a life-or-death situation, could act more madly than anything else. While accumulating energy, Hazmon's keen auditory sensors detected a new sound source nearby. It seemed to be the sound of human conversation. Although he couldn't understand it, Hasmon, for the sake of recording, isolated it and amplified it. It's time. Go, kid, the hoarse voice said. Then the silver mobile suit acted, taking a few steps back, followed by a special weapon reaction that Hasmon was already intimately familiar with. Something akin to a psychic wave. However, this time the psychic wave didn't form a defensive field. Instead, it condensed into a powerful force. Then, it exploded behind the black mobile suit with a roar. Pierce it, the hoarse voice continued to shout. But what Hasmon detected next was a different voice print signal, faster than it. Ultimate Undead Kick. Chapter 213. The machine creaked and groaned under the strain, and inside the cockpit, alarms blared incessantly. But faced with this situation, faced with the terrifying G-forces from the super acceleration, faced with Hasmon beneath him seemingly gathering the strength for a fatal blow, Yu Xiao smiled. It was the smile of a successful scheme. This was the battle plan he had mentioned earlier. First, he would wage a war of attrition against Hasmon, forcing him to use his trump card, the particle beam cannon, which required a long charging time, for a decisive blow. Then, he would launch a surprise attack, using previously unseen capabilities. The overload from the Undead's Undead Kick, and the gender-swapped application of the Hell King's Lambda Driver, unleashing a combined attack capable of killing the opponent at top speed. And after all, nearly several thousand years had passed. No matter how advanced its electronic intelligence, it cannot decipher the unmanifested functions of a combat machine without any data, and thus cannot plan a countermeasure. Therefore, facing the ultimate Undead Kick unleashed by Yu Xiao and Jiolong through coordinated attacks, Hasmon had absolutely no chance of making a timely and effective response. Absolutely impossible. Boom! The next second, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, a deafening, intense sound erupted across the bustling desert. Dust billowed. This also attracted the attention of Olga and Eugene, who had just finished clearing away all the vermin and were drenched in sweat. Hey, Olga! What's going on over there? Shall he be alright, right? Wow. It's rare to hear you speak so proactively about someone who would casually offer help and concern for someone for no reason. Wait. This isn't the time to talk about that, is it? I'm asking about Shao. Don't worry. Olga crossed her arms and lowered her head. Her prominent dart-shaped bangs swayed occasionally before her eyes. He'd definitely be alright. After all, he's the one who defeated 3 days ago. And then, as if echoing his words, from the steel ruins left by the distant explosion, a machine slowly rose. Although its body was covered in wounds, it was still clearly visible. The victor who stood up was none other than Yu Xiao and his undead. They were panting heavily to relieve the psychological pressure from the fierce battle. Yu Xiao also turned his head to look at the figure not far away, in the direction of the Hell King piloted by 9 dragons. It was heading steadily into the distance. Leaving already? I come again. The surveillance footage showed the Hell King shrug as he turned away. Fighting alongside you was very interesting. So interesting that I hope the next time we meet, we be enemies. Should I take that as a compliment? The undead, having unleashed that deadly attack, was now severely weakened, to the point that would probably make the CGS maintenance worker faint. Therefore, both emotionally and rationally, although Yu Xiao knew the other party was an utterly wicked character, she was ultimately unable to attack him at this moment. Of course. I'm not exactly good at dealing with people in a friendly way. I can tell that too. So what's the situation with that girl? I sensed hatred in her tone. Because you killed her colleague. In the last encounter. Well, this time, it really is time to see you again. With that, the King of Hell from Kowloon leaped into the distance and disappeared without a trace. Heh. People are really something. You never know when you be hated by someone. For reasons you don't even understand yourself. Yu Xiao was left standing there, sighing softly. But then, his gaze turned to a spot not far away. Xiao. You're safe and sound. As expected? Calling his name and expressing their feelings, they rushed towards him without stopping. It was Olga and Eugene, piloting a mobile engineer. Yes, even if it means being hated. But if there's someone you want to protect, whether it's Takadan or Horai Island, then carrying those feelings is worthwhile. Are you kidding me? The way you two are talking is like you just ran from my funeral. I told you, didn't I? If it were me, I'd definitely handle it. Opening his cockpit door, Yu Xiao called out to the 2 young men in front of him, his tone undeniably humorous. But then, his expression turned serious. All right. Now, it's time to ask the employer for the appropriate compensation. Thank you so much. At the newly rebuilt shelter, Professor Felio, the research team leader and Joshua's father, wiped his brow and spoke earnestly. Really? Without your help, we might have been wiped out by the invaders and that strange, awakened steel machine. We can express our gratitude later. Professor, what are your plans now? Yu Xiao didn't seem inclined to spend time on this. He first crossed his arms and seriously questioned the other about future plans. Felio wiped his brow again. As you can see, our research here will probably have to be halted. Although we sensed something was wrong when we unearthed these machines, we didn't expect it to happen so soon. He sighed. There's no other way. Although it's very reluctant, I think we have to leave as soon as possible. If we leave immediately, we can reach a port near the coast and, with my personal connections, leave. Then we can return to our base in the Arctic and make new plans. In the worst-case scenario, the entire research institute might have to be disbanded. Then, what about that mobile suit? Yu Xiao was naturally referring to the Gundam Barbados. We just have to abandon it here. Whether the EU handles its disposal or it's recycled by a junkyard is none of our business. Hearing this from a researcher is truly disheartening. Yu Xiao put on a sympathetic expression. He then stood up. Then he threw out the bait that had been planned from the beginning. However, I think, if you like, we have a better solution to choose from. A better solution? Impossible. The EU will never let go of this mobile suit, and us, who are powerless to resist. Chapter 214. 50 minutes later. A convoy of 3 vehicles was moving along the rough asphalt road. It was the CGS third team. Judging from their return journey, it seemed the threat had been a foregone conclusion. Orga, casually driving in the engineer's cabin, exclaimed in a tone of undisguised surprise. No way. Besides the points we're entitled to, we even gotten an extra bonus? More than that, Olga, don't you think that thing on the trailer is what we should be concerned about? Eugene pointed in a direction not far away. Olga naturally looked in that direction. On the transport truck, besides Yu Xiao's badly damaged black undead, there was another mobile suit. That was another red, white, and blue mobile suit, also exposed because of Hasman's activation. Olga wasn't quite sure what model this mobile suit was. However, looking at its sharp appearance and sleek physique, for some reason, the strange thought kept swirling in his mind. This thing might be quite suitable for Sonri to pilot. But putting that aside, at this moment, this machine, which had suddenly appeared as payment, was indeed quite eye-catching, just as Eugene had said. Yeah, I said, Xiao. Is it really okay to take this machine back? So after closing her eyes and thinking for a moment, Olga turned to look at Yu Xiao and then spoke. This? Of course it's fine. Yu Xiao responded lightly. He was quite pleased that he had successfully brought the mobile suit out of the Research Institute's ruins. Look, only the large MA activated just now. This proves that at least this mobile suit is no longer capable of going berserk. And according to the research team, based on their research, this white MS was damaged in battle with that MA. In other words, it's a human weapon, not an enemy. No, that's not what I'm concerned about. Olga frowned slightly. Although I don't quite understand. But this is quite important research material, isn't it? Or rather, an antique? Although we acquired these things opportunistically, won't this make those researchers resent us? What if, after something happens, they plan to turn around and settle scores with us? At this point, Yu Xiao naturally understood what the other woman was worried about. How could that be? Putting aside the fact that the research team leader is a cultured man, he would never do something so shameless as those scoundrel mercenaries. But he simply shook his head, dismissing the other's actual concerns with casual words. Finally, he involuntarily shifted his expression to a cheerful half-smile. Just take this MS for example. These gentlemen won't have any complaints. They should even thank us. Sensing that they could no longer ignore the unusual situation, the local security forces finally rushed out. After a forced march of several tens of minutes, they finally arrived at the scene of the accident. This is outrageous. What kind of horrific scene is this? Looking at the scene before him, the leading officer couldn't help but gasp. The destruction before his eyes was beyond the capabilities of any mobile weaponry he could recall. There was only one thing he could think of. The destruction caused by the Festum. His homeland had also been destroyed by those alien creatures, forcing him to seek a living in the war-torn Middle East. But how could this be? The Festum were supposedly sealed off by the Human Revolutionary Alliance in the northern part of the Winter Kingdom, thousands of miles away, and their counteroffensive was reportedly proceeding smoothly. How could they be here? At that moment, his gaze fell upon his surroundings. There seemed to be tire tracks leading to a place of refuge. Hello, are there any survivors? We are a military rescue team. What just happened here? So he opened the International Rescue Channel and tentatively called out. Initially, it was probably an action without any hope, but he received an unexpected response. A soldier? Great, great. We're saved. A slightly exhilarated cheer came from the other end of the International Rescue Channel. So, you are survivors of this horrific incident? Please remain calm. Can you tell us what exactly happened here? Okay. Actually, several more minutes passed. Phew. Watching the army disappear into the distance, Thelio sighed softly. However, what he had just recounted was vastly different from the truth. To the soldiers, he claimed his research findings were captured in the chaos by an unknown force that launched the attack. The hired mercenaries were also defeated in the battle. And he further distorted the facts, insisting that he didn't know what type of MS he had unearthed, and that the attackers arrived before he could even see the specific model. This way, he believed he could shift the pressure onto those unknown forces, thus preventing the EU from targeting his researchers. This was the solution Yu Xiao had discussed with him. The only problem was the new recipient of the Gundam, namely CGS. If discovered, it would plunge the entire company into a new crisis. But the young man patted his chest and assured him, no problem. He said they would take full responsibility for all consequences. And thinking of this, Thelio involuntarily lowered his head. Just as Yu Xiao had predicted. The research team felt more than just gratitude for their act of stepping forward to take the Gundam, they even felt a touch of shame? They were the adults, yet they had been forced to let a group of teenagers shoulder the responsibility of saving them. This misalignment of responsibility was enough to make them feel guilty. Therefore, Thelio wanted to make amends. Joshua. He turned and called his child's name. What is it, Dad? The blue-haired youth approached at the opportune moment. That mobile suit, the Victor, placed at the Arctic base, is it finished now? Huh? That's right. From my conversation with Rem, I learned that its development process is indeed much faster than the Wing Knight's. Could it be that you intend to? That's right. Thelio let out a long sigh. Let's consider it a return of kindness. Let's tell those teenagers that even in this kind of world, kindness shown to others will always be reciprocated. This is the only thing we, the incompetent adults who have created this reality, can do. Chapter 215. This happened a day after the attack on the Research Institute, in the CGS 3rd Team's hangar, where the air was thick with the smell of engine oil. So, you agreed to repair this machine, Mr. Naughty? Yu Xiao said, somewhat surprised. He had just logged into MechWarrior VS, intending to just carry out today's activities as usual, but he hadn't expected to hear such good news first. I don't know how to put it, but the material used for the frame of this Gundam is truly amazing. Even after so many years, it hasn't crumbled. And that peculiar power unit. I didn't expect it to still be able to operate. It's practically a permanent power system. So, as long as the outer armor is restructured, it can still move, right? Then I leave it to you, Mr. Naughty. Yes. I will do my best. Unexpectedly, Naughty agreed quite readily. And a hint of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. Gundam. Heh. I never expected to meet you in a place like this. It seemed he didn't feel any aversion towards this Gundam, which should be a forbidden object. This surprised Yu Xiao somewhat. However, he continued the conversation. So what about that undead? I heard it's no longer functional. What happened? The damage from the last battle. Even you can't repair it. This was his main purpose in initiating the conversation. After all, it was a finishing move capable of making maintenance personnel weep, and it even relied heavily on the Lambda driver's additional amplification. It was somewhat expected that it couldn't be repaired. However, Naughty simply shook his head. You're wrong, kid. It's not that I can't repair your undead, it's that there's absolutely no need to repair it. The damage in the last battle was only on part of the outer armor. It doesn't require any maintenance. Huh? So, I misheard you saying it can't continue fighting? No. That's true too. Look here. Naughty led Yu Xiao to the computer in the hangar used for data analysis, typing on the greasy keyboard to show him a series of data analysis images. A perspective view of the undead skeleton. Upon magnification, faint cracking damage could be seen. This is metal fatigue? So, Yu Xiao blurted out the first term that came to mind, without knowing if it was correct. It refers to the permanent cumulative damage that occurs in areas of a hard metal material after repeated impacts, significantly reducing its strength. Naughty nodded. That's right. Although I don't know exactly how you control this machine, look. Its entire skeleton is showing signs of severe metal fatigue. In my opinion, if it fights again, it'd probably disintegrate. But, as an anomaly originating from within, Even the most skilled maintenance engineers are powerless to do anything about it. Is that so? Then there's really nothing we can do. Yu Xiao scratched her hair, saying with a hint of regret. So, the only option is to mail it back to VTX Corporation for a complete overhaul and replacement. Yu Xiao pondered. But at the same time, he knew this was somewhat unreasonable. After all, according to Nadi, repairing this undead would practically require rebuilding its skeleton and internal structure entirely, which would be fatal for an undead whose entire body was riddled with internal weapons. The cost would likely be comparable to rebuilding a new machine. For Miss Adri, who was just a company employee, it would probably be a considerable expense. And she had given him this machine with good intentions. He felt a little guilty about causing her further trouble. Wow! Unlike its shabby appearance, this is a truly impressive hangar. And this machine... Wait! What a coincidence! Isn't this the Gundam that's still on EU's destruction list? Hee hee, hoarding this stuff, aren't you afraid of losing your head? However, a hoarse voice, oblivious to everyone else, suddenly rang out. The interruption of Yu Xiao's train of thought also made him tense. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Not for any other reason than that the newcomer was the mercenary he had already dealt with once. Yu Xiao abruptly turned his head, meeting the gaze of the uninvited guest. Yes, it was indeed 9 dragons. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Look, I've been able to come in openly through the front door. What weapons would I be carrying to kill you? Even if you say that. Yu Xiao's intense focus caused him to frown. It's only right to be wary of dangerous individuals. Especially 9 dragons. And someone like you. Yu Xiao hadn't expected this. It was Nadi beside her who continued speaking. His dark face held not only a thin layer of anger, but also a hint of hatred. Upon seeing Nadi, Kowloon raised a hand to half cover his face, revealing a more mocking smile. Oh dear. I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Mr. Nadi from the Oak Earth Corporation back then? I heard you narrowly escaped the witch hunt incident during the EU's elimination of the Gundam. Kowloon turned his head, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Gundam Barbados. So now you're trying to dabble in forbidden power again? How ungrateful. Right now, you only have prosthetics to walk with thanks to illegal Gun technology. So are you planning to replace them with a body entirely made of Gun technology once things come to light? That's a question I should be asking you. Are you still taking EU's dirty money, and doing their dirty work as always? Gundam technology has never been a taboo. You should know that, right? A witch hunt excluding Gundam. Although this was a completely new term to Yu Xiao, he was still somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Nadi in this timeline to have a more complex background than he had imagined. However, this also explained why the person before him knew so much about Gundam yet showed no hatred for this forbidden existence. While he pondered, their conversation continued. Speak. I know you're the type who doesn't act without a reason. What's your purpose in coming to CGS? Are you planning to destroy this being called Gundam? No. I already reported this request to my superiors. I'm here for something else. Kowloon's gaze swept over Yu Xiao. He grinned slightly, then spoke. Young man. Let's talk. Just the two of us, in a private setting? Chapter 216. Without much thought, Yu Xiao immediately nodded in agreement. Even though Nadi expressed his concerns, he was ultimately persuaded by the young man's unwavering determination. After all, in this situation, Yu Xiao was genuinely curious about the other party's true intentions in seeking him out. Afterwards, Kowloon led Yu Xiao to a secluded private room in a bar in the Chrysler district. Contrary to its dusty exterior, the interior was extremely luxurious. It seemed to be a high-end venue catering exclusively to the wealthy. Besides, there was an additional space within the room, currently concealed by a dark curtain. Perhaps it would later serve as a stage for the upper-class patrons who frequented this place, Yu Xiao guessed. But after taking a seat, he remained silent, only continuing to scan his surroundings warily. I told you, stop with that fierce look. I'm here to discuss business. Can't you at least try to be a little more cheerful? Kowloon spoke casually to Yu Xiao, who still seemed wary. But even his suit and tie couldn't completely conceal the man's menacing and bloodthirsty aura. So Yu Xiao frowned at his affected manner, and didn't respond. After several minutes, he finally spoke slowly. No need for formalities. What exactly is your purpose in coming here? Oh, calm down. Don't worry, I'm not here to fight you. Sigh, although I really wanted to be. Kowloon gave a sly, half smile, and shrugged. And perhaps, when I reveal my true purpose, your opinion of me will change. This visit isn't my personal decision, but rather that of my organization. Amalgam. Right? Yu Xiao abruptly asked. His familiarity with the original Full Metal Panic manga made him reflexively think of the organization's name. Hearing the name from Yu Zhao's mouth, Kowloon's expression was indeed somewhat surprised. Wow. I didn't expect you to know that. That's right. Today, I'm here on behalf of the entire Amalgam organization to invite you to join. Since you heard of Amalgam, you should know what that means, right? Of course. A mysterious group that silently monitors and manipulates the world from behind. If I were still in my Chunibu, middle school syndrome, days, this kind of organization would probably be the one I most wanted to join. Yu Xiao picked up a glass of iced lemonade from the table, took a sip to moisten her throat, and then spoke again. But unfortunately, I'm almost a vulgar adult now. So let's talk about something more straightforward. Like, if I really agreed to join you, what benefits could you bring me? Nobody does anything without a profit, and I don't want to do something that doesn't make money. Benefits? If you want to talk about it, well, you remember Yulan, right? I think we met once at the base before. That girl from China, just like you. Kowloon replied leisurely, swirling his glass. I remember. But so what? She hates you. Because you killed her colleague. So? Those sisters have been under my care for a long time. Even now, they remain as loyal as dogs. And if you just nod, I order them to let go of their hatred and then... Kowloon paused. They turn around and faithfully serve you. Watching someone who clearly hates you, yet forced to live by your orders. Wouldn't that be interesting? Are you teasing me? But Yu Xiao only responded to this proposal with a hint of annoyance. You saw through me. Indeed, I was joking earlier. I also know that if you were the kind of person who indulged in women, the organization would never consider you. Kowloon waved his hand with a smile. Unfortunately, Yu Xiao saw no hint of intimacy in that gesture. But think about it. If joining an organization brings any benefits, it's no different from this. Being able to interfere with the outside world at will, using one's power to obtain what one desires. Then, his eyes filled with a dangerous aura once more. You can't hide it from me. Your eyes. Although I don't know the reason, you actually crave power. Enough power to change the world. After saying this, Kowloon waited quietly for Yu Zhao's response. The latter remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke, It's a pity. Perhaps, as you said, I desire power. However, if it's merely used to twist the will of others, then it's just violence that cannot be understood. Is that so? So you're going to refuse the amalgam offer too? I won't say much. But you should know, right? Knowing so much about Mercury, they never let someone like that live freely. Kowloon's casual tone vanished instantly. Then, with a movement so swift that Yu Xiao, though anticipating it, couldn't resist. He pulled a black pistol from his pocket and quickly pressed it against Yu Zhao's abdomen. Like this. I see you're prepared, right? So why not end it all here? A simple pull of the trigger. The bullet would leave the chamber, instantly taking Yu Zhao's fragile life. But Yu Xiao showed no fear. This was understandable. Aside from the fact that, to him, this was merely a character he was controlling. And during the previous conversation, he had already sensed something. This wasn't a conversation between two people. It was more like a performance for the eavesdroppers. Otherwise, Kowloon wouldn't have brought up a matter discussed just yesterday. As for the third party listening, through his X-rounder abilities and memories of his past life, he vaguely felt he had grasped the other's identity. This pointless pretense should stop. Neither you nor I are people who enjoy this kind of thing, Mr. Kowloon, he said in a deep voice. His gaze simultaneously shifted behind the dark curtain in the room. Have you suddenly changed your personality? Or is it because this matter suits his tastes too well, forcing you to put on this act? Excellent. Clap, clap, clap. As the words of praise fell, rhythmic applause rang out. It seemed to be congratulating Yu Xiao for seeing through the curtain's intentions. Your performance has truly exceeded my expectations. No wonder you're a rising star favored even by the old man of saneness. So, shall we move on to the next step? Then, the curtain was lifted from the inside. A figure slowly stepped out, dressed in a jet-black tailcoat, but with contrastingly long silver-gray hair. He was the person Yu Xiao had guessed. Tessa's blood brother. And one of the most influential and powerful figures within Amalgam. Mr. Silver. That is, Leonard Testarossa. Chapter 217. Hey. Didn't expect it to be your turn so soon. Kowloon said, seemingly with a hint of helplessness, as he stood up. He wasn't overly surprised by what was happening. It was clear from this that this was all pre-planned by the two of them. They probably intended to use Kowloon to intimidate him first, then observed Yu Xiao's reaction to decide whether to absorb him into the amalgam organization. And Yu Xiao had undoubtedly passed this seemingly crude test. "Are you leaving, Mr. Fei?" Leonard asked, a seemingly calm smile on his face. "Of course. After all, my commission ends here. As for the other commission to eliminate this person, I already decided to decline it. And I understand. But it's best to be discreet. After all, the other party is a member of a powerful force with considerable influence in this region. Don't make a big fuss. Don't worry. I'm quite adept at this kind of bloodletting." Leonard gave these instructions as he watched Kowloon leave. However, Yu Xiao didn't quite grasp the full meaning. He only understood that someone had also hired Kowloon to take his head. But now, he had decided to decline that commission and instead eliminate his employer. But anything further was impossible to deduce. Even if he had such thoughts, he didn't have the time to think about them in detail at the moment. Yu Xiao was therefore unaware that the clerk at VTX, whom he had once cared about, was actually a treacherous villain who had betrayed the entire company and even wanted to take advantage of the situation to eliminate him. "Alright. Let's get back to the main topic, Mr. Xiao. Ah, did I forget to introduce myself?" At this moment, Leonard's gaze returned to Yu Xiao. "I am Leonard Testarossa. Within the Amalgam organization, I currently hold the position of AG in the upper echelons." Unlike his blood sister, there was little warmth in her words that could comfort Yu Xiao. Even though her words sounded respectful, only a chilling inhumanity emanated from her. "So, do you wish to accept our amalgam invitation?" This gave Yu Xiao his answer. He stood up. "I won't join you. Life bound by such an overly bloated organizational system isn't for me." "It doesn't matter. Look at Mr. Kowloon, that unruly figure. Didn't he find a place within the organization? Besides, joining Amalgam offers many benefits." "Yes. So I don't intend to sever ties with you like this." Yu Xiao paused, then slowly said, "On my own behalf, I now extend an invitation to you. Mr. Leonard, how about we cooperate?" "Cooperate?" However, Leonard seemed astonished as if he had heard something bizarrely outrageous. He couldn't help but laugh, but it was definitely not a friendly smile. "This is somewhat. Your fighting skills are indeed evident within the organization. But cooperation with us on an equal footing in a personal capacity? May I ask, what are your self-imposed conditions?" "It's simple. Because I'm a whisperer like you. And I'm even more confident that my knowledge of advanced technology is no less than yours, if not more." Unfazed by the other's words, Yu Xiao calmly continued his response. As expected, Leonard's expression immediately turned solemn upon being recognized as a whisperer. If it's really as you say, then perhaps we can consider it. But it's just talk. If you want concrete proof, I can provide it." Yu Xiao sighed softly. Then, he mentally called out, "AI. Open the exchange interface." The series of blueprints immediately unfolded. However, he skipped the UC system he had previously studied, instead using the points he had obtained from previous missions to unlock several blueprints from the GT series in Seed. These were the most basic assault dagger. Then, the 105 short sword appeared, along with 3 additional assault backpack equipment system. He then opened the artillery equipment interface, and casually picked up a few sheets of paper and pen, roughly sketching on them. Of course, it was impossible to draw a complete design blueprint in a short time. So, Yu Xiao ultimately only roughly copied a weapon sample onto it, adding a few lines of formulas for explaining the principles. Finally, he handed over the blueprint. But he believed that, as a whisperer like his own sister, Reinhard would surely understand the importance of this blueprint. What is this weapon? Sure enough, after only a cursory glance at a few lines, Leonard's expression changed drastically. His tone, previously frivolous, became quite serious. "It's a pulse ray cannon. Someone of your stature must have heard of the red one, who was once very active on the Eurasian front, right?" "That's right. And this is exactly the same type of weaponry used by the variable machine in their unit." Yu Xiao stepped onto the stage, where the curtain had been drawn back, placing himself on the same level as Leonard, making his posture appear even more serious. "As long as you and I reach a cooperation agreement, I will provide you with more complete and comprehensive blueprints. As long as you can guarantee that you will provide me with the necessary manpower, funds, and resources when I need them." "How about that?" "I understand. If this is your bargaining chip, then we have no choice but to accept." Having said that, Leonard finally nodded readily. "Then, whether you agree or not, we will reserve a position for you within the Amalgam organization. It's equivalent to a cadre level, the position and title of Mr. K. If you need anything in the future, You can use this identity to obtain any conveniences you desire. How about this condition? Is that so? Thank you then. Yu Xiao replied seemingly calmly. However, deep down, there was a slight tremor in her heart. Mr. K. Potassium, a metal element. This name didn't have the special meaning of Kowloon's codename Iron. Nor did it signify high status simply by existing like Leonard's codename Silver. But it held a special impression for Yu Xiao. Because this was the title awarded to Kalinin, the current leader of Penglai Island, in the original timeline after he defected to Amalgam and obtained a cadre position. It seems that in this timeline, it was her preconceived notions that caused the change. However, that's probably for the best. After all, the reason he wants to participate in The Sims is precisely because he wants to change the world before him, isn't it? Chapter 218. So, regarding the blueprints for these advanced technologies, don't worry. I provide you with this set within this month. Yu Xiao composed himself and spoke again. As for follow-up, that depends on how much sincerity you can show in the future. Okay. Then, please accept this first. Leonard nodded slightly to indicate his approval of the proposal. He then pulled a small metal square from the side pocket of his tuxedo. What's this? Yu Xiao took it, frowning slightly as he asked. It's a dedicated communication device for the organization. The circuit is specially encrypted. Using it, you can easily contact all members of the organization, including myself and Mr. Kowloon. I understand. So, is there anything else you want to say? After examining it for a moment, Yu Xiao roughly understood its use. He nodded and said this. It seemed he was already somewhat inclined to leave. One last thing. Leonard then stepped forward and generously extended his hand. Congratulations on the establishment of our cooperation, Mr. K. He wanted to shake hands with Yu Xiao. But from his still unsmiling eyes, Yu Xiao vaguely sensed that things weren't so simple. You don't have to call me by that name. After all, it's a title that could be stripped away at any time. So after giving a cursory reply, he concentrated his mind, consciously releasing his XR ability before exchanging palms with Leonard. There seemed to be nothing unusual. But the next second, Renard shivered instantly. It was as if a chilling electric current had passed through his body. Not only that, he seemed to instinctively want to take a step back. But unfortunately, with Yu Xiao there, he absolutely couldn't take that step. What's wrong, Mr. Renard? Are you feeling weak from working so hard these past few days? After gently supporting him, Yu Xiao asked with feigned concern. Renard took a moment to regain his composure. Then, facing the eager Yu Xiao, he could only manage a dry laugh in response. Ahaha. Perhaps. It's truly rude of me to reveal this side of myself to you. I see. Don't be ashamed, working with Amalgam is really tough. So I still think a free lifestyle suits me better. Well then, goodbye, Mr. Renard. Hope you recover well before you come again. After offering this comfort, Yu Xiao released his hand with satisfaction. Then he turned and left, without giving Leonard a chance to speak further. Things unfolded exactly as he had predicted. On the way, after casually putting the dedicated communication terminal in his pocket and walking out the door, Yu Xiao thought to himself. Although Leonard appeared quite indifferent, he probably wanted to teach this seemingly arrogant young man a lesson. So, at the moment of contact, he used the Whisperer's abilities. He attempted to use his mind synchronization ability to enter Yu Xiao's brain, perhaps wanting to steal information from his mind, or perhaps intending to directly alter his cognition and mind. But unfortunately, Yu Xiao's Whisperer identity was an imposter. So what Leonard received in return wasn't a direct connection to the spiritual realm. It was a swift backlash against his spiritual power. Just like when he and Tessa tried to establish a spiritual link before. Moreover, back then, Yu Xiao was merely acting out of instinctive self-defense. This time, however, it was deliberate. Therefore, the impact on Leonard would only be greater and stronger than before. Amalgam. I can't trust you. In a barely audible voice, Yu Xiao, who had recently earned the title of Mr. K, murmured softly. However, at least within my power, let me make good use of your strength. In reality, the reaction to Yu Xiao's deliberately released XR ability had an impact on Leonard far more than just a moment. Even after he left, Leonard remained sitting there, looking somewhat troubled, his hand covering his still buzzing forehead. A miscalculation. It took him a while to recover. And those were the very words that came to his lips. While it's always good to have more friends and fewer enemies, Renard wasn't entirely confident he could fully utilize Yu Xiao, a powerful individual who seemed to possess considerable skill in every area. Even worse, perhaps one day, when their ideologies diverged. He might transform into a venomous snake capable of burying the entire amalgam. And their ideals. Renard frowned. But quickly, his expression returned to calm. At that moment, something at his waist was emitting a faint buzzing sound. It was a clear sign that someone was calling him. After all, he was more concerned with the events unfolding at hand than with worrying about the near future. Taking out the same model of mobile terminal he had previously given to Yu Xiao, he accepted the call. Is this Sabina? What is it? His tone returned to calm and indifference, responding softly with a completely unreadable tone. It's about the movements of the United States of the New World. Recently, their activities in the South Pacific have become more frequent. On the other end of the line, the bespectacled girl named Sabina's voice was low and stern. I'm afraid they're planning a military operation against the island. What she said was indeed important, matching her tone. The island. Leonard knew it was an extremely secretive codename in the USN military. It is said that these are several artificial islands, constructed under a certain project of the Human Revolutionary Alliance, preserving what is considered the last embers of human culture. However, it is certain that they contain many secrets about Fistrum, and even advanced technologies that the Human Revolutionary Alliance has been concealing. Therefore, for the past decade or so, the USN has never ceased its search for these islands. Leonard recalled that, seemingly several years ago, they launched a purge of an artificial island that would later be named Atlantis. And it seems that after some time, they have finally found new clues. What should we do? Should we inform all levels of the organization, or hold a meeting of cadres? Sabina's suggestions continued. No. It's best to keep this news a secret. But Leonard resolutely rejected this. Perfect. The strength of the United States of the New World has increased. It can become a pawn to contain Mr. King's power. Let's keep it a secret for now, and reconsider if anyone questions it later. And it sounded. It wasn't just Yu Xiao. It seems Leonard also has some ulterior motives regarding this amalgam organization. Or rather, the organization's inner workings. For two such scheming individuals to sign a cooperative alliance. In a way, it's quite ironic. Chapter 219. 3 days later. In the waters surrounding Pumlai Island in the second Alvis, a submarine was navigating deep underwater. Strangely, aside from the few ripples it created behind it, it was completely invisible. Is it electromagnetic camouflage? No. A major drawback of ECS is that it malfunctions when wet. This was clearly the result of technology several levels more advanced than ECS. In its hangar, displayed were several 8-meter-tall mechs that had not previously been seen by the public. These mechs, with their slender yet agile builds and iron-gray color, according to classification, should belong to Arm Salve, giving off a sense of speed and power akin to that of a leopard. Looking at this row of ASs, a handsome white young man, Sergeant Cruz Weber, whistled cheerfully. Beside him was a Japanese boy with a cross-shaped scar on his face. He was silently chewing on the rather unappetizing compressed military rations. Perhaps, for him, this was a rare treat. M9 Karnsbach. I didn't expect them to send out this latest, still experimenting aircraft. But it's really strange. I heard rumors from the military not long ago that the ECS electromagnetic camouflage system was a persistent technical hurdle. How could they have made such a breakthrough so quickly? Even this ship has been equipped with it, and it can even be used on board? Could it be that the rumors about them targeting Red One? However, his subsequent long-winded explanation received no response from his colleagues. So, he turned his head curiously. Hey! Susuk? He only saw Susuk silently gesture for silence. Then Cruz looked around. Passing by was a group of people in black uniforms and hats, their faces obscured. The Hound Squadron. That name flashed through Cruz's mind. As elite units like the Bison Squadron, they were also deployed to this battle, as the main force in the assault operation. And Cruz knew one thing even better. This special unit, nominally directly under the President of the United States, never included any friendly units other than their own in its fire control safety lock. Furthermore, it could, at any time, attack friendly units using the Alpha rules of engagement. Under necessary conditions. According to its own judgment. In other words, it was also a kind of supervisory force. So he wisely kept quiet. Only after the Hound Squad had passed by did Susuk lower the biscuit in his hand and sigh to his colleague, "You talk too much." "Yeah. I just can't control my mouth." Cruz shrugged. But there wasn't a trace of remorse in his words. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. "Hey, Susuk. Sometimes, don't you ever wonder, is there any meaning to this kind of life? No, seeing you like this, Mal won't be happy either. Cheer up and live on." Susuk rolled the empty compressed biscuit wrapper in his hand into a ball and tossed it into the trash can beside him. At the same time, he looked out the porthole at the empty horizon against the undulating sea. He knew that what lay there was probably the so-called D Island, concealed by mirrored camouflage. Its other codename being Avalon. That was the new name they planned to give them after being reintegrated into USN territory. Even if it means stripping other beings of their existence. What a truly absurd world. Cruz's response carried a faint hint of sorrow. However, that was quickly drowned out by the sound of the waves. And the target location was drawing ever closer. Meanwhile, on Horai Island, the designated target of the attack. Also in the hangar, a similar conversation was taking place. Mr. Yushao? You've been staring at me since just now. Shouldn't you be looking at that finished Gundam over there? The petite, gray-haired girl, Teresa Testarossa, hands on her hips, leaned forward slightly, asking the man before her with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. No. I was just spacing out. Faced with Teresa's question, Yushao scratched his head, answering somewhat embarrassedly. What he said was true. For a moment, he thought he had seen Leonard again. After all, the twins looked remarkably alike. These past few days, he'd been intensively working on CGS matters within the Siegfried system, explaining a series of accidents to the president and the mysterious new mobile suit arriving in the hangar, repairing the Gundam Barbados with the maintenance crew member, Yukinojo. Of course, he also kept in touch with the amalgam-based Leonard. He was slowly selling the blueprints for the mass-produced GT series mobile suits, the Dagger series, to them through a transaction. While these mobile suits were considered grunts in the original work, compared to the current Iron Man, Flag, and Greys, their mass-producible beam rifles alone were a significant advantage. Initially, not using the RX series blueprints to gain trust was, in a sense, a cautious move. After all, if the blueprints were also seen by the other party, his side, well, the fighting force of Horai Island might be completely exposed. Considering the potential for future conflict, Yu Xiao felt it was better to avoid it. The flashback ends here. Having found an excuse, Yu Xiao awaited the other party's response. Is it? Yes. Oh well. I trust you this once. Tessa pouted, seemingly a little dissatisfied. To be honest, Yu Xiao was a bit surprised, because this was the first time he'd seen her like this, or rather, this girlish side. He didn't quite understand. So, Mr. Yu Xiao, do you have any comments on the finished product of this mecha? The topic then returned to reality. Yu Xiao looked up. Before them lay the final result of Project V. Just one more head unit, and it would be a complete success. RX-78-2, the original Gundam. This time, Tessa didn't incorporate too much of her personal style. So the mobile suit before her, how to put it, looks very clean, the original Gundam's original form. Except for the lack of a main monitor. The only difference is the color scheme. Yu Xiao remembers. The day he told the other person his idea to paint the mobile suit red, white, and blue. He had fully expected a quick approval. Who would have thought he'd be met with such fierce opposition? How can this be? Even if you convince yourself with your aesthetic sense, and then convince me, the development director, through personal connections. This kind of paint scheme simply won't convince cold, hard combat. He couldn't find a reason to refute the development director in front of him. So at that time, Yu Xiao could only. Then, under the girl's guidance, he was led in a strange, perhaps not so strange, direction. The calves and wrists were painted a low-visibility grayish-white. The torso was painted in a military green, somewhat similar to the so-called combat-ready paint scheme of the RX-78 in Yu Xiao's memory. He didn't dislike it though. No. After all, this machine is practically our child. So, if anyone's going to nitpick, it shouldn't be me, right? So, he answered fluently at this moment, a comfortable smile appearing on his face. Child, that's a bit. Let's not say that, Mr. Yu Xiao. Tessa's face flushed slightly. But Yu Xiao ignored it. After all, one of the conditions of the plan had been met. How could he not be happy? The remaining question, that is, when will the enemy attack? And just as he was thinking, the alloy plate beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. Given Alvis's size, this kind of situation almost never occurs, no matter the circumstances. In other words, it's exactly what I was thinking. Yu Xiao thought to herself, then suddenly looked up. Sure enough, red flashing alarms blared throughout the hangar. Has the enemy attacked? Chapter 220. This is an enemy attack? And it's not a Solomon's prophecy alarm. Are the enemies human? Hearing this alarm, Tessa's expression also hardened. The so-called Solomon's prophecy is a unique alarm system of Alvis. It's specifically used to warn of environmental anomalies caused by the materialization of the Fistrum from nothingness. It's an alarm specifically for Fistrum attacks. This is bad. No matter what, we should take shelter quickly, Mr. Yu Xiao. The next second, without further ado, she grabbed Yu Xiao's hand and tried to run towards the hangar's exit. Huh? It won't open. Is the barrier between the blocks blocked? But upon reaching the exit, Tessa was surprised to find that she couldn't open the door to the outside. It's probably to block the enemy's advance. This is one of the emergency plans Mr. Kalinin also showed me. Yu Xiao sighed helplessly. He had expected this day to come, but he hadn't expected it to come so soon. And it seems that rushing to complete Operation V as quickly as possible did indeed have its merits. At least for now, he had enough power to launch a counterattack. In other words, even this underground level might be invaded by the enemy. It seems the situation has deteriorated to a considerable degree. Then, can we assume that the internal structural layers of Alvis have been betrayed to the enemy? Unexpectedly, Tessa did not lose her composure due to the sudden turn of events. Furthermore, she was able to immediately offer a more detailed deduction based on Yu Xiao's inference. But perhaps this is exactly how the young commander should behave. So Yu Xiao nodded and said, yes, of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the enemy previously attacked other Alvis and obtained intelligence from them. In any case, if the enemy knows the internal structure here, they will definitely choose to suppress the important locations first. For example, the command room, for example, this hangar. Finally, the two of them spoke in unison, reaching this grim conclusion. In that case, we can only prepare for battle. But how? Tessa rested her slender hand on her beautifully curved chin, thinking. Although she lacked confidence in her physical abilities, she generally had some mastery of firearm shooting. If they used a tactic of lying in wait and then launching a sudden attack, perhaps they could seize some of the enemy's firearms. But Yu Xiao gently patted her shoulder. Seemingly on the same wavelength, she offered a reminder, you don't need to personally intervene, Director. After all, we still have that, don't we? Then, her gaze followed Yu Xiao's lead. Towards, in the direction of the RX-78-2, the Gundam. The RX-78-2 was far from adopting a full-circle cockpit layout. Therefore, various observation and aiming equipment and displays occupied a large portion of the cockpit space. While it was enough for one person, it was far too cramped for two. Even someone as petite as Tessa had nowhere to go. So in the end, she had no choice but to sit sideways on Yu Xiao's lap, her head pressed tightly against Yu Xiao's chest. The posture was somewhat ambiguous. But at this point, there was no time to worry about that. After all, the hangar could be attacked at any moment. Without deploying a Gundam for combat, survival seemed impossible. Besides, to be honest, Tessa didn't dislike this feeling. Since her father's death and her brother's departure, no one had ever given her the feeling of being able to rely on someone. However, before that, it seemed she had some questions that needed to be answered. So she turned her head, and the girl's eyes met Yu Xiao's. But Mr. Yu Xiao, she asked. I didn't know. You actually learned to pilot a mobile suit? He was adjusting it, head down. Don't look at me like that. I mastered the controls of a mobile suit. After all, I'm a citizen of this island. In real combat, I'm confident I won't lose to regular soldiers. The island's education didn't cover this, did it? Well, so I learned it on my own. Like the MS operating manuals in the library, things like that. As a child of the island, this is basic etiquette, isn't it? Yu Xiao scratched his head, trying to hide his embarrassment. Luckily, his make-up excuse was almost exposed. But then, his expression turned serious. And, I told you, this Gundam is our child. His words shifted from a reassuring lie to a heartfelt promise. With it, victory is possible. No. I promise you, I will definitely show you. Sitting in the control room of the USS submarine mothership, the commander with a mustache wore a somber expression. His expression wasn't directed at the scene before him, a peaceful town gradually falling into the clutches of war. After all, carrying out orders from higher command was his mission. Even if it turned the city before him into a sea of fire, as long as it was part of the mission, he was willing to do it. Bison Squad, prepare to penetrate the underground. Hound Squad, continue the advance to secure the landing site. Once the bridgehead is established, send out A6 intruders for suppressive fire. His somber expression stemmed from the intensity of the battle. Although they had initially taken advantage of holographic camouflage technology, launching a surprise attack without warning to gain the upper hand, and the aircraft deployed by D Island were mostly older models, like the J-8 tactical fighters. The balance of power seemed unable to tilt significantly in one direction anytime soon. Even the older models, piloted by those on D Island, seemed to unleash extraordinary combat power. Combined with the various weapons that could be revealed at any moment on the island, the barriers hidden beneath the roads, and the artillery emplacements beneath ordinary buildings, the USN forces were locked in a stalemate. Furthermore, it was rumored that a massive mech and an extremely fast tank were the most formidable enemies, zipping across the battle lines and delivering unexpected blows to the attacking forces. The only one gaining the upper hand, as his contact had indicated, was the mysterious Hound Squad. This is the Hound Squad. Received. We will continue our advance. At this moment, a man with pale, almost bloodless skin, belonging to the Hound Squad and piloting a gray painted M9. The new machine crews had mentioned earlier, the Kansbach, nodded in agreement. This somber-faced soldier was named Lukav. He was also the nominal leader of the Hound Squad. However, his cold, yellow pupils betrayed his true nature as a servant-type fistum. In reality, almost all members of the Hound Squad shared his face. It was simply hidden beneath their black uniforms and helmets, making it invisible to everyone. After all, their essence was that of the United States of the New World, operating the bioweapon Prometheus, created from the conquered Alvis, the core of Poseidon Island. They possessed no human emotions. Therefore, even facing a meticulously constructed town, he had the resolve to strike. Raising the rifle in his M9, he intended to destroy the building before him. After all, it was unknown whether it would unfold and reveal its turrets. And indeed, the building did change instantly. However, it didn't unfold. But rather, it lowered its limits. Because of this unexpected event, he froze for a moment. Then he saw it. Emerging from within, a mobile suit in military green and iron black, commonly known as a Gundam, standing on the ground. Chapter 221. Lookout frowned. Then, he made an immediate judgment. He maneuvered his machine to leap fully to the side and rear. This dodge was timely. If he hadn't reacted immediately, he would likely have been completely vaporized by the beam particle cannon fired in the direction he had just been. Then, he pressed a button inside the machine. Afterwards, the M9 actually vanished into thin air. It completely disappeared from its original location. Disappeared? Was it using ECS technology? But if so, how could? Seeing the scene before him, Yu Xiao, sitting inside the Gundam, reflexively frowned. His hands gripping the control stick tightened even more. What he didn't say was, then, how were their troops able to silently infiltrate the water and launch a surprise attack? No. However, the girl in his arms softly denied this. What they're using isn't ECS. Her tone was 7 parts resolute and 3 parts angry, seemingly driven by an urge to prove her innocence. Oh right. Yu Xiao realized as well. In the original work, the ECS electromagnetic camouflage was an armament developed based on whispered knowledge received by Testarossa and her brother when they were young. It must be the same in this world. In fact, judging from the mirror camouflage layer technology used on Pumlai Island, this conjecture seems to be beyond doubt. As its inventor, the girl before her certainly didn't want to believe that the enemy attacked the island using ECS technology. That would be tantamount to saying, her invention is harming the island she considers her home. Meanwhile, Tessa's judgment was probably the absolute correct expert opinion. But if it wasn't ECS, then what was the enemy? Yu Xiao pondered. To be able to evade radar detection, infrared vision, and even, could it be? This is the Mirage system? Yu Xiao thought with a chill. But this couldn't possibly be a high-level speculation. Yu Xiao remembered Luo Dongchuan saying that their mobile suits were all transferred to some location on the ground according to the actions of the AI. Except for the unclaimed prototype Savior Plus 11, which was left behind as bait. And the Savior Gundam Plus 11. Its backpack carried core components from the Rebirth Gundam. As the ultimate weapon, the Rebirth Gundam can be said to be a collection of important technologies from the plant military during the first joint ZFT war, including phase transfer armor, the Mirage system, and the multi-interface assault backpack. These technologies could all be found on this single mobile suit. If the USN somehow obtains information about the prototype Savior Plus 11, they might indeed possess Mirage technology. And if the other side is indeed using a Mirage system, then, the method he used to break the deadlock in the desert previously will be useless. After all, the Mirage system is far more overpowered than electromagnetic camouflage. It achieves holographic camouflage without using cameras or projections. Its mechanism uses a substance called phantom particles to form a semi-fluid colloid that wraps around the body. This absorbs and refracts external light, electromagnetic waves, and infrared radiation to achieve concealment. Wait a minute. Yu Xiao suddenly realized. Phantom particles, in the original series, were also used as shields due to their ability to distort light. For example, the Forbidden Gundam's beam distortion shield. That's one application of distributing phantom particles on the outside of a physical shield to deflect beams. And perhaps, this characteristic could be used against him? Yu Xiao looked at the mega particle rifle in his hand, said to have the output of a battleship, and an idea suddenly came to him. However, he was afraid that his mobile suit wouldn't be enough with just this Gundam. To successfully launch an offensive, he needed more weapons under his control, he thought silently. Is that so? I trust your judgment, Tessa. But we still need to think of a way. His thoughts had only lasted a few seconds. A moment later, he responded to Tessa in his arms. Although he said this, he was already confident. So, after responding to Tessa's words, he activated the machine's communication system. This is Gundam. Calling CIC, can you hear me? Since it was home turf, he deliberately limited the output of the Minovsky particles on the Gundam to prevent it from interfering with the communication with the mothership. That is, the Alvis beneath his feet. Gundam? Who's up there? Hey Yu Xiao? Why are you piloting that machine? The communication was quickly established. Although the residual interference from the Minovsky particles made it difficult to see the other person's face, Yu Xiao could still recognize the voice as that of his teacher, Shioni, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. The other person's voice was clearly full of doubt. But Yu Xiao didn't have time to explain now. Is this teacher Shioni? Anyway, it's a long story, I'm dealing with the enemy. So, after using a famous line to brush off the other person's question, Yu Xiao proceeded with his request. Then, I'd like to temporarily transfer control of the Alvis artillery platform to me. Not the entire platform, just the area around my combat zone is fine. But according to the operating regulations, such a thing, should I consult with Mr. Kalinin first? Or perhaps I could try continuing to operate it remotely. Following the rules is a good thing. However, Yu Xiao felt this wasn't the time to be concerned with that. He gritted his teeth. There was no other way. It was a last resort. He had to use that tactic. What does it matter? Please approve it quickly, teacher. If we delay the battle, who will be responsible? So, he deliberately adopted an angry posture. He roared, almost accusingly, and somewhat rudely. Oh! She let out a mournful cry like a small animal. Yu Xiao could sense that Shioni on the other end of the line was frightened by him. And he remembered. In the original work, she had a weakness. She would fall into chaos under immense external pressure. Although he didn't want to say that about his teacher, simply put, she was all bark and no bite. Okay. Don't be angry, Yu Xiao. I do it, okay? And sure enough. Next, with a trembling voice, Shioni handed over control of several hidden artillery positions nearby to Yu Xiao. Mr. Yu Xiao? Tessa also spoke softly at this moment. Her tone seemed to be questioning. Don't worry. I already have a plan. Yes. I understand. Tessa smiled and nodded. Immediately afterwards, contrary to her usual quiet demeanor, she cheered loudly for Yu Xiao, shouting, Then Mr. Yu Xiao. Take them down. They're just imposters. Chapter 222. With everything ready, Yu Xiao maneuvered the Gundam, raising the beam rifle forward and pulling the trigger. But the target acquisition system gave no feedback. The fire control system hadn't locked onto anything either. Why did Yu Xiao choose to fire the beam rifle at this moment? He didn't know. All he could see was a pink beam shooting out with a mournful force. However, during its advance, it seemed to be subtly deflected due to something. Although it didn't significantly affect the beam's trajectory, it was enough to be visually identifiable as an anomaly. This phenomenon only ended after traveling a certain distance. The beam rifle whistled past, its power terrifying even with some damage, striking the distant sea and creating billowing smoke above it due to the intense heat. And the answer soon appeared. It was particles. The illusory particle colloid necessary to maintain the Mirage system would continuously evaporate in the atmosphere over time. Therefore, a large amount of energy had to be consumed to constantly generate new illusory particles to cover it. This is why, in the original work, the activation time of the Mirage system was limited to approximately 80 minutes. And the emitted illusion particles, naturally, won't disappear instantly. Instead, they will continue to exist for a period of time. And during this time, all their polarization properties will remain. In other words, Yu Xiao wants to discern the trajectory of the illusion particle distribution from the amplitude of the beam deflection. Thus, he wants to determine where the other party went after activating the Mirage system. The beam rifle's trajectory deflection only ended at that intersection. In other words, the M9 turned at that spot. He observed the phenomenon, then extracted a conclusion from it. Speaking of reality in his usual calm tone, Yu Xiao slammed his foot down on the pedal. The Gundam's back thrusters erupted with scorching jets, the powerful thrust propelling it into the air and quickly landing on the enemy. At the same time, Yu Xiao commanded Tessa, "Please, raise the partition between C7 and C3. Okay. Got it." Although the violent turbulence in the cockpit made Tessa, whose physical condition wasn't great, somewhat uncomfortable, she still obediently followed Yu Xiao's instructions, taking over his hands from the OS, and using the newly acquired powers on the panel to raise the isolation wall in front of her. However, it wasn't a shield for defense, but rather a barrier restricting the opponent's movement. This barrier was built to support Fafner's operations, and it stood a full 50 meters tall. Given the M9's maximum jump height of only 40 meters in the original work, Yu Xiao was certain the opponent couldn't possibly jump over it. Furthermore, if the opponent attempted to force their way through, the opening in the barrier would reveal their location. So, with nowhere to run, what will you do now? Using the secondary camera on his mech to scan the surroundings with a wary gaze, Yu Xiao spoke softly. Although there had been no communication, his true intentions were clear from the actions of the enemy's machine. M9 stood still, slowly emerging from its mirage-like state. Then it drew its weapon. And surprisingly, it wasn't a projectile weapon like those in the original work. It was a beam weapon. A boomerang-shaped beam blade. This further convinced Yu Xiao that the enemy had somehow obtained some data from the Savior Plus 11. After all, the weapon M9 was using was extremely similar to the beam boomerang weapon from the Seed series. Next, M9 accelerated forward. It didn't throw the boomerang as a projectile. Understanding the size difference between itself and its opponent, the enemy AS clearly chose a more aggressive approach, using its most powerful melee weapon to fight in close combat. However, this action suited Yu Xiao perfectly. Piloting his Gundam, he drew his beam saber from his backpack, activated it, and gripped it with both hands, lowering his waist to assume a ready stance. This was the classic sword-wielding stance of the original Gundam. As the opponent approached, he swung the saber in response. Clang! In an instant, the interplay of particles caused the two machines, wielding their beam weapons, to clash in place, locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao frowned. It wasn't just the data on paper. He had previous combat experience with advanced third-generation ASs, such as the Phantom and Hell King series, which the Amalgam faction had acquired through unknown means. That's why he noticed the anomaly at this moment. The M9's movements, in both speed and power, far exceeded the capabilities of the third-generation AS he remembered. This couldn't be explained simply by differences in machine performance. Could it be that it's overclocking the reactor? Yu Xiao deduced. Releasing the reactor's restrictions would not only place a heavy load on the joints, but the overload pressure would also cause the reactor core to malfunction, inevitably leading to an explosion. And facing an opponent with such determination, his reaction was, "Are you in such a hurry to go to hell?" There was no pity, no sympathy, and no respect for the method of fighting that involved sacrificing one's life. At this moment, a slightly sarcastic and cynical feeling quietly filled Yu Xiao's heart. Whether it was the person before him, or the one truly manipulating them from behind, Yu Xiao's feelings were the same. Ultimately, if they truly knew the weight of life, it wouldn't have been like this from the beginning. Wouldn't it have been a foolish and pointless war like the one Yu Xiao is witnessing now? And since victory is achieved at the cost of sacrifice, in that case, let me grant your wish. As the words left his mouth, the machine moved. Leaning forward, the force field motors in the joints spun at maximum output. Gundam. This shouldn't exist in this timeline. A creation of technology from the Universal Century, it immediately displayed terrifying performance befitting its double title. Even the M9, already overloaded with its reactor, struggled to withstand the attack. It instinctively leaped backward to avoid being cut in half by the Gundam. But it was too late. Yu Xiao wouldn't let even the slightest opening slip by. The thrusters roared to life. With the help of the magnetic coating covering its entire body, the Gundam could react even faster than the M9's electromagnetic muscle system. And under Yu Xiao's control, before the M9 could react, he had already reached its side. Sliced in half. Boom! The structure was destroyed, and the overloaded reactor finally exploded out of control. The towering flames illuminated the Gundam's imposing figure as it landed on its knees below. Whether by chance or by design, This was just like the most classic scene from the Gundam's original timeline. Chapter 223. But then, contrary to the saying, a real man never looks back at an explosion. Yu Xiao maneuvered the Gundam around extremely quickly, repeatedly checking if the enemy still had even a sliver of hope. After all, unlike animation which emphasizes visual effects, real combat allows no room for negligence. He wouldn't be at ease until he saw the enemy completely destroyed. Are you alright? Only now did he have time to check on the girl beside him. Don't worry. I'm fine. Although she looked somewhat dizzy, covering her head, Tessa managed a weak smile. That's good. Just as Yu Xiao was about to nod, a new signal came through the radar. This Gundam was newly built, and hadn't yet completed the IFF Friend Orpho system login process. Therefore, based on this alone, he couldn't determine whether the approaching force was friend or foe. So, turning the viewfinder back towards the approaching entity, he saw a slender, silver-toned machine with the sheen of an alloy material, its streamlined body resembling that of an aircraft. It stood approximately 35 meters tall. It also had a name. It was called the Divine Sword-type Fafnir. This proved it was a friend, not an enemy. Yu Xiao remembered that the pilot of the only Fafnir on the island was his friend, Buqing. Before he could even make contact, the other party's communication served as proof of identity. Xiao. Is that you? Yes. And that Divine Sword-type Fafnir looks finished, Brother Bu. Yu Xiao had been waiting for the other person to say something more. But he noticed the other person's voice didn't stop there as usual. At first, he found it strange, but he quickly realized it was because of the transgender consciousness. Transgender consciousness that was designed to evade Fistrom's mind-reading ability. It was an alternate personality that the children on the island would awaken when piloting Fafnir. It was usually the opposite of their usual personality and preferences, thus maximizing the effect of concealing their true selves and way of thinking. It seemed that his old friend's transgender consciousness made him taciturn. How long have you been fighting? An hour. Assimilation isn't severe. No need to worry. Buqing paused here. I handle the remaining landing forces. There are still enemies on the coast. Go Xiao. His next words were a tactical suggestion. Okay. Leave it to me. Yu Xiao nodded. Silence followed, and the two matched past each other. Perhaps it was the influence of his transgender consciousness. The other party didn't say much. But Yu Xiao could tell that in the previous battle, Buqing had done the same thing as him. Controlling a steel mech, taking the life of the enemy. Thinking of this, Yu Xiao's heart couldn't help but feel heavy. After all, he had been prepared. But for the other party, it might not be so. If necessary. He talked to him after the battle. Yu Xiao thought. But then, he quickly brushed aside these feelings, and turned his gaze back to the battlefield before him. At this moment, not far away in a straight line, it was a veritable dazzling array of aircraft. A-6 tactical attack aircraft intruders, naval aviation tactical fighters, like the F-18 Hornet, training vehicles with their lower bodies replaced with hovercraft tank-like components. Dozens of enemy planes swarmed onto the beach of Pomai Island like a dense beehive. Admittedly, the sheer number was somewhat troublesome. But barring any unforeseen circumstances, he believed he could completely defeat them. As for the vast numerical disparity, Yu Xiao didn't care. After all, hadn't he always done it this way? Tessa. Are you scared? So, he made a final confirmation. After all, this was an opponent he wasn't confident he could defeat decisively. And if she nodded, then even if it delayed his flight, he would find a safe place to drop the girl off. More than her physical absence, he was more worried about the girl's mental state. However, Tessa gently denied it. No. As long as I'm with you. Then there's nothing to worry about. Yu Xiao gripped the control stick tightly. The RX-78-2 accelerated forward. Without looking back, without retreating, it charged towards the aliens existing on its own land. Those enemies that didn't belong here. 30 minutes later. Off the coast of Pomai Island, aboard a USN submarine carrier. Hound Squadron, signal lost. I'm afraid the 4M9s deployed to the battlefield have been completely destroyed. A large number of friendly aircraft have been destroyed. The coastal battle line. The battle line can no longer be maintained. What is that machine? Is it a demon? Major, please provide further instructions. At this moment, a panic commotion resounded within. They couldn't help but be stunned. The battlefield, which had been at a stalemate, had suddenly undergone a terrifying shift. With the arrival of an unidentified enemy machine, the balance of power instantly tilted in Pomai Island's favor. Not only was the Hound Squad's captain's machine instantly destroyed, but then, The bridgehead they had painstakingly captured was also destroyed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, their defeat was now inevitable. Don't panic. Even so, the submarine captain commanding the unit lowered his hat brim. He continued issuing orders. Even with the most skilled pilot and machine, he only has one, doesn't he? Use all the remaining vertical missiles on this ship to launch a thorough attack on the coast. Even if friendly forces are caught in the crossfire, it doesn't matter. Yes, sir, missiles fire. The commander's orders were repeated. Ignoring the fact that they would be drawn into the landing force, they seemed determined to annihilate the mysterious enemy aircraft by any means necessary. Minutes later, the missile landing confirmation came as expected. How is it? The bridge was deathly silent. Everyone awaited a definitive answer. Has the enemy been wiped out because of their reckless attack? Landing confirmed. But enemy mobile suits, activity resumed. It's no use. Communication with the assault force has been lost. What happened? What will become of us now? The answer was clearly no. The communications officer practically screamed, then clutched his head. Underwater, the oppressive environment itself breeds fear. And in the absence of sight, witnessing the fall of his former comrades only intensifies the fear hidden deep within. Even seasoned veterans are not immune to this. Just like the captain sitting at the command post. Defeat. Those two simple words filled the mind of this middle-aged soldier. Faced with his subordinate's report, the captain stood up. He opened his mouth, but no command came out. A few minutes later, he sat down again. Retreat, he said in a hoarse voice, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Retreat. We lost. Chapter 224. 2 hours after the sortie. The rising heat distorted the air. On the beach, where the heat wave hadn't subsided, embers of battle still lingered. Amidst countless wreckage and ruins, a battered mobile suit stood proudly. It had no head. One arm was gone. The remaining torso was tattered and mangled. But from the remaining parts, its name was still discernible. RX-78-2. The name Gundam. Then, he gently placed something down from his hand. It was an M9. The wreckage of a Karnsbach. Only the cockpit was pierced by a beam saber. The rest of the body was unharmed. After all, since the enemy had obtained some technology from the Seed era through reverse decoding, it made sense for them to collect the results of their decoding and then incorporate that technology into their own operations, right? It just took a little time. Finding an M9 amidst the enemy aircraft, and then deliberately destroying it, was also quite difficult for Yu Xiao. Galdo lost an arm in the process. And what he hadn't expected was that the enemy, in the final stages of the battle, would resort to a desperate tactic, bombarding the entire area with missiles, determined to annihilate him and the remaining friendly forces. But how could he let them succeed so easily? Without hesitation, he turned the Minovsky nuclear reactor to its maximum power. This caused Minovsky particles, capable of interfering with all wireless communications, to quickly fill the entire area. The missile's guidance system was thus interfered with, ultimately just gliding through the air. They flew across the beach of the battlefield, crashing into the sea like headless flies. Their formidable tactical weaponry was completely rendered ineffective. Minovsky particles were the kind of tool capable of utterly altering the tactical landscape. The battle on the coast of Penglai Island was thus decided. Without a doubt, it was Yu Xiao. It was Alvis's victory. And judging from the enemy's actions, reinforcements probably wouldn't be sent. Although the Minovsky particles prevented contact with Alvis's headquarters, Yu Xiao could at least be certain of this. Tessa. Did you see that, Tessa? As he said this, he looked down, only to find that the girl in his arms seemed to have already fainted. The violent jolting during the battle had likely exceeded her limits. However, Yu Xiao hadn't noticed. Perhaps, the girl was suppressing her discomfort to avoid interfering with his battle. Thinking of this, Yu Xiao couldn't help but gently stroke Tessa's pale cheek with a touch of pity. You too. You worked hard. However, the echoes of the battle still reverberated. Underground in Alvis, the Bison squad, which had stormed in first, was now facing an unbearable predicament. Originally sent out as a consolidation of victory, meant to strike the enemy's throat when they were on the verge of collapse. But due to the stalemate in the battle, they were deployed ahead of schedule, presented as a surprise force capable of turning the tide of the battle. And this surprise attack force's current situation wasn't much better. The enemy's tactics were unpredictable and swift. Furthermore, the terrain within Alvis was equally complex and winding. Even with a complete map, they were ultimately forced to disperse under enemy interception. Although they knew that not concentrating their forces was a major mistake, they were forced to do so. And worse still, Communication with headquarters, which had been barely maintained at the beginning, had been severed. No matter how they called, there was no response. Either the command ship had been destroyed, or they had abandoned themselves, still within the area, and chosen to retreat first. This thought sent chills down the spines of the Bison Squad members. And this oppression manifested in two ways. For ordinary people, it transformed into fear. But for well-trained soldiers, it became the anger that drove their actions. Damn it! Damn it! Clearly, the burly man codenamed Urza 12, named Joe Danny Gang, was one of them. Highly skilled in combat, and a recipient of several medals, he had only been assigned to the team for 2 months, yet some members already considered him the most likely successor to the captaincy. He had always believed so. So, at this moment, Danny Gang took the preemptive strike. How can I keep letting you play me like this? I can't take it anymore. To hell with you, you bastards from the Human Revolutionary Alliance. It was unclear what kind of grudge he held against the Human Revolutionary Alliance. Perhaps driven simply by a sense of superiority and a surge of personal heroism. In any case, he performed a tactical role and left the makeshift cover. He threw a smoke grenade to conceal himself, then crouched low, weapon in hand, and quickly advanced, seemingly intending to take out the enemy's automatic turret that had been facing him around the corner. Unfortunately, against such sophisticated machinery, his movements couldn't fool everyone. Targeted by a combination of infrared and thermal sensors, the intelligent turret quickly turned around. And in an instant, it embedded a deadly bullet into Danny Gang's heart. Suffered a wound that even the best medic couldn't heal, Danny Gang died instantly. Damn it. These damned Easterners. Nick. Even in his final moments, his voice was still transmitted to the entire Bison Squad via their personal radio. And then, realizing that communication had been cut off. At Urza 7, nestled around a corner, Sergeant Susuk Sagra's side. Another comrade had fallen. He thought. Although the words he heard before his death weren't kind, Susuk still sincerely mourned for him for a brief 2 seconds. Then, he gripped his gun and continued his charge. Was it the constant sacrifice of his comrades that created this opportunity for him? At this moment, Susuk seemed to be the closest member of the entire Bison Squad to Alvis's command post. And if he could truly break through alone, he might become the cornerstone of a decisive victory. But as he drew closer, a strong sense of unease began to spread through his heart. From the beginning, Sosuke had a vague feeling. The enemy's tactics, encircling and dividing them, then using superior force to continuously eliminate scattered enemies. It was very similar to someone he knew. And his ability to enter smoothly didn't seem to be for any particular reason. Rather, was the enemy intentionally leading him there? Perhaps a trap? Sosuke was uncertain. But even if it was a trap, he had to go. For the sake of his comrades' chances of survival, even if there was only a sliver of hope. While he frowned and thought, they were almost at their destination. Unexpectedly, the command room before Sosuke was completely undefended. So after a moment's hesitation, he broke down the door without hindrance and rushed in, and finally saw the person he desperately wanted to see, but desperately didn't want to see at this time. I'm sorry. After much thought, I decided that this is the only way I can meet you. Speaking with a hint of regret, the gray-haired man before him stood up and straightened his uniform. But I really wanted to see you, Sagra. Facing the man before him, Susuk's hand holding the gun trembled slightly. Major. After a long silence, words trembled from his lips, a mixture of shock and resentment. Why are you here? Chapter 225. Have you been looking for me all this time? Ever since Majid's troops disbanded. Facing the man before him. Andrei Segovich Kalinin. Susuk Sagra lowered his gun. For him, who had become an assassin trained by a shadowy force after a plane crash, and then, through a series of coincidences, a wandering soldier in the Middle East. The person before him who had twice taken him in, taught him survival skills, and shown him the warmth of life. Although they were not related by blood, he was no different from a father. So even he couldn't pull the trigger. But precisely because of this, he had even more words he wanted to say at this moment. So why? His voice was a mixture of confusion, anger, and a slight sob. Susuk spoke. Why are you here? I'm sorry, Kalinin said softly. You suffered quite a bit, haven't you? No need to say more. Looking at your current state, I understand. Answer my question. Andrew Sejovich Kalinin. Why would a man like you come here incognito, even fabricating news of your own death? Why? But Susuk clearly wasn't willing to accept this evasive response immediately. Therefore, he even raised his gun again. And the meaning of his words couldn't be clearer. abandoning himself, concealing his identity. Even, as he said, proclaiming to the world that he was dead, and perhaps, this is why Susuk ultimately went to the Yusin and joined the Bison squad. Then, what exactly is the meaning of joining such a plan? Although Susuk probably didn't hate Kalinin, he simply wanted to know the answer. Kalinin sighed heavily. You want to know the meaning of this place? Perfect. I need to explain it to you clearly. Then he began his explanation. From the initial purpose of the Paradise Project, to preserve the last spark of human culture, to the composition of the island's inhabitants, Kalinin explained everything in detail. Explaining this to enemies who had just been pointing guns at each other was risky, but for Kalinin, it all held meaning. Is that so? And indeed, after hearing everything, Susuk silently lowered his head. This is such an island. A strong sense of guilt overwhelmed him. Even orders for soldiers must have a boundary called conscience, and clearly, knowing the truth, Susuk could no longer carry out his original mission. It seems we made a mistake. I have nothing to say. If we're to be punished for war crimes, it's precisely because it's an island like this that it can tolerate people like you. However, at this point, Kalinin patted him on the shoulder. Sagara. No. May I call you Susuk as before? As you wish. Then listen, Susuk. If you believe you've done something wrong, from now on, try to do something right to make amends. But what I did is almost irreversible for this island. It doesn't matter. Since the legacy of war can't be erased from you, let's make use of it. Kalinin's form of address changed again. Sergeant Sagara. Become the force that guards this island. The force that protects Alvis. And if you do, I can offer some compensation. Compensation of giving you a safe haven again. He looked at the man before him. Then he looked down at the gun in his hand. He threw the pistol to the ground. He raised his hands. Then, on the poker face of the boy named Sagara Susuk, a faint smile appeared, something he hadn't shown in a long time. Major. This really isn't like you. Knowing that the other's actions were tantamount to acceptance, Kalinin shrugged. There's nothing I can do. No matter what kind of man he is, once he becomes a father, he'd probably become like this. Then several more hours passed. The memories of the war had ceased. The embers of war had not reignited. On the island, now peaceful again. In the Alvis hangar, a small conversation took place. Here you go, Brother Boo. I was just looking for you. Walking from the other end of the hangar, Yushao tossed over a can of coffee, speaking casually. This kind. It tastes much better than what you make yourself, right? Heh. It certainly does. Thanks, Xiao. After catching it accurately in midair, Buqing and Yushao leaned against the railing side by side. Just like their leisurely strolls to the sea in their free time, only there was no sea breeze blowing. What lay before him wasn't the illusory sea scene from Pomlai Island. It was Fafnir, a weapon radiating an overwhelming presence in the pitch-black space. Gazing at this being, Yushao remained silent for a long while. Then he finally spoke, saying what he had wanted to say all along. Listen, Brother Boo, perhaps you're struggling with something right now. Don't worry about me. I made up my mind. But he received an unexpected reaction. You see, you haven't been affected by the gender reassignment consciousness. Haven't you? Unsure why the other brought this up, Yushao simply nodded. However, you're doing the same things I did after developing gender reassignment consciousness, so I can't lose to you. At least, I won't let you bear all the determination and pain alone. Is that so? Realizing the sincerity in the other's words, Yushao nodded. It seemed his old friend's resolve and spirit were much stronger than he had anticipated. How's the post-war recovery going? So he changed the subject, continuing his inquiry. He'd been busy transferring the unconscious Tessa to the infirmary, so he hadn't paid much attention to what was happening here. Buqing shrugged. The reconstruction is proceeding smoothly. And they plan to activate the second level of confidentiality. The memories of all the young people on the island, except for us, will be sealed. Is that so? So Mr. Kalinin still believes that even now, intelligence control is still necessary? Not knowing what had happened on Kalinin's side, or his slight personal motives, Yushao was curious about the reasons. There's no other way. If everyone knew our enemy was human, a climate of panic and unease would instantly spread. Buqing shrugged, stating his convincing conjecture. But if they attack again, this lie won't last. Right. So, there's a project in the works to prevent this from happening. Project L? That's right. So you knew about it, Xiao? Yeah. And I'm ready to participate. What a coincidence. Buqing tilted her head back and drank the remaining half bottle of coffee, looking at the empty bottle in her hand with a complex, wistful expression. Me too. Chapter 226. Huh? Yu Xiao was initially stunned by Buqing's words. This isn't necessary? Then, his first words were words of dissuasion, words he himself hadn't expected. The results of Operation V should be enough to surround the separated L island. You saw what happened today, didn't you? You better stay on the island. But what if we expose our coordinates and then face an attack from the Festum? Is it called Gundam? The weapon with the same name as the one in the anime you mentioned. I admit it's powerful enough. But it's still difficult to deal with those Festums who have mind-reading abilities, isn't it? But Buqing simply turned his head. His face was filled with a seriousness rarely seen on him. Let's face it, Xiao. The Synergy Circuit's values meet the standards, and the Fafner pilots, who have undergone sufficient training. On this island, I'm currently the only one. As they say, if I don't do it, who will? Right? Seeing that Yu Xiao seemed to have something more to say, Buqing stepped forward. Don't worry about me. After all, ever since that incident, I've been thinking. What is the purpose of my life in this world? Looking at his hands. Due to the Nibelungen system, faint marks had appeared on his fingers. Buqing smiled faintly. And now I found it. It's you. Teacher Shioni lied me, and you. So what if I sacrifice myself? If I can protect you all, then my life will have had value. That's what I think. He continued, spreading his hands. So now you understand me, right? Yu Xiao hesitated for a moment. Yes. I completely understand. Let's shake hands? He extended his hand, seemingly accepting the other's point of view. Not at all. As their hands met, Yu Xiao quickly pulled his hand away. Then, in a split second before the other could notice, he flipped Buqing's hand over so the back of his hand faced upwards. Next, he raised his own hand high, using gravitational potential energy and his wrist strength to accelerate. And then slammed it down hard. Smack! The crisp sound immediately echoed throughout the hangar. And then, a powerful sensation called pain rapidly traveled from the nerve endings to Buqing's brain. His face contorted in pain as he cried out, "Ouch! It hurts!" "Ah, Xiao, what are you doing? I'm going to teach you a lesson." After delivering this smooth, mischievous slap, Yu Xiao blew on his slightly reddened palm. It seems he used a bit too much force. You say you don't need to worry? With your attitude, how can I not worry? Even so, he continued relentlessly. The meaning of life, things that shouldn't have been born. What's the point of dwelling on these things? Or are you saying that every day I spent with you, treating you as a friend, is worthless now because of this small mistake in your background? No. Wait. Xiao, what I mean is... Shut up, no talking back. I wasn't talking back, I'm the person in charge of the Siegfried system, in other words, your superior. I said you're talking back, and that means you're talking back. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's more like it. Yu Xiao nodded impatiently. So listen to me carefully. Brother Boo, life isn't something you can just throw away. This is an order. Based on tactical considerations, I don't object to your decision to join Project L, but... He took a deep breath. Then he looked at the other person with a solemn expression. Until then, you must not give up on survival itself. Even if you have to crawl, you must survive. Understand? Yes, sir. That's good. I have something to do, so I take my leave. Looking at his watch, Yu Xiao showed a slightly surprised expression. After saying his farewells, he turned and left. Hey. You clearly don't want your friend to go to war, but you have to resort to this beating, scolding, and lecturing? You're much clumsier than I thought, Xiao. Watching Yu Xiao's retreating figure, Buqing's eyes were filled with mixed emotions. But never mind. What you said is true. He muttered to himself in a voice no one could hear. Even if it's just to talk to you like this for a few more days, I have to survive. Yu Xiao, as she said, did indeed have something to attend to. It was in Alvis's infirmary. A faint smell of disinfectant filled the air. Yu Xiao, stepping inside, wore a slightly apologetic and solemn expression. Looking at the gray-haired girl lying on the hospital bed, now awake. I'm sorry, Tessa. I dragged you into this dangerous situation. Are you all right? Yu Xiao took a few steps forward and softly apologized. That was precisely why he had come. Even though she hadn't explicitly refused, he was the one who had dragged her into battle, ultimately causing her to collapse from the strain. Upholding the principle of judging actions over intentions, Yu Xiao felt this action was necessary. He then continued. Time was short. I didn't bring any compensation. So, please don't do that, Mr. Yu Xiao. It's very embarrassing. However, the girl's clear and decisive voice answered him. She then sat up from the bed. I'm not seriously ill. You see, a little rest will do the trick. There's no need to apologize for something like this. Maybe? But even so, I think it's still necessary to show sincerity. Is there anything you want, Tessa? Even as compensation. Is that so? Alright then. I accept your apology for now, Mr. Yushao. As for compensation. After nodding in agreement, Tessa subconsciously fiddled with the ends of her hair, her expression thoughtful. After a while, she finally spoke again. Well then, Mr. Yushao. I want a parfait. A parfait. The one on the corner? Wait a moment, Tessa. I go by it. But not today. Huh? A hint of surprise finally appeared in Yu Zhao's voice. Then, Tessa's words dispelled his doubts. Besides, I'd rather eat at a restaurant. You're free tomorrow, right? Come with me then. As she said this, Tessa's eyes curved slightly, and she tucked the end of her braided hair behind her lips, revealing a smile that was half innocent and half mischievous. You're the one who offered to compensate me. So no backing out, okay? Chapter 227. However, perhaps it was a case of some rejoicing, while others grieved. Unlike Penglai Island, which was undergoing post-war reconstruction, a somber atmosphere permeated a building in the United States of the New World. The attack team completely failed? They deployed such a large force. Sitting at her traditional wooden desk, Hearst Gallup, the elderly woman who led the U.S.N, frowned. On the other end of the communication line, the submarine's captain swallowed hard, speaking somewhat nervously. Yes. Besides the Titan, Fafnir, the enemy deployed new types of forces. One is a variable speed tank combining speed and firepower, and the other is a mobile suit that seems capable of interfering with our communications, as well as possessing extremely strong individual combat capabilities. Hearing her trusted subordinates report, Hearst sighed. No need for further words. You will be resupplied soon. We will contact Prometheus and activate the new Hound Squad backup. Then, upon discovering the enemy's territorial markings, we will quickly prepare for the next attack. Good luck. Although the words were gentle, it was clear that this was an order to force the enemy to launch another attack. The captain remained silent for a long time. Knowing he couldn't disobey the order, he could only salute and report, "Yes, sir." Then, quite knowingly, he shut down the communication. Watching the scene fade away, Hearst let out a deep breath and closed his eyes to rest again. The footsteps outside the door interrupted his actions. Hearst opened his eyes and glanced in the direction of the sound. Mitsuhiro? How's the analysis at the library? The library? That was the research team they had established after obtaining the operational data from Red One. It was composed of the most capable researchers in the entire Yusen. Their aim was to utilize the countless advanced technologies carried on that mysterious machine. Due to the breadth of knowledge they possessed, this group was called the Library. And its leader, naturally, was Hearst Gallup's confidant, Mitsuhiro Badland. The blond man in a suit stood still, giving Hearst his routine report. Yes. The recreation of that mobile suit, the Savior Gundam, is complete. Although its backpack couldn't be replicated, our industry has allowed us to manufacture the main body. Furthermore, adjustments have been made based on the current combat environment. He then opened his mobile terminal, showing Hearst a pre-recorded video. It was indeed a mobile suit resembling the Savior Gundam. The paint scheme had been changed to a clean white and blue, and the position of the rear winglets had been adjusted, moved to its shoulders, and the mounting holes for the beam sabers had been swapped, placed on the back. This allowed for better aerodynamics when operating in MA mode within the atmosphere. If Yushao were present, upon seeing this mobile suit, he would undoubtedly immediately recognize it. LVZ-GMF X-23S. Vanguard Savior Gundam. Whether it was inevitable or accidental is unknown. An organization called the Library obtained the original prototype Savior's data, and then improved it. The story of this machine's creation shows a high degree of overlap in two different timelines. Indeed, the Yusen named this machine the same way as in the Seed world. However, in this world, giving it the title of Vanguard was my idea. I hope it can become the precursor to the true Savior. Fafnir Void. And indeed, after analyzing its data, I believe Void will soon be completed. This is how its name came about. After demonstrating the Vanguard Savior Gundam's condition, Mitsuhiro was somewhat somber. But, let's get back to this machine. Aside from technical verification, we truly believe this design can deliver combat power no less than the prototype. However, currently, there is still one problem that is difficult to solve. What problem? Hearst raised his head, his deep-set eyes gleaming. It seems we can't use this machine. Or rather, we don't have a pilot capable of operating it. This machine's OS has performance far surpassing that of contemporary OSes. However, it's also incredibly complex and difficult to understand. Even with top-tier test pilots, they couldn't operate it, let alone unleash its full potential. Even Graham EKA couldn't? Hearing this name, Mitsuhiro Badland shook his head with a troubled expression. His words. He didn't even agree. Upon hearing that this machine wasn't a flagship, he firmly refused the transfer. Forgive my rudeness, but he was such an obstinate and inflexible man. I never imagined that man would be so stubborn. Having soldiers with such an overly strong sense of honor is a problem. Hirsch sighed. In that case, we probably have no choice but to ask the original owner of this machine to pilot it. The internal data of the machine we obtained does indeed contain the original owner's combat records, right? That's right. Mitsuhiro nodded, but then his eyes widened in surprise. And the original owner of this machine probably had a habit of meticulously recording all their combat experiences. The data on their pilot obtained from that is quite abundant, you mean? Using the combat record stored within, we recreate a pseudo-personality with the same abilities and knowledge as that pilot. Then, using Prometheus's abilities, we create a matching body for them. Are we going to recreate life? Mitsuhiro exclaimed in astonishment. After a long silence, his voice returned to calm. But, the gods won't tolerate such blasphemy, will they? It doesn't matter. Hirsch responded to Mitsuhiro's advice, whether joking or serious, with a slightly disdainful snort. Long ago, on the day those abhorrent aliens attacked, people should have understood that the so-called gods were nothing but forgeries. And even if they watched us all perish, nothing else would offer a helping hand. Therefore, to guarantee our right to survive, we humans must firmly grasp all power in our own hands. For this, no matter what we defy, gods, the island, or Red One, and whether the outcome is disgrace or death, I will never compromise my principles. You understand, right, Mitsuhiro? Mitsuhiro Badland didn't say much. He simply bowed slightly to the man before him. I understand, madam. He spoke with utmost respect and sincerity. Indeed, he was a cunning, fox-like man. That was no exaggeration. But his intense hatred for the Festums was equally genuine. Perhaps that was why he so loyally submitted to the person before him. Such a person, who would stop at nothing to achieve ultimate victory, even if it meant losing everything. But is this truly the necessary path for humanity? Perhaps, that remains to be seen. Chapter 228. CGS Headquarters. In the bedroom of the third team manager, that is, Yu Xiao. Gazing at the image of the gray-haired man projected onto the black, box-shaped communication device, Yu Xiao, logged into Mech Warrior VS, remained silent. I understand. I will prepare another batch of the E-carbon alloy steel you need, and will deliver it to you at a later date. Only after the other party, Renard Testarossa, gave a reply did he nod in response. There was a reason why he logged into Mech Warrior VS so quickly after the battle on Punlai Island. After all, even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. Even with a seasoned and experienced mechanic like Nadi, repairing a legendary combat machine like the Gundam Barbatos requires not only the means, but also the materials. For example, the most basic and essential thing for repairing the Gundam Barbatos' outer armor, a large quantity of E-carbon alloy steel. Yu Xiao judged that with the current technological capabilities of the world, it was impossible to recreate the non-layered armor used by the original Gundam Barbatos. However, to ensure the performance of the Gundam itself, a sturdy outer armor that was difficult to penetrate with conventional weapons was crucial. Therefore, he had no choice but to settle for second best. Attempting to use a sturdy material from the Gundam 00 series to forge Barbatos' outer armor. Yu Xiao had experienced its durability while piloting the VTX's giant crane Vulcan. It could withstand close-range fire from a 30mm machine gun without sustaining any damage, making it a reliable armor material. However, this material was, naturally, extremely expensive. CGS, with its mere financial resources, simply couldn't afford it. Therefore, Yu Xiao had no choice but to seek out Amalgam to provide him with the necessary E-carbon alloy. The other party readily agreed. However, given the cooperative relationship, he certainly had a corresponding price to ask for. So, regarding the cost of providing these materials to you, no need to elaborate. I completed most of the blueprints for the 3 assault backpacks that are optional outer armor for the 105 short sword. As payment for providing me with these expensive materials, I will send you the complete set of blueprints once the goods are inspected. Is that sufficient? Good. Since you offered such a high price, I naturally can't refuse. Hearing that Yu Xiao was willing to provide him with the complete blueprints for the 105 short sword, Leonard's eyes lit up. As a whisperer, he naturally recognized the weight of these blueprints, although they couldn't match the strength of the legendary Red 1 unit. However, compared to the current elite machines of the USN or the Human Reform Alliance, it was more than sufficient. And this advanced machine, acquired with only a small portion of E-carbon alloy, was actually a worthwhile deal for him. Then, let's wish our cooperation continues to be as pleasant as ever. Goodbye, Mr. K. The communication was then cut off. And in this corner where no one could see him, Yu Xiao sighed softly. Unconsciously, the burden on his shoulders had become excessively heavy. He thought to himself. Even so, nothing could stop him. Perhaps it was as Olga, now his colleague, had said. Don't stop. The burden on his shoulders wouldn't lessen unless he took a step forward. So he straightened his clothes. Then he opened the door and went outside. He planned to go to the hangar first to tell Naughty, the maintenance crew, that he had obtained the repair materials for Gundam Barbatos, and then discuss the next steps in the restoration plan. But unexpectedly, he ran into someone around a corner. Good afternoon, Akatsuki. Good afternoon, Mikazuki. Looking at the small boy in front of him, Yu Xiao waved. That was the original owner of Gundam Barbatos. In fact, in this timeline, Yu Xiao also planned to entrust the piloting role to him. Mikazuki August. Were you fighting with someone? Huh? Yu Xiao was taken aback. He was somewhat puzzled by the question. Why do you ask? Because Xiao looks terrible, Mikazuki said confidently, though his expression remained largely unchanged. Haha, is that so? Maybe it's because I've been working overtime lately thinking about repairing that machine, you know. Ever since I got it from the employer, I've been thinking about how to restore it. Yu Xiao chuckled, brushing it off. Whether the other person noticed his unusual behavior through keen intuition, or was just asking casually, he couldn't let the other person worry anymore. That was his thinking. Is that so? Mikazuki simply nodded, not pressing the matter further. But then he stood up, walked to Yu Xiao's side, took something from the outside pocket of his coat, and handed it to him. Dates. Sakura, a friend of mine, grew them. So that's it. Yu Xiao recalled that Mikazuki was indeed shown eating this kind of snack quite a few times in the original work. And back then, while watching the show, he had been very curious about its taste. Oh, thank you then. So in the end, Yu Xiao gladly took it and popped it into his mouth to chew. It was excessively sweet, with honey-like juice oozing from the flesh. Perhaps normally Yu Xiao would find this too sweet for a snack, but now, this high-sugar food could indeed replenish his tired energy, and the cheerful mood he desperately needed. How does it taste? It's delicious. That's good then. Mikazuki also popped a few dates into his mouth and chewed. I said, Akatsuki. Then he said thoughtfully, What is it? Yu Xiao responded at the right moment. He thought he had only overheard some casual conversation. Have you heard? The next mission seems to be to protect a young lady from somewhere. He hadn't expected to learn such crucial information. Protecting a young lady. If his memory served him correctly, that was the beginning of the story of Iron-Blooded Orphans. The mission to protect the important figure in the Crusade region, Cordelia Lana Bernstein. It was after this upheaval that CGS, in the hands of the Third Team's use, was reborn as Takadan. Thinking of this, Yu Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. After all, whether they could successfully complete this first storyline in this altered timeline was a crucial turning point affecting Takadan's future fate. However, considering that it wasn't just Mikazuki, but others were also moving around, he tried not to react too much. After summoning his AI in his mind, he indeed learned that during the period when the AI, with its pseudo-personality, took over his actions, this assignment was indeed distributed. So Yu Xiao nodded, yes. But it's just another mission, nothing special. Even if the other party is some young lady or something. If you and the other members have any problems, Mikazuki, I can go talk to President Maruba again. No need. What mercenary would pick and choose missions? Besides, the president seems busy meeting guests right now. Even if you go there, you probably won't get a word in edgewise. Ah. Time's up. After saying this, she looked up at her watch and followed Mikazuki away. I have to go help out at Sakura's farm. Goodbye. Yeah. Goodbye, Mikazuki. Saying the usual farewell, a few doubts surfaced in Yu Xiao's mind. There are guests at this hour? And the president has to meet them personally? Although she was curious about who that person was, Yu Xiao quickly headed back towards the hangar. After all, the first storyline is about to begin. So the most pressing matter is to repair that Barbatos. Chapter 229. At this moment, in the president's office of CGS, Just as Mikazuki had said, a conversation was indeed taking place. Rubbing his hands together like flies, the fat on his middle-aged face squeezed his features, forming a bright smile. The person doing this was none other than the young soldiers of the 3rd Squad. Probably never imagined that this fat man, usually so adept at bossing people around, could actually put on such a fawning expression. Welcome, welcome. Oh my! I never expected the director's daughter from the Lost Ruins Research Institute to grace us with her presence. It's truly an honor for CGS to have such frequent contact with such a leading academic institution. His words were extremely respectful. To be honest, Maruba couldn't be blamed. After all, the other party's identity was clear from his words. She was the daughter of Furio, the director of the Lost Ruins Research Institute. Maruba remembered her name was something like Kriana Lemskaya. Around 17 or 18 years old. She had bright, emerald green eyes and light orange-brown hair that gave her a cheerful appearance. Although she seemed to be the elegant and serene type, she wore a sleeveless white blouse and a blue skirt. The feather-like hair accessories dangling from her ears added a touch of youthful liveliness and cuteness. The combination of these two contrasting qualities created an intriguing atmosphere. However, this seemingly gentle and charming yet somewhat mysterious orange-haired girl was currently doing something rather jarring. Facing the CGS president, who was consistently displaying a humble attitude, her gaze bypassed him. Instead, it focused on a potted plant on the president's desk. If it were anything special, it wouldn't be so bad. But it was just a potted rose. It was a plant with a long history of cultivation in the Middle East, a very common plant. Therefore, this gesture made Maruba somewhat displeased. After all, he was a company leader, and even if he had to be obsequious because of his status, this reaction was infuriating. However, this feeling didn't show on his face. Miss Kriana, are you interested in this rose? It's nothing. If you want it, we can certainly give it to you as a gift. Only then did the girl seem to come to her senses. Turning towards Maruba, she first waved her hand apologetically. A gift, no need for that. So that's a rose? I only seen the name and description in brochures before. I didn't expect it to be even more beautiful than I imagined. I was almost mesmerized by it. This response surprised Maruba even more. The daughter of a professor leading a high-level research team. And she never seen a rose before? He couldn't help but doubt the girl's true identity. How could someone so ignorant be a professor's daughter? But the series of documents she presented and the previous communications from the Lost Ruins Research Institute couldn't be faked. So he continued in a fawning tone, It's alright, I already said it's nothing serious, this flower is fine with you, so what brings you here? Did our mercenaries do something wrong or inappropriate during their mission last time? Then, he turned to the main point. The Lost Ruins Research Institute's contact only stated that he would act as an intermediary to meet with the 3rd team sent by CGS last time. This made Maruba somewhat concerned. Could they be there to demand an explanation? After all, he had heard that the kid named Yu Xiao, who had originally intended to make things difficult for him, had ended up bringing back a rare MS he never seen before at the end of the mission. If that's the case, I call them over immediately. What to do with them afterwards is entirely up to you. After all, the customer is God to us. If they really were there to demand an explanation, he would actually be happy. After all, that would be a perfect opportunity to teach those boy soldiers he disliked a lesson. But Maruba's expectations were dashed once again. Something's not right. You misunderstood, President Maruba. Claire shook her head, looking troubled. We're not here to reprimand. We're here to thank those boys. When can we arrange a meeting with him? Is that so? That's all right then, but those boy soldiers? Allow me to be frank. They were incredibly rude and uncouth. And not clean at all. If you really want to meet them, perhaps we should wait a while I instruct them to tidy themselves up. No need for that, President. It doesn't matter. Seemingly trying to find an argument for her words, Claire gently rested her chin on her hand and pondered. How should I put it? You see? For example, this rose is very beautiful, isn't it? But compared to the rose, right now, I want to see him more. CGS headquarters. In the hangar. What? You managed to get your hands on so much E-carbon steel. You must be joking. Upon hearing Yu Xiao's words, Nadi Yukinojo, a seasoned mechanic who usually seemed to have weathered many storms, couldn't help but show an expression of utter astonishment. In fact, it was he who, during a conversation with Yu Xiao a few days ago, suggested that using E-carbon steel as the armor material should be the best choice, given his inability to recreate the nano-layered armor. At least, he had only considered it a hope at the time. After all, A rough calculation revealed that the cost of purchasing enough E-carbon steel to recreate Barbados's outer armor would be astronomical. Unexpectedly, the other party came to him today, confidently claiming that he had all the materials. I'm absolutely not lying to you, Mr. Naughty. Look at this. Yu Xiao then showed him what he was holding. It was an electronic invoice, said by Leonard as proof of the transaction. However, the provider was naturally not Amalgam. It was a shell company set up by their lower-level members to facilitate their activities outside the company. The details of the transaction were also vague and rewritten. At least, they couldn't directly say that Yu Xiao had exchanged a complete blueprint for an advanced MS for the resources. This aspect was only mentioned briefly. Apart from that, everything else was done very well. Naughty, being a veteran, would definitely not find anything wrong with this, from the program to the content. You haven't been doing any illegal business behind our backs, have you? Or are you actually some young master from a wealthy family, coming to this place as a mercenary just for fun? However, this provoked a new question from Naughty. Ahaha, well, you don't need to ask too much. If I say too much, I might lose my job, Yu Xiao responded with a dry laugh, attempting to defuse the problem with the behavior of a riddle master. But then, some new sounds approached, making him wary. It was happening near the corridor, not too far from here. And naturally, this didn't escape his notice as an ex-rounder. Listening carefully, it wasn't hard to detect. It sounded like a somewhat chaotic, argumentative commotion. Chapter 230. I be back in a bit. Mr. Naughty. Let's go see what's going on over there. Yu Xiao gave a brief farewell before quickly heading down the corridor. Upon reaching the direction from which the voice came, he first saw the figure of a girl with bright orange hair. She stood on the ground, looking somewhat annoyed. One hand was on her hip, while the other pointed to the ground. And she must be the female protagonist of Super Robot Wars D, Kriana Limskaya, Yu Xiao recalled. He had met her brother Joshua during his previous mission. So, encountering her here this time wasn't surprising to Yu Xiao, as he was somewhat prepared. And the person lying to the side, clutching his inexplicably swollen cheek, Yu Xiao could vaguely make out his name. It was a guy named Sas Jankus, also one of Maruba's trusted subordinates. The latter in the original work was the guy who packed up his belongings for him when he was preparing to escape in the first episode. He had a wicked personality that matched his cunning appearance perfectly, and he often gave the boys of the third squad a hard time because of his arrogance. And Yu Xiao remembered that in the original work, he was shot in the head by Mikazuki for his continued cursing and resistance when CGS was reorganized into Tekkaden. In the Tekkaden storyline where few people truly deserve their fate, Yu Xiao felt that this guy was one of the few who did. Meanwhile, the fat president, Maruba Alkai, stood to the side. His face showed a bewildered expression. He seemed somewhat confused and incredulous at the scene before him. After all, in their previous conversation, although she had shown a slight lack of common sense, she was generally a quiet and gentle person. How could she suddenly become like this in an instant? But Yu Xiao could quickly grasp the situation. The reason was simple. As a longtime fan of the Mecha series, he naturally knew some of her secrets. The girl named Kriana Limskaya actually had a dual personality. Or rather, two souls. One was the gentle and weak personality she displayed in daily life, calling herself Chris. The other was the resolute and assertive personality she displayed in battle, named Liana. Unlike typical patients with dissociative identity disorder, they were aware of each other's existence and could even communicate in their minds. Therefore, it was believed that one body possessed two souls, rather than simply a manifestation of dual personality. The scene before them made it easy to guess what had happened. It was likely that Sas Jankus, lacking common sense, had tried to lay a hand on this seemingly harmless girl. But his action had angered the Leona personality within her, resulting in him getting a bruised and battered face. You should probably learn your lesson by now. Shameful. President Maruba, is this the level of your company's so-called trustworthy, experienced, and mature subordinates? Forgive my bluntness. But in my opinion, even 10 of these scumbags combined wouldn't be a fraction as good as those vulgar and rude boy soldiers you speak of. The other person's words further confirmed Yu Xiao's impression. Under Kriana's aggressive and sharp gaze, even Maruba, who was being questioned, seemed somewhat at a loss for words at first. While Yu Xiao was quite pleased to see him like this, he also felt it was time for him to show himself. Oh dear. I heard a bit of a commotion over here. What happened? Stepping out of the shadows, Yu Xiao scratched his head, pretending nothing was wrong. But Maruba, seeing him, seemed to have seen a savior. Xiao. Oh my, you're finally here. He rushed over, revealing an expression of ingratiation that Yu Xiao had never imagined before, grabbed Yu Xiao's hand, and quickly led him to Kriana's side. Miss Limskaya, please calm down about this matter. Look, isn't this the person you wanted to see? You're that boy? Hearing this, Kriana turned her head. After looking Yu Xiao up and down, her brows, which had been furrowed with annoyance, finally relaxed. Then she nodded. That's more like it. Seeing this, Maruba quickly intervened. Right. Then please go to the conference room to discuss this. My incompetent subordinate can be punished by me. Hurry up, you two. I'm so sorry. I think I caused you trouble earlier. After they both arrived at the conference room and sat down, Kriana first showed an apologetic expression. His tone softened. This made Yu Xiao realize that she was now back in control of the crisp personality she knew in everyday life. No way. This kind of thing is very common here. After all, most people couldn't tolerate it in that situation. And cough, I'm only saying this to you, your strike just now was really good. So he simply waved his hand, indicating that the girl didn't need to worry about what had just happened. He didn't question her slightly different behavior during that time. After all, in his memory, she had always been somewhat secretive about having two souls. So if she didn't want to be honest, he didn't need to get too involved. That guy's always been arrogant. But since he's the president's confidant, we couldn't really do anything about it. You really given us a chance to vent our anger. Enough of this small talk. You're Miss Kriana Limskaya, right? Yes. Everyone I know calls me Lim. But you already know my name before I even introduce myself? It's because I found out from the Research Institute. It's the name of Director Furio's daughter. After brushing off the topic with a casual, ambiguous lie, Yu Xiao crossed his arms on the table and said, So, Lim, did you come all this way to see me for something special? If it's just to present some banner, I don't think it's necessary for you to come all this way. As he spoke, he picked up a glass of warm water and brought it to his lips, while simultaneously observing her reaction. Lim waved her hand dismissively. No, not at all. I'm not some rich young lady. Giving someone a gift is something I can easily do. Really? From what you're saying. What is it you're giving us? If I had to say. Lim thoughtfully rested her chin on her hand. Then, suddenly, she extended her slender hand, pointing her index finger in her own direction. Following this, she said something that sounded rather unusual. First, probably myself? Chapter 231. Upon hearing the other person's first words, Yu Xiao almost spat out the water he hadn't yet swallowed. Although he knew that the other person's background involved growing up with their adoptive father in an Antarctic research base, resulting in a very monotonous past. But he hadn't expected them to be so naive, almost to the point of being airhead. This caused Yu Xiao's face to twitch slightly. But out of politeness, he forcefully suppressed his urge to retort. This suppression backfired spectacularly. The water that should have flowed down his throat got stuck in his trachea due to his disordered breathing. Finally, he swallowed the water. Cough. Ugh, cough. But he himself started coughing violently. And Yu Xiao wasn't the only one astonished by Lim's words. Chris. No. You can't say things like that in this situation. Another voice was echoing in Lim's mind. One of the two souls that make up Kriana Limskaya. The voice of Liana that appears during battle but remains hidden within her body at other times. Is that not allowed? What should we do now? Chris was equally flustered. Anyway, I should apologize first. Then reveal my true purpose. That should work. Sorry, Akatsuki. Are you alright? I'm fine. Cough, I'm fine. I understand what you mean. You mean you're going to visit and intern with our CGS third team, right? As your manager, I can assure you of that. It's not just that. You remember that mobile suit you got from us last time? That Gundam, right? I never forget that. You mean? My father still thinks about the data on that mobile suit. And I heard you're repairing it, so I hope that during my internship here, I can collect its data. Sure, Yu Xiao was about to agree casually. Unfortunately, the after effects of choking earlier hadn't dissipated, making his words sound like intermittent coughs. This seemed to make Rim think he was refusing. So she quickly added, please. Of course, we wouldn't make unreasonable demands, so as a condition, we have this to give you. Then she took out a portable mobile thermo. After showing Yu Xiao what it contained, she began to explain. Actually, no explanation was needed. Because the moment Yu Xiao saw the mobile suit, he understood what it was. That was one of the main Super Robot Wars D-Series flagship mobile suits. The Victor. This machine's design was similar to the Undead Type S that Yu Xiao had previously piloted, emphasizing power output and armor, primarily using a variety of melee weapons, supplemented by a built-in high-powered ranged weapon. However, compared to the Undead Type S, the Victor was a more versatile and agile machine in melee combat, in addition to using the killing claws, non-physical claws on its hands that could react quickly and were both offensive and defensive. It also possessed a curved beam great sword, the Arc Blade Sword. Its ranged attack methods include the high-energy beam cannon's blade smash cannons concealed in its shoulders, and two floating light blades, Terminator Spears, also hidden in its shoulders. This allows it to handle close, medium, and long-range situations simultaneously, demonstrating near-omnipotent combat capabilities. The Victor also possesses a powerful ultimate attack, similar to the Undead Kick, which removes its limitations. Utilizing its unique internal energy reactor, the Arcane Reactor, it can directly convert the machine's energy into elements existing in reality. High-temperature flames, enveloping its entire body before striking the enemy. This move is called Blazing Sky Soar. From this perspective, the Victor is practically the perfect superior replacement for the Undead Type S, which is already suffering from metal fatigue. However, while this machine is powerful, it's all just advanced technology, no matter how you look at it, Yu Xiao thought to himself. But then he remembered that what they were researching was precisely the lost technology sleeping in the ruins, and he felt relieved. After outlining the Victor's performance in one breath, Rim caught her breath before speaking. So? Is it acceptable, Mr. Xiao? These conditions. Yu Xiao picked up his water glass and took another sip. Rim nervously swallowed, waiting expectantly for the outcome of her first negotiation. If I say I don't accept? Her emerald eyes narrowed. That would be a bit too greedy, wouldn't it? Thankfully, Yu Xiao's last words dispelled the gloom in her heart. Great. In that case, I go back and prepare my mecha. I'll be back in 2 or 3 days. Thank you so much. She then let out a small, cheerful laugh. Mother, I must go. In a magnificent and luxurious greenhouse, a world completely different from the outside world, a beautiful young woman bowed to her elder in farewell. Long golden hair and deep purple eyes. This was the person CGS-13 was to protect. Eudelia Lana Barnstein. As the representative daughter of the independent city of Chris, she had always advocated for further separation from the EU based on rights, achieving true liberation from oppression, and therefore enjoyed considerable popularity among the citizens. Oh dear, Lana, you're leaving already? Remember not to be rude to those people from the great powers. Yes. I always thought father opposed my activities. Eudelia's eyes held a complex expression as she said this. I never expected him to volunteer as an intermediary this time, entrusting me with the crucial task of meeting with the envoys from the People's Revolutionary Alliance and the U.S.N. Your bad habit is always thinking the worst, Eudelia. Your father has always cared about you. And although as a woman I don't know exactly how things will turn out, I still wish you success, Eudelia. Eudelia's mother said this at the end of the conversation. But regarding such words, I hate mothers like that. Eudelia seemed dissatisfied. Walking down the corridor leading outside, she complained to her personal maid, Fumiton Admos. She just doesn't want to see the world outside the house, yet she always uses excuses like women should be like this to numb herself. I don't want to be like her. I want to see the truth of what's happening outside with my own eyes. So that's why you specifically chose those boy soldiers as your escorts? Yes. Eudelia turned her head. These irregular boy soldiers are a concentrated manifestation of the problems born from the EU's long-standing colonization and exploitation of this place. If I interact with them, I might be able to understand some of their suffering. Is that so? Looking at her young mistress's excited expression, Fumiton simply nodded expressionlessly. And this seemed to mean a slightly different yet infinitely similar story was about to begin. Chapter 232. Then, the sun rose as usual the next day. Having heard from Olga that the young lady, Eudelia Lana Bernstein's visit would likely be in the afternoon, in reality, Yu Xiao made all his plans for the day. This must be it, he murmured. He was already standing in front of the ice cream shop. This was the place he and Tessa had agreed to meet today. Taking advantage of the free time, he naturally came here to meet her. He arrived a few minutes early. He looked around, and then finally saw the figure of the girl on the other side. Mr. Yu Xiao! Over here! The silver-haired girl, walking cautiously from the other side of the street, had changed out of her usual Alvis uniform. Instead, she was wearing a sailor uniform, a color that undoubtedly better suited the vibrant colors of a girl her age. Huff, huff. I was hoping to come earlier to meet you, but it took me a while to get ready. I'm sorry, Mr. Yushao. She waved. The jog seemed to have taken a toll on her, as she wasn't particularly athletic. Her chest heaved as she apologized to Yushao. It's nothing. Anyway, let's go inside and talk. The two then entered the ice cream shop. After finding a seat, they ordered their drinks and waited. However, unusually, they remained silent for a long time. Mr. Yushao. Why don't we say something? Just waiting like this is so boring. Tessa seemed dissatisfied with the atmosphere. She tapped the table lightly with the handle of her spoon, her cheeks puffed out in a slightly annoyed manner. Is that so? Tessa, how's the analysis of that machine going? Yushao asked, seemingly lost in thought. This naturally referred to the analysis and processing of the M9 Carnsbach he had captured in his last operation. As an advanced AS, it was also a product of technology obtained by the USN through analyzing C-type mobile suits. He considered that if reverse engineering were performed on that basis, it might be possible to analyze and discover that the unit possessed some technology originally belonging to the Seed universe. As a unit used by the enemy to attack Pomai Island, I think it should have quite a bit of technology that we can refer to. There is. Tessa's voice couldn't help but sound frustrated. But Mr. Yushao? It's break time now, isn't it? How about we talk about something else? That's true. Yushao looked around. Then he saw outside the window. That was the town of Pomai Island, without a doubt. But despite being attacked just yesterday, it was spotless today. The repairs were really fast. Here. This isn't surprising, he murmured to himself. Tessa heard him and explained to Yushao. According to her, the buildings on the island were designed to be damaged, so rapid repairs were always in place. Therefore, it's normal for them to be repaired so quickly overnight. Is that so? It seems I'm still too young as a member of Alvis. Speaking of which, Tessa, when did you arrive here? About 10 years ago. I haven't told you about these things before. Tessa gently set down her cup. My father was a soldier in the USN. I remember he held a very high position. I think he was already the captain of a warship. Yushao nodded, listening quietly. He actually knew about her family background, but he was rather interested in how she got to where she was. That must have been one of his holidays. My father returned home excitedly, telling us he was going on a cruise with us. Who would have thought that would be the last ship this seaman would ever sail on? There was a hijacking on board, armed bandits tried to kidnap us. They even used guns. So my father too. Perhaps, it was someone who had their eye on our whisperer-like qualities. Fortunately, there was someone else on the ship at that time, by chance. An acquaintance of my father's. Was it Mr. Maddox? Yushao asked at the opportune moment. Yes. Tessa nodded heavily. After sensing something was wrong, he intended to take my brother and me away from the cruise ship, which was under enemy control, but, due to the continuous battles, we were separated again. In the end, only Mr. Maddox and I escaped in a small boat. But because of the storms, we were unable to return to our starting point. Just when even he was about to give up hope, a miracle happened. She gently tucked the ends of her hair to her lips. Memories flooded back. An island suddenly appeared before us. And then, rescue ships were sent from it. Yushao naturally understood the whole story. That island that appeared out of nowhere must be Pomai Island. I see. I'm sorry. I reminded you of unpleasant memories. He lowered his eyes sadly, apologizing for his words that had stirred up her painful memories. Please cheer up. I didn't say these things to see you make that face, did I? Unexpectedly, Tessa extended her slender fingers at this moment. She placed them on his cheek, forcing a smile upon him. Then she said with a smile, and this isn't all bad. After all, it's because of this that I was able to meet you, Mr. Yushao. Is that so? Yushao nodded. But it seemed he couldn't find anything else to say. But just then, okay, here you are, your parfaits. A waiter with dazzling blonde hair approached, perfectly easing the tense atmosphere. Thank you. Ah, you are? But upon seeing his face, Yu Zhao's pupils involuntarily dilated. Although he knew they were in a public place and lowered his voice, there was still a tremor of surprise in his tone. Because the blonde man in front of him wasn't that Cruz Weba from Full Metal Panic. And he didn't remember this character being there when he visited this store before? Mr. Cruz is now one of our comrades. So that's how it was. Just when he thought the battle was over, an extra gunfight ensued. And after the first member to storm, the command room inexplicably agreed to surrender. In fact, when Yushao heard the man's name was Susukagura, he pretty much knew what had happened. They even used the team's radio to send a message to the remaining members of the Bison squad who had stormed in. Upon learning that they had been abandoned by the Yusen main force, they naturally surrendered without hesitation. After all, for those who already knew they were doing something unjust, at this moment, there was no reason to risk their lives to complete their objective. Among those who surrendered were naturally members of the original Bison squad, including Melissa Mo and Cruz Weba. The island of Horai, of course, did not treat them unfairly. Under Kalinan's leadership, they were then incorporated into the island's defense force and given second jobs. For example, Cruz became a waiter at the ice cream shop. Officially, they were described as newly arrived residents from elsewhere. So, the Mithra members from the original novel are all gathered here now? Yushao silently sighed. And this was indeed a good thing. After all, it proved that with the implementation of Project L, at least the island's defense forces had someone to fill the gaps. That's right. Well then, I wish you both a pleasant meal. Cruz nodded, clapped his hands, and chuckled, adding, if you like any additional services, we have a spare staff dormitory here that you could rent out as a hotel. Wouldn't it be alright? We're not at that point yet. Ah, no, we don't need that. But the girl's final response, her face flushed, seemed somewhat superfluous, a desperate attempt to cover something up. Chapter 233. Meanwhile, at the port near the city of Crescent, a port that once handled cargo, an ordinary-looking ship was sailing towards the city. But inside, however, lay unusual cargo, several slender, black mobile suits. These were the modified Grease, used by the EU Special Forces, Orioles. Grease Stinger type. Their entire bodies were painted in jet black camouflage, and their weight had been reduced. The shock absorbers in the joints had also been adjusted to reduce noise during operation. Up to this point, they were identical to their original design. However, unlike the original, in this timeline, they were experimentally equipped with an additional ECS electromagnetic camouflage system. While their heavier and larger size compared to S's prevented them from operating for extended periods, the consumption of energy during short-range assaults remained within acceptable limits. Inside the hangar, a scarred man was examining these machines. That man was Kronk Chant. Since his selection for a support mission to the People's Revolutionary Alliance, during which he disobeyed Commander Connor Conrad's unreasonable orders and deserted the front lines with Ein Dalton. Although his actions were understandable, he was still severely punished by a military court. He took full responsibility. He claimed that Ein was only forced to desert under his threats. By taking the blame, Ein was acquitted. But Kronk was demoted 3 ranks. Not only that, but for this reason, he was forcibly transferred to a special unit resembling a disciplinary battalion. The Orals Unit. Almost all its members were notorious thugs and criminals, assigned to do dirty work for the military. Because it came in exchange for reduced sentences, these individuals rarely refused. For example, this time, to suppress the rising separatist movement in the Kreis region. He murmured heavily. That's right. It was the voice of Oris, Kronk's former disciple. He was a man with a thin, stern face. And all you have to do is follow my instructions. Master! Hee. However, there was no respect for his former instructor in his words. It's quite a pity. You, who once considered me a wicked fellow, are now my subordinate. And that was the reason. In the past, due to some personal disputes, Kronk severed his master-disciple relationship with Oris. Later, Oris indeed suffered misconduct in his position, and was relegated to the Orals unit. But through a series of opportunities, he unexpectedly rose to become the unit's commander. Now, he's Kronk's direct superior. His fate truly unpredictable. But don't worry. As long as you obediently follow my orders, I can forgive and forget, okay? Ha ha. With those arrogant words, Oris's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving Kronk standing there, rooted to the spot. But his gaze didn't linger on Oris. Instead, it looked towards the distant void. Sorry, Hein. I might have to do something that disappoints you. Meanwhile, on another front, at an airport in northern Yin continent, a plane quietly landed. The fuselage bore the unique emblem of the Seven Stars family. This was enough to identify its owner. After going to support the Human Reform Alliance, I'm back in this poor place again. I never imagined a high-ranking inspector of the EU would be spending his days wandering around in places like this. What's wrong? Are you bored with the Border Patrol mission, Galio? Those were the 2 young masters of the Farid and Baudouin families, McGillis and Galio. They were talking in the cabin of the aircraft. Not really. It's just that I'm not like you, McGillis. A workaholic who doesn't care about leaving home. Galileo shook his head at McGillis's question. And ultimately, wasn't it EU itself that voluntarily recognized the autonomy of the Kreis region back then? Now, they're even sending forces to assassinate that young town representative because they can't bear to part with the profits here, and sending us here to put on an act to prove their innocence. Really? It's like the behavior of a useless man dumped by his wife. How did you become like this? There's no way around it. Once you get something, you can't give it up. And in this game where profit reigns supreme, reputation is the least important thing. And maybe that's why some big shots in the Kreis region are still treating us to food and drink day and night, waiting for our return. Playing with his bangs, McGillis gave a meaningful smile. Like that father who betrayed his daughter, Eudelia Lana Barnstein. To consolidate his family's power and status, he wouldn't hesitate to sell even his own daughter, let alone the opinions of the people in a mere small town. Hey, is that so? So what do you think, Ein? This place is your hometown too, isn't it? At this point, Galileo turned to look at the direction beside him. There stood a black-haired youth. That was none other than Ein Dalton, the disciple whom Kronk had been thinking of. Unlike his master, his career after that incident seemed to have risen steadily. For some reason, Galileo seemed to have a great fondness for this honest and simple young man. Therefore, after the verdict of that trial, he actually defied all opposition and recruited him into the Seven-Star Family's surveillance force, which he and McGillis belonged to, making him a direct subordinate of his. As someone from Yin Continent, a region similar to Africa and West Asia in real-world geography, this was already a rather remarkable position. Ein lowered his head somewhat fearfully. He seemed hesitant to interrupt his two direct superiors. Relax. What's wrong? I'm not some sphinx. Even if you answer a question wrong, I won't eat you, okay? Galileo patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax. Yes, if I were to say, I would indeed hope that Yin Continent could become a little more autonomous. Not too much, just enough to be an entity on equal footing with your homeland, third special agent. Ein finally mustered the courage to speak frankly. If that's the case, then someone like me won't be considered a special existence anymore. He lowered his head after speaking, gently touching the badge on his chest, a gift from Kronk before their parting. I knew that although he had become a member of the Special Forces, it was ultimately due to his father's status as an EU citizen, and the exceptional promotion and appreciation from Kronk and Galileo. But besides him, there are many others like him, perhaps possessing far greater abilities, yet lacking his luck to gain the favor of an EU officer and rise through the ranks so quickly. Hey, look, McGillis. Ein represents the majority of ordinary people. Right now, we can barely manage suppression and deception. But what about later? When we're forced to fight these surging tides of will, even a massive EU, I'm afraid I won't be able to sustain it. The most terrifying enemy isn't the USN or the Human Reform League. It's them. Indeed, Galileo. McGillis finally stood up, a smile playing on his lips. That's why I've been searching. For a second Agnica, someone who can lead humanity into a new era, like that red number one. Hey, you're talking about the Barry legend again. But it doesn't matter. I stay with you until you find him. Galileo stood up, took 2 steps forward, and stood beside McGillis. After all, I also want to see what this new era you described looks like. At this point, they didn't know whether it was the shadow of a Gunica that McGillis was searching for, or Kronk that Ein couldn't forget. Now, due to the entanglement of fate, they had all converged here. And what new sparks would these few connections ignite in this timeline that was no longer the same? Chapter 234. Meanwhile, in the ice cream shop, as their conversation continued, the parfait in front of them gradually emptied. Yu Xiao raised his hand to check his watch. The expected time had passed. Well, excuse me, Tessa. I need to go see Mr. Kalinin. I take my leave now. After standing up, he called for Cruz to settle the bill, while indicating to Tessa that he intended to leave. You and you stay here for a while? This still seemed somewhat abrupt. Tessa, who was enjoying her conversation, paused for a moment. Yes. Even though he was apologetic, Yu Xiao could only nod. All right. But Mr. Yu Xiao, what was the matter with the commander? This, I can't say. It's a confidential matter, I suppose. Sorry, I invite you next time I have time. In reality, he knew perfectly well that there probably wouldn't be a next time. After all, the thing he needed to do with Kalinin was submit an application to participate in Project L. And if you shall remember correctly, Project L was to be implemented in a few days. And then, he would probably be gone forever. So, he ultimately didn't want to leave the other party with too many concerns before leaving. So he concealed the fact that he was going to do something, only making an excuse that he had important matters to discuss, and thus left in a hurry, leaving Tessa sitting there. Her palm gently rested on her chest, and she whispered, "Mr. Yu Xiao." But unfortunately, his thoughts didn't seem to escape the eyes of the intelligent Tessa. While talking to herself, "You don't necessarily want to participate in that project, do you? That's why you plan to keep it from me." She seemed to have made up her mind. "If that's the case, I want to go too." She stood up and followed Yu Xiao's retreating figure. In the command room of the Alvis underground headquarters, "You said you want to participate in Project L?" Facing Yu Xiao, Kalinin looked up with some surprise. "That's right." Yu Xiao nodded. As she handed over the application form, her expression was solemn. "As the person in charge of the Siegfried system, and also one of the commanders of the island's defense forces, since Fafner's pilot also intends to go on a mission, I have no reason not to go. Please agree to my request, and then, I hope to go as the commander of this mission. Even so, it's alright if you don't go." Kalinin silently crossed his arms. "It's not that I deny your ability as a tactical commander. And while you displayed surprising piloting skills in the last battle, as a whisperer and a valuable technician, frankly, I don't want you to put yourself in danger. It was merely a mission to act as bait. I believe I'm more than capable of that." But the escape plan was stored in a black box from the beginning, to avoid being detected by Fistrom's mind-reading ability. "Even I'm not sure if it truly exists," Kalinin said, a few strands of worry creeping onto his brow. It was clear he was genuinely concerned for Yu Xiao. "Even if it doesn't exist, I'm confident I can create conditions for escape depending on the circumstances. Even in a death trap, I can lead everyone to survival. That's my thinking." Yu Xiao responded with his head held high. He had indeed given it considerable thought. The original work revealed that the final escape method in Plan L was by waterway using small boats. But they hadn't anticipated that after Fistrom evolved, it could float and move freely in the sea. This led to the deaths of the last two survivors. He had no intention of escaping at all. Instead, he planned to collect the resources from the satellite bases scattered in the real battlefield mode, using items like the AGE system to create weapons, and rebuild the separated left side of the island, referred to as the L-ship block, into a sturdy warship. Then he would attempt to restore communication with the main island using the methods provided by the system and operate as a special operations team. This was the source of his confidence. To instill the same confidence in the other party, he prepared another set of arguments. "Besides, I believe that since it was the original plan for the island, it certainly wasn't meant for us to die. It was meant to ensure everyone survives. After all, this island wasn't created to kill anyone from the beginning, right?" After saying this, he boldly looked up at the other party. And sure enough, the other party seemed moved by his words and fell silent. However, it seemed there was still a little distance to go before completely convincing the other party. Yu Xiao muttered to himself. But he didn't expect that the final stepping stone would come even faster than he could. However, it wasn't spoken by him. "Commander Kalinin, please agree to Mr. Yu Xiao's proposal." A clear, girlish voice came from outside the door. And if Yu Xiao wasn't mistaken, it was Tessa's voice. Indeed, it was. Taking a few steps forward, Tessa smoothly came to a stop and saluted. Even in civilian clothes, the girl's delicate figure still exuded a serious military bearing. Then she spoke. "At the same time I, Teresa Testarossa, hereby submit my application to join Project L." "All right." Kalinin nodded. In any case, he seemed to have been moved by the repeated determination of these young men and women. "I acknowledge your determination. And I am honored that Alvis has young people like you." But before that, he asked a question as if to confirm. "However, if you participate in this project, what specific role can you play? If it's just a momentary impulse, please forgive me for not readily agreeing." "Yes." Tessa nodded, lowered her hand, and explained clearly and logically. "First, I was involved in crucial aspects of the manufacturing of both the Divine Sword Fafnir and the Gundam. It's safe to say that no one in Alvis understands these mobile suits better than me. And during the 30-day long-range operation, I believe it's essential to maintain the mobile suit's operational status. I am the most capable of doing that. Secondly, I want to try learning combat and combat command skills. I want to shine in a role beyond that of a technician, as a reward for the island that adopted me. Finally, the Yusen is my homeland. I can't understand why the country my father fought for has become like this. I want to see with my own eyes what the outside world is like now. She raised her gaze. It's hard to imagine that these words were the reasons she hastily came up with in the short few hours it took to decide to join Yu Xiao in Project L. Is such a reason sufficient? Sufficient. Kalinin also stood up. From the file folder beside him, he took out two thin, transparent screens. Those were electronic permits for participating in Project L. Then, in my capacity as the second Alvis, commander of Pomlai Island, I hereby authorize Teresa Testarossa and Yu Xiao to participate in Project L. He handed the document to the two of them, then gave a solemn military salute. And, I wish you both good health. That's all. Chapter 235. Tessa. After some time. In the elevator leading to the outside world, Yu Xiao finally couldn't help but ask. Are you really sure it's alright? As the development director, with that position, you shouldn't be the one being sent there. And Project L is ultimately a real-world operation. The risks involved. For some reason, his stance seemed to have changed. It's understandable. He didn't want to see those around him in danger. Perhaps that's just human nature. But his concern was gently brushed off by Tessa. Mr. Yu Xiao. You said it in the command room, didn't you? That even in a death trap, with me here, we can lead everyone to survival? That's true. That's good. Facing Yu Xiao, Tessa gave him a warm, sunny smile. I believe in Mr. Yu Xiao, who made that promise. So, I hope Mr. Yu Xiao will believe in me too. Besides, you saved me once before, didn't you? So, for me, in this world, perhaps there's no safer place than by your side. Ding dong. The elevator chimed. Ah. I think I arrived. I try my best to complete the M9 Carnsbach sample you were concerned about before the L project's implementation date. That's all. Goodbye for now. Tessa waved goodbye. Only Yu Xiao remained, continuing forward in the elevator, towards the location of the Siegfried system. After all, like Tessa or Kalinin, there were people waiting for him, believing in him, in another corner of the world. Meanwhile, at the CGS base. It was already evening. As agreed during the day, Lady Eudelia had arrived. After explaining her purpose, she was now touring the base's facilities under Mikazuki's guidance. Most of the other members of Team 3 had also gone back to rest. After all, their escort mission would begin tomorrow. Only a very few members remained outside. Like Olga Itsuka, who was currently sitting with her arms crossed in the base. Can't you sleep, Olga? The one who approached her and spoke was a somewhat simple-minded, chubby young man, Biscayne Griffin. Although not particularly conspicuous at first glance, he was actually one of the few strategists in CGS Team 3. Even Olga, as the team leader, valued him highly and often sought his advice. Yes. It's just too much to worry about, Olga said, expressing her concerns. Although the young lady seems like a naive girl, her reputation and family background are undeniable. If she were to meet with the People's Revolutionary Alliance and USN diplomats as an ambassador, that would mean the world situation would become turbulent again. At that moment, the third person arrived. It was Yu Xiao, who had just managed to log into Mech Warrior VS. Xiao. You're finally out? What have you been doing all day sleeping? Ahaha, you could say that. But actually, I was thinking about something. Yu Xiao waved her hand with an embarrassed laugh, casually glossing over her lateness. Getting back to the point, once the young lady truly accomplishes the feat of visiting the Human Revolutionary Alliance and the USN consecutively as Chryser's representative, you all understand the significance, right? Yes. At that time, Chryser can then claim to be a truly independent entity, right? Biscat, as expected, keenly sensed this and picked up the conversation. While it may not be perfect, it won't be far off. At least, that's what the people will certainly wish for. And once the scales of public opinion tip, the direction of Kree will inevitably change. Whether it's oil resources or metal deposits, the vital and abundant resources of this small region will inevitably open the door to the world market. Then things might develop in a more intense direction. Once it's discovered that Kree is profiting from this action, I'm afraid the entire Yenzhou region will try to follow suit. And guess who it is that least wants to see this happen? At this point, Olga realized something. Is it the EU, which currently effectively controls Kree, and even the entire Yenzhou? Could it be Xiao? Yu Xiao nodded. Yes. That's exactly what I was worried about, and considering during the day, the possibility that the EU will send troops to attack. And what should we do if they launch an attack? He stood up and patted Olga on the shoulder. And the result? That's my assertion. The EU attack. This incident is 100% certain to happen. Yu Xiao sighed. He was stating the facts. After all, in his memory, it was on the very first night this young lady visited that Gretz's forces attacked CGS. In that battle, nearly 60 of the young soldiers in the 3rd Squad perished. Although the main characters from the original work, whom he usually interacted with, had all survived. In the few days they spent together, he had also developed some level of interaction with almost all the members of the 3rd Squad. And Yu Xiao didn't want to see them die. So, please, right now, you're the only one who can command everyone, Olga. It may be abrupt, but if you trust me, please have all the members of the 3rd Squad stand by around the hangar, ready to launch an MS attack at any time. Can you do that? He then stared intently into Olga's eyes, seemingly trying to glean some information from them. You're still the same old dictatorial person, always worrying about the group's affairs all by yourself. After a moment of silence, Olga smiled. But I trust your personality. I do as you say. I issue the emergency assembly order right now. If there are any who still want to stay in bed, I kick their butts to wake them up. Is that okay, Xiao? Okay. Then, I leave it to you. Yu Xiao nodded. She then gave Olga a light high five, as a sign that their agreement was made. Then Olga, I go with you too. Biscuit also adjusted her hat with a serious expression, intending to go with Olga. Wait, Biscuit. I have something else I'd like you to do. But Yu Xiao gently pulled her back. Ah, what is it? She asked, surprised. Mikazuki's been dragged around the base by that Miss Cordelia, right? I'd like you to take him to Uncle Naughty in the hangar. Then, Yu Xiao gave a slightly knowing smile. Although pulling the guy away from the young lady might be a bit of a mood killer, I prepared something even more exciting for him, you know? Chapter 236. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of cloth boots clattering across the alloy steel floor echoed awkwardly. Strange. Running along the dimly lit, unlit corridor, the boy named Danji rubbed his sleepy eyes, but didn't utter a sound of complaint. What, brother? Olga said. About an enemy attack. Is it true or false? He was simply curious about the veracity of these words, so full of the smell of gunpowder. I heard Brother Xiao think so too. So, it must be true, right? Behind him, the blond boy Takagi, about his age, chimed in. Upon entering the hangar, the tense atmosphere instantly enveloped the two of them. All signs seemed to indicate what awaited them here was war. You two? Go over there, prepare the ammunition for the exchange, hurry up. At this moment, Naughty also approached. As the elder, he took the position of guide, his face serious as he instructed Danji and Takagi to do the necessary tasks. Understood. Speaking of which, the minefield set up outside for the exercise. Don't worry about that. It might even provide some cover if the enemy attacks. Alright, hurry up. Time seemed incredibly tight. Therefore, the two stopped talking and diligently began sorting ammunition. While working, they chatted idly. Speaking of which, where's Mikazuki and I? I don't know. He's probably over there participating in the testing of the new mobile suit. Sigh. But just then, boom, a piercing explosion and an alarm blared simultaneously. This is the sound of the landmines we planted during the day? Danji asked, stunned. In other words, damn it. I didn't expect the enemy to arrive so soon. Ah, third team? When did you? The voice of Helbagano, the captain of the first team, emerged from the corridor. Behind him were the other members of the first team. He had intended to lash out, but his expression instantly turned to astonishment. Seeing the mobile engineers, who had reacted instantly in the hangar, he froze. These kids are much smarter than you. What are you all standing there for? Now that you know there's an enemy attack, it's time to take action. Naughty Xiao brought him back to his senses. Yes. Oh. But a hint of ominous unease seemed to linger in his eyes. Helba turned to look in the other direction. He saw Danji sorting out the AS and the ammunition for the mobile engineers. Kid. Is this enough? Ah, Captain Helba. Although somewhat reluctant, CGS's internal regulations stipulated that Team 1 could requisition supplies from other teams when necessary. So Danji could only obediently step aside, indicating that the other party was free to take. Humph, Helba snorted. He gestured for his teammates to board their respective mechs, quickly equipping them with weapons and loading ammunition. Loaded, good. After he confirmed this, his own mech, the USN's old-fashioned AS M6 Jungle Flannel, raised its rifle and unleashed a burst of fire at the enclosed partition wall on the other side of the hangar. Everyone! Retreat! Mr. Helba? What are you doing? Danji was stunned. That direction wasn't leading to the battlefield at all, but rather an emergency evacuation route. Not going to fight. Fight? You know what the enemy is and you're going to fight? They came in mobile suits, and a whole group of them. I'm not going to fight a battle I can't win. At this point, Helba raised his M6 rifle, pointing it at the other young soldiers in the hangar. Only you guys, the third squad who've been sold out and are still holding people hostage for money, are still stubborn. You be good enough as a suicide squad, and I warn you, don't make any rash moves. If anything seems amiss, I open fire. Only after confirming there was nothing amiss did he turn and leave. A deathly silence fell over the hangar. It's all over. The first squad retreated too, and the enemy is mobile suits? What are we going to do? Danji could hear someone sobbing beside him. The harsh reality that the enemy was a group of mobile suits crushed their spirits. So he clenched his fist. Then he started running. Hey Danji, what are you doing? Takagi shouted in astonishment. I'm going to sortie. If the first squad leaves, we can't possibly defeat the mobile suits with our current strength. There's still an idle Leo in the hangar, right? Found it. I remember it also has an Aleyevich Nana adapter. We can operate it if we want. Looking around, Danji finally found the location of the Leo. The same mobile suit that Yushao had piloted last time. Ship? Too early. We haven't even had any real combat training piloting ASs. The mission should just be logistics. Besides, that Leo is just an old type MS. Even if it ships, it'll... But Red One did too. Its first sortie was piloting one of the remaining old type Leos from the base. Winning on the battlefield made it famous. Speaking of what seemed like a somewhat erroneous rumor, Danji leaped into Leo's cockpit. He connected directly to it via the Aleyevich Nana interface on its back, thus activating the machine. Leo's yellow visors gleamed. Through the hatch, he strode towards the outside without looking back. Danji! Only Takagi's shout echoed behind him. Upon reaching the outside, the first thing Danji saw was a group of black mobile suits. He didn't recognize their models, but he knew from the sight of them destroying the base's facilities. Those mobile suits were the enemy, and scattered around the base. Danji noticed that there was also a lot of wreckage at the other exit. The first team, likely doomed, had chosen to retreat. They didn't even spare the deserters. These enemies intended to leave no survivors. Damn it, even I will fight you, he muttered. Unfortunately, reality was far from the boy's ideal. Attack! 15 seconds after contact with the enemy mobile suit, Leo was defeated. Lacking proper weaponry and completely outclassed, a shoulder ram and a sweeping kick were enough to bring the still novice Danji, piloting Leo, to the ground. Immediately afterward, the black mobile suit drew a weapon from its waist and thrust it towards Leo's joint. That was a modified weapon of the Gresby Sting type, the electric stinger. This weapon, shaped like a sharp cone, paralyzes an enemy's movement by piercing their body and transmitting an electric current. Ugh, ugh! Danji cried out in pain. After all, the boy soldiers used the Aleyevich Nana interface on their backs to form a direct link with the machine itself. This meant that even Danji, the pilot, became a conductor. Although the current transmitted to his body was relatively weak compared to the total amount, not even enough to cause unconsciousness, it brought real pain. And as an older model machine, Leo's joints, lacking the concept of a molded, movable frame, were relatively fragile. This resulted in Leo's movement being severely restricted the moment he was struck by the electric stinger. Ugh. Is it over? Danji gritted his teeth. But the electric stinger didn't aim for his vitals. Just as a cat toys with its prey, the Grez stinger type, at this moment, sought a near-cruel satisfaction in the Leo piloted by Danji. From forearm to upper arm, then from hands to feet. Danji could only watch helplessly as the other ravaged and tore the Leo apart piece by piece. The intense pain of the electric current tormented him. In the end, even his voice was suppressed by the excruciating pain. Perhaps he really shouldn't have played the hero. He vaguely thought so. Was the idea becoming a pilot as cool as Mikazuki, like that Red No. 1, just a pipe dream? A hazy vision appeared before Danji's eyes. It was his past experiences. Displaced by the appearance of the betas, he was forced to come to Yen-O to make a living. His father was oppressed. His mother was humiliated. Ultimately, death threatened his life. Until he was thrown into work at CGS to pay off his debts, and a foreign object causing excruciating pain was implanted in his back. The Aleyevich Nana system. He even contemplated suicide. Until that day. He saw a news report on television. A story about a mysterious hero on the battlefield of the Human Revolutionary Alliance. He was only known by his codename Red One. He possessed unparalleled piloting skills, leading his unit to repeatedly defeat the enemy on dangerous battlefields, and finally, leading the charge to conquer the Beta's lair. A legend? At that moment, he decided. He would live. He would become a pilot as skilled as him. He didn't want to die. Tears blurred his vision. A crystal-clear thought appeared in Danji's hazy mind. But what use was longing? Longing couldn't power the machine. In the end, Leo's body was still torn to pieces by that MS. But just then, Danji saw another dark machine soaring through the sky. It descended, slashing. The fluid movements shattered the opponent tormenting him, all in one fluid motion. Heroic and dashing, it was just like the figure of Red Number 1 he'd seen on TV that day. But then, a familiar voice came through the communicator. What are you doing? Cheer up, Danji. Didn't you say you wanted to at least die in a woman's arms? Huh? Akatsuki. He stammered, opening his mouth. He wanted to say something in response, but the words remained stuck in his throat. It wasn't until the next sentence came through the communicator that his emotions finally broke free. That place is very warm. Unlike the cold, sterile cockpit, right? Brother Xiao, is it really you? Yes. I'm here. Chapter 237. Yes. I'm here. Sitting in the cockpit of the undead, Yu Xiao gently reassured Danji. Although I don't know why you were sitting in that machine, let's retreat first. Leave this to me. I understand. Danji had no choice but to act impulsively. The previous series of battles had made him realize his inadequacy, so he piloted the Leo, which still had thrusters, all the way back to the hangar. After confirming he was unharmed, Yu Xiao turned to look at him. All right. Well then, you better make up for the lateness now. There were reasons why he was so late. In the hangar, he had been coordinating Nadi's command, frantically carrying out final emergency repairs on the Gundam Barbados, including but not limited to temporarily welding armor and replacing the cockpit with one adapted to Mikazuki's Aleyevich Nana. He only relented after Mikazuki was pulled into the hangar by Biscuit and offered to help with the preparations. And after asking Biscuit to find a few people to protect Eudelia, Yu Xiao finally felt safe enough to take off. However, the machine he was piloting could only be that Wraith that was already showing signs of severe metal fatigue. Indeed, even after emergency treatment, Yu Xiao could still feel it. The feedback from various parts of the machine was slightly sluggish compared to before. Ordinary pilots might not notice, but it couldn't escape his eyes. If judged by human standards, this Wraith was probably nearing its end. But perhaps you will completely cease functioning today. Yu Xiao gripped the control stick tightly. But I guarantee, most of the enemy aircraft here right now will be your souvenirs. So, go! Then, without regard for the damage, he slammed the control stick down hard. Output surged to maximum. Neutral beam cannon. Yu Xiao shouted, and a blinding beam of light swept out from the chest of the undead Type S. With a deafening roar, it melted away 3 nearby Graz Stinger types that hadn't even realized what was happening. A stunning result, but this attack also consumed at least 50% of the undead's power. The energy cannon on its chest erupted with a loud bang, sparks flying. The cannon shape was also warped, clearly deformed under the intense heat and unusable. But that didn't matter, because Yu Xiao's initial objective had been achieved. You? Bang! A loud clang of metal clashing rang out with a shout. It was the sound of the undead crossing its arms to block the electromagnetic stinger attack swung by the Graz Stinger. His intention was to draw the attention of nearby enemies, thus relieving pressure on enemies encountered in other parts of the battlefield. Dare to kill my subordinate? Men, charge. Teach these lowly rats of Yen Continent a lesson. Yes, Captain Oris. Through contact communication, Yu Xiao overheard part of the other side's communication. What good luck. He actually gotten the attention of the enemy's captain-level figure. Meanwhile, several Graz Stingers attacked. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. That should be a universal law. Alright. Come on. But Yu Xiao had no intention of complying. He manipulated the undead, drawing the lightsaber stored in its arm. The next second, the battlefield flashed with the light of blades, and moments later, those who fell and exploded were the numerous and powerful Grez. Yu Xiao wielded the beam saber with fluid grace, mercilessly taking their lives. But even the best laid plans have flaws. After swinging the sword, one of the undead's legs suddenly gave way, and it abruptly knelt on one knee like an exhausted soldier unable to support himself. Metal fatigue had finally manifested after so long. But facing an attacking Grez, Yu Xiao still had time to reverse the blade, thrusting forward and piercing through the cockpit of the enemy, eager to defeat it. But this was the last. Haha, open your door wide, kid. Another attack came from behind. It was their captain, Oris. He seemed completely unconcerned about the casualties of his subordinates. He only intended to use his men's lives as bait, giving him a tiny opening to launch a surprise attack. No matter how despicable the methods, or how lucky he was, his operation was ultimately successful. His already severely damaged joints could no longer withstand the electric spikes used to weaken them. The undead finally collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. This scene was also seen by those fighting on the other side of the battlefield. Olga, it seems like things are going badly for Akatsuki. Should we send some men to help him? Eugene removed his team's communication headset and shouted loudly. The person he was calling to, Olga, who was now in charge of battlefield command, and was riding with him in the multi-seat motorized engineer. No. The current situation. Even sacrificing one unit could cause the position to collapse. You understand, right, Eugene? But Olga gritted her teeth, decisively rejecting the blonde boy's suggestion. Outside, artillery fire raged. Hordes of mobile engineers took turns providing support shelling. At the forefront were two barbarians, Shinua and Zhaohong, unleashing their full firepower. Unlike in the original work, these mobile engineers now faced the pressure of the Grez Stinger. Faced with mobile suits moving in groups, without continuous artillery suppression, the line would likely be torn apart in no time. Olga understood this. However, it can't end so easily. Neither we nor ye. Third combat team, keep firing, don't stop. First team, go back to base to resupply ammunition, quick. While shouting orders, Olga's mind was elsewhere. You think so too, right, Xiao? Yes. It seemed that was indeed the case. In the cockpit, Yu Xiao looked up and murmured. Although he couldn't hear Olga's words, he smiled, because he noticed. The previously clear radio communication around the base was now slightly disrupted. This was a unique reaction of the Yahop reactor, and this proved that his mission had been successfully completed. So Yu Xiao pushed the control stick. The undead's broken body also exerted a force beyond its limits. It propped itself up with both hands, stretched out one hand, and forcefully grabbed the electric spikes that Grez's bee-like body was swinging down. This rendered it immobile. Even if it meant further damage to his mobile suit, he didn't care. Oris, piloting the Grez Stinger, mocked, "Humph. Already given up on your will to live? Fine. Then let me deliver you a..." But he didn't finish his sentence. Because the next second, a massive hammer-like spear pierced through the Grez, whose armor had been significantly reduced for improved mobility, from top to bottom. The white mobile suit that shattered the ground and unleashed this attack with swift and powerful force had a slender waist with exposed hydraulic struts, and a ferocious, powerful armored exterior. That was none other than Takadan's future Wolf King, Mikazuki Argus, and his mobile suit. Gundam Barbados, looking at the scene before him, which he had essentially orchestrated, Yu Xiao simply asked, "So, shall we go?" There was no intense expression, no fluctuating emotion. Just a casual inquiry, as if asking someone if they wanted to go to the cafeteria together. Let's go. Inside Barbados' cockpit, Mikazuki merely nodded slightly. The strain of the initial connection with the Gundam caused blood to trickle from his mouth and nose. But he made no attempt to wipe it away. To where we must be. He simply manipulated Barbados to pull the hammer spear from the crushed cockpit. A dark red, ominous liquid dripped from it. Then it reached out, letting the undead lean on it, helping it to its feet. The two mobile suits stood side by side on the dawn-breaking earth. This signified their counterattack was about to begin. Chapter 238. So, I take charge of that side next, Akatsuki? Just go help Olga. I handle the rest. Okay. Mikazuki nodded. No need for further words. This brief exchange was enough for the two trusting individuals to understand each other's intentions. Is the propellant enough? I told Mr. Naughty to fill the unit up. At the end, Yu Xiao casually asked Mikazuki. Don't worry. Mikazuki nodded. With the current amount, it's more than enough to take them all out. Then, using the Aleyevich Nana system, he propelled the Gundam Barbados to an unbelievable speed. He sped towards another chaotic battlefield, where Olga and the others were. Yu Xiao's gaze returned to the enemy aircraft before him. There was only one Grez Stinger. This was an enemy he and Mikazuki could have easily dealt with. But Yu Xiao insisted that Mikazuki keep the mobile suit for him. Clearly, behind this seemingly illogical situation lay his own considerations. If you consider a mobile suit as an individual entity, then the pilot should be the soul of the machine. Therefore, even with the same model, you can intuitively see what kind of person the pilot is from their movements and weapon preferences. Like that Grez Stinger type, it didn't use electric stun guns and short-barreled rifles. It's clear he wasn't originally a member of this special unit, or perhaps he disliked the unit's methods. In short, he was likely a regular soldier, assigned here for some reason. Therefore, he wasn't adapted to the special weaponry standard on this mobile suit, instead preferring to use the original axe and shield. And his actions were strange. Even when Oris shouted for an attack, he didn't obey. It was as if he doubted the legitimacy of the battle before him. This series of information made it hard for Yu Xiao not to think of a character who appeared at this time in the original work. A character he had felt sorry for a lot while watching the series. Kronk Chant. As a typical good-natured older man character in the Gundam series, Yu Xiao felt his departure was far too early, and it seemed that from the moment Mikazuki mercilessly killed him with a pistol, Takadan was destined for a tragic fate. If they tried to keep him in Takadan, thus adding another reliable elder, it's uncertain whether Takadan would still be headed for destruction. Therefore, if possible, Yu Xiao wanted to save his life. That's why he sent Mikazuki away and faced this figure, who seemed to be Kronk, alone. However, even so, the undead's energy was almost depleted, and its joints were severely damaged. However, how could it possibly fight? To this question, Yu Xiao's answer was the undead's right wrist, tightly gripping its left arm. Then it violently pushed the control stick, and the skeleton, deteriorated by metal fatigue, couldn't withstand such a severe load, tearing off its entire left hand. It held it in its hand, just like a classic scene from the 08THMS team, using its malfunctioning part as a weapon to defeat the enemy. The next second, Yu Xiao manipulated the undead to charge at the opponent. Shocked by this action, Grez's Stinger didn't seem to intend to surrender easily. Gripping his weapon tightly, he finally made his move, swinging his axe in response to Yu Xiao's attack. However, just as the axe blade clashed with his left arm, Yu Xiao heard the opponent's voice. "Don't attack. You should know what kind of person she's guarding, right? If you hand her over to us now, you might have a chance to survive. If you have to fight all the forces eyeing her, you alone are completely incapable of handling it." Clearly, Kronk was trying to persuade them to abandon the mission. After all, the so-called forces eyeing her referred to the ever-watchful Idaku. For a mere soldier, this might be considered a remarkable level of resolve. Is that so? But I don't care who you are. But for Yu Xiao, even this condition was unacceptable. So he not only shook his head in refusal, but also said, "You dare to wreak havoc on someone else's territory? Don't expect me to let you off the hook." He then instantly increased the output of his machine, crushing the opponent's Grez Stinger type in a flash, and forcing it back with a side kick. "What? The pilot of this machine is a boy?" The voice from the other end of the communication was mature and composed, yet undeniably surprised. And this proved that his guess was indeed correct. The pilot of that machine was none other than Kronk Chant from the original work. As for his disciple, I'm Dalton. Yu Xiao looked around. But there were no other machines in his field of vision. Logically speaking, someone so eager to protect his master and so obedient should be guarding Kronk at this moment. In other words, he wasn't at the scene of the attack? Thinking this way, Yu Xiao felt slightly relieved. After all, this saved him the trouble of confirming the other party's safety. The subsequent plan could proceed relatively smoothly. So at this moment, he added coldly, "Yes. Not only that, but there are many people around my age, or even younger, in this place you attacked. But so what? Do you think we cry and beg you for mercy?" Kronk remained silent. Yu Xiao took the opportunity to control the undead to take a step forward. "TSK? Here we go again, a malfunction?" But the next second, feigning a joint malfunction, he crouched down on the ground again. Yu Xiao then raised his gaze, staring intently at the figure before him. If he remembered correctly, Kronk's next move would be to turn and retreat. And now, Grez's Stinger type was indeed doing just that. "That's good," Yu Xiao sighed. Letting Kronk go this time, the unfolding of the story should be roughly the same as in the original work. He probably provoked Takadan into a duel because of his own reasons. At that time, he had Yu Xiao take the place of the ruthless Mikazuki. And as for how to preserve the opponent's life in this battle, he was confident that his control skills could easily achieve that. Yu Xiao considered this. But what he wasn't entirely aware of was Kronk Chant having survived under his protection. This was actually the second time now. Chapter 239. And the battle, suddenly, became calm and uneventful. The Grez Stinger. These mobile suits, though new, were no match for Mikazuki and his Gundam Barbatos. After all, under the skillful maintenance of Nadi Yukinojo, who had experience maintaining Gundam-type mobile suits, the Barbatos' performance was arguably no less impressive than its glory days during the Calamity War 2,000 years ago. This Barbados wasn't undergoing emergency maintenance either, but rather a pre-planned refurbishment project, completed efficiently in a short time. And although it was his first time piloting it, Mikazuki's piloting skills seemed perfectly suited to the Barbados, almost innate. Thus, under these circumstances, Mikazuki achieved a victory not even depicted in the original work. Facing the 4 Grease Stinger mobile engineer squadrons that had previously suppressed the CGS 3rd Squadron, he emerged victorious after only about 20 minutes of fighting. Mikazuki managed to pilot his mech back to the hangar before the overwhelming pressure from his Aleyevich Nana overwhelmed him. There he was, Yu Xiao, who had returned earlier, Nadi Yukinojo, who was waiting to repair the mech, and Mikazuki. You big idiot. With a sudden thud, a girl, seemingly teleporting, tightly embraced Mikazuki in front of him, now free from the Aleyevich Nana's constraints. His childhood friend, Adla Mikusta. Though Yu Xiao preferred to call her the Cornfield Fairy. At that moment, the girl with fluffy, short, flaxen hair nestled against Mikazuki, complaining playfully, "You ran off to fight without telling me anything. Look, you bled so much." "Sorry. But it's alright, Adla. I was careful not to get the bracelet you gave me dirty." That's not the point. A playful banter that lacked any sense of tension. For some reason, this scene reminded Yu Xiao of 2 canines nuzzling each other. Except one of them was a fierce and large wolfhound. Smiling, Yu Xiao turned her head. When her eyes met Nadi's, his expression darkened. "Mr. Nadi? Casualties. How many?" 69. Nadi said in a deep voice. There seemed to be a lingering sigh in his voice. But then, his tone shifted. "That's the casualty count for the first team. They were all wiped out. The second team also suffered heavy casualties. But the third team..." He spread his arms. 17 lightly wounded. 2 seriously wounded, but the dead are 0, everyone survived. His usually calm, deep voice trembled slightly. "This is nothing short of a miracle. All thanks to Yu Xiao." "No." Yu Xiao shook his head. "This is the effort of everyone here." His words were calm, but he was also somewhat excited. 0 casualties. For CGS 3rd Team, the future of Takadan. This was undoubtedly a good omen. That. Just then, a blonde girl, accompanied by her maid, approached Yu Xiao and his group. Yu Xiao turned to look in the direction of the voice. It was Eudelia. Perhaps for the sake of disguise. She was wearing a CGS 3rd Team military green coat. "You must be Miss Eudelia. Nice to meet you." But no matter what, she was still his employer. So Yu Xiao politely bowed slightly. And he understood her purpose even without her saying a word. So he continued, "And please be patient. We're about to hold a meeting to discuss our next steps, and we also discuss the arrangements for your request. If you're interested, why don't you come in person?" In the CGS conference room, the members of the emergency assembly were gathered. Olga, the team leader, Eugene, the vice captain, and Biscuit, the strategist, were all present. Naturally, manager Yu Xiao and client Eudelia were also there. "You seen those machines, haven't you?" "They're Gretz. I piloted a modified version of it before, so I know a little about its characteristics." At this moment, Yu Xiao was stating the facts of their encounter. "And those who can send out these in such large numbers, without a doubt, are backed by the EU, right?" Biscuit nodded in agreement, following his line of thought. "Hey. Just as Akatsuki said?" Olga echoed. "I knew it. My itinerary was supposed to be kept secret. Father, he lied to me. Even at the cost of the dignity of the people of Chris, he was determined to protect the family's rights." Eudelia lowered her head. Clutching her crimson skirt tightly, she bit her lip, suppressing her resentment and anger. "Miss Eudelia, the places you wish to visit are the Human Reform League and the Yusen?" Looking at the girl, Yu Xiao sighed. Then he steered the conversation back to the main topic. "Yes. But to be precise, it should be Huffman Island in the South Pacific. The ambassadors of both countries agreed to meet with me on their respective territories, so..." Eudelia wiped away her tears and began to recount the destination. Huffman Island. Yu Xiao recognized it. It was the island featured in the Frontline Mission series. This island, which emerged from the sea without warning at the beginning of the 20th century, possesses abundant natural resources. Therefore, it has undoubtedly become an object of fierce competition. In this world, the 2 major powers vying for it are naturally the People's Revolutionary Alliance and the Yusen. After 2 conflicts that almost involved unconventional force, the 2 finally acknowledged a territorial division, each ruling the island in a semi-dominantly manner. If it's here, it can indeed achieve the goal of quickly meeting with both countries. In this respect, this young lady has quite a keen eye. But that's precisely why things are so complicated. Getting there requires water transport, and the EU, which effectively controls the surrounding area, will definitely block all major sea routes, and might even shut down ports. Yu Xiao silently crossed her arms. You understand, don't you, Miss Cordelia? It's probably impossible to reach Huffman Island through open and legal channels. As for air transport, I think blocking airports might be easier than blocking ports. I understand. You already paid such a high price for me. I don't think I should trouble you any further. If you refuse, I can find someone else to take on the job. And of course I pay you. Let's skip that. Do you think this is the time to talk about payment? However, it was Eugene who spoke up, somewhat indignantly. He was inherently impulsive. Now he spoke bluntly. Do you think we can still escape unscathed? You've been targeted by EU, so naturally, we'd be silenced as witnesses too. The words were crude, but the logic was sound. It was indeed the case. Ever since accepting the commission to protect Cordelia, it was clear that CGS was on her side. And clearly, lacking experience in this area, Cordelia hadn't considered this. The blonde girl lowered her head in silence. Looking at her, Yu Xiao sighed. So, we either sit and wait to die, or we fight to the end. And we in CGS are the kind of people who won't betray our employers. But before continuing the mission, I need to confirm one thing. What? Cordelia looked up again. A hint of confusion lingered in her violet eyes. Even at this point, do you still think that freeing Chrissy and Yin Zhou from the shackles of the EU is a good choice? She fell silent. When she first stepped onto the world stage as the well-known girl from Chrissy, she wholeheartedly believed that all she needed to do was fight for it, and rights would return to the people. But now, faced with the bloodshed and sacrifices caused by her somewhat naive worldview was once again being eroded and shaken. But a few minutes later, she still spoke with unwavering conviction. Yes. That's good. Yu Xiao readily agreed. Then, let's get ready to depart, Miss Cordelia. We're going to cross the sea. Huh? But didn't you say that the public sea routes have been blocked? So we're going to take a private route. Yu Xiao stood up and shrugged. It's a bit unfortunate. But I do know a few people who aren't bound by conventional legal principles. And if it were them, perhaps they could be of help to us and you. Chapter 240. Although Yu Xiao didn't speak very clearly, and even clearly concealed something, the trust he exuded from everyone present was undeniable. Okay. Thank you everyone. Therefore, Cordelia didn't press further, but nodded in acknowledgement and gratitude. Finally, she stood up and bowed deeply to everyone present. However, the boys from CGS Team 3 didn't seem quite used to this occasion. Except for Yu Xiao, who responded as usual, the other three's returned bows were somewhat haphazard. By common sense, this would be considered impolite. But seeing the scene before her, Cordelia showed no anger. On the contrary, she seemed to find the boys' sincerity both incredible and heartwarming. So, now you're going to discuss internal matters, right? In that case, I take my leave. After bowing again, Cordelia left the meeting room accompanied by Fuminin. Yu Xiao also briefly discussed some matters with Olga and her group. These included the organization's future direction, operational guidelines, and plans. After Olga patted her chest and offered to take on the task of naming and designing the organization's logo, the meeting finally ended. Yu Xiao returned to his dormitory. After confirming that no one was around, he took out his personal communication terminal and called a saved contact. Hey, what time is it? Getting some rest is very important. Why aren't you asleep yet? A groggy, hoarse voice came from the other end. Perhaps he too had been awakened by the call. It was the voice of the old man of sane wisdom, the mentor Yu Xiao had met through some twist of fate, the same person who had sent him to CGS. After much thought, he felt that only this person was trustworthy and had sufficient connections. While using the connections within Amalgam wasn't out of the question, he still couldn't fully trust Leonard and Kowloon. Not to mention, within Amalgam's complex and often disunited internal structure, there might be EU agents present who, upon receiving this information, could potentially track down and eliminate them all. However, since it's a call at this time, it means there's something important to discuss, right? The old man of sane wisdom sighed on the other end of the line. Go ahead. I help you if I can. That would be wonderful. Yu Xiao composed herself and began to recount her previous experiences in detail, including the mission she had taken on, Cordelia being targeted by EU, and the current state of CGS after the attack. You have a feud with EU? Even from a distance that wasn't exactly close, Yu Xiao could almost feel the other person's deeply furrowed brows. That's really... I thought you'd be a big shot someday. I didn't expect your ability to cause trouble to be so top-notch, you foolish disciple. But if that's the case, why haven't I received any other information? What happened to Maruba Alkai? President. What about Mr. Alkai? Yu Xiao paused. He absconded. We still don't know where he is. Sigh. I knew it. The wise old man sighed for the second time. His life's work has been ruined by his own brother. That's why I advised him against favoritism. This ending is the result of not listening to me back then, truly. Perhaps it was the old man's habit of reminiscing and lamenting the past. The wise old man on the other end of the line sighed. Ah, well. If it's just handed over to my disciple like this, it's a good thing. At least in his final days, perhaps he meet the right person to take charge. This reflection didn't end until much later. And to be honest, I don't like those guys from E.U either. Maybe I should praise you for doing a good job. Huh? Is that so, master? Yu Xiao, who had expected to endure a scolding from his master, was surprisingly not subjected to much harshness. I've seen too many children, wounded and driven to desperation by their exploitation and abuse. If you, and that girl from Crise, can change the reality of this place being controlled by them, I will do my best to help. The old man paused. And as for the request to go to sea through unofficial channels. Do you know Tivas? Tivas? Yu Xiao knew that name. Wasn't that the force behind Tabans? The group that ruled the area around Jupiter in the original Iron-Blooded Orphan series, and whose relationship with Tekaden was one of initial conflict? So, the other party also exists in this timeline? Yu Xiao thought. That might make things a little easier. Yu Xiao nodded in response to the other party's question. I heard of this name. It's a fairly well-known company, isn't it? He cautiously replied, subtly incorporating some of the original world settings, but not going into detail. On the surface, it's something like this, but actually, compared to the obvious profits, they value more those unknown supply chains. The other party explained. These settings were largely the same as Teyvat's in the original world. You mean, to maintain these clandestine operations, they have their own secret shipping routes, ports, and fleets? Smart. Otherwise, I wouldn't be my apprentice. The Tiva's transport fleet, the Tabans. If it were them, they should be able to meet your requirements. However, I have some connections with the leaders of Tiva's though. At most, I can provide you with a letter of introduction. I can't be sure if I can persuade them to help you. Yu Xiao naturally understood the implication. After all, it's a large corporation of that scale, to the point where even slight changes in job duties affect the livelihoods of a large number of people. Even with the most principled considerations, every decision needs careful deliberation. Moreover, it involves facing an influential entity like EU, a potential direct confrontation. Is that so? Despite this, Yu Xiao nodded. Even putting everything else aside, the fact that she could provide me with a channel to communicate with Teyvat was enough to give me hope. But in any case, being able to offer me some help is enough. I don't need to ask for anything more. Thank you so much, Master. Chapter 241. Meanwhile, the temporary camp of the Orolel's forces was actually located in the nearby port. This place had been forcibly requisitioned by the EU under the guise of a temporary garrison, and was now under tight control. And Yu Xiao and his group's predictions were indeed correct. Not to mention a few days. In fact, they were currently using this method to guard ships and ports in various locations. And predictably, the guarding would only become tighter in the coming days. At this moment, in the conference room of the port, which had been converted into Orolel's office, a man stood silently. It was Kronk Chant. Ever since Captain Orolel's death, he, with the highest rank and being the captain's former mentor, was naturally chosen as the new leader of this force. However, naturally, this force, composed almost entirely of scoundrels, urgently needed a leader not out of respect or admiration, but because they desperately needed someone to take the blame. Looking at the scene inside, one could tell. What did you say? The attack failed? You had a full 12 mobile suits. 12. That's a formidable force even on the front lines, and you actually. On the display screen, originally used to report ship voyages, was now broadcasting the image of a shouting, red-haired middle-aged man. Anger creased his round, middle-aged face. His name was Vim Jetak, chairman of Jetak Heavy Industries, the manufacturer of the Dailanza, and also the de facto administrator of the EU forces in the Yenzhou region. The reason was simple. During the modern EU's recolonization of Yenzhou, Vim, being a former soldier, made Jetak Heavy Industries a key player, reaping huge profits and gaining fame and power, essentially becoming a force like the East India Company of the 15th and 16th centuries. However, his demeanor was somewhat inconsistent with his current status and impatience. Seriously, don't joke around, fine. I provide you with some new reinforcements and mechs. Using the resources of Jetak Heavy Industries, we should be fully assembled by tomorrow. You choose a time to launch the attack. Understand? You must capture Yudelia no matter what, and destroy all the evidence. Vim finished speaking, and stared at Kronk's face on the other side of the screen. But only a strange silence lingered on his face. What? You're not satisfied? No. But... Kronk clenched his fist and spoke. The other side is... a child. A child? How far do you intend to humiliate yourself? And me? Are you trying to say that EU was defeated by a bunch of brats just to make up the numbers? Facing the increasingly furious and aggressive Vim, Kronk showed no sign of backing down. Facing children. Facing child soldiers. I can't pull the trigger. I don't believe they came out to fight willingly. But clearly, Vim wasn't willing to listen to his advice. I don't care. Whether the other side is a child or whatever, if they're soldiers, they have to obey orders. You want to get back in rank, right? Then you better listen to me. After saying this, indicating there was no room for further discussion, he hung up the communication. The faint sound of his final complaint could still be heard. They're all incompetent. If this continues, will I be trampled underfoot by that guy Dellen for the rest of my life? Still standing there, Kronk clenched his fists. How can you say something so formal? However, the atmosphere in the place they had attacked earlier, within CGS, was completely different from the tense atmosphere there. On the other end of the communication, the wise old man spoke with a hint of mockery. No matter what you say, I'm not giving you a red envelope. But maybe not? Well then, the communication channels and time will be discussed with the other party, and then I give you the details. See you later, you silly disciple. Ha. And remember to get some rest. Yes. Good night, master. After nodding softly and saying good night, he ended the communication. Yu Xiao leaned against the armrest and gently spun his chair. That solved one problem. Tabans. Originally an acquaintance born of conflict, now, with the old man of divinity's prior contact, resolving the situation would likely be much easier. But there was still another problem. Is it the duel tomorrow? He muttered to himself. If he remembered correctly, after the first attack, that Kronk chant would, disgusted by continuing to attack such a group of teenagers, choose to have his other subordinates withdraw and cease hostilities. At the same time, to ensure his remaining subordinates were no longer threatened, he would initiate a duel against the Tekadan. If he wins, he tried to capture only Yudelia, as agreed. If he loses, it will at least appease the higher-ups' resentment towards these incompetent personnel. A barely acceptable way to resolve the situation. However, the only cost is Kronk's own life. It's precisely this that makes Yu Xiao admire him. And in this timeline, he's determined to reverse this tragedy. He stood up. He was about to rest. But then, he suddenly stopped. Aid. He called out mentally. For the past few days, it's practically been that the AI of MechWarrior VS hadn't shown itself. It was as if it was considering sparing its master from disturbance. Even when Yu Xiao was busy, he would occasionally forget its existence. I'm here. What do you need? But now, summoned, it appeared instantly. The new base you need is almost ready. So, could you provide me with the coordinates of those facilities that were urgently relocated to the ground? Yu Xiao asked this question at this moment, naturally to plan the next flight path. Since the urgently relocated facilities were concentrated in one place, and even the AI couldn't accurately place them, their most likely destination was probably some deserted island. If they could pass by on the way to escort Yudelia, that would be ideal. Otherwise, they would have to use L Island to reach the target location. Understood. Now proceeding with Step 2 of the Emergency Plan Beta, unlocking classified information, unlocked. Delivered to you. Then, the coordinates of several locations appeared directly in Yu Xiao's mind. Whether it was disappointment or coincidence, they were relatively close to the vicinity of Pumlai Island. But not really close either. However, this wasn't a problem for Yu Xiao. So he nodded, signaling to the AI that he could go into hibernation, and prepared to log out of the Siegfried system. Wait! However, he was stopped by the AI again. As mentioned before, it was quite a rare sight for the AI to proactively call him. So he stopped. What is it? He asked in his mind at the same time. This machine. I have a request. Go ahead. Yu Xiao nodded. But what the AI said next was somewhat shocking. I want a body. Could you prepare one for me? The AI said firmly in an emotionless tone. Chapter 242. On the same day. Late at night? I said, Xiao. On Penglai Island, at Buqing's home. This house, quiet since the accident, was now visited by a new traveler. You could tell from the voice of the short boy with medium-length brown hair. It was Yu Xiao. At that moment, Buqing, under the bright indoor lights, was working on his tasks, while asking Yu Xiao a question with a slightly puzzled tone. Although I do whatever you ask, but why did you suddenly ask me to help you make this? He was referring to the work he was currently doing. A hobby knife, plastic sheeting, putty, and a sanding stick. From these simple materials gradually took shape a miniature, but exquisitely crafted, movable model resembling a doll, about 1/10 scale. In other words, it's probably a DIY, self-made model kit mecha girl, right? Although it's unarmed. Buqing's question lay precisely in this. In his memory, his old friend's desire to assemble models was utterly despairing. Unlike his friend, who enjoyed collecting various models of his favorite works, Buqing had rarely seen Yu Xiao buy any model figures. That was true for his favorite mecha anime, let alone anime-themed models. But tonight, he had specifically sought him out late at night. He even asked Buqing to assemble a mecha girl model for him based on a blueprint Buqing had provided. This made Buqing feel a sense of unease, as if someone had secretly replaced his old friend's personality. Yu Xiao's response clearly showed some hesitation and deliberation. Look, Buqiong. Project L is about to be implemented, right? There will be battles, but also plenty of free time. So, if I had a model, it would probably be a good way to pass the time and relax. Right? Haha. Probably? That's a very vague statement. You're definitely secretly considering something else. With an air of suspicion, Buqing stared unwaveringly at Yu Xiao. But the next second, he shook his head. Heh. But never mind, I'm quite pleased, Xiao. You finally realized the benefits of plastic anime girl models. How about trying Kotobukiya's Mecha Girl series next? I also highly recommend Goddess Devices and the like. Just don't let it distract you from your studies. The next second, Buqing's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing. Even putting aside the matter of Xiao Laimi. I heard that today Ms. Tessa, the head of R&D, invited you to dinner, right? You're already carrying so much weight on your shoulders. If you suddenly poured all your passion into this like I have, it would be very difficult. No. What does this have to do with him? Yu Xiao covered his head, somewhat embarrassed. At the same time, he was also trying to recall why things had turned out this way, as if it were a headache. If only he hadn't agreed. Perhaps it was some kind of displaced anger. He transferred his current predicament to the AI that had made the request. He had asked that AI before. What's the point of needing a physical body? He had initially intended to decline the offer, fearing the hassle. However, judging from its description, if a physical body were created in reality, it could serve as a support terminal for MechWarrior vs, always by Yu Xiao's side. This way, if there were any unusual movements on the connected simulation life mode body, it could immediately report to Yu Xiao, providing him with timely first-hand information. And when necessary, it could even indirectly control the body on the other side through dialogue with this terminal, without any equipment. Considering these benefits, Yu Xiao had no reason to refuse. So he finally agreed to this small request. But, who would have thought that what the other party ultimately provided was something like a model design blueprint, and a mecha girl at that? Considering that in his memory, besides Buqing, no one was proficient in model making. Perhaps Tessa could also do it. But asking the silver-haired whisperer girl to make a model for him, that was a bit of a waste of her talents. So in the end, he went to his old friend. Fortunately, the other's skills in this area were indeed superb, and he was quite interested. Never mind. But the whisperer's model design is truly remarkable. Saying this, Buqing handed the gray-tone model to Yu Xiao. It looked like it was already finished. And he DIY'd a kit from scratch in just 4 hours. Perhaps what's truly remarkable is his craftsmanship. Yu Xiao stared intently at the completed mecha girl model before him. It had long hair reaching its waist, and a tall, proportionally speaking, body with a form-fitting bodysuit that allowed for easy movement. Or, in model-making terms, minimal interference. Not only the shape and proportions, but the design of each joint area is very innovative. They even have movable eyes. I haven't made a model that excites me this much in a long time. You can take it. However, despite saying this, Yu Xiao remained unmoved. After all, he knew very little about models. He couldn't understand why his old friend was so excited. Okay. So is this finished? He simply answered softly after taking it. But Buqing just waved his hand and said, not at all. This is just the pre-assembly stage. A gray model to verify articulation and the final design. Come see me tomorrow for painting. I'm a little sleepy too. Well then, good night. Afterwards, Yu Xiao and Bu Qing said goodbye. Back home, he first took out the model he had obtained and placed it on the coffee table to examine it. The electronic components had already been installed. So next should. Very good. More efficient than I expected. As expected of you, quite surprising. That's right. It was time to activate. The little gray figure came to life. And, in a way that even Yu Xiao himself didn't quite understand, it emitted a clear, crisp sound. That voice was more human-like than the AI's voice he had heard before. However, it was still, as always, devoid of emotion. It started up normally, as expected. Yu Xiao nodded. Then AI. You don't need to call me by that name anymore. The model put its hands on its hips. Just call me Mei. Mei? That sounds like a girl's name. You're an AI? Yu Xiao was somewhat surprised. As a transmigrator who arrived here during the era of MechWarrior T release, he naturally hadn't seen any works related to Gundam Build Divers Rise. And naturally, he didn't know that the model in front of him was actually an electronic life form of the so-called EL Diver. In a sense, I am indeed an AI. But, is that strange? Even Mei, whose face hadn't been painted yet, seemed to be able to see her confusion at Yu Xiao's reaction. Besides, my own gender identity won't interfere with the assistance I can provide. I don't think it's necessary to care about this little distinction. She took a few steps forward with her slender, by the standards of a plastic miniature, legs. It seemed she wanted to break the ice, and discuss things more closely with Yu Xiao. However, Yu Xiao seemed to remember something and panicked slightly. Oh, wait. Mei. Don't move. What's wrong? Huh? The next second, the other person's figure instantly disintegrated. Physically speaking. I forgot to tell you. That model. Somewhat dejected, Yu Xiao covered his face. It seems to be in a so-called pseudo-assembled state. I think, for now, you should go into hibernation. I still need to find someone to paint it for you tomorrow. The implication was clear. These scattered parts. He would have to put them back together himself. Chapter 243. The next day, noon CGS, inside the hangar. So, Mr. Naughty, you're not planning to leave? Yu Xiao walked over, holding a bottle of cola, and approached the older maintenance worker, who was busy at work, asking. In the brief meeting last night, the leadership of the third squad finalized a rule that after the organization's reorganization, existing members could voluntarily leave. This was for the sake of organizational unity and efficiency. And of course, a little bit of saving money. So, for a time, those adults who intended to stay out of it, and even some of the former third squad's young soldiers, all left. But the older man in front of him was different. Yes. Naughty Yukinojo casually exhaled a puff of cigarette smoke in response to the question. I'm getting old. It's inconvenient for me, and I don't want to change professions anymore. Besides, he took a few steps forward. His rough hands gently stroked the smooth shell of the Gundam Barbatos. This thing is still here. Barbatos. An ancient legacy. Gundam. Ever since the Vanitas incident, I thought I never encounter these mobile suits again. I never expected to meet them here. And I think this is probably fate's way of telling me not to leave. I see. Yu Xiao nodded, seemingly understanding. But in the end, he still took a few steps forward. Mr. Naughty, if it's convenient, could you tell me about the Ox Earth and the Gundam? He asked cautiously. This was also his main reason for coming here to talk to Naughty, to gain a deeper understanding of the world's worldview. After all, whether it was the previous AI, or now, the mobile suit model body used by the AI calling itself Mei, the MS encountered on the battlefield, Dailanza, or the Vanitas incident known as the Witch Hunt, and the AUX Earth Company he had heard about before. These things were somewhat beyond his understanding and memory. Without knowing which work these things originated from, he had no way of guessing the original development. And that's why he could only obtain information by asking the other party. You? Alright. Fortunately, Naughty Yukinojo didn't choose to hide anything. Looking at Yu Xiao's sincere face, he sighed, and then began a rather lengthy narration. It only ended after several tens of minutes. I see. Yu Xiao tilted her head back, and drank the remaining thin layer of the bottled cola in one gulp. The technology of Alayevich Nana differs somewhat from its counterpart in the original iron-blooded orphans. In this world, it's actually an extension of a technology called Gund Arm. It originated from the Ox Earth Corporation's restoration of ancient Gundam blueprints, aiming to compensate for human deficiencies and expand functionality through external prosthetics. much like Nadi Yukinojo's prosthetic limbs, which are also legacies of Gundam technology. It's also possible to directly control a machine through nerves using Gundam arm. However, this would incur enormous strain and side effects, potentially leading to paralysis and death in severe cases. This technology reappeared in a different guise after the elimination of AUX Earth and Gundam. The spinal inlaid human-computer interface called Alayevich Nana is the culmination of the Gundam ARM project's achievements in manipulating mobile suits. And it was precisely for this reason that AUX Earth was deemed an inhumane company by the EU at the time, and was mercilessly eliminated. Ironically, according to Nadi, until the very last moment, AUX Earth was actually working to render Gundam ARM technology harmless. The CEO at the time intended to research it as humanity's first step into space. But this process was prohibited by another form of justice. Now it's a situation where expressing deep regret is futile. So what happened afterward? Mr. Nadi, did you ever try to contact the relevant people again? I don't know. Or rather, I didn't try. Nadi Yukinojo silently shook his head. Many people died in that incident. Even those who survived mostly went into hiding or moved away. Like me, I threw myself into this war-torn place, intending to wallow in self-pity. I heard that a few people in the company took the research data for the Magia Gundam and are somewhere preparing revenge against Hidaku. But I didn't choose to participate in that project. After all, revenge is too heavy a burden for me. And if Miss Caldor were still alive, she wouldn't allow anyone to do that. And then, it seems some have fallen even deeper than I have. The sudden rise of Alayevich Nana technology a few years ago probably proves that some of the original members simply traded the unfinished Gun technology for short-term gains. However, perhaps there are indeed others who haven't abandoned their initial ideals. For example, Red No. 1, active on the Human Reform League battlefield, rumor has it that he also uses a Gundam-type mobile suit. He might even be one of my former comrades from Oak's Earth. Actually, no. Yu Xiao thought to himself. But he still listened attentively to the other person's words with an earnest expression. To be honest, when I saw that guy on TV, it made me want to rekindle the ideals I once abandoned. That thought just popped into my head. And looking at him, I thought even more. Maybe now is the perfect time to do just that. That might sound a bit cheesy. But I have to thank you for all of this, Xiao. It's not really that great. I just did my best. That's what Yu Xiao was going to say in response to Nadi's sudden praise. However, the alarm and buzzing from the base interrupted him the next second. An unidentified mobile suit has been detected. It's the same type as the one that attacked a few days ago, presumably from the Hidaku. But it's carrying a red flag? While the newly arrived operator seemed still confused, the other party introduced themselves. A powerful, resonant voice boomed from the Black Grays. I am Kronk Chant, of the EU Army. The O'Reilly unit. I wish to engage in a one-on-one duel with your representative. If I win, you must hand over Yudelia Lana Bernstein to me. I will handle the rest. I guarantee that, even at the cost of my life. I will ensure that there is absolutely no further connection between the EU and your CGS. Chapter 244. What's going on? Amidst the commotion, many members of CGS Team 3 emerged from the building. Seeing that the other side indeed had no intention of attacking, they gathered around the black-painted ordinary Grez that had made the declaration outside, discussing it amongst themselves. It's a duel. The first to speak was Nadi Yukinojo, the most mature and composed member of the organization. He sighed and explained, one of the EU traditions that has continued from the past to the present. The loser must abide by the conditions set by the winner. I heard that even now, such activities still circulate among some wealthy young men. I just never imagined that one day we would encounter something like this. Sigh. So even if we lose, we won't lose anything. And he even handle everything for us? Eugene asked, half believing. But Biscuit, standing beside him, hesitated, but then Miss Yudelia will. Let me go! At that moment, Yudelia, the center of the conversation, stepped forward. Her tone was firm. There's no need for a duel. Meaningless battles should be avoided. If they don't want to eradicate you, I don't need to make you risk your lives. This topic didn't seem to have Olga's agreement, but there's no guarantee what they might do to you. The worst case scenario. No. You might die. I don't intend to die. If negotiations can be initiated, I try to make them understand my principles. If we talk properly, perhaps we can still understand each other. That's impossible, young lady. Dialogue isn't something that can be easily achieved. And even if you can understand each other, it doesn't necessarily mean you agree with or accept the other person's ideas. A duel. Let me go! Olga. But at this moment, Yu Xiao stepped forward from behind and gently patted Olga's shoulder. This duel was entirely within his expectations. So Yu Xiao didn't intend to let go. However, Olga seemed somewhat worried. Xiao. I'm relieved if it's you. But what about the mecha? Your undead was damaged in battle, right? Use mine. If it's Barbados, it'd be fine, right? Mikazuki also stepped forward and offered a solution. Impossible. That mecha. Barbados is special. But before Yu Xiao could speak, Nadi Yukinojo shook his head. It can't be activated without a deep Alayevich Nana surgery. In fact, besides you, Mikazuki, there's probably no one else here who can operate it. Let alone Akatsuki, who hasn't had the relevant surgery. Ah. Is that so? That's right. That's why I specifically asked you to pilot Barbados. Yu Xiao finally spoke. But surprisingly, his voice still carried a hint of relaxed ease. But just like you said, I really need to borrow your machine, Mikazuki. More than 10 minutes had passed since Kronk arrived alone in his grays to issue the duel invitation. But CGS still didn't respond. After all, they were probably just a group of young, inexperienced soldiers forced by circumstances. It would be difficult for them to make such an important decision in such a short time. Kronk, sitting in the cockpit, crossed his arms and sighed as he thought this. However, he didn't utter any reproaches. After all, he had the patience to wait a long time. And if the other side agreed to hand over Gudelia directly, that would be ideal. Afterwards, he had enough means to cover up the truth of the matter using methods only frontline soldiers could do. Perjury, concealment. These things that are difficult to do in ordinary units are easy to do in the Orelels unit. After all, almost all the members of this unit were criminals who had broken the rules. They had no bottom line when they were carrying out orders to reduce their punishment. Knowing this made them easy to manipulate. Bribery or intimidation, he had already thought of a solution. Huh. I never thought I'd consider such a despicable method. If you knew, would you laugh at me, Ein? Kronk thought with a sigh. Just then. Testing the sound, can you hear me? A shout finally came from afar. Kronk looked and saw a white-haired boy with a dartboard, holding a megaphone and shouting at him. We decided to accept your challenge. All the conditions are as you said, is that alright? Of course, we're extremely grateful. Kronk finally gripped the control stick. Not far away, amidst the excited and worried chatter of the boys, a mobile suit slowly emerged from the CGS hangar. The all-white mobile suit had a fraud-like appearance, looking rather comical. Kronk recognized it. It was the RK-9192 Barbarian, the previous generation's main AS of the Human Reform League. In this chaotic and turbulent Yanzhou desert, it was arguably the most favored, unassuming mobile suit among mercenaries. This was probably the one the boys had chosen for their duel. And a fully armed MS against such an opponent practically guaranteed victory. Generally speaking, one should be overjoyed. However, I don't see the MS from last time. Was it badly damaged? Kronk was clearly not happy. However, this strengthened his resolve to settle things with his opponent in this way. After all, if the remaining fighting strength of these boys was only this much. If the EU, or rather, Jetek Heavy Industries, were to truly launch an attack, they would likely be helplessly defeated. Therefore, he had to help them solve this problem. To prevent these innocent boys from suffering a tragic fate. Kronk considered this. European Union, EU, Combat Force, Kronk chant. So he gripped the control stick solemnly. And following established protocol, he announced his name in a serious tone. My organization hasn't been named yet. If I had to say, then it's Akatsuki of CGS 3rd Team. While the other's words seemed casual, his serious demeanor was enough to express the determination of his pilot. The boy who called himself Akatsuki. I understand. Then, reporting for duty. Kronk then slammed his grez into the air. The red cloth in his hand was tossed high into the air and fluttered in the wind because of this movement. This was the signal that the duel was about to begin. Chapter 245. At the heart of the battlefield, under the blazing sun, stood two mechanical warriors locked in a stalemate. The EU-manufactured EB-06 Grez, and the RK-91 Barbarian from the Human Reform Alliance. These two machines, from different origins, with different purposes, and from different eras, were currently doing the same thing. Pressing their weapons against each other, attempting to achieve a complete victory, and in this brief yet seemingly endless struggle, someone would inevitably blurt out, "Listen to me. It's not too late to give up." It was Kronk chant, piloting the Grez. In the end, them. Our only goal is Gudelia. Hand her over, and we won't pursue this further. I know it's been tough for you all to have fallen to this point. So innocent youths, like you shouldn't have to sacrifice yourselves for the dirty struggles of adults. Is that so? First, I must thank you for your kindness. But, responding, you shall press down on the pedal, the gas turbine engine roaring to its limit. Hydraulic pressure propelled the barbarian's electromagnetic muscle bundles to maximum power, switching to a fully master-slave follow-up action mode, faithfully reproducing the driver's intense movements. That's far from enough. The ones who created us, these troubled youths, are none other than those dirty adults you speak of. Without changing this situation, we have no future. Leaving deep footprints in the gravel, the barbarian steadied himself. So to change all this, simply relying on the mercy of others won't work. We must strive, with our own hands. He then instantly changed tactics, stomping the ground and using a tactical side roll to move towards a sand dune for cover. As they were separated by this movement, communication was cut off. Gretz's rifle bullets swept past, almost biting the barbarian's tail, leaving a trail of charred bullet marks on the ground. Those caliber bullets, even with the barbarian's armor, could at most catch a whole magazine. After taking cover behind the sand dune, Yushao thought. That was an optimistic view. In reality, if the enemy's firearms were to directly hit the barbarian's vulnerable areas, probably only 2 or 3 shots would be enough to send the ass and its pilot to the underworld. Conversely, the only weapons the barbarian had capable of inflicting a fatal blow on Gretz were the 2 heat hammers in his hands and back. That was a brutal melee weapon that inflicted massive damage on enemy mechs by detonating a large amount of explosives at close range during a single strike. And what about Gretz? Whether it was his 120mm caliber live-fire rifle or his other alloy steel battle axe, a single hit would likely tear apart the barbarian's smooth, oval body and send the pilot to his death. This was a completely unequal duel. From mech performance to sheer numbers, nothing was a clear winner. But even so, Yu Xiao was absolutely confident of victory. The barbarian fumbled for 2 throwing weapons at his waist. He threw the first one. It was an AS grenade. It exploded a certain distance from Grez. It didn't harm him. But immediately afterward, Yu Xiao threw the second throwing weapon. Based on common assumptions, the opponent would assume this was also an explosive weapon, and therefore would be watching the grenade's trajectory while maneuvering to evade it. This was Yu Xiao's guess, and in fact, that's exactly what Crump did. And this suited Yu Xiao's plan perfectly. The grenade detonated at a preset time before it even hit the ground. And then, it burst into a blinding flash. That's right, it was a flashbang. Although modern Mech's OSs can automatically adjust the viewfinder brightness according to ambient light, even a fleeting glimpse can cause temporary blindness due to the intense light. This small opening created an opportunity for Yu Xiao. Gripping the hammer handle tightly, he charged towards Grez's location. Kronk regained his vision a moment later. But by the time he realized what was happening, his opponent was already upon him. So Grez abandoned his close-range rifle counterattack. Instead, he used the thrusters on his back to leap backward and create distance, reaching into his backpack with his left hand to try and draw his battle axe to engage in melee combat. Got it. Yu Xiao shouted upon seeing this. The barbarian used the handle of his heat hammer to brace himself on the ground. He leaped suddenly, then swept across the fuselage, delivering a straight kick to Grez's abdomen. Stunned and unbalanced by the blow, Grez fell to the ground as he was pushed backward. The barbarian then swung his heat hammer, delivering a powerful downward strike to Grez's waist. Destroying this spot would render him unable to rise again. That was Yu Xiao's thinking. But this act of leniency became the source of his plan's failure. Lying on his back, Grez violently restarted the thrusters on his back, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and propelling himself forward slightly. This caused the heat hammer attack to miss completely. The shaped explosives detonated with a loud bang, but the resulting armor-piercing blast did not affect Grez's fuselage. He dodged it? As expected, the barbarian's reaction speed is still slightly inferior. Yu Xiao frowned. Then, a sense of danger spread throughout his body. Attack, from there. Following his instincts, he maneuvered his machine back a step, then raised the hammer handle horizontally in one direction. Bang! The next second came the clang of metal against metal. It was the sound of Grez's battle axe clashing against the barbarian's long sword. It seemed Kronk intended to use the smoke as cover for an attack. However, Yu Xiao's XR ability proved insufficient. This renewed contact restored communication between the two machines. Gulp. Are you really a child? I told you that during our first engagement. But that doesn't mean we have to rely on anyone. On the contrary, we must keep moving forward. At this point, Yu Xiao deliberately activated his communication. so that the other party might hear these words. Go to where you should be, to a place even further. And this must be relayed to all members of CGS Team 3. Boom, from the outside, amidst the hazy dust, accompanied by a piercing sound, a spinning object flew out. It seemed to be half a barbarian's hammer handle. It landed on the ground near the boys of Team 3, stirring up a shockwave and dust. This caused the surrounding spectators to gasp in surprise, scattering to avoid it. Only a few remained unmoved. For example, the boys' leader, Olga Itsuka. Tekaden. He uttered 3 characters calmly. Huh? Eudelia, who was beside him, had just recovered from the shock and spoke with some confusion. Our new name. After all, we're worlds apart now. It'd be really unpleasant to talk to people using the CGS name anymore. Like Akatsuki did today. Tekka. The Flame of Steel? No. Olga smiled with renewed fighting spirit. It's the Flower of Iron. His gaze also fixed on the distance. It will never fade. The Flower of Steel. There, the smoke gradually dissipated. And this duel was about to come to a close. Chapter 246. In the center of the battlefield stood a mech 8 meters tall. Olga recognized its design instantly. It was the white barbarian from the CGS 3rd Team's hangar. It crouched low, its right hand gripping an anti-armor dagger aimed directly at Grez's cockpit. That mech originally belonged to Olga's friend, Mikazuki, but now, the pilot was its brother Xiao. He won. The jubilant shouts from outside the arena were enough to confirm it. That's right. The victory in this duel belonged to you, Xiao, who hadn't been favored from the start, and the barbarian. Great. Haha, so strong. As expected of brother Xiao. Danji, whom Yu Xiao had saved earlier, also cheered. However, beside him, the blonde boy, Takagi, who usually got along well with him, had a strange expression. So Danji turned around, puzzled, and said, Hey Takagi. What's wrong? Why aren't you celebrating with us? Well, it's great that we won, but we don't know what will happen, do we? Takagi put his hand to his mouth, looking troubled. From the very beginning, there was no mention of any conditions after we won. Right? These words were like a boulder thrown into a pool, creating a series of ripples. Silence quickly spread among the crowd. The members of CGS Team 3, no Tekaden, all held their breath, watching the direction of the barbarian and Grez, awaiting their next move. I lost. First came the man who called himself Kronk. After openly conceding defeat over the loudspeaker, he opened the cockpit and stepped out. He recalled, the events of the past few moments had been lightning fast. Faced with an opponent far superior in both size and strength, Yu Xiao chose a risky gamble. While raising the now empty hammer handle to resist the opponent's descending battle axe, he leaped his barbarian into the opponent's wide-open arms. This move was incredibly risky. If the movement wasn't swift enough or the force insufficient, the barbarian, unable to withstand the force, would be instantly cleaved in two by Gretz's battle axe. In fact, the hammer handle was also split in two at the last second, the broken handle that Olga and his group saw. And the barbarian, seizing the opportunity, narrowly closed the distance. Finally, he drew the anti-tank dagger from his left shoulder, and after unexpectedly overpowering Grez, swiftly pressed it against the front of Grez's cockpit. But didn't stab. It simply stopped in front of the cockpit, seemingly indicating that the battle was over. In truth, if Kronk wanted to, he could have used this opportunity to shake off Grez, regroup, and then make other plans. But he wouldn't do that. After all, a loss is a loss. And Kronk was also eager to see what this young man's intentions were in not taking his life. So even facing the gleaming blade, he dared to step out of the cockpit, awaiting his opponent's next move. I'm honored. With a calm voice, the hatch behind the barbarian opened. A black-haired boy, Yu Xiao, stepped out. Kronk looked at him. Even though he was tall and strong, the childishness on his face still revealed his immaturity. Really a child. He laughed, whether out of relief or self-mockery. Please don't call me that anymore. I have a name. Just call me Xiao, Yu Xiao said softly. Haha, yes. You're right. The setting sun cast its glow on his face, adding an unusual touch of melancholy to this resilient middle-aged man. I'm sorry, Xiao. My thoughts may have always been too arrogant. And now it seems, you are not children in need of help, but young men capable of changing the world. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Now, please make your move. Make your move? But for Kronk, who was prepared, Yu Xiao looked somewhat surprised. I don't understand. Mr. Kronk. What are you talking about? Literally. Don't worry, I had already decided that I was supposed to die. Here. Kronk closed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Although I have no attachment to the current army, but I can't forgive myself. I once knew a boy. And he, like you, suffered greatly from the poverty of this land." He was probably talking about Ein. Yu Xiao thought to herself. She listened silently to his words. However, I didn't set a good example. Instead, I followed orders to eliminate anyone who might provide these impoverished people with a lifeline. It wasn't until I met you that I felt so unforgivable. Hey, enough talk. You probably hate me too for attacking your organization. In that case, just shoot. Not only you, but I, who was guilty first, can also be absolved. Is that so? I understand. Then Yu Xiao reached for his pistol at his waist. He raised it. Bang! 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 Then, 3 sharp gunshots rang out in quick succession. The smell of gunpowder and gunpowder filled the air. But there was no blood. Kronk opened his eyes in surprise. He saw that the boy's gun was not pointed at him at all. Instead, it was deliberately raised high towards the sky. Why? After a long silence, he asked in astonishment. Because I don't hate you, Mr. Kronk. Even if we faced each other with swords drawn, it was because we served different masters. Yu Xiao sighed. After all, this is only our first proper meeting, isn't it? I don't believe anyone would hate a complete stranger, someone whose face they don't even recognize. And in this brief encounter, I think you're a remarkable person. Even in such a place, you managed to maintain your conscience. So, just as you believe children shouldn't die because of adults' conspiracies, I also don't think you, with your upright character, need to bear the sins of those corrupt powerful figures. Thank you very much. But even so, I have nowhere to go afterward. Then, consider this my condition after winning the duel. How about it? Yu Xiao spoke up at the opportune moment. Mr. Kronk, please come to our side. To be honest, our organization has only recently been reorganized. We're short-handed right now. If it's a veteran like you, we welcome you anytime. All right. If it's to witness the places you young people aspire to reach. Kronk murmured. A feeling of trust and anticipation quietly spread through his heart. Just like when he first met Ein. Even more so. I entrust this sinful body to you without hesitation. And so, he stood up again. Against the backdrop of dusk, he extended his hand and firmly clasped Yu Xiao's hands. The red cloth that had fluttered in the air at the start of the duel also began to wave again in the wind, like a high-flying flag. Chapter 247. However, this decision naturally encountered some minor obstacles. What? After Yu Xiao disembarked with Kronk, he told everyone present that he wanted to introduce him to the organization. The first sound of surprise came from someone. Xiao, are you sure you're planning to have him join the organization? It was Eugene. His eyes widened, his gaze filled with nothing but astonishment. Just a few minutes ago, he was fighting you fiercely, and even tried to kill the young lady, not to mention, he was one of the people who attacked CGS before. Many people held this view, though their surprise far outweighed their disgust. However, most people had a more rational perspective. But there's no harm in doing this, is there? It can also make up for the shortage of manpower, especially MS pilots. Biscuit was the first to speak. Yes. And to be honest, Mr. Kronk didn't cause us any real damage, did he? His troops did help us deal with that annoying first team. Olga, what do you think? Finally, he turned his gaze to the boys' de facto leader, Olga. After a few seconds of silence, he made his decision. Welcome to Takadan. He took a few steps forward and extended his hand to the tall man before him. However, his next words were somewhat subtle. Kronk, Mr. Kronk Chamber? Clearly, he didn't remember the other's full name. At this moment, Eugene approached impatiently. It's Chant. Didn't he announce his name once during the duel? Ah, that's it. Mr. Kronk Chant. You seem to remember quite well, Eugene. You were just shouting so loudly about not wanting it. Could it be that you actually intend to agree? No, don't confuse the two. They're two different things. Eugene shouted, taking a few steps back. But judging from his expression, he didn't seem to be entirely against the proposal. By the way, what is Takadan? At this moment, Takagi stepped closer and asked curiously. Our new name. Just decided. Olga responded with a light laugh. But this drew a question from another person. What? Hey, I said. Olga. Don't make decisions on your own. It was Eugene. However, behind him, Sino ran over and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong with that? Besides, isn't it cool? That's because your naming taste has always been. Well, you know. I think it's good too. By the way, Why a flower? In an instant, the boys were playing, laughing, and making a ruckus. Watching this scene, Yu Xiao walked over to Kronk. You already seen such a mess on the first day. It's alright. Kronk simply nodded, a faint smile on his face. In fact, it's just like that. Indeed. Although people often say that only by bearing sorrow can humanity become strong. But if possible, who wouldn't want their path forward to be filled with laughter and joy, rather than bitter blues? However, on the other side, such a scene was obviously not to be seen. Huh? The operation failed? At the temporary base of the EU Special Forces, Galio Baudouin slammed his fist on the table in surprise upon hearing the news from his subordinates. It took him a while to recover. He hung up the communication, letting out a soft sigh. What a joke. In that case, all the pretense we put on so far has been useless, hasn't it? Shouldn't we be responsible for expressing the EU's deepest condolences and determination to bring the perpetrators to justice after this failed attack, and then publicly dispose of those guys thrown into the penal camp to appease public anger? After covering his forehead and making a disappointed expression, Galio shook his hand, his tone quite disdainful. TCH. I heard the other day that his child ran away from home because of academic setbacks. Does he want to inherit his father's business or something? It's no wonder his words were so harsh. After all, being hastily summoned to assign a task during one's vacation, only to be told that due to the client's mistake, it's all for nothing. Let alone a rich kid like Galio. Even an ordinary employee would find it unbearable. There's no need to be too harsh on him, Galio. However, unlike his friend's reaction, the blonde youth beside him, McGillis, remained calm. Them Jetek's strategy is flawless. The problem lies with CGS. Those young soldiers protecting Gudelia. Their strength is simply too abnormal. Even if you say that. And have you heard, Galio? The enemy's mobile suit. It looks like a Gundam. That again? Could it be that the ghosts of Earth Ox have returned? No. That mobile suit isn't the same as the replica Gundam made on Earth Ox. According to my deduction, it's a mobile suit recorded in the legends of Agnica, one of the 72 demons of Solomon. The form of Gundam Barbados. What? So, what you told me before about the dark history that once existed on this planet. Yes. It might just be something that's come true. It's really intriguing. It makes me want to visit them. McGillis crossed his arms, revealing an expression of great interest. I understand how you feel. But that won't do, will it? If the EU were to use force directly here, it would violate the previously recognized autonomy of Crusade. Don't worry. I don't intend to fight them. And if possible, I think cooperating with them might be a possible alternative. What? Hey, McGillis. I can't pretend I didn't hear you. Galio's voice was initially surprised, then instantly turned serious. Cooperate with them? You should know. CGS. Those guys who call themselves Tekaten. They're practically being branded as terrorists by the EU. Not to mention they're protecting Gudelia Lana Barnstein, the leader of the Crusade region's activities. What exactly are you planning to do? That's why I decided to join forces with them. McGillis stood up, facing the setting sun outside the window. Galio. I considered you a friend. So I never hidden anything from you. He sighed. And now I don't want to lie to you. Let me answer your question. I intend to change this country. EU, controlled by aristocratic families like our 7 stars, is deeply rotten. So-called alliances are nothing more than puppets being manipulated. Trying to maintain the prestige of a great power within a system that's stagnant has led to systemic redundancy and profit-driven policies. You've seen the consequences, haven't you? These words were true. At least for Galio, his experience today was the best illustration of it. As for the tree that's already rotten inside, I have no cure. I think the best we can do is cut it down and replant. Turning his head, McGillis's sharp eyes were fixed on Galio's direction, posing his final question. I only ask once, Galio. Can you be the one to join me in wielding this axe? Silence. A long silence. After a while, Galio finally looked up. I can't help it, he said. Then he smiled indifferently. I agree. Like you said, we're friends after all, right? But it's supposed to be a visit. What are you planning to do? Don't underestimate me, Galio. I have some connections around here, and tomorrow, I happen to have a ride. Just wait and see. McGillis chuckled lightly at this. It was a smile of triumphant success. Their actions were not merely a means to an end, as depicted in the original work. They chose to personally visit the person in person. Furthermore, the two of them walked side by side. This seemed to indicate that the trajectory of this world had taken an unexpected turn. Chapter 248. The next day. Midday. In the desert near Crusade. A convoy was moving along the newly paved asphalt road. Ahead were the lead cars. Behind them were large trucks carrying something. Even though they were covered by tarpaulins, the curves of their loads were still clearly visible. Clearly, these were super-type Mechs created by the Lost Technology Research Team. The silhouettes of victors. The identity of the owner of this convoy was self-evident. Rim, currently using the crisp personality, sat obediently in the front seat of the car. But her gaze kept glancing at the person in the driver's seat. Not for any other reason. It was simply that the person's attire was too peculiar. Beneath astonishingly long white hair was a golden ball mask. For the leader of a major merchant guild, this was truly surprising attire. So, after hesitating for a long time, Lim placed her hand on her chest and spoke somewhat uneasily. Mr. Mondak. What is it, Miss Limskaw? The man addressed as Mondak turned his head. Lim remembered that he was the leader of the so-called Mondak Trading Company. During the Lost Ruins research team's expedition to Yenzhou, they had generously provided a lot of supplies, tools, and intelligence. They were, in a sense, close partners with her father, and therefore, when they heard that the Mondak Trading Company planned to visit CGS, now renamed Takadan, the research team gladly agreed to transport the victor along the way. Who's that in the back? But her question wasn't directed at the person in question. It was directed at a man in a suit and tie, whose entire face was covered by a mask shaped like a knight's helmet, sitting in the back seat of Mondak. This man made Mondak, whose face was only partially covered, appear somewhat normal. Him? He is. However, faced with this seemingly normal question, Mondak hesitated for a moment. Vidal? The masked man was the first to state his name. Well, you can just call me that. Just? Most people wouldn't introduce themselves like that. Fortunately, perhaps thanks to the naivete of the inexperienced Lim, I understand. Well, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Vidal. She didn't notice anything amiss. However, if Yushao were present, he would have seen through the disguise immediately. The true identities of those behind Mondak and Vidal are naturally Magilis Farid and Galio Baduin. And clearly, Magilis' so-called network of connections refers to the Lost Ruins research team he contacted through the Mondak Trading Company. After all, otherwise, he wouldn't have known the true identity of that Gundam. Meanwhile, in the CGS hangar. Down. Good, right here. Install the parts. Yu Xiao was waving and directing. Judging from his words, he was clearly assembling a mobile suit. And indeed he was. The machine being fitted with parts was a modified version of Kronk's Grease, based on Yu Xiao's suggestion and the previously recovered Grease Stinger models, with some minor repairs by Yukinojo. However, only the legs and torso could be pieced together. For components that couldn't be replaced, parts from other machines were used as substitutes. For example, its head used Leo's monitor unit, with 2 armor plates embedded above and below for external protection. After these modifications, the machine was renamed Grease Kai. And as one of Takadan's rare MS combat forces, its pilot was Mr. Kronk. Is this enough? After installing the last part, Yu Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow and looked up, shouting loudly into the cockpit. No problem. The reply was a firm and resolute voice. With over 40% of the parts defective, the performance is still restored to almost 100%. You have a very skilled mechanic. And there was even a hint of admiration in his voice. That's right. Unlike in the original work, where this Grease Kai was initially piloted by Akihiro due to a shortage of personnel, and later transferred to Shino after acquiring the Gundam Gushin. Now, with Kronk's addition, the Grease Kai can be completely entrusted to this experienced and skilled veteran, serving as a combat asset. As for the other members' weaponry, Yu Xiao certainly wouldn't shortchange them. Using the points earned from defeating enemies, he exchanged them for new blueprints from the AI. Based on the Dagger series base model, 2 spin-off mobile suits were developed, the Dual Dagger and the Storm Dagger. These are the mass-produced versions of the Dual Gundam equipped with the strike gear from the original world, and the Storm Gundam, a long-range artillery type. While their performance can't be said to surpass the original 105 Dagger, their areas of expertise are different. Using the blueprints for these 2 mobile suits, he made a new deal with Leonard of Amalgam. The other party agreed to provide Takadan with several completed early-stage 105 Daggers, along with a corresponding number of artillery and sword combat backpacks. The reason he didn't request aerial combat backpacks was naturally because they were for the Takadan's young soldiers to pilot. Relying on their Alea consciousness for integrated human-machine control, They couldn't possibly imagine themselves sprouting wings. Even so, their combat strength should be more than sufficient. Even with ordinary 105mm short swords, they would likely be more than capable of handling the Gretz units of the EU that hadn't been equipped with nano-layered armor. Not to mention the powerful sword and cannon armaments. While waiting for the goods to arrive, he and Olga's group would consult with Tabins through the Old Man of Consciousness. Although battles like in the original story might be unavoidable, given the organization's current strength, defeating them shouldn't be too difficult. Just as Yu Xiao was planning for the future, Mr. Xiao. A cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned and saw a girl with dazzling orange hair, like the summer sun, waving and walking towards him. The goods, I brought them to you. Naturally, she was referring to the victor. This was a timely help for him, but Yu Xiao's expression suddenly turned serious, because his eyes fell upon the silver-haired man, who was slowly approaching from behind the orange-haired girl. That's wonderful. Who are you? So he turned around, asking a question that was actually unnecessary. Then he received the expected response. I am a representative of the Mondak Merchant Guild. I heard that your company recently accepted the escort mission for Gudelia Lana Bernstein, and that's why I come. Chapter 249. You must be Mr. Akira, the general manager at Takadan? Mondak continued to ask. The position of general manager was given to Yu Xiao after the reorganization of Takadan. Although Olga initially seemed to want him to be the leader, Yu Xiao refused. After all, in terms of leadership, Yu Xiao was slightly inferior to Olga, who had grown up with these boys. If it's convenient, would it be alright if we, your leader, and Miss Gudelia, move to the conference room to discuss this further? Alright. And he didn't go to inspect his own mobile suit. Victor. Faced with this sudden emergency, Yu Xiao pondered for only a moment before nodding in agreement. Excuse me, Rim. Please wait here for a moment. But before that, he had to turn to Rim and apologize. It's alright. Please go ahead, Mr. Xiao. The girl simply waved her hand, offering a sweet smile to show she wouldn't hold a grudge. Within moments, the people Mondak had requested gathered in the conference room. So, what brings you here, Mr. Mondak? Gudelia was the first to break the silence. Her violet eyes were fixed on his golden mask. I long heard of the extraordinary bearing of the young women of Crise, and seeing them today, I can confirm it's true. Sitting opposite him at the negotiating table, Mondak crossed his arms, uttering the usual pleasantries before speaking. Then I get straight to the point. Gudelia Lana Bernstein. If possible, I'd like to assist with your activities. Is that so? You want to be our patron? Yu Xiao quickly deciphered the other party's intentions. At least the apparent ones. And spoke up. You businessmen don't get up early for nothing. I guess it can't be free. What are your conditions? Olga also inquired at the opportune moment. As you know, the rare metal deposits buried around Kree have always been the object of covetous eyes of various countries. But because the EU has effectively controlled this area, it can't be sold elsewhere. But once Kree is fully liberated, its autonomy will return to Kree's hands, right? At that time, I hope I can also get a share. How about that? After saying this, Mondak fell silent, only observing Gudelia's reaction through his sharp eyes behind his mask. Thank you for your kindness. But I cannot agree to this condition. However, the blonde girl simply shook her head. After the Kree region broke free from the EU's control, their future should be chosen by the local people themselves. He then said solemnly. At that time, even I could not, and should not, make decisions for them, arbitrarily relinquishing all the rights and interests that should have been theirs to control and distribute. If I did, I would only be repeating the mistakes of the past. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing this, Mondak applauded even more. Excellent. Indeed, viewing you and your activities from this perspective is truly a sign of my narrow-mindedness. Very well. Even without any power or profit, your magnanimity is enough to impress me. He stood up and bowed deeply in Gudelia's direction. I made my decision. The Mondak Merchant Guild will assist you. From now on, if you have any needs, please contact me. I will do my best to provide whatever we can. Then he turned to Yu Xiao and said, and next? Perhaps I could discuss the cooperation with your manager, Mr. Xiao, alone? Xiao. Olga turned to confirm Yu Xiao's intention. Clearly, he felt the other party's change of attitude was too rapid. There might be something fishy going on. Yu Xiao understood his meaning. But since the other party had come to him, it's all right, Olga. Please leave first. He didn't want to refuse. He shook his head and said to Olga. Regardless, Olga still trusted Yu Xiao quite a bit. So he said nothing more, simply rising with Gudelia. then turning and leaving, closing the door behind them. So, Mr. Xiao, let's first talk about what kind of support you need. Is it assets or... Thank you for your concern. We lack nothing in any aspect. I only need one thing right now. One thing. That would be perfect. Please tell me. I need a reason. Yu Xiao sighed softly. A reason that is convincing enough for me why McGillis Farid of the Seven Stars family would come looking for us. After speaking, he said, "Oh dear. I've seen through you. As expected of you. Just as I imagined, your insight is remarkably sharp. But strangely, Mundak." "No." McGillis Farid merely smiled and sighed softly. The polite language he used in his words made Yu Xiao even more concerned. Logically speaking, even if she had revealed his identity, it shouldn't have prompted such a reaction. In fact, if he hadn't known that McGillis in the original work already had the intention to cooperate with Takadan, he wouldn't have chosen this moment to expose him. After all, revealing someone's true identity to a complete stranger usually arouses suspicion. But who would have thought? The other party's next words shocked Yu Xiao even more. "Well, although this is very impolite, I'd like to ask you, Mr. Xiao." "No." Red number 1. "Since you also pledged your allegiance to this land, do you mean to say you don't know where my ambitions lie? Our interests are probably aligned, Mr. Xiao." Yu Xiao cautiously took 2 steps back, his hand resting on the gun at his waist, almost drawing it. But realizing the other party didn't make any further moves, he regained his composure. "That's truly astonishing. How did you know?" He chose to lay his cards on the table. This was evident in his undisguised, questioning words. "Because I witnessed your battles firsthand. Whether on the battlefield of the Human Revolutionary Alliance, or here." McGillis smiled. Then he removed his mask, revealing a young, handsome face beneath, and dazzling blonde hair beneath his wig. "I'm not mistaken. From the emphasis on close combat handling to the flexible and appropriate tactics, even with a different mech, I can tell just by comparing the motion data. But please don't worry. I'm probably the only person in the world with this kind of experience. And I never told anyone this. Not even my closest friends." He then became serious. "And my reason for coming here is simple. Like you, I want to use this land of Christ as a fulcrum to change Idachi. No. To change the entire world. And you and that girl not only share the same goal as me, but also have ideals and power far beyond my reach. So I came here. And now I have a question for you. Would you lend me your power, Red One?" Chapter 250. Is this really okay? Meanwhile, on the other side, a short distance from the meeting room, Eudelia turned to Olga, asking with some concern. She had naturally noticed the unusual behavior of the man who called himself Mondak. However, as an outsider, she couldn't offer her opinion on Olga's decision at the time. She could only ask now, away from the meeting room. "It's fine. After all," he agreed himself. "So there's no need to worry about it, miss." "Is that so?" Eudelia said softly. "Commander Olga, you really trust Mr. Akatsuki?" "Heh, that's true. After all, that guy is special." Olga, with her hands in the pockets of Takadan's green jacket, said with feigned seriousness. "Special?" Olga nodded at Eudelia's question. "Yes. I sensed it from the first time I met Akatsuki. Although he often tries to hide it. His gaze always seems to drift past us, looking in another direction." As if recalling the boy's eyes, Olga lowered her gaze. "A very distant place, even I can't see clearly. He seems to be trying to grasp something alone. And although I don't know the details, it seems he's doing it for us. That's why I believe him. Because he doesn't like to publicize his efforts. That's why I believe him. And besides, I believe in that guy too. So to get to where he wants to get, no matter what he wants to do, or how he plans to do it, I know we will not stop no matter what." Hearing Olga's resolute words, Eudelia unconsciously clutched the necklace at her chest. "Looks like I need to fight too. On a battlefield where only I can fight." But the next second, her gaze caught sight of a new figure. At the end of the corridor in the hangar, someone seemed to be active. It was a tall young man wearing a mask resembling a knight's helmet. Eudelia remembered that this man was Mr. Vidal? "What are you doing here? The hangar is a bit messy. Why don't you go to the lounge to rest?" She walked forward curiously, introducing him by name and asking his purpose. "Ah, it's all right. I'm often in these kinds of situations. I just wanted to ask a question. This is Idachi Esquerez, right? Although it's been modified, the frame shouldn't be changed." Vidal walked towards the nearby Grez modified and whispered. "You should have explicitly forbidden using this machine for export. Where did you get it?" This is probably a company secret. Olga lowered her head. She didn't tell him the truth, actually out of consideration for the pilot, Kronk Chant. After all, even though it was consensual, it was still tantamount to defection. Although they had completely broken ties with EU, and didn't need to care about such small details. Ultimately, saying it might embarrass the man. But Olga hadn't expected this. It's all right. Let me tell this stranger, Commander. Uncle? Olga looked up. She saw Kronk calmly lowering himself down the cable from the cockpit. And it seemed he wasn't the type to hide his past, even if it was a shameful one. Takadan possesses this machine, because I defected here. Defected? From the EU Vital's voice remained indifferent, devoid of any emotion. However, yes. Because I disobeyed my superior's orders, but those orders were truly unbearable. Kronk said in a deep voice. Whether it was attacking underage boys, or extinguishing the flames of the movement, I simply couldn't bear being a ruthless cog in the organization any longer. That's why I decided to leave. I see. The doll, Galio Baduin, lowered his head. The facts gleaned from the other person's words gave him a general understanding. The other person was likely a member of the Orel's unit dispatched here by Vim Zetak. He had initially scoffed at the idea that the unit was composed of problem soldiers who disobeyed orders. He hadn't expected to find someone with a conscience among them. The corruption within the EU had truly reached a certain level. Even the military system, which should have maintained its integrity and uprightness, was now showing signs of moral decay. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. His previous contempt and hatred for deserters vanished completely. Driven by some impulse, he wanted to know the other person's name at this moment. Excuse me. What is your name? Kronk nodded and casually introduced himself. Kronk Chant. People used to call me Lieutenant too, but now I'm just Kronk. What? This name, which should have been harmless, caused Galio to instinctively exclaim in surprise and take a step back. After all, Kronk? He quite remembered that name. Although he had never seen the other person's face. Not only because he remembered that this Lieutenant too had been in the unit that went to aid the Human Reform League with him. It was also because his recently admired subordinate, Ein Dalton, often mentioned this person's name. He had heard that in the EU Army, where class consciousness was particularly strong, only he would treat Ein the same as ordinary soldiers. Later, he was tried by a military court for disobeying military orders, and reportedly sentenced to imprisonment. But unexpectedly, the EU High Command dared to send this upright soldier to such a disciplinary unit. And in the end, even the manner of that simple and earnest young man was forced by the EU's internal system to the point of wanting to leave. Previously, Galio had only echoed his friend's opinions, never personally experiencing the consequences, but today, he realized just how corrupt the EU truly was. What's wrong? Nothing. Just a sudden dizziness. I often do. The dizziness from the shock subsided after several minutes. Galio clenched his fist involuntarily. The EU needs to be changed. McGillis was right. If an organization that should exert its power of maintenance and mobilization only creates such a scene, then it truly needs a young force to cleanse it. Chapter 251. Meanwhile, a meeting was also taking place between Yu Xiao and McGillis. Alright. Faced with the suggestion of joining forces, Yu Xiao thought for a while before finally nodding. If you truly want to change the future of this world, just like me, then joining forces is fine. However, he stood up and added, as if to say, but if one day I find that the path you're taking is out of control and becomes uncontrollable, then I will definitely come to stop you. That's it. This naturally refers to McGillis's strange, almost manic behavior after obtaining Bayeri in the original work. Although he didn't know if the future would be the same. But to prevent the entire Takadan from collapsing because of his madness again, Yu Xiao felt it was necessary to be upfront with him first. Perhaps this could even serve as a warning. Is that so? I do my best to avoid that day. Having received the reply, McGillis stood up. Then it's settled. You handle the external operations, while I stay inside the EU and try to pave the way for you. The ammunition, resources, and money as a gift will arrive in a few days. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Finally, after a symbolic handshake, he turned and went to the hangar to call his companion. Yu Xiao knew that it was probably Galio Baduin. And the two left together. On the way home in the car, dusk was already falling outside the window. Is that so? Having long since removed the mask he no longer needed, after listening to Galio recount his experiences. His conversation with Kronk. McGillis, now back to his true self, nodded slightly. I didn't expect to find someone like this here. Yes. It's ironic, isn't it? I never imagined someone as revered as I would be reduced to living in a place like this. Galileo sighed. I'm increasingly convinced that what you said is absolutely right, McGillis. E.U. And the Ramphele Foundation that controls him. A change is indeed needed. By you and me. And them. Them? You mean Takadan? McGillis looked somewhat surprised. It's quite surprising that you would say something like that. You used to despise those who used a Layevich nanotechnology that required modifying the human body, didn't you? I used to. Galileo shook his head. But not anymore. You said it before, haven't you? The legendary Agnica, he also used the same technology to operate the Gundam. Back in the Human Reform League. And I increasingly feel, compared to spiritual corruption and depravity, physical modification is nothing. On the contrary, this spirit of sticking to the old ways, and not seeking progress might be the very source that causes the former to continue to proliferate. He rested his chin on his hand, gazing thoughtfully at the desert outside the window. Furthermore, perhaps beneath the bodies of the xenomorphs, they possess a mind and body even nobler than those of healthy individuals. But his gaze secretly drifted towards McGillis, who was focused on driving. Hey, McGillis. What's up? Now it's just the two of us. Although I shouldn't be saying this, well. Anyway, don't push yourself too hard in the future. Okay? His concern clearly indicated a different trajectory from the original story. This time, Galileo was indeed going to dedicate himself to the same cause as McGillis. To this, McGillis chuckled lightly. Thanks. I will, brother-in-law. Hey! However, the message conveyed in his words was not friendly. Meanwhile, on Yu Zhao's side. Huh? You said you want me to go back first? The orange-haired girl repeated with a bewildered expression at Yu Zhao's request. That's right. Although I'm very grateful for the mecha you provided, in my judgment you should go back now. After Yu Zhao repeated it, Ren's expression instantly changed to a plea. Please don't. Although this is my first time outside the house. It's not like I can't do anything. I won't just sit here and do nothing. I can wash dishes, do laundry, and even make hot cocoa. Clearly, she thought Yu Zhao considered her useless to Takadan and was planning to dismiss her. It's not about that, Rim. It's not about being useful or anything. Yu Zhao could only explain with a wry smile. It's just that what we're about to do might be a bit too extreme. The enemy will become EU. And at the same time, it might expose you to danger as well. EU? That's one of the world's 3 major powers. I heard about it when I was at the Antarctic base. Rem exclaimed, seemingly realizing something. Looking at her seemingly unreal face, Yu Zhao could guess that she didn't really understand what it was like to confront a superpower. Even if they all attacked together, Mr. Xiao, wouldn't it be alright if you protected me? Just like when you protected my father's research institute from the rampaging machines. Hearing this, Yu Zhao suddenly felt he couldn't find an excuse to refute her. Perhaps he was just someone who wasn't good at letting others down, whether for better or worse. Alright then. So he sighed softly and reluctantly agreed to her request. Afterwards, there wasn't anything urgent to deal with. So he logged out of Mech Warrior VS. However, instead of returning home to rest, he went to Buqing's house. Because there, he had something else to receive. You're here. I'm here. Brother Bu. Upon arriving at Buqing's balcony, he was greeted warmly. Then, he casually took the model that had just been assembled. The body of what may call a mobile doll. The painting was complete. The long black hair and sky-blue eyes, combined with the well-balanced light and shadow on the body, displayed a delicate beauty in his hands. However, compared to the blueprint, it's a little different. Yu Zhao examined it carefully. Brother Bu, this? Oh! You noticed? Because this face sculpt, I painted it with care. Buqing put his hands on his hips and proudly flicked his nose. Unlike your design, which even suggested using cutouts and glue, those things are convenient for assembly, but the finished product would be rather third-rate, haha. It sounded impressive, but Yu Zhao didn't understand. However, considering that in his past life, most of the much-criticized Bandai-made mecha girls were destroyed here, perhaps it wouldn't be far off, even if it wasn't perfect. He thought. Hey, Xiao. However, Buqing's voice turned serious the next second. Staring at Yu Zhao, he said, I said, tomorrow? Do you want to go to school? Chapter 252. An hour later. So, how does this body feel now, May? Back home, Yu Zhao put down his school bag, sat on the sofa, and looked at the exquisite model on the table, the completed so-called mobile doll May. He sighed and asked. Very good. In his line of sight stood a life-size miniature model of a beautiful woman with cascading black hair and a serene demeanor. Stretching her gracefully curved, though her waist had clearly defined joints, she nodded confidently in response. It moves even more smoothly than I expected. Thanks to some of his improvements that eliminated interference, the joints are both realistic and have maximum mobility. You have a very good friend. The voice came from a built-in sound element, and with the realistic movement of her lips, it momentarily gave the illusion that she was speaking. To this, Yu Xiao nodded first. Is that so? I don't quite understand. But since you praised Brother Bu, it proves that everything turned out well. Sigh. However, although he said something that might sound like he was happy, he then hunched over, burying his head somewhat in his arms crossed on the table. The long sigh that escaped his lips seemed to indicate that he wasn't in particularly high spirits. However, just a few minutes after Yu Xiao made this gesture, he sensed an unusual gaze. So he looked up again and saw a small doll lying down in front of him. Across the table, Mei propped her chin on one hand, observing him with an air of scholarly interest, as if conducting a scientific experiment. What are you doing? Stared at by this somewhat strange gaze, Yu Xiao unconsciously shrank back slightly. Studying. Mei answered crisply, and without hesitation. Human behavior and emotions. This kind of thing, isn't it called frustration? She spoke thoughtfully. Based on my data analysis, I can barely understand, but it's hard to imagine this emotion appearing in you. Hard to imagine? Well, I can't help it. We only known each other for a short time. It's normal to find it strange. Yu Xiao straightened his back and shrugged. But there might be many more unimaginable things like this in the future. He also turned his gaze away. Because of this, he didn't notice a flicker of sadness in Mei's icy eyes when she said, "We only known each other for a short time." Perhaps it really is now. She added a slightly self-deprecating remark to herself. "Ah, did you just say something, Mei?" "Nothing. You misheard. Hey." Mei shook her head. Then she gazed in Yu Xiao's direction, as if she had made up her mind. The next second, like a tamed hawk, she nimbly and swiftly leaped onto Yu Xiao's left shoulder. And then, smoothly, crossed her legs and sat down on top of him. After completing all her actions, she glanced at Yu Xiao, who turned to look at her with a slightly surprised expression, and symbolically brushed aside a stray strand of hair, though it seemed unnecessary for someone with plastic hair to do so. Then, in her still calm tone, she said, "I was just thinking. Maybe you could tell me about the reason for that distress. Maybe with my computing power, I can solve the problem you can't figure out." "All right." Yu Xiao seriously considered her suggestion. After a moment, he nodded. "If you're asking about the reason." As he spoke, the reason for his unusually troubled expression became clear. The reason was Bu Qing's invitation. The reason his old friend had said that was because Project L was scheduled to begin in a few days. And at that time, after a graduation ceremony to mask the true situation, the boys and adults selected as members of Project L would depart from the Aldous' separation flank. What this symbolized, Yu Xiao understood. Even if his plan succeeded, he would likely find it difficult to return to the island. Therefore, seizing this last opportunity to appear at the school he hadn't attended in a long time seemed indeed necessary. Coupled with his desire not to disappoint his old friend, he ultimately agreed to the invitation. However, at the same time, matters concerning the Tech-Auden were quite weighing on his mind. The old man of sagacity, and Devis hadn't yet responded to his calls. He figured it would probably be within the next few days. Meanwhile, the visit of McGillis and Galileo, who had been using aliases yesterday, seemed to foreshadow a tense situation in the region. Under these circumstances, Yu Xiao felt it would be difficult to extricate herself, and she might even have to break her promise. This was the source of her distress. After recounting everything in one breath, Yu Xiao felt a sense of relief. This was an experience she had never had before. Perhaps it was because the other person was the only one with whom she could share things from both worlds. "I see." Mei nodded slightly. "In that case, you can go without worry. But even so, what about Tech-Auden? Leave it to me. I will monitor everything that happens there for you. I will contact you immediately if anything unusual happens. And as I told you before, if it's impossible to go back, I can intervene in their actions through verbal communication." She looked up. "After all, wasn't that the purpose of my coming to you in the first place?" "Oh, right. And that Sadra Susukun. He was originally a soldier sent by the USN to attack this place, you remember? Recently, Mr. Kalinin arranged for him to come to the school. To be honest, he's a bit of a headache. Especially when he has to help the teachers with the cleanup. But in a way, Maybe he's also quite interesting. Is that so? Well, you must be having a hard time, Kumi. If you're too busy with work, how about taking a break once in a while, like I do? Hee. It wasn't too tiring. It's just, I didn't expect you to come to school, Xiaokuan. Yeah. Sometimes I want to reminisce about the past. Pushing his bike, he walked along the tree-lined path leading to the school. The red-haired girl chatting with Yu Xiao was naturally his friend, Asaka Reimi. Ever since joining Albus, Yu Xiao and Reimi had seen each other much less often. After deciding to participate in Project L, Yu Xiao deliberately avoided seeing her, and also concealed the fact that he was involved in the project. The reason was the same as when he hid it from Tessa, because he didn't want his few close friends to worry anymore, even just for a day. Oh dear, isn't that a bit old-fashioned? And now, facing Yu Xiao's self-deprecating remark, Reimi chuckled softly. How could that be? As long as you still feel that way, it proves you're still young, Xiaojun. I hope so. At this moment, they had already parked the car and were walking towards the classroom. However, unexpectedly, the classroom, which should have been quite quiet at this time, was now crowded with people in front of the door. With curiosity outweighing the inconvenience, Yu Xiao and Laimi pushed through the crowd, peering towards the center. But unexpectedly, before they could even clearly see the person in the center of the conversation, that person preemptively approached them. Ah, Mr. Yu Xiao? Accompanied by a sweet voice, Yu Xiao felt a pair of gentle hands lightly rest on the back and palm of his hand. I never expected you to be here. Is this fate? Having a premonition, Yu Xiao focused his gaze on the person in front of him. Yes. The silver-haired, gray-eyed girl in the sailor uniform he remembered. Wasn't that his work partner? The only legitimate whisperer on the island. Is it Teresa Testarossa herself? Chapter 253. However, the brighter the silver-haired girl's smile, the more astonished Yu Xiao felt. He clearly remembered Tessa. It was probably because of her whisperer abilities that she possessed knowledge and comprehension far exceeding her peers. Before the age of 13, she had self-studied all the knowledge within Albus up to the university level. Afterwards, she had dedicated herself to the research of robotics engineering. Logically speaking, there was no reason for her to appear in a school, let alone at this moment. And as if sensing Yu Xiao's astonishment, Tessa's slender hands clenched even tighter. And this action conveyed to Yu Xiao what she wanted to do. I see. She wants to interact through the whisperer's ability. In that case, she can indeed talk without being seen by others. So, he held his breath the next second. Consciously manipulating her X-rounder ability, which had been honed through countless battles, she suppressed its inherent threat and vigilance, releasing only her keen perception like a spiderweb. Correspondingly, Tessa didn't immediately attempt to access Yu Xiao's deeper thoughts, those realms of knowledge buried beneath his consciousness, as she had done before. She merely tried to establish a connection between their thoughts. And this series of actions led to, finally, I can talk to you like this, Mr. Yu Xiao? I waited so long for this day, the communication channel of their resonant brainwaves, what mecha fans commonly call a chat room, had finally been opened. Yes. It seems my experience exploring the realm of advanced technology within the Siegfried system hasn't been wasted. Hee. But please be gentle, Mr. Yu Xiao. Don't do what you did last time, almost making me faint. Hey Tessa. People might misunderstand. Saying things like that, it's alright, isn't it? It's just the two of us here now. That makes sense. Anyway, let's get back to the point, Tessa. Did you come here specifically for some important mission? Or mission? No, nothing like that. I came here on my own. On my own? Ah, of course, I informed Mr. Kalinin. You don't need to worry about that. But, after all, you see, Project L is about to be implemented. Although it was only a mental communication, Yu Xiao could sense a slightly melancholic emotion coming from the other end. I'd be leaving this island soon too. And before I go, I want to see what the life of an ordinary girl is like. After all, once I leave here, I never have another chance. Is that right? Yes. A culture called peace. Only here can Albus preserve it. So I applied to the administration, hoping to spend these last few days as an exchange student. And the other person's words did indeed evoke some feelings in Yu Xiao. That's right. As a transmigrator, he was naturally already accustomed to the peaceful scenery. Therefore, he was quite used to the existence of this Pamlai island. And his reason for wanting to protect it was actually quite simple. After all, he couldn't bear to see his friends suffer because of the island's destruction. Or to put it more simply, he didn't want to die because he was powerless to resist. But, now, through the other person's words, He truly felt the importance of this moving island. A peaceful landscape that wasn't particularly special to him. Perhaps it was something that others living in war-torn worlds could never experience in their entire lives. Like the soldiers of the Human Reform League who had fought alongside him on the battlefield. Like the boys of Takadan who now joked and played with him. Like the girl before him, Teresa Testarossa. To provide a safe haven for those living a life of wandering. Isn't that the best interpretation of the island's existence? Unconsciously, he clenched his other fist tightly. A true determination was formed. Yes, even if it's just to protect the precious existence called peace. And ultimately restore what has been protected to the world. He absolutely must continue his fight. For this, he will do whatever he can. So, please forgive my impulsiveness this time, Mr. Yushao. What forgiveness? I never intended to criticize you, Tessa. Like now. Ed, is that so? That's right, and, if you want to experience school life, Yushao sighed softly in his heart. I help you then, Tessa. If you have any requests or questions, just ask me. I definitely do everything I can for you. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Yushao. It's about time. Shall we end this? Yes. After both parties agreed, this exchange born from brainwave resonance came to an end. Surprisingly, such a massive amount of information exchange. In reality, it only lasted a moment. The next second, the two released each other's hands as if nothing had happened. However, at this moment, Yu Xiao realized a problem. Admittedly, using something that only whisperers, or rather, only those with deeply developed brains can do, can indeed avoid many unnecessary things. But the act itself becomes a problem. After all, what normal student is like? How could a first meeting in theory seem so natural and inevitable, with an exchange student from a foreign country at the center of the conversation? Especially since the other party had already made that bombshell statement, I never expected to see you here. Thinking this, Yu Xiao involuntarily took a step back. And sure enough, everyone's eyes immediately turned to his face. Yu Xiao didn't need to analyze the information conveyed in those gazes to understand them. Didn't you say you were on sick leave? How come you suddenly hooked up with that mysterious transfer student without anyone knowing? That was the prevailing sentiment. Although Yu Xiao knew there was no malice in their words. Clarifying it was indeed quite necessary. However, perhaps because the situation was so sudden and he couldn't craft a coherent narrative, he was afraid of contradicting Tessa's earlier statements without prior agreement. So, in the end, he cast a pleading look at Tessa. Hoping she could resolve these misunderstandings caused by her, Tessa winked knowingly. Then she cleared her throat, seemingly preparing to speak. Well, everyone doesn't really need to worry about it. However, her clarification, this kind of thing. Well, actually, for Mr. Yushao and me, it's become quite common. It's just, like this and that. Seemed to be a cohesive, albeit reactive, statement. Chapter 254. At this point, the matter is no longer simply a matter of suspicion. What? Tessa's seemingly thoughtless remark caused a huge ripple effect. Amidst the uproar around him, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and Yu Xiao took a few steps back. He felt the gazes of his classmates sharpened even further. It was as if they were about to transform into wild beasts, ready to pounce and devour him at any moment. However, if he had turned his head slightly, he probably would have seen it. Tessa's gray eyes were now gleaming with a somewhat wicked amusement. It seemed, she was somewhat enjoying the misunderstanding her words had created. But Yu Xiao couldn't enjoy it. He only felt incredibly embarrassed by being misunderstood. Fortunately, just then, what are you doing? The bell has rung. Please go back to your seats. Rescue arrived. The professional woman who strode in, carrying a pointer and books, was none other than his teacher, Shioni Lacey's. Although Yu Xiao often complained that she lacked authority, and had even threatened her once, her influence as a teacher was undeniable. Therefore, upon hearing her voice, everyone scattered like birds, returning to their seats. Tessa also returned to her desk, which, for some reason, was the seat right behind Yu Xiao. Shioni followed her to the podium. After looking around the classroom, she sighed, "It seems you all already know. The exchange student from overseas, Teresa Testarossa, will be studying in our class starting today. It will probably be for about a week. After this, wouldn't it be time for that graduation ceremony before Project L was launched?" Yu Xiao wondered. "Everyone, there's no need to be too agitated. Just study as usual. Now, class! Stand up. Good morning, teacher." As her last words fell, everyone in the classroom stood up in unison. After greeting each other, they sat down, and the lesson began as usual. Having already experienced the material once, Yu Xiao found the concepts familiar and not particularly difficult. Besides, his grades weren't something he should worry about now. However, Yu Xiao could still sense it. The people around him were still casting hesitant glances at him from time to time. And he guessed that the leisure he gained from attending class would probably only be temporary. Finally, feeling uncomfortable under these gazes, Yu Xiao made a decision. Time flew by. And at the very moment the bell rang, he rose with lightning speed and walked to Tessa's seat. Tessa. What's wrong, Mr. Yu Xiao, huh? Before she could even react, he had already swiftly taken her hand. Then, in a serious tone, he said, "Let's go." Without giving her a chance to react, Yu Xiao pulled her and ran outside. Wait. Ah, I knew it. Leaving his classmates, who were momentarily stunned, either stamping their feet in frustration or shaking their heads in sighs. However, among Yu Xiao's classmates, whose reactions were almost identical, is that so? But one person spoke a different voice. Looking at the two figures disappearing through the doorway, the girl with bright red hair, Kumi Asaka lowered her head. Is that so? That's right. After all, those two. Her words revealed a dejection that didn't suit the atmosphere, and a faint regret. In places I can't reach. They're together every day. Then, she buried her head in her chest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mr. Yu Xiao. Please slow down. Tessa couldn't help but let out a pleading cry. At first, she could keep up with small steps. But later, Tessa's exhaustion became increasingly obvious. In the end, Yu Xiao had to hold her hand tightly, running frantically with both of them on his heels. It took quite a bit of effort to finally reach their destination. The rooftop of the school building. If it were here, there wouldn't be much fear of those classmates chasing after them. Tessa finally had a moment to stand still. She bent over, pressing her knees, and after regaining her composure, she finally asked, "So, why did you come here?" Well, after all, if I stayed in the classroom slowly, it's obvious that others would bother me and ask all sorts of questions. That would be a bit troublesome. Yu Xiao sighed. I'm sorry, Tessa. I know you might want to chat with other people your age. But honestly, I'm not really comfortable in that kind of atmosphere. It's alright, Mr. Yu Xiao. You don't need to apologize. Tessa shook her head. In fact, hearing you say that makes me quite happy. Huh, why? Because, you see, Tessa drawled, you hate staying in the classroom. But you chose to come to the rooftop with me. At least that means you don't dislike me, doesn't it? How could I dislike you, Tessa? Enough of this small talk. Anyway, let's stay here for now. Let's go back after the preparatory bell rings. Okay. The silver-haired girl responded softly. Then, having recovered most of her strength, she took small steps forward. After reaching the edge of the rooftop, she placed her hands on the railing and gazed absently at the distant blue sky. Isn't this a little dangerous? Yu Xiao had originally intended to say that. However, he thought of the petite sailor uniformed girl in front of him, who was also a remarkable adult whom he could hardly even dream of reaching. He swallowed back the seemingly excessive concern. Speaking of which, Mr. Yu Xiao, what is it? He stepped forward and stood beside her by the railing. Like this, during breaks, the two of you coming to the rooftop together to enjoy the breeze. Don't you think it's a bit like a romantic relationship? Huh? For a moment, he didn't understand what she meant. Yu Xiao simply made a surprised sound and turned his head. I was just kidding. It's just that romance novels I secretly read often describe things like that. He only saw the pretty girl in front of him smile gently. The wind ruffled her hair. Her braid, wrapped with a blue ribbon, also swayed lightly in the air, revealing her slender, snow-white neck like a swan's. Then, the girl simply said softly, "For me, as long as it's like this, that's enough, that's enough." Chapter 255. Then, after another class, during the long break. So, using the excuse of sick leave, Yu Xiao obtained a leave slip from Shiani, with whom he had already exchanged favors, to skip morning exercises. He then ran to a narrow room. After confirming no one was around and locking the door, he hesitantly picked up an item he had carried with him since that morning. It was a handbag. And its contents. From the unzipped handbag, a black-haired mecha girl peeked out. Naturally, it was Mei. To communicate with Yu Xiao's original body, she had to stay by his side. However, that small model body couldn't travel long distances. So Yu Xiao could only carry her with him in this way. Is it finally time? I thought I'd be left in there like this. However, after jumping out, looking at the white marble walls around her, Mei hesitated before speaking. But why choose this location to talk? It feels a little strange. She couldn't help but ask this. because Yu Xiao was currently in the school's men's restroom. Although there wasn't a particular odor because of the low student population and frequent cleaning, in fact, it might even look cleaner than outside, but the psychological impact wouldn't be less. Especially for Mei. I don't want to either. But besides here, I can't find another stall in the school where I can close the door. Just bear with it for now. Besides, you're an AI, you shouldn't care about something like this, right? Actually, I do care. But, never mind. It's just a matter of circumstances, I won't blame anyone. Mei, who had already jumped out of her bag, put her hands on her hips and sighed softly. Seeing that she seemed to have accepted reality, Yu Xiao lowered her voice and asked, "So, how's the situation over there?" "Nothing special." "Well, I guess you can't say that." Mei shook her head. "Although there aren't any major problems, I encountered some incomprehensible situations." "Even you can't figure it out?" Yu Xiao asked curiously. The seemingly ordinary little doll in front of her was actually the built-in intelligent AI of the mysterious game Mech Warrior vs. that even she couldn't understand. If it was something she couldn't understand, then perhaps it was indeed worth her attention. "Yes. It happened around 11:00 a.m. Mei put on a thoughtful expression, then began to recall from her database. "A boy named Danji approached me. He spoke to me in a rather furtive manner, saying he found some good stuff that wasn't suitable for doing right now, Mr. Xiao. Since we're free now, how about we do something adults should do, something like that." "Wait, what adults should do? You're not going to perform that kind of thing in front of me, are you?" Yu Xiao's mouth opened and closed like a freshwater fish, clearly showing a hint of surprise. But remembering that he hadn't heard the whole story, he couldn't jump to conclusions. Yu Xiao forced himself to suppress his emotions and listened intently. "So, and then?" "Considering the situation," I agreed. "Then we went to his dormitory." Mei tilted her head, thoughtfully placing her slender fingers to her lips. Waiting there were two boys from his team. I remember them from my memory. They were probably named Takagi Uno and Ryder Moss. After a brief conversation, they revealed the purpose of their hospitality. What they carried were 5 bottles of alcoholic beverages. Huh? So that's what it was. Whether it was relief or a half annoyance at being tricked, Yu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you laughing?" "It's hard to understand." "Why aren't you laughing? Never mind." "Is that what I wanted to say?" "That's right. Because after consuming half of it, I noticed something unusual about the others present. Their personalities seemed to have changed. They also became more excited. Could it be that just consuming some drinks could have such an effect? I didn't expect it to be something so trivial. However, perhaps it's because the other party hasn't had a physical form lately that they can't understand." Yu Xiao thought. So he patiently replied, "That's because it's alcohol. Drinking too much of that stuff will turn you into this. It's normal to not be able to distinguish east from west. But strangely, since you already drunk it, didn't you feel anything unusual?" "I see. Because that body itself is a fabricated product, although the structure is the same, it can survive without consuming nutrients. I think that's probably the reason." "I see." Yu Xiao nodded. "Is there anything else?" "Yes. It seems the old man of consciousness has already arranged the meeting. He's expected to arrive this afternoon and explain the details to you." "Perfect timing. It should be lunchtime here by then. I ask for leave here, and I resume my activities over there this afternoon." Just then, the bell indicating the start of morning exercises rang, signaling the end of the conversation. "It seems time's up." "Thank you, Mei." "Okay. Leave it to me." After cutting off contact with Yu Xiao, Mei then returned her consciousness to her body at the Tekkadan headquarters and sighed softly. While manipulating someone else's body, like this felt somewhat strange. As a consciousness existing outside the data world, she wasn't particularly surprised by it. As for Yu Xiao here, she felt quite familiar with her. After all, she had been watching him intently ever since she was born. Therefore, playing the role of him while using the data from the simulated personality she had read wasn't too difficult. Not to mention, she had deliberately avoided contact with others, such as the relatively familiar and perceptive Olga and Mikazuki's group. As long as there was no fighting, it was practically flawless. However, at this moment, she realized a small oversight. When she switched from her consciousness back to the android's body in reality, she forgot to sever the connection with this body. This meant that her words from earlier must have been spoken aloud here as well. Fortunately, she had found a secluded place beforehand. It should be alright, right? That's what she thought. But the voice she heard next made her pupils widen in surprise. "Akatsuki, sir?" She turned her head. She saw someone gently covering their slightly agape mouth in surprise. The orange-haired girl before her, Kriana Limskaya, was speaking to her with a look of surprise and uncertainty, just now. Who are you talking to? Chapter 256. Peaceful and leisurely time always flies by. Yu Xiao finally left school. He was able to go to the location of the Siegfried system and activate Mech Warrior VS. However, this time, the location after logging in was different from before. He looked around. The decorations around him were covered with white sheets, and the faint smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. Was this the infirmary? Rubbing his head, which inexplicably ached, Yu Xiao was about to stand up when... Mr. Xiao? Are you all right? He felt someone tightly grasp his hand and place it against his chest. The reason he had this feeling even before seeing the person was because the touch was so unique that he couldn't possibly mistake it. But when he looked in the direction of his feeling, he was utterly astonished. The orange-haired girl sitting beside him, wasn't that Rim? Why was she here? No. To put it another way, why am I here? This question can't be answered by thinking about it on my own. So he decided to seek answers from someone else who must know. Mei. In his mind, he spoke as a consciousness to the one who was probably the only one who knew. I'm here. And he quickly received a response. Unlike the previous scene, a small data entity with Mei's image appeared in Yu Xiao's mind. Explain yourself? What's going on here? He then asked helplessly. Pressed like this, Mei's face flushed red. Then she sighed. Was it a technical blunder? Probably. Then, a scene unfolded before Yu Xiao's eyes. It was that morning, when Mei, who was contacting Yu Xiao on the other side, was discovered by Rim. Knowing the truth was hard to hide, she remained silent at first. Then, she made an unimaginable decision. Controlling Zhao's body on this side, she actually took a few steps forward, using a pose commonplace in romantic dramas, to force Rim against the wall. Then, with her free hand, she lightly and meaningfully lifted Rim's chin. Then, with a face that Yu Xiao never dreamed would display such a special expression, she smiled in a truly wicked and arrogant way. Since you know, there's nothing I can do. Don't tell anyone, understand? It would be a miracle if she knew. Yu Xiao couldn't stand it anymore, so he forcibly severed the link between this scene and his mind. Then, he remained silent in his consciousness for a long time. Mei, what was your mental state when you did this? Imitating the mental state of being drunk. Probably. Huh? Because of what I've seen before. After taking alcohol, Tango, and the others almost mutated into this kind of personality. So I thought that if I acted like a drunkard, I might be able to cover it up. So you just caused a huge scene like that? Yeah. Mei answered readily. In the end, it turned out alright. The other person just suddenly changed their personality, hit the body a few times, and then stopped, and was even transferred to the infirmary. It was a safer outcome than I expected. Okay. You don't need to say anything. That's fine. Damn it. Sighing inwardly, Yu Xiao returned to reality. Looking at the girl before him, he felt it necessary to apologize for the series of rude blunders. I'm sorry, Rim. Actually, No need to say anything. I know. Rim said softly, pressing her hand down harder on Yu Xiao's. But her next sentence surprised Yu Xiao. You are also a vessel, aren't you? A vessel? What does that mean? Unable to understand her meaning, Yu Xiao simply remained silent and continued listening. No wonder I felt a similar aura about you from the first time we met, but please rest assured. I won't tell anyone this secret, because I am the same. Closing her eyes, she murmured softly. Rim, Kriana Limskaya. Actually, there are two of you. And at this point, Yu Xiao understood what she meant. Perhaps they mistakenly believed that they, like the other person, possessed dual personalities. A body housing two souls. That's why it's called a vessel. In fact, Yu Zhao's body was indeed created by Mech Warrior VS to house souls. By sheer chance, the other person recognized the truth. Yu Xiao sighed. But at the same time, he felt somewhat relieved that his previous mistake had been resolved by this misunderstanding. I see. I'm truly sorry. However, I didn't expect you to be in the same situation, Rim. So, following the other person's lead, he skillfully steered the conversation away from the topic. Then, what happened today? Let's keep it a secret, okay? Yes. Perhaps it was the pleasure of finding a kindred spirit, but Rim smiled sweetly and nodded. However, Akatsuki? Ah, you're here. Another voice suddenly rang out. It was Mikazuki. Coincidentally, he had just entered in this somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Miss Rimskaya is here too? If I'm in the way, I can leave. No, no, no. No need. We were just having a normal conversation. If you have something important to say, just tell me why you're here, Mr. August. A few blushes crept onto Rem's cheeks, and she waved her hands hastily, trying to explain. Is that so? Mikazuki replied noncommittally. Shall, there seems to be an important person looking for you at the door. Shall we go and meet him? He then stated the facts slowly and deliberately. Yushao nodded. I understand. I go now. He had roughly guessed the other person's true identity. So he got up from the hospital bed and headed towards his destination. Sure enough, waiting there were the elder of reason and age, who had come with her. After a brief greeting, Yushao turned to face everyone present again. Well, everyone. Our next destination is Devis. If we use their regular shipping routes to transport the young lady, it won't be a big problem. This elder of reason is also my master, Diavaz. If we can establish contact with them, it could indeed open a route outside the EU's surveillance. I was previously troubled by the lack of an introducer, but I didn't expect Mr. Shao to be so helpful, Eudelia said with some delight upon hearing this. Yushao nodded to her, and then turned to the old man of wisdom. Then, master, we trouble you to act as our intermediary from now on. Is that all right? No need for formalities. Isn't that what I came here for in the first place? The old man of wisdom shrugged, indicating that there was no need for excessive politeness. All right. Then, according to the plan, Olga, Mikazuki, Mr. Kronk, and I will go to meet Diavaz. During this time, we trouble you all to remain at the base to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Is that all right? Yushao turned to the crowd gathered behind him and asked. Oh, leave it to us. Shinuo was the first to react. As one of the three main fighters of Tekkadan in the original work, this lively and optimistic boy was always willing to take the lead. He raised his hand high from the crowd, giving Yushao a thumbs up in agreement. Anyway, we have no reason to refuse your orders. After all, the management rights have already changed hands. However, the response from the other side was somewhat somber. Upon closer inspection, the person who spoke was wearing a uniform with red trim. That was their symbol as Juedai, a group of elites. And the person who spoke was none other than Akihiro Altran, the leader of the Juedai in the original work. During their time together, Yushao had also heard information about them from Chad Chadan and others. These soldierless people, in this world, were originally refugees who fled their homes due to the invasion of Beta and Fistrum, becoming displaced and hastily fleeing. But lacking sufficient funds to immigrate to safer countries, they were forced to wander here, and ultimately, were forced to sell their bodies, serving only as tools in battle to survive. Therefore, their current behavior is understandable. No, this is not an order. But it was precisely for this reason that Yushao shook his head. It's a request from a friend. Akihiro. A friend? Yes, or rather, family. Tekkadan isn't the original CGS. From the day we took over this place, we decided that this isn't just an ordinary company, but a family. Sensing someone behind him, Yushao couldn't help but smile, hands in his pockets. You agree, Olga? The white-haired, brown-skinned boy stepped forward and patted Akihiro on the shoulder. Hey, that's absolutely right. So, I'm leaving it to you, Akihiro. Until we can set off a spectacular firework display that the whole world can see. This place is in your hands. Is that all right? Those words alone were enough. Looking at Olga, Akihiro nodded again. All right. Then, watching the group turn and leave, he murmured to himself, family. Huh. Even if this is just a dream, I'm willing. The message in his words indicated that his stance had changed from before. Chapter 257. Then, led by the wise old man, the convoy set off. However, on the way, noticing that Edge, the driver, seemed somewhat hesitant, Yushao turned around first. What's wrong, Edge? Nothing. Edge shook his head. I heard you plan to escort that Miss Eudelia to Huffman Island. Is that right? Yes. That's why I'm asking that organization for help. In that case, Edge turned to look at the convoy behind them. There were 2 transport vehicles he had specifically requested, each carrying exactly 3 mobile suits. Victorious, Grez Modified, and Gundam Barbados. Why bring those things along again? Maybe it's a display of strength. Yushao sighed softly. After all, negotiation requires leverage. Negotiation without an equal footing is nothing but wishful thinking. These are currently all the resources Tekkadan has to rely on. If we don't show our strongest side, it will be difficult to gain their trust. Actually, Yushao had another concern, the unfolding of the original story in his memory. In the original story, Tabens, having a cooperative relationship with the former CGS, reluctantly took in Maruba Alkai after he absconded with the money. The latter, believing he had gained a powerful backer, became rampant again, using Tabens' power to fight against the newly formed Tekaden, attempting to reclaim his company. Of course, later, with Olga and her group's counterattack, his scheme not only failed but also became a springboard for Tekaden to improve relations with Tabens and Devis. Although things might be different in his timeline. With the wise old man accompanying him, he figured the other side wouldn't attack so recklessly. But Yu Xiao still felt that having some fighting power was always necessary. I see, heh? As the saying goes, a scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days. I didn't expect you to become such a reliable guy in such a short time. AG smiled with satisfaction. He felt quite proud of the fact that the boy he found in the desert was now capable of leading an organization. Perhaps, you were a remarkable figure even before you lost your memory. However, his voice suddenly turned serious. Xiao. Can I ask you for a favor? Speak freely. This. Yu Xiao took a photograph of a girl with a cold expression from Eiji's hand. Her long hair, a gradient of ice blue and leaf green, was braided into lively twin tails. The orange coat, with its rather light and airy design, formed a stark contrast. Yet those rose-red eyes inexplicably revealed a hint of coldness. Who is she? My sister. Her name is Yaz. An acquaintance of mine on Huffman Island recently told me that she seemed to have seen her there. Edge sighed. But for some reason, I can't see her. Huh? Does she dislike you? How could that be? Someone as good-natured as you, Edge. She doesn't dislike me. How should I put it? What she hates is the memory that seeing me brings back. That's why we deleted each other's contact information after we parted ways. But even now, I still can't put my mind at ease. Anyway, to get back to the point. The thing I want to ask of you is, if you manage to meet, please pass this on to her for me. Then, H handed another letter to Yu Xiao. Without a doubt, it was a letter from home. I understand. Yu Xiao carefully accepted it and nodded. Meanwhile, near Yu Xiao and the other's destination, there stood a dilapidated academy. Judging from the faint traces of Shinjo's script at the school gate, it was probably part of the Human Revolutionary Alliance's aid to the Yenzhou region at some point. However, likely due to the EU's recolonization of the area, war broke out, and the aid program was forced to be cancelled, leaving only these dilapidated school buildings as a legacy and testament. But it seems that it is now being used by someone. Tap, tap, tap. Sheepskin boots clattered across the corridor floor. Their owner was a short-haired girl. Beneath her tousled, dark green hair were a pair of sleepy eyes, seemingly still half asleep, yet constantly aware of her surroundings. Given the building's background, she couldn't possibly be an ordinary student. After turning a corner, she arrived at one of the countless classrooms. Oh, Noria, you're back? She received a perfunctory greeting. Before her lay a girl with dull orange hair, reclining on a makeshift bed made from a few desks. Her unconventional, casual attire and wild gaze gave off a dangerous, unapproachable aura. At this moment, she sprang to her feet like a carp leaping out of water, turning from a reclining position to a sitting position, and spoke to the girl named Norea. Sophie. Norea, speaking in a listless, languid tone, sat down on the edge of Sophie's bed, snuggling closer to the latter. Are you watching that again? It was a recording of a battle. No one knew where they had gotten their hands on it. The screen showed the CGS base, now renamed Tekaden. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, several mobile engineers were firing. But what was truly striking was not these. It was the blue and white mobile suit charging at the front. Wielding its hammer and spear, it fearlessly crushed and destroyed the enemy machine surging towards it. That was the legendary mobile suit, Gundam Barbatos. Unfortunately, after playing for a while, the camera zoomed out further and further, eventually cutting off completely. It seemed the person who took the picture was too flustered to linger. Yes! Sophie nodded happily in response to the other person's question. Of all the troublesome stuff that old man brought, only this video is somewhat useful. Although it's an incomplete recording collected during a hasty escape. Even so, you can tell this guy is really amazing. She replayed the video, pointing at the recording. And look, this is a Gundam. Such a cool Gundam. I wonder if the kids inside are witches like us. I can answer that question for you. First, it's said that it's now the so-called Tekaden CGS third team, and there aren't a single male combatant in it. After all, they use the so-called Alayevich Nana system. I heard of that. It's a replica of Leak Gun technology, right? But the combat performance is the same. Noriae sighed, and, so he's a witch who's a boy? A witch boy. What a tasteless term. Never mind. Second, if you're concerned about the guy, they're coming. Huh? Really, Noriae? Really, after all, the meeting you skipped was about this. What? Then I missed so much. Sophie grabbed her hair in disbelief, shouting in frustration. But then, her expression softened into a light laugh. Heh. But then, I can see them tomorrow, right? That's great. That's true. But it depends on what Mr. Nace and the others think. Depending on the situation, we might not even contact them. That's their business. Oh, I really want to see him right now. Sophie threw herself back onto the bed. She grinned, revealing a somewhat dangerous smile. Then we have a contest to see who truly inherits the bloodline of Gundam. Heh. I'm getting excited. Meanwhile, in the area that used to be the playground in the school building, 2 small mobile suits were now parked. Although their design was unremarkable, their faces were striking. V-shaped antennas, eye-shaped displays, and a Citroën-like emblem. It was unmistakably the face of Gundam. Chapter 258. Soon, Yu Xiao and his group arrived at their destination. It was an unremarkable clubhouse-style building near the sea. It was hard to imagine that this was the base of the Divas' transportation organization, Tabens, who had connections in both the legal and illegal worlds. This is truly. I just received the news from my father. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Welcome, Elder Shinji. And everyone from the Tekaden. At the entrance, a man in a white suit stood there, loudly removing his hat to greet everyone. Oh! It's Nace. It's been a few years. How have you been? Have you had a tough time? As Elder Shinji had said, the man was indeed Nace Tabens. As the adopted son of Divas' leader, Markamad, he was also the leader of Tabens, Divas' transportation team. At this moment, the impeccably dressed man in white bowed politely to the person before him. Thanks to my old man, everything's fine. You're still as charming as ever. If I had been born 30 years earlier, I would have definitely pursued you relentlessly. Heh. Actually, it's not too late for you to start your offensive now, is it? Oh. I have to refuse then. You see, I still have quite a few family members. See, I knew you were flattering me, Nagase. So there's no need for such words. The wise old man sighed. Saying such things to an old man like me, past my prime, only reminds me of my youthful experiences, and makes me ashamed of my current appearance. This was unusual. Yu Xiao was somewhat concerned. In his memory, the old man with the dementia had always been someone who refused to accept old age. Why would he utter such a sigh today? And I heard that besides your wife, you're also having affairs with quite a few children, aren't you? For your own health, you should probably rein in this habit. Haha, to be honest, as long as it's not one against many, I can still handle it to some extent. This was naturally referring to the composition of Tabens' organization. Yu Xiao thought to himself. In his memory, Nace Tabens' organization almost exclusively adopted orphan girls. And regardless of their background, he treated them all with sincerity. Under these circumstances, even a man as virtuous as Lu Xiaohui, a legendary figure known for his chastity, would inevitably fall for them. Let alone him, who was already a playboy. And Nace's personal life, which resembled Shou Lo's, a famous Taiwanese comedian, will be left aside for now. The wise old man finally ended the long-awaited idle chatter, and steered the conversation back on track. Let's leave the small talk here, Nace. As for the request I mentioned to you. As for that request. It seems a bit. Nace Taben looked troubled. He reached up and lowered the white hat on his head, using its shadow to shield his conflicted gaze. It's difficult to agree to. It's not that we don't want to give you face, nor that we don't want to support Udelia's work. To be honest, we actually hope she succeeds. We had enough of living like this, constantly hiding from EU's gaze. So why can't you agree to our request? The wise old woman asked curiously. It's not that we can't agree. To be honest, we can't agree immediately because there are a few inconveniences. That's all. But that's precisely why my father summoned me here to discuss this with you. If it's convenient, could we move to the company's conference room to talk further? What inconveniences? Never mind. Let me see what you Tabens know. Markamad are really up to. The wise old woman snorted lightly. Within Tabens, addressing Mr. Markamad by his first name without any honorifics was probably something only she could do. Let's go, boys. Gently tapping her cane, the wise old woman turned to the boys behind her. Can I not go? Meetings. I'm not really suited for this kind of occasion. However, Mikazuki raised his hand to speak. Normally somewhat carefree and averse to trouble, he certainly didn't seem like the type to enjoy meetings. All right. Then, Mikazuki, I trouble you to wait outside. Knowing this, Yushao patted his shoulder and said, Okay. Thank you all. Mikazuki nodded. Along the way, although no one spoke, Yushao could see that thoughtful expressions had crept onto his companions' faces. They were probably all wondering why Tabens was acting so hesitant. But he knew the answer to that question quite well. And he was probably about to arrive. Yushao estimated in his mind. And indeed, led by Nace, the group went to the conference room and took their seats to wait. The door slammed open, and a man stormed in, shouting, became the answer, You little thieves. You finally came. Now give me back my company. My CGS? The middle-aged, overweight body, and the shabby nouveau riche attire. Yes. That was Maruba Alkai, who should have disappeared. Just like in the original story. His new backer was none other than the group of Tabens, with whom he had previously cooperated. Meanwhile, Mikazuki, stationed outside, didn't seem idle. He had planned to eat some dates and pass the time leaning against the Gundam Barbados on the transport truck. For some reason, an orange-haired girl appeared before him. Hello. I'm Sophie Prone. She was clearly coming for him. Waving, she greeted Mikazuki with excessive friendliness. Mikazuki August. He nodded. He casually gave his name. He hadn't intended to have much interaction with her. But unexpectedly, she spoke in somewhat strange tones. Mika? Sounds like a girl's name. Oh well. As fellow witches, how about we get along well? Witch. Mikazuki tilted his head slightly, staring at the seemingly ordinary orange-haired girl before him with puzzled expression. Putting aside the fact that I'm a man, you don't seem like you can cast magic. Not magic. Those who ride Gundams are cursed witches. That's the name you gave us. At this moment, a girl with blue hair slowly stepped forward from behind Sophie, adding, Oh, is that so? Speaking of which, Barbados is also a Gundam. I see. Without responding to Mikazuki's words, Sophie simply circled around him. Let me see, shall I? That so-called Alayevich Nana. Oh, here it is. She then focused her gaze on the three strange protrusions on his spine. The Alayevich Nana system. Wow. So hard. It's like a dragon's spine. Sophie's eyes gleamed strangely as she gently stroked it. However, her next word sent a chill down one's spine. Excuse me, could I try to break it? Chapter 259. Mikazuki reacted instantly. Turning around, his iron-like hand gripped Sophie's arm tightly. Ouch. That's rough. Girls don't like that, you know? However, the girl named Sophie giggled without fear. That's none of your business. Realizing that her words were just a somewhat dangerous joke, Mikazuki released her hand with a cold, poker face. Sophie swung her wrist with satisfaction, then snorted, But I'm quite interested. Well then, goodbye, Mr. Mikazuki. I hope we can have a good fight someday, haha. Please don't mind Sophie's words. She's always like this. By the way, I'm Noriae. If you feel it's necessary, you can remember my name. Well then, goodbye. The two girls then turned and left side by side. Strange girls. Watching the two girls leave, Mikazuki shook his head helplessly. Seemingly to release stress, he took two dates from his pocket, popped them into his mouth, and began to chew. But for some reason, he had a premonition. A premonition that he really had to fight this guy. This guy is just uncooperative. Why? After the farce that had just occurred was brought to an end by Nace, the conversation in the conference room began. The old man, rubbing his seemingly aching head, spoke up. That's right. We Tabens, after all, are guys who've been involved in the underworld. In a place where you can't distinguish between good and evil through law, only loyalty is the standard for judging whether to befriend someone. Nace also spoke apologetically. We already agreed to help them reclaim their company in exchange for all of CGS's shares and assets. So, we simply cannot accept the demands you, representing Takaden, are making. In other words, it's negotiable, is that right? Yushao pondered. Yes. Nace nodded straightforwardly. That's why everyone's here, isn't it? Enough nonsense. Even if you were the old man of sound mind, you couldn't stop me. I'm going to give these thieves a good scolding and take back what's mine. But Maruba didn't seem to want to reason with him. Ignoring the clearly troubled Nace, he pointed a finger at Olga. You? Olga Itsuka. Without my consent. You seized my company. Fundamentally, this is illegal. Do you understand? Is that so? However, Olga completely ignored her former boss, giving a dismissive snort. You actually keep talking about legality. You recruited us as laborers and performed a Layevich surgery. Are you trying to say that's legal too? So what? I remember signing an application form. The document is still here. You were all completely voluntary, weren't you? And I'm the one who gave you rats a job opportunity. Shouldn't you be thanking me? TCH. Olga clicked her tongue in displeasure. While the other party's words were both arrogant and unreasonable, they were indeed not entirely without merit. Regardless of how many outrageous things the other party had done to these young soldiers for profit. Under the circumstances, they were forced to sign a series of agreements acknowledging their voluntariness. Relying on what they had, they didn't even bother with litigation. If there were any forces in this area capable of maintaining order, they had absolutely no ability to do so. On the contrary, Tekatin's replacement of CGS could be easily dismissed as improper based on legally documented clauses. Even so, former President Maruba, it's a fact that you abandoned CGS, isn't it? Yu Xiao chimed in, her voice low and menacing. I didn't relinquish any ownership or property. This was at most an emergency. You sophistry. Olga gritted her teeth. Sophistry? In the end, it's you who are unreasonable. Just as the atmosphere was becoming tense, if that's the case. Then let's duel. Kronk, who had been silent since entering, suddenly uttered a startling statement. What did you say? A duel? Don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly agree to such childish games? No. A duel is fine. However, the wise old man smiled at this proposal. If you encounter a situation where both sides have conflicting opinions and reasoning fails, why not settle things fairly with strength? Don't you think that's a simple and efficient approach, Nace? She then turned to look at the leader of the divas. I see. Indeed, this gentleman's proposal is perfectly appropriate, haha. Nace clapped her hands and then laughed heartily. Then it's decided. Tomorrow, in a nearby area, the two sides will have a duel. A 3v3 team battle, using non-bullet weapons. The winner will own the organization formerly known as CGS. Is that alright? Wait! Mr. Nace? I don't have a single fighter on my side. Maruba, belatedly realizing what was happening, shouted in astonishment. Nace calmly patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. Your representatives will be the strongest members of our Taben's ranks. Is that alright? Ah, the witches? Well, that's good. See? I told you I wouldn't treat you unfairly. So what about the leader and manager of Tekatin? What do you think? At this point, Yu Xiao understood the intentions of both sides. Regardless of Kronk's reasons for making the suggestion, this unprecedented statement was exploited by both the old man of divinity and Nace's side. Therefore, the scene of both sides nodding in agreement appeared momentarily. After all, the duel setup seemed unreasonable. But for Tabens, and for the entire Devis, it was the best choice. If the fighting force brought by Tekatin, clearly their elite members, can't even withstand the strength of their own team, it proves this newly formed organization is nothing special. Then, it's best to support Maruba Alkai's return to CGS, using him entirely as a puppet enterprise to operate and profit from. And if Tekatin wins the battle, even better. He can conveniently discard the incompetent Maruba and do a favor for the promising Tekatin. This way, when needed in the future, Devis can utilize these powerful fighters. Therefore, for Nace, this is a win-win situation, ensuring her invincibility. Meanwhile, for the old man of sanity and Tekatin, her strategic retreat has successfully secured for Tekatin the right to negotiate using their strongest asset, force. At this point, it's almost a done deal. And this can be considered a win-win situation. There can only be one loser. Yu Xiao turned his head and looked at the only person present whose expression was somewhat blank. Heh. He was completely outmaneuvered, Maruba Alkai. He couldn't help but chuckle. But, so be it. Anyway, he deserved to have fallen to this state. Alright. Yu Xiao simply stood up and, before the other could recover, briefly agreed. Then, this duel. We Tekatin. Accept. Chapter 260. After the meeting ended, in the dormitory that Tabens had temporarily provided for Maruba Alkaid, damn it! Was I sold out? Coming to his senses, he belatedly realized what had happened and punched the wall with a furious expression. The old man of divinity too. Nace Tabens too. They orchestrated this farce, just to make me hand over CGS. But how could I? I had no reason to give them anything in the first place. Damn it! Now it's not just the money, I can't even keep my reputation. Then, With his hands behind his back, he paced anxiously in the room. But even so, what can I do? My power is too weak. And there's no one on equal footing. Even if I rigged the duel, it definitely wouldn't escape Nace's notice. Besides, they might have colluded and decided on the outcome long ago. But at this moment, the more he spoke, the more frustrated he seemed to become. That's right. Collusion. If they can collude with each other, why can't I collude with others? Maruba clapped his hands as if suddenly enlightened, then revealed a cunning smile. Heh heh. Who said I'm outnumbered? I really have to thank you, Gudelia Lana Bernstein, for providing me with so many easily obtainable allies. And it seemed he wanted to do something, using Gudelia as bait to betray someone. 2 hours later. Use Special Forces temporary base. You said? You want to specially mobilize our troops? Galio's brow furrowed. From the purple-haired youth's expression, we could tell just how outrageous the request from the person he was communicating with was. That's right, we the EU, plan to launch a surprise attack tomorrow on the lawless Devis' subsidiary group. Tabans. You know they've been running rampant here for a long time. They caused significant damage to the conglomerate. On the other side of the communication screen, the imperious red-haired middle-aged man was none other than Vim Jetek, the representative of Jetek Heavy Industries. Clearly, launching an attack at this time was no coincidence. Maruba was likely behind it all. But strange. Using force on nominally foreign territory is obviously condemned and difficult to carry out. Moreover, the target of the attack is a company with operations spanning the globe. So what pretext does the EU intend to use to forcibly send troops against a privately owned organization? That's a question best left unanswered. Vim snorted coldly and continued, therefore, we need to mobilize all nearby forces. You don't have to participate in the operation itself, but your subordinates' combat capabilities must be involved. What kind of nonsense is this? I never heard of such a thing. Besides, mobilizing our troops should at least require our consent. I already said. That kind of thing isn't necessary. At the meeting, President Dellin nodded in agreement. Of course, so did Duke Badawan and Duke Farid. In other words, my statement now represents the will of the entire Romfala Foundation. Are you planning to oppose the Foundation? But, no buts. Kids, just shut up and listen to your elders. Clearly, Vim was quite annoyed by Galio's hesitation. Therefore, after uttering something rather rude, he hung up the call with a disdainful look. TCH, unbearable. If he's always like this, even his own child would run away from home. But clearly, he wasn't the only one who couldn't stand Galio. Galio's venting shouts were enough to tell. Although his recent visit to Tekadan with McGillis had broadened his horizons considerably, he still hadn't encountered many truly frustrating situations in real life. This young master probably still had a long way to go before becoming a true warrior. And at that moment, his companion, McGillis Farid, walked in. The remote meeting's over, right? It must have been tough dealing with those kinds of people, Galio. Although he mostly made decisions for his friend, as an adopted son of the Farid family, in a conglomerate where positions were assigned based on family line, his status couldn't surpass that of the purple-haired youth before him. So, while Vim and the others were in the meeting, he could only watch from the sidelines. You're here, McGillis. The hardship is nothing. But what do we do? It's obvious Tekadan will be attacked. It doesn't matter. If they were so easily defeated, then they wouldn't be worthy of our ideals. McGillis simply shrugged at the question. But he could see that Galio's expression remained worried. So he continued, you're worried, aren't you? About your own men. You noticed? Galio sighed. To fight such an unjust war just because of some big shot whim. It's unbelievable. Looking at Galio's clenched fists, McGillis patted his shoulder reassuringly. That's why we need to step forward. Isn't it? I know. But, and, it's in our best interest, Galio. In our best interest? Yes. Even if you have the ambition to change things, it's useless without the consent of others. McGillis put his hands behind his back. You see, if the Tekadan's activities go smoothly, we can easily rise up in rebellion. But our subordinates might not follow us due to the sudden change in circumstances. If we reveal our purpose to them beforehand, we might expose ourselves. But this unreasonable mission is a good opportunity. It will make the soldiers clearly understand what they are doing and what they should be doing. McGillis turned his head, a sly smile playing on his lips. Could it be that you intend to use this attack to increase the soldiers' discontent, making them more likely to side with us when they truly rebel? Exactly. Though it's a despicable idea, it's the only way we can do it. McGillis sighed, seemingly troubled by a guilty conscience. I won't say anything. But I'm still worried about something. I know. You're worried about Ein, aren't you? He'd be alright. I promise. It would be a pity if you and he, such noble warriors, were to die here in vain, if only you. Is that so? It seems I can only trust you, McGillis. Nodding. But the still naive Galio didn't realize. The words McGillis used, that promise, it seemed to be saying, his life and death are in my hands? Chapter 261. The time for the duel arrived quickly. After their meeting, Yu Xiao and his group headed towards the agreed-upon duel location. A place that seemed to have originally been the testing ground for Devis's new mobile suit. The representatives from Takadan were naturally Mikazuki, Yu Xiao, and Kronk. Although the old woman of divinity was theoretically part of their forces. She didn't possess a mobile suit and couldn't participate in the battle. She was responsible for serving as the referee for this duel, along with Nace. He had also consulted the old woman of divinity beforehand about the rules of the duel, which didn't involve killing the opponent. Supposedly, whoever broke the antenna on the leader's mobile suit's nose first would win. Therefore, before setting off, Yu Xiao had already mentally prepared himself. He guessed that the opposing team's members would probably be the same as in the original work. If it's a 3v3 and they're the strongest fighters, it should be Aji Gearman, Rapta Franklin, and Nace's wife, Amida Maruka, right? And their mobile suits should be Devis's unique MS, Hyakurin and Hyakuri. Knowing your enemy makes it easier to arrange your battle formation. Compared to Takadan, Taben's team combat skills are clearly more refined. Therefore, Yu Xiao decided to use a strategy of spreading out and defeating them one by one. He absolutely cannot allow them to regroup and use a coordinated attack on him. While it won't be a jet stream attack or anything like that, being dragged into a team battle would still be quite difficult. As for who should fight whom, Amida is the most troublesome opponent. She's also probably the one carrying the leader's blade-shaped antenna. Therefore, Yu Xiao decided to fight the opponent himself. Although he wasn't fully familiar with the victor's performance, Yu Xiao believed he could still win. Aji's level was theoretically stronger than Rapta's. So he let Mikazuki fight her. Currently, it was the fourth form of Gundam Barbatos in him. Even if the process was a little bumpy, he should still be able to win. As for Rapta, he leave that to Kronk. Although the cobbled-together Grez, let alone the victor in Barbatos, was questionable in terms of performance, even compared to the 100 refinements and 100 miles. The veteran's piloting skills should more than compensate for that. He didn't need to defeat the opponent quickly. As long as he could drag it out until he defeated the enemy, victory would be assured. Thinking this, Yu Xiao arrived at the battle location. However, waiting there, besides the wise old man on the referee's table, Nace, and Maruba, only Amida from his memories was there, and the 100 refinements waiting in the arena. Lacked the antenna that symbolized the commander in this duel. Incidentally, Yu Xiao's commander unit was the victor. Last night, he had agonized for a while about whether to cut off the antenna because it was too conspicuous. Of course, he ultimately left it as is. Yo! Guys! Amida walked up and greeted them. This outgoing woman seemed to be generous with her enthusiasm even towards temporary enemies. Hello. May I address you as Ms. Maruka or Mrs. Taben? Yu Xiao stepped forward, asking cautiously. Whatever you prefer. Then, Ms. Maruka, I remember this duel is a 3v3 team battle. Who are your companions? Them, hey! Those two little ones aren't directly under our command. A bit scattered, I'm sorry, but it seems little Sophie is quite interested in the duel. Perhaps she arrives soon. Sophie, who's that? Yu Xiao was stunned. Could it be that Nace was planning to hand over the victory to someone else, so he just randomly picked a few of his subordinates to finish the duel? Just as he was thinking this. Oh! Look, speak of the devil. Suddenly, the unique roar of a mobile suit landing echoed across the field. Oops. I'm so sorry for being late. But I make up for it with all my might. Is that alright, sister-in-law? Sophie. You're noisy, be quiet. You're the commander chosen for this battle. A cheerful greeting accompanied the arrival of two small mobile suits, one green and one brown. And that? It's a Gundam? Yu Xiao murmured incredulously. Although he didn't recognize the model. The Citron, the antenna, and the dual cameras were undeniably Gundam features. Of course, it could also be some kind of GM with a swapped head, or maybe just some kind of ferocious bird. But that's less likely than a Gundam. Here you are. These are my companions, Sophie and Noria. And their mobile suits, Irma and Thormar. Amida said with a smile. Don't let their small size fool you. They're witches, you know. Better be careful. Alright, get ready. Looks like we need to change tactics. Yu Xiao pondered. Then, together with Mikazuki and Kronk, they boarded their mobile suits. The mobile suit started up, hands gripping the control sticks. The Victor's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he, along with the Gundam Barbados and Grey's Kai behind him, were poised for attack. But just then... Wait! The old man of sanity abruptly interrupted the tense atmosphere. Aren't you going to declare a duel? A duel declaration? What's that? It sounds like fun, Norea. How would I know? Ah, Mr. Kronk. Do you know? No, actually, I only suggested the duel on a whim that day. I see. I thought you were used to it, old man. However, everyone present seemed stunned by the old man's abrupt statement, and began whispering among themselves. That's true. After all, it's been quite a few years. She sighed softly, rubbing her forehead. But Nace chimed in, oh. I heard of it. It seems to be a popular ceremony among the rich kids at E.U High School lately, right? Are you going to officiate? I'd be very happy to. I've been wanting to see it for ages. The truth is much more complicated than that. Alright. I demonstrate. The duel will now begin with the mutual consent of both sides. The witnesses are the free mercenary, Divine. And the leader of Tabans, Nace Taban. The old man, Divine, stood up. He looked around solemnly. The rules of the duel are 3v3. Team battle. The first to break the blade antenna of the opponent's leader unit wins. Both sides. Declaration. Oops. I forgot you don't know how to do this. She shook her head. Listen. Victory isn't solely determined by the mobile suit's performance. Nor solely by the pilot's skill. Only the result of victory matters. So the duel begins. Chapter 262. With this declaration, the duel began instantly. The Takadan team was the first to act. Remembering Yu Xiao's strategy of prioritizing the dispersion of the enemy, the three mobile suits surged forward at their fastest speeds. The Victor was in front, Barbados in the middle, and Grays relegated to the rear. This alone showed the difference in the three mobile suits' output. While advancing, Yu Xiao sharply instructed the others behind him, Mr. Kronk. You deal with that 100 refinement. 100 refinement? But Kronk clearly didn't understand Yu Xiao's instruction. Damn. I forgot to explain the enemy mobile suits model to my team earlier. Yu Xiao rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. The shock of encountering two unexpected enemy mobile suits, and Gundams at that, made even him a little anxious for a moment. It's the mobile suit that was in the arena at the beginning. Not the Gundam. I deal with the commander's unit. I remember it was that green one. Called Ermarin. Mikazuki, you handle the rest, okay? No problem, Akatsuki. Mikazuki nodded briefly. Meanwhile, the enemy's three mobile suits spread out, forming a formation with Amada's 100 refinement as the vanguard and the other two as the rear guard. Yu Xiao had already passed the direction of 100 refinement, and he fixed his gaze on the Gundam-type mobile suit called Ermarin. A short, stout body, and a large Gatling gun in its hand. That's probably its main armament. It's unclear whether it's equipped with melee weapons, but it probably has a beam saber. Furthermore, there was a peculiar mechanism on its back, though its purpose couldn't be understood without combat. In short, it appeared to be a heavy armor unit similar to the Virtua. Then let's settle this with a direct close-quarters battle. Having made his assessment, Yu Xiao slammed his foot down on the pedals, simultaneously growling with a powerful roar, killing claws. With the command, the Victor's hands instantly unleashed gleaming claws. Before the battle, Yu Xiao had already reduced his power output according to the duel's requirements, lowering its destructive force to the point that it absolutely couldn't penetrate the cockpit unless subjected to continuous attacks. Then, with one hand reaching forward, it lunged at Ermel's head with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain. He intended to crush Ermel's head without hesitation. After all, that would be considered a victory by breaking the antenna. But, hee. So you want a king versus king, general versus general showdown, Takadan's big brother? Normally, I'd be happy to oblige. But now? As the Victor drew near, the voice of a girl who seemed to be named Sophie came through the activated communication channel. I have someone I like better. So, please don't come any closer. Then, the jetpack of the Uma spirit activated simultaneously. With excessive agility, it performed a somersault, dodging the Victor's lightning-fast attack, and using the momentum of its evasion, it also changed direction at the same time. In the blink of an eye, it landed in a location. The location of Mikazuki's Gundam Barbados. The maneuverability is higher than expected. Isn't that supposed to be a heavy machine? That means... TSK. While Yu Xiao was analyzing the situation, another attack unexpectedly struck. Relying on his X-Rounder sensory abilities, He had a premonition, so he raised his killer claws to block the attack. Then, light clashed and dissipated. When the smoke cleared, even with his timely defense, the victor's arms bore some scratches. Even using a low-output, non-combat weapon could cause such damage. Was it an attack from a large beam rifle? Yu Xiao looked up. Yes, the one that had launched the attack was that other brownish-gray Gundam. Was it an enemy called Thorn Demon Gundam? He recalled. At that moment, Sophie's voice came through the communication channel. Of course, I won't leave you alone, big brother. During this time, let Noria keep you company. Please don't talk to me like I'm a prostitute. I get angry. Noria, so she's the pilot of the mecha before us. Yu Xiao thought to himself. This Thorn Demon also has the same mechanism on its back as the UR Demon. It wields a large beam rifle, and should also be equipped with a lightsaber. Mikazuki. Looks like we have to switch opponents. Please deal with the enemy's general. Ah? Well, that should be fine. Mikazuki replied in his usual indifferent voice. He piloted Barbados directly towards the UR Demon. Ah! You come, Mikazuki August. Well then. I keep my promise from that day. Sophie was overjoyed at this. But Mikazuki seemed hesitant. After a long while, he seemed to come to his senses and said, Promise? Ah. You're that strange girl from that day. My name is Sophie Prone. Please remember this name well. Ermal drew her beam saber and charged towards Barbados. And etch it in your heart. Never forget it for the rest of your life. And this battle was also observed by Yu Xiao. He wasn't interested in the conversation before him, but rather in Ermal's movements. Those overly agile movements. Yes, not just performance, Alayevich Nana? He hesitated, uttering the words. Yes. The machine's movements were practically like the piloting style of the Tekkadan's young soldiers. But how could this be? He remembered that none of the Devis in the original work had pilots implanted with Alayevich Nana. Never mind. He didn't care about the original work anymore. Yu Xiao shook his head. After all, the guy in front of him had even pulled out a Gundam he didn't recognize. It's not like that. And then, a cool, clear female voice suddenly interrupted the communication channel. At the same time, an avatar appeared on the screen in real time. Camus? No. Yu Xiao calmed down. The person in front of him must be the pilot girl named Noria. And she answered Yu Xiao's self-talk. What we use isn't something like Alayevich Nana. Is that so? Then how did you manage to do that? Because we are witches. Witches? That's a strange word that appears very frequently. Yu Xiao thought. But, never mind. I said, aren't you going to attack? For now, he should focus on the battle. Yu Xiao thought. No need. I just want to stall you. If I can achieve my goal through conversation instead of fighting, then I prefer to resolve this more easily. But the other girl's reply was somewhat languid. It seemed this girl named Noria was unexpectedly averse to trouble. Is that so? But? Yi Zhao's response to the other girl's words was one of rapid advance. Sorry. I don't have such leisurely time. I'm going to defeat you right here. And then, seize victory in this battle. Chapter 263. Is that so? Then I have to go all out. I hope it won't be too much trouble. Noria muttered to herself. Then, facing the victor, who charged forward with his killing claws activated, Thorn slightly bit his knees. As the victor swung his claws, Thorn maneuvered, his movements elusive and unpredictable, circling behind the victor like a ghost, raising his gun in preparation for a counterattack. Alright. However, Yu Xiao seemed unfazed by the victor's counterattack. Taking advantage of the victor's momentary lapse in movement, with a bang, the hatches on the victor's shoulders instantly opened. Immediately afterward, something shot out at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. It was 2 light blades, and their hilts emitted bluish-white flames, floating in the air. Those were the floating light lances hidden within the victor's shoulders, the Terminator Spears. Go, Terminator Spears! Yu Xiao shouted sharply. Using X-Rounder's ability to pinpoint the enemy's direction, the victor's internal empathy system activated at full power, guiding the 2 Terminator Spears, each spitting out long blades of light, towards the Thorn Demon. However, this move was even more effective than he had anticipated. Especially in the pilot's case. Gun bit? Noria's usually silent and languid voice now held a hint of surprise. Bit? Yu Xiao remembered that this was the common name for most of the floating weapons appearing in the Gundam series. But Gun? Yu Xiao remembered hearing about this technology from Yukinojo, the prototype of Alayevich Nana, an extended unit used to assist in walking. He had initially thought they were completely unrelated things. But how could these two things be combined? This made Yu Xiao somewhat curious. And the other party's identity, as a witch, was probably that of a descendant of the so-called employees of the Oak's Earth, right? Thinking about what Yukinojo had said about the whereabouts of the members, Yu Xiao was certain of this. However, at this moment, the other party's actions surprised him even more. Faced with the victor's final spear attack, Norea neither dodged nor evaded. She simply unfolded the cannon-like mechanism on the back of the thorn demon. Then, like a peacock spreading its tail, a dazzling light screen unfolded from it. Payment mark 3. This was accompanied by a whispered murmur from the girl. What this action meant was still unclear. On the other side of the battlefield, a new variable was also emerging. Oh, not bad. I haven't encountered an opponent that allows me to go all out in a long time. A cheerful shout rang out as the crimson-clad 100 Refinement swung its single-edged sword. With a resounding clang, the attack struck the raised shield of the Grez Kai. Amida's mobile suit, being one of the few units provided only to keep personnel by the 100 Refinements, utilized superior armor materials and a more efficient power system. Therefore, its power was comparable to, if not greater than, that of the Grez Kai. Thus, the cobbled-together Grez Kai was simply overwhelmed by brute force. But this didn't mean that Kronk, piloting it, was helpless. Can't win by brute force alone. Then so be it. Neither retreating to avoid revealing an opening nor choosing a direct confrontation, he subtly adjusted the position of his mech and shield while resisting the opponent's attacks. Until he was certain that even if the shield was damaged, it wouldn't cut him. He unleashed a powerful acceleration without hesitation. The recoil caused the shield to be sliced open by the sword. This was probably because both were dueling tools, resulting in slight damage to the materials. But Grez Kai himself was unharmed. On the contrary, he used the momentum to press forward relentlessly. He rushed to Bai Lian's side, raising his battle axe high and swinging it down. However, Amida was no less formidable. With a swift dodge, she dodged Grez Kai's attack range. However, your fighting style doesn't seem like the technique a Lone Ranger would use. Where are you from, anyway? After landing, she clicked her tongue in amazement as she piloted her mech. You saw through me. Your judgment is truly remarkable. Kronk sighed. I was originally a soldier in the E.U. But now, I'm just a lonely, guilty man. The boys of Takaten have shown me forgiveness. So I made up my mind. Even if it means bearing the stigma of betraying the organization, I will support their decision. I see. I see you're quite capable. Why don't you come to our Devis? Although we can't arrange for you to join Tabens, with your abilities, you could easily secure a position in another organization, right? If necessary, Nace and I will vouch for you. This was a very tempting offer. To work for Devis and receive a recommendation from their leader's adopted son, from a purely financial standpoint, it seemed like a bright future. Thank you for your kind offer. However, after expressing his gratitude, Kronk solemnly shook his head. But I must refuse. I have sworn to protect those young men's future, and now, that vow is unwavering. Is that so? For a man like you to be willing to die for them, it seems these children's aspirations are truly trustworthy. The next second, Grez and Hyakuren were locked in combat again. No one seemed to have the upper hand in this duel, and it appeared unlikely to end anytime soon. But from Amida's words, it seemed that a bond of trust had been unknowingly forged. And perhaps, the most likely point of breakthrough on the entire battlefield was the battle between Mikazuki and Sophie. Before they knew it, they had exchanged dozens of blows. However, neither Barbados nor Uma were incapacitated. Heh. Impressive, impressive. No wonder I chose him. Even using a replica, he can fight me to a standstill. Sophie panted excitedly. These words naturally reached Mikazuki's ears through the communication channel. Replica? Hearing the somewhat strange term, Mikazuki tilted his head slightly. Ah. Oh, you haven't heard of it, have you? The Alayevich Nana technology you use is actually a replica of the genuine good arm used here. In other words, a counterfeit, right? Sophie chuckled softly. I heard there are idiots who died because of this kind of surgery. It's really pathetic. But it's also kind of funny, isn't it? Like, shut up. However, this seemingly sympathetic statement only seemed to elicit Mikazuki's revulsion. He frowned, his voice low. Scenes flashed before his eyes. In the past, many people, many comrades, because they wanted to gain greater power, to play a greater role, they underwent the Alayevich Nana implantation surgery. But in the end, not one of them could become like him. They only became one small grave after another. The remains of the boy soldiers whose implantation surgeries failed were eventually placed in a small box. Their comrades would bury them in the ground. Mikazuki had also considered this. Those things were light, yet heavy. So heavy that even he couldn't imagine someone would speak of them so casually. Hey, pretty fierce, huh? What's wrong, Mikazuki? Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. Even though the marks on your back show you had quite a few implants you survived. I was just mocking those who overestimated themselves. So I said, shut up. Anger erupted. Although his voice remained terrifyingly cold, Mikazuki's burning gaze revealed his inner thoughts. I won't allow you to take those guys' determination for granted. His machine seemed to tremble. Then, he gripped the control stick tightly. Barbados? Is that so? And as if conversing with his own machine. Then let's go. Let them know which one is the real fake. Chapter 264. The next second, Barbados' speed increased dramatically. The monitors on his eyes trailed a blinding green light, and his sharp-angled armor sliced through the air with a faint wolf howl. With minimal movement, he dodged the beam cannon projectiles fired by the Emma, closing in and swinging his heavy hammer spear. His speed was so fast that even Sophie couldn't dodge. Boom! With a heavy thud, Barbados' hammer spear slammed heavily into the ground. TSK. Mikazuki clicked his tongue slightly. Clearly, the attack had missed despite the opponent's dodge. This gave the opponent more time to regroup and prepare a counterattack. But then, facing the Emma, who had abandoned his weapon and drawn his lightsaber, ready to retaliate, don't even think about it. Barbados, however, twisted his waist in an unimaginable motion. If it weren't for the sturdy Gundam frame providing support, any other mobile suit would have been limited by the risk of twisting its back. Then it swung its hammer spear again. And bang! This time, it caught Sophie completely off guard. Even with the weight reduced and edges blunted for use as a dueling weapon, this thing was still quite heavy. And the next second after contact with Emma, this heavy weapon knocked it away. With a loud thud, Emma was sent flying to the ground. Clearly, even with protective measures, this was a considerable impact on the pilot. Inside Emma's cockpit, Sophie breathed heavily in pain. The atmosphere is completely different from before. The pressure is too, so this is your full power, Mikazuki August. It wasn't for nothing that I spoke like that, She had to support her forehead with one hand to maintain her composure. And from her current self-talk, one could hear those sarcastic words from before. It was clear she had deliberately said them to provoke Mikazuki and force him to use his full power. My stomach hurts so much, I feel like I'm going to throw up the snacks I ate this morning. I shouldn't have been so greedy. The nausea of almost vomiting and the exhilarating feeling of being chilled to the bone intertwined, blooming into a slightly wild, joyful smile on Sophie's face. But yes, it's because of this that I can feel alive. Pam Mark, level 3. But the next second, along with the words, she activated some mechanism. Not only did the panel on UR's chest flash red, like veins or tattoos, fluorescent electronic cracks suddenly appeared across the girl's smooth face. In an instant, the pain and sluggishness vanished from her body. Light wings unfurled behind her, and Thorn moved again with greater agility and speed. Its speed, bursting forth in an instant, was no less than Barbados's. Come on, accomplice! Let me see who carries a heavier burden of sin. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, on the fighting side of Yushao and Norea, the victors two wielding spears, shooting out like flashing meteors, aimed at Thorn's left and right hands, seemingly intent on stripping her of her fighting ability. However, Thorn simply stood calmly in place. As the eerie light screen behind it unfolded, the two daggers that had seemed destined for victory narrowly missed it. Missed? No, the fire control system's calculations show no error. The XR ability's prediction couldn't be wrong either. Seeing this, Yushao frowned and muttered to himself. Could it be deflected? But he hadn't expected his words to elicit a response. I'm sorry. But your mecha's ability seems quite similar to the Gun technology here. Thanks to that, I can barely intervene and distort its trajectory. That's it. The voice, which had previously sounded quite confident, now carried a hint of strain. Even so, the girl named Norea resolved Yushao's doubts. And, indeed it was. Yushao thought back. The Lost Ruins Research Institute excavates ancient ruins from all over the world. Sleeping within these ruins are mobile suits, like the Gundam Barbados from the Calamity War. Therefore, the mobile suits they create also possess characteristics such as empathic technology that can spread the mental energy of the operator. Correspondingly, he remembered Yukinojo saying that the Gun technology of the Ox Earth, later known as the Witch, was also created based on the reconstruction of data from ancient ruins. In other words, the two share the same origin. However, it seems that the Victor's lineage's mobile suits focus on the performance aspects of lost technology, while Gun technology is a further extension of the equipment used to operate the mobile suits. I see. But that's really strange. Realizing his attack had missed, the Victor sheathed his wielding spear, spun back into his mech, and regrouped. After all, as a super-type mech, while its output was high, its speed wasn't particularly fast. That ability called Pamit Mark seems to be excessively draining your stamina. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao maintained the communication channel, voicing his deepest question. He sensed that his opponent's aura was becoming unstable. Logically speaking, the physical fatigue from piloting a mech shouldn't be this extreme. At first, I thought you were the type to avoid trouble. I never expected you to fight so desperately in a duel that had nothing to do with your own interests. Was it really necessary? It was necessary. However, to this question, Norea simply nodded firmly, saying, because at that time I didn't know who you were. But now I know you're an accomplice. So, before Yu Xiao could even process her words, the situation on the battlefield changed again. It was a change that was difficult to say which side it favored. A deafening explosion instantly resounded across the arena. Smoke and dust billowed upwards in an instant. That was the sound only physical ammunition could produce. But how could this be? In a duel where even beam weapons were set to their lowest output, who would use such a weapon? And the answer was quickly revealed to everyone. Cease all combat operations on site. Repeat, cease all combat operations. We are the EU Special Counterterrorism Operations Group. Based on the observation data just now, we suspect that your side possesses weapons of mass destruction. We are now initiating an investigation in accordance with international law. Chapter 265. Investigation? Hey, are you kidding me? Naturally, it was Nace who reacted first. There must be some mistake. Officer, you see. We at Tabans are just a small transportation company. How could we possibly possess weapons of mass destruction? He stood up anxiously and shouted at the group of Mechs in front of him. He knew that as a company operating between the legal and illegal worlds, if Devis and Tabans were to undergo this so-called investigation, the revelations would likely be enough to destroy it. And to prevent such a thing from happening, Devis had always maintained a dedicated fund for cultivating relationships and long-term connections with high-ranking officials in the EU. But today, this habit seemed to be deemed useless. The crew of the leading mobile weapon, a commander-type Grays with a distinctive color scheme, shouted, "A transport company? Take a good look. Can an ordinary transport company possess this level of combat power? No more nonsense. From now on, Utakadan and Tabans are deemed dangerous elements. Regulations of engagement alpha. Fire control restrictions lifted, weapons at your disposal. Charge, men! In the name of justice, thoroughly sweep away this filthy region." This was undoubtedly the signal to war. Realizing that arguing was futile, Nace sat back down, somewhat helplessly. Damn it. How did it come to this? Who leaked our information about being here? He clenched his fists. However, unlike him, indeed, beam weapons capable of reaching a certain output level were once listed by the EU as weapons of mass destruction. If there is a doubt, using this law as an excuse could provide a perfectly legitimate reason to attack this side. This is interesting. But this isn't a trap you set, is it, Nace? How could it be? Besides, they always been enemies to Dad. I would never collude with EU. And I would never betray the girls in the organization. Calm down. I used a rhetorical question. And the person who would do such a thing has already exposed themselves. Look around you. Ah. The elder's words of comfort reassured Nace somewhat. After looking around, he understood who had done this. Maruba Alkai. That's right. In the commotion, he had already left the original location, taking the opportunity to run off somewhere unknown. It seems that the first attack, like a rocket, wasn't just for damage, but also to cover this informant's retreat. Damn it, why would he do this? Even after betraying his employer and joining EU, did he think that he and CGS, who had agreed to protect Eudelia, could escape unscathed? Nace gritted his teeth. Maybe so? Maybe he just doesn't want to see others prosper. There are such people in the world. I've seen plenty of guys like that, willing to harm others even at their own expense. The old man with the sane head turned, resting his cheek on his right fist, and sighed softly. So it's not surprising that things turn out this way. Judging from your voice, why are you so calm? Could it be that you foresaw everything that's happened so far? Then you could be. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Nace's forehead. But at the same time, his voice held a hint of delight. Don't worry about that now. Anyway, I can guarantee your darlings are all safe and sound. And of course, the boy's companions too. The old man of reason shook his head. As for the safety of everyone here, don't you think watching your girls and my children fight together is more interesting than a duel? That's all for now. Well, it's time to stretch your legs. Come on, little Nace. If we don't hide in a safe place now, we'd be caught in the aftershocks of the battle later, you know? And at the end, her tone even rose slightly with a mischievous glint. Meanwhile, in the dueling arena, a weapon of mass destruction? Pshaw, how could that be? If we had such a thing, we would have thrown it at them already. The two demons, who had been locked in fierce combat, along with the victor and Barbados, had already stopped fighting. He then faced his opponent with a tense, ready-to-fight stance. Yes. So it's just an excuse. Rather, it's quite merciful that they didn't just pull out a bottle of laundry detergent as an excuse. In the victor's cockpit, Yu Xiao responded to his opponent's words while letting out a soft sigh. Maruba Alkai. I never expected him to be such a despicable guy. If I were to encounter him again, I would show no mercy. Sophie Noriae. Akatsuki Mikazuki. At this moment, Kronk and Amida also arrived at the scene in their respective mobile suits. Next, it's time to prepare for battle, isn't it? Yes. But Mr. Kronk? Please believe me, Xiao. I haven't betrayed you. That place is no longer a place I can return to. No, that's not what I'm worried about. I mean, if you don't want to fight them, that's not a concern either. In their eyes, I'm already a sinner who disobeyed orders, disobeyed superiors, and even betrayed the Alliance. No, perhaps that's how it always was, Kronk said in a low voice. So, even if I have to bear even greater sins, I'm mentally prepared. Is that so? Then I'm relieved, Mr. Kronk. Gripping the joystick, Yu Xiao, the victor, faced the oncoming horde of Grez. But then, he realized something. Oh no! Everyone's using dueling equipment now. Ah. Mikazuki and the others also realized this belatedly. That's true. So, there's no way to repel the enemy like this, right? What should we do? Noria asked softly. Yu Xiao's mind raced. There's no other way. I break through the encirclement and then go to the maintenance depot to retrieve weapons. The victors also need to return to the hangar to restore their stored weapons to normal power, so, in the meantime, I trouble everyone to hold your ground and not be defeated. Is that alright? Yes. No problem. Leave it to me, Xiao. Starting with Mikazuki's reply. The group dispersed, forming a tight defensive barrier, engaging the approaching Grez. The victors turned and sped towards the Taven's headquarters hangar at top speed. Strangely, there were no enemies along the way, until a blue-shore Grez blocked their path. Get out of the way! Yu Xiao growled, activating the killing claws on the victor's hands, launching a point-blank attack. The low-output beam claw strikes obviously couldn't directly damage the opponent's cockpit. Therefore, Yu Xiao's target was the opponent's head. However, the Schwarb activated its thrusters, narrowly dodging Yu Xiao's attack. Using this opening, Yu Xiao intended to continue advancing. However, the opponent's communication forced him to stop. Please stop! A steady male voice came from the other end of the line. I am Ishido Kamishiro, a direct subordinate of Colonel Farid. There are some things I must convey to you, no matter what. Chapter 266. It's you. Through the video call that connected, Yu Xiao confirmed the other party's true identity. This man with long brown hair, Ishido Kamishiro, was McGillis's trusted subordinate in the original work. As a representative of lower-ranking officers without family connections, he showed absolute loyalty to McGillis, who intended to reform the organization's structure, so even in the current situation, Yu Xiao could confidently believe the other party was sincere. However, before that, he still had some things to confirm. You said Farid, so it's McGillis? What do you mean by using his name? Could it be that you meticulously planned this attack? Pretending not to know the truth, Yu Xiao tried to extract the truth from the other party's words. After all, although he knew the traitor was undoubtedly Maruba Alkai, he couldn't possibly know immediately who was in charge of the situation in Yenzhou within the EU, or who planned this attack. Therefore, it might be wise to obtain the answer through the other party's information channels. That's not the case. Lord Farid didn't want to see this situation either. However, Jetek Heavy Industries, which oversees the North Flame continent, forcibly ordered us to send troops to participate in this operation. Dong naturally shook his head first at Yu Zhao's question. But this also gives us an opportunity. The person leading this time is a member of the 7-star family, who effectively rule Yu. Then, through the data pipeline linked to the Mecha, several photos were sent to Yu Zhao's victorious OS. It was a man with brown skin and a somewhat Southeast Asian appearance. And a Commander Grez, painted in a distinctive brown, that he had seen before. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that the very machine of the guy who had made the declaration earlier, and Yu Zhao recognized that face too. If he wasn't mistaken, he was indeed Io the Kuzan. The reason them Jet's radical proposal to attack you was passed, it seems, was because of this person's influence at the 7-star family's internal meeting. Dong said slowly. Is he desperately needing to prove his abilities with concrete results? That's exactly the kind of thinking a vulgar young master with no ability but eager for quick success would have. Yu Zhao laughed with undisguised contempt at this. Dong nodded, then continued, even so. The Kuzan family's influence cannot be underestimated. And having already adopted a firm stance against Yinzhou's independence, he will likely become a stumbling block on the road ahead. Therefore, I hope you can eliminate him here. That's it. We soldiers, who originally belonged to Colonel Farid and Colonel Baduin, will choose to remain neutral. At this point, his intentions were clear. Clearly, McGillis wanted to eliminate the external enemy first, just like in the original work, to expand his influence and power within the 7-star families. However, unlike the original, he seemed to have gained Galio's support through some means, thus eliminating the need to scheme against him. Instead, he chose to start with the Kuzan family, which only had one son by chance. Based on the other party's words, and his own understanding of the original work, Yu Zhao instantly deduced their thoughts. So he sighed and said first, let's make this clear. We Tekkadan are not your killing tools. We will only follow our own judgment, and do what we believe is right. Take this message back to McGillis verbatim. We understand that too, so this is a request, not an order. Lord Farid hopes to establish an equal cooperative relationship with you, not a simple superior-subordinate one. I hope you can understand this request, otherwise. I understand. So Tekkadan accepts this request. Huh? Yu Zhao chuckled at Ishido, who seemed somewhat puzzled. Unfortunately, Io the Kuzan. I may have some personal grudges with him that need settling. And since you also want to eliminate him, I will naturally offer you some assistance. After saying the last sentence, Yu Zhao piloted the victory away. Io the Kuzan. Yu Zhao clearly remembered him as a villainous character in the original work. He always waved the banner of justice while committing all sorts of despicable acts, including ignoring surrender signals and attacking a ship carrying wounded soldiers, and using a prohibited weapon to attack and kill the defenseless, Naze Taban. In the original work, the Tekkadan, although Akihiro managed to kill him with a desperate attack, was merely a memorial service. Unexpectedly, in this timeline, he would swagger into front of her. No choice. Then I just have to let you die innocent. Thinking this, Yu Zhao shook his head and said softly. Soon, the victors arrived at Taban's base. As he expected, there were EU attacking forces there. But to his surprise, it wasn't just Taban's mobile suits fighting the EU. There were also some unfamiliar stragglers. And their leader was incredibly familiar. They were firing at full power against EU's Grez mobile suits. Wasn't that Edge St. Trossa's modified Chi-Near? Edge G? Yo. You came really fast, Xiao. I thought you'd be a little later. The response after calling out on the communication channel confirmed it was indeed true. That's not important. You guys, why are you fighting here? To this, AG grinned. Grandma anticipated this situation. She issued a call to arms to the free mercenaries. So everyone came armed. And some even came from afar to lend a hand. The old woman, she actually went to such lengths, and these mercenaries before him. As ruthless drifters, they were supposed to be just seeking sustenance, yet they chose to help his side. Yu Zhao couldn't help but choke up. But he still feigned calmness and advised, Brother Ag, everyone, this is going against the EU, you know? The implication was that he hoped they would withdraw as soon as possible. After all, the consequences of confronting a large international organization weren't necessarily for everyone. So what if it's the EU? At this moment, a strange voice, like a gong, rang out in the communication channel. Just from the voice, you could tell it belonged to a brute. We've been rolling around in this place since birth. We never seen EU bring us any profit. Compared to that, the old man of divinity has given us far more blessings. At least we're able to eat and stay warm thanks to her. And I heard you young men are planning to help the girl from Crise overthrow EU, right? Hee, if this succeeds, it'd be a historic event. Mercenaries like us, like wild dogs, changing the world. Such an exciting thing, of course, I have to lend a hand. The chattering over the communication channel further emphasized one fact. Everyone. Yusha whispered. Thank you. A fact that, Tekaden was no longer just struggling for survival, but moving towards a much grander goal. See, that's it. The armory is nearby, go Xiao. Eiji continued telling him. Let's go, including mine. Chapter 267. The roar of bullets and heavy artillery swept across the area. When Devis was building the facility, he could never have imagined that this area, originally intended for weapons testing, would one day be drawn into actual combat. And the battle was clearly one-sided. With dueling weapons pre-programmed to have minimal lethality, even with their strength and skill, Tabans and the Tekaden members could only dodge and weave under the enemy's relentless onslaught. Fortunately, the weapons testing area was sturdy enough. Using parts of it as cover, they could maintain a stalemate. But even so, with their current equipment, defeating the enemy was still an insurmountable challenge. So, as this situation continued, damn it, aren't we just getting beaten up? Did he sneak away? That guy. Someone complained. That was Sophie's voice. At this moment, her spirit could only rely on its small size to cower in a corner of the arena, using the surrounding structures to shield itself from attacks. Clearly, this passive, defensive situation was enough to make this girl, who loved to take the initiative, extremely frustrated. And her complaints always drew rebuttals from others. No way. Akatsuki isn't like that. Take Mikazuki, for example. Even without a blade, his dueling hammer spear had some weight. So in the arena, he was arguably one of the few who still possessed some fighting ability. While piloting Barbados, engaging in continuous hand-to-hand combat, and trying to disarm his enemies, he could still manage to chat with his own people on the communication screen. This alone reveals just how terrifyingly skilled Mikazuki August was at piloting. How can you be so sure? People's behavior before a crisis can be very abnormal. For example, I believe him too. Sophie. Noriae? Even you're taking his side. Alright, that's enough arguing, girls. Dealing with the enemy at hand is the top priority right now, until the child returns. Fortunately, the bickering stopped thanks to Amada's intervention. This also shows that this Lady of Nace isn't just winning people over with her land, no. We can switch to defense now. However, at this moment, a new voice joined the communication. It was Kronk. He gazed at the dot on the radar with a relieved smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. Everyone, prepare to launch the counterattack. Accompanying the communication, a gray-blue machine with sleek curves and a flamboyant antenna sped towards them from afar. That was Yushao, and his Victor. Then he threw something out of his hand. It was a weapon cabinet, which opened automatically upon touching the ground, ejecting and displaying the weapons inside. Long swords, hammers, spears, battle axes, shields, and beam sabers. These were the melee weapons corresponding to each of the mechs present. After all, ranged weapons would require carrying additional ammunition, making them difficult even for the victors to carry. But that was enough. Alright. Piloting the Grezmont, Kronk quickly moved to the set-top weapon cabinet, swapping his preferred battle axe and shield, while simultaneously fighting and retreating. Then came the counterattack. But before that, he seemed to have one more thing to do. His face grim, he activated the Gretz's built-in communication channel. It was the EU military's dedicated communication band. A warning to all EU forces. You have been deceived. He then announced solemnly. This place, Tabans. It has absolutely no capacity to possess any weapons of mass destruction. You have been deceived by your superiors. I suspect it's Vim Jet, and used as tools to suppress the awakening consciousness in the Kree region. It seemed that while he wouldn't be unable to fight his former comrades due to showing mercy, he certainly didn't want to take their lives if he could. I was also deceived by their lies. But not anymore. And now, my comrades and I will take necessary defensive action. If you don't want to die, retreat now. And this announcement seemed to have some effect. Many EU soldiers actually showed signs of retreating, piloting their machines back a few steps. They had been inexplicably transferred from their original units and thrown into this battlefield. Moreover, many of them were actually undercover agents secretly recruited by McGillis. For example, Ishido Kamishiro, at this very moment, seized the opportunity, echoing the other side's words on the communication frequency, creating a disruptive effect on morale. What? I knew this operation felt unusual. Everyone. Perhaps we should retreat temporarily, and go back to ask Colonel Farid for an explanation. While speaking these feigned panicked words, Ishido maneuvered his Schwarzer backward. Sensing the elite troops' departure, more ordinary soldiers fell into restless unease. But among them, one Grez silently advanced. That voice. Lieutenant Kronk? Is it Lieutenant Kronk? In the crackling radio frequency, the spirited young man's voice clearly carried a hint of surprise. Furthermore, the voice gave Kronk a sense of déjà vu. You? Could you be? I'm? Unable to connect to the EU communication channel, Yu Xiao naturally had no way of knowing the situation on the other side. In fact, he had no time to concern himself with such matters. After noticing that everyone was armed, and the victor's internal weapons were fully operational, he had only one thing to do. That is, to take Iogu Kazan's head. His Grez, the commanding unit issuing orders, was currently positioned at the rear of the battle line. Several large, shield-equipped Grez were guarding him, making a breakthrough seem difficult. But for Yu Xiao, it was a piece of cake. Blades smashed cannon. The fire control system's aiming reticle aligned with the enemy aircraft before him. The moment Yu Xiao instinctively pulled the trigger, a raging torrent of particle energy cannon shot out. Like a blade capable of cleaving through 1,000 miles, this weapon, carrying technology similar to that of the ancient Ma-Hazan lineage, mercilessly tore apart and shattered several Grez. Thanks to the closer distance, Yu Xiao also heard the enemy's voice. What the guards were. Humph, interesting. You want to fight me, Iogu Kazan? I admire your courage. That's right. That was Iogu Kazan. Power surged through Yu Xiao's entire body. Killing claws. He activated the beam claws on his hands, charging straight towards the Grez and swinging his claws. What? However, his earlier action of defeating the shield-wielding Grez had ultimately given the opponent time to react. With a full-force evasive maneuver, Iogu, piloting Grez, staggered and dodged a fatal attack. But then he became even more enraged. You dare to fight me without giving your name. Country bumpkin, don't you know the etiquette of battle? Just wait, and see how I teach you a lesson. However, the reason for his anger was somewhat unique. Country bumpkin? Yu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. As expected of Lord Kazan, even facing death, he remained so comical. Yes, I might indeed be a country bumpkin. But then his expression turned serious. However, this country bumpkin is about to take your life. Go on your way with gratitude towards me. Chapter 268. Upon hearing Yu Xiao's words, Iogu first revealed a mocking laugh. Ha, wishful thinking. You think you can compete with me, Iogu Kazan, with the mere tricks of a yen continent rat? Fine, I give you that chance. While muttering to himself, Iogu Kazan disdainfully tossed his hair. At the same time, he manipulated his brown Grez, drawing his knight's sword from his waist. In the EU forces, being able to use such specialized weaponry was proof of status. However, just as Iogu was about to draw his sword, several shield-equipped Grez, wielding halberds and shields, hurriedly withdrew from the front lines. They filled in for the few Grez that had been destroyed, once again protecting Iogu's Grez. They even advised the other side, Lord Kazan, please step back. This guy's machine seems unusual. Let us confront him first. As the commander, you don't need to risk your life fighting such a creature. It was clear they were Kazan's private soldiers, loyal subordinates of Iogu. What are you saying? However, Iogu was clearly dissatisfied with this response. A general should lead from the front. How can I order my men to go in my place? He shouted to his men, controlling his machine and waiting for them to retreat immediately. And this conversation also reached Yu Xiao's ears. The reason was simple. He hadn't turned off the public communication after opening it. That's why Yu Xiao had overheard the whole thing. That sounds nice. But you were clearly hiding in the back the whole time, weren't you? So Yu Xiao thought to himself. Meanwhile, the conversation continued. Besides, they just killed several of my men. I'm burning with rage, and I make the guy taste it for himself. But, no buts. My mind is made up. No more words needed. Come on, you despicable rat. Let me show you my righteous strike. With that, Iogu, ignoring all advice, piloted his mech forward. Holding his silver-gleaming knight's sword, he charged towards Yu Xiao, and the victor without any regard for safety. Gurgle. Form a circle, protect Lord Iogu. We can't let him fight alone. The pilots of the shield-type Grez sighed, but still formed a protective ring around Iogu, advancing alongside him. It's finally over. So, Yu Xiao also sighed softly. After all, he simply didn't have the patience to watch this farce anymore. While the loyalty and courage of these soldiers were indeed commendable, it was regrettable that their fervor was only given to a pretentious clown. However, since they wish to uphold their beliefs by standing up to protect their master. Let them fulfill their loyalty. Terminator spears, go. The next second, 2 floating light spears re-emerged from the victor's shoulders. The fire control system initiated the initial lock-on, while the X-Rounder ability, through its empathic system, provided further guidance. Then, in a flash, piercing, and piercing again. The shield-shaped Gretz's large shield was utterly ineffective. Before they could even see the attack's trajectory, the cunning Terminator spears had pierced their cockpits one by one. For the machine, this was like having its heart shattered. Even if the rest of the body remained intact, it could only fall unwillingly. This scene also came into Ioga Kazan's view. He roared in despair, "My men! Damn it! Damn it! How dare they do such a thing?" Then, his eyes bloodshot, he continued to lash out at Yu Xiao through the communication channel. "You? No matter your name. You rat of the Tekkadan. You have successfully provoked my anger. Today, you will be executed on the spot. Repent for your sins." "Ah, is that so?" Yu Xiao nodded slightly. "By the way, do you know? My name is Xiao. What good will knowing do? I will use your death to atone for the souls of my loyal men. It's not of any particular use. I just want you to know the name of the person who caused your death, so you can rest in peace on your journey to the underworld, right?" "Ha ha. Utter nonsense." Hearing Yu Xiao's words, Ioga laughed in fury. Then, with a cold snort, seeing the distance closing to within striking distance, Grez raised his hand, aiming the sword at the victor's chest cockpit. As it should have been. However, Ioga then saw only that Grez's outstretched hand was empty. Not only was there no sword, but his fist and forearm, which should have been there, were also bare. And in the blink of an eye, he saw those parts, now lying at the victor's feet. Huh? Ah? When? It turned out that, without him noticing, the unpredictable light spear had already sliced through Grez's wrists. And taking advantage of his momentary daze, the victor manipulated the Terminator spear to launch his next attack. The attacks came in waves, striking his shoulders, knees, and thighs. In the blink of an eye, Grez had become a mere cockpit and head, utterly incapable of combat. Lying supine on the ground, unable even to activate its thrusters, it could only watch as the massive victor, the true victor of this battle, walked towards it step by step. Yoga frantically pushed the control stick, unable to believe he had become like this in such a short time. "Damn it! Move, Grez! Why aren't you moving? Do you know what you're doing? I am a member of the Seven Stars family, a descendant of the glorious Kazan family. How could I be here? I know, that's why I did it." With a flat remark, the victor leaned down. A pair of optical lenses seemed to be sizing up Grez, scanning the ground beneath it. This made Yoga feel extremely uncomfortable. So he roared incoherently, "Impossible. I am. Snap. The clamor subsided. Yu Xiao had already plunged his killing claw directly into Grez's cockpit. And the arrogant young master of the Kazan family was, in a literal sense, reduced to ashes. "You should be thanking me now, Ioga Kazan." After a moment, Yu Xiao sighed softly. After all, compared to being crushed into mincemeat by Gundam Gushin's pincer-shaped composite weapon, being instantly vaporized by a beam of high-temperature light was clearly a better ending, wasn't it? Chapter 269. Meanwhile, on the other side. "Is it really you, Lieutenant Kronk?" Grezavine raised his weapon, then lowered it again. This action unmistakably revealed the confusion in his heart. To this, Kronk simply nodded and said, "Yes, it's me, Ein. I'm glad to hear your voice. But I'm no longer a lieutenant." "What do you mean? Could it be that you left the army?" "Quite the opposite. The army abandoned me." Kronk sighed. "Is it because of the sheltering I received?" Ein lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Lieutenant. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with you. The root of everything lies with E.U, this increasingly weary and deteriorating behemoth." "Is that so?" "So, Lieutenant, you left the organization to help Tekkadan and Eudelia?" "That's right. I saw new possibilities in these young people." Then, Kronk, controlling the Gretz Kai, reached out towards Ein's mobile suit. "Just like you, a possibility like the rising sun. Ein, would you like to join us? If their ideals succeed, then Yinzhou can have a better future. You see, this is your homeland too, isn't it?" It was a very persuasive offer, especially when it came from Kronk, this superior whom Ein had once respected. "But no, Lieutenant Kronk." Faced with his words, Ein slowly but firmly shook his head. "Forgive me, but I cannot accept your kindness now." "Is that so?" But to this response, Kronk remained calm. Who is your superior now? Someone you could entrust your entire life to must be someone far more capable than me. Huh? How did you know? No, not about being capable. How did you know what I was thinking? Because you always are. You wear your emotions on your sleeve. Well, I'm sorry. Indeed, my current superior is Colonel Galileo Baduin, the one who fought alongside us during the expedition against the Human Reform League. His lifestyle is astonishing. Early to bed and early to rise, a regular schedule, always finishing his meals, listening to the opinions of people like me, and having the ambition to reform you from within with his close friend. I decided to support him no matter what. I can't easily abandon his dream for yours, Ein said solemnly. For this, I might one day become your enemy again. But even so, I want to believe. So please forgive me. Forgive you? Kronk smiled. Why should I blame you, Ein? Huh? But It's all right. Rather, I'm the one who made the mistake. I thought you were still as lost as before. I didn't expect you to have found your own path. Then believe, and move forward. Having such a disciple, even if we become enemies in the future, I will be proud of you, Ein. Lieutenant Kronk. Ein's voice was choked with emotion. Seeing that his allies were almost entirely retreating, he decided to act as well. But before that, he had one more thing to say. Thank you for your guidance. I will never forget that someone like you once guided me. After saying this, he turned his aircraft and left the scene. By then, the battle was almost over. Few still had the will to fight, and they were no match for the defensive formation of 3 Gundams and 100 refined Gundam. On the other side, the death of the commanders Ioga had thrown the army into disarray. This caused the hastily assembled army, which had initially been so aggressive, to crumble in an instant. The old man of divinity and Nace emerged from the underground shelter of the weapons testing ground. And Yu Xiao, piloting the Victor, slowly walked towards them from one side of the battlefield. He jumped from the cockpit to stand before the old man of reason, seemingly about to speak. You want to go back to Tekaden, don't you? But it was the old man of reason who spoke first. You saw through me, Yu Xiao sighed. His concern was precisely for the situation at headquarters. Since the enemy had planned an attack here, they certainly wouldn't spare Tekaden's base either. Only the 2 ASs belonging to Akihiro and Shino could be considered combat ready there. If they faced a relentless enemy assault, they likely wouldn't be able to hold out. Don't worry. However, the old man of reason chuckled. Since I anticipated Maruba's tactic, I'm sure I have countermeasures in place for your organization. Let me see. The time is almost up. If the enemy uses communication interference techniques, it should be restored in about half an hour. Then the good news will arrive. I see. But are you so sure? Of course. Because those 2 guys there are the only ones I know whose piloting skills are second only to yours. 2 people. I see, it's them. Thinking this, Yu Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it was them then, victory would be easy. The scene shifts to the Tekaden base. Faced with the relentless onslaught of EUS, the dark-skinned boy named Chad Chad and finally couldn't help but roar, Akihiro. This won't do. We should retreat first. Like Akihiro, he was a member of the Tekaden's elite force. Therefore, seeing his trusted older brother struggling with his barbarian, he finally spoke up. No! That guy entrusted this place to me. So. However, Akihiro only shook his head. His barbarian also unleashed its power simultaneously. Wielding his heavy combat hammer, he actually knocked down an EU Grez. Then, explosives detonated, and under the cover of their comrades, they finally destroyed 1 enemy mobile suit. But the enemy still had 6 mobile suits. Although the number wasn't many compared to the forces attacking the Tabans, it was already a very difficult situation for the Tekaden boys. And right in front of Akihiro, another Grez appeared. Wielding its battle axe, it attacked Akihiro. The barbarian, having just finished its attack, was clearly outmatched. Damn it. Is this it? Xiao Hong gritted his teeth. But just then, bang! A precise shot from not far away actually knocked Grez back. Then another MS rushed forward, wielding a rough great sword, and sliced Grez in 2. Xiao Hong saw clearly. The newcomers were 2 Hugos. High-performance MS mostly used by mercenary and thief groups. Since they attacked EU, it proved. Are they reinforcements? Absolutely. The Hugo slung its great sword over its shoulder. Heard there was some fun here, so I came. Didn't expect the enemy to only have 6 units, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Humph. You dare come to this hellish place. Xiao Hong chuckled. However, these words triggered a reaction like a key phrase. Hell? The two Hugos had their backs to Zhao Hong, and even without seeing their faces, Zhao Hong could feel the maniacal laughter on their faces. Don't get me wrong. This isn't even hell. That's right. And if you're asking what? We are hell. Whether it was a tacit agreement or not, the two spoke in unison. This also revealed their identities. Plague gods, death gods, guides to hell. It was none other than Hai Dongjian and Jinshang Liao, the duo. It seemed the old man of divinity had targeted them. Then Hai Dongjian grinned, Jinshang, let's go. Let's make a few holes in those EU army's scrap metal. Don't order me around. Even so, it's rare that we agree. Let's play with them. Jinshang also gave a cold laugh. Immediately afterward, the two Hugos turned and attacked. With a power imbalance overwhelmingly different, the situation was naturally about to change. Chapter 270. Then, time returns to the present. Just as the old man of divinity had said. Even though contact was initially impossible. But half an hour later, Yu Xiao received a communication from Tekaden. Yo! Xiao! How have you been lately? The location was clearly a Tekaden hangar. In the background, one could faintly hear Yukinojo directing the members as they busied themselves repairing the mechs. The first to appear and greet him wasn't just any Tekaden member Yu Xiao recognized. But he was indeed one of Yu Xiao's acquaintances. Kei Ken, with whom he had previously gone on a mission. So, the two reinforcements the old man of divinity had mentioned were indeed these two hellish civil servants. SOSO. Yu Xiao replied softly to his greeting, shrugging. Really? I was quite surprised to hear that old woman took you as her disciple. I thought you were going to be locked up and... You know. But seeing how well you look, I'm relieved, hee. Want to have a fight sometime? Just the two of us. I heard you recently got a new machine. The conversation eventually returned to his passion for mecha battles. He truly is a battle maniac. Yu Xiao smiled wryly. However, just as he was wondering how to respond, another figure squeezed into the screen. Get out of the way, Hai Dong. A slightly rough shove aside, Hai Dong revealed another familiar face on the screen. Makoto. So you're here too? Yeah. Speaking of which, I really didn't expect you to still be alive. These two brothers' greetings were getting more and more excessive, Yu Xiao thought to herself. But maybe this is just their way of showing concern for others. I thought a newbie like you wouldn't survive in this industry, but you seem surprisingly capable. Not only did you build an organization of this size, but you even managed to conspire with that girl from Christ. To be honest, I'm starting to regret letting you go that day. Shinji snorted. But the days of regret are over. Although we only met by chance. The day of farewell has come, Xiao. No, that's not it. After completing my mission here, I come back. But we probably won't be here anymore then. So if we're going to say goodbye, we can only do it now. Yu Xiao asked, puzzled. Huh? What do you mean by that? It seems some big shot has taken a liking to us. The Human Revolutionary Alliance. At this moment, Hai Dong squeezed back in with difficulty. They offered a huge sum of money. They said they plan to hire us as combat troops. I heard they also have a rather dangerous mech that they can provide for 2 pilots. Heh. Whether it's this or that, it's very attractive. It's said to be a special unit called Death Caprice. Just the name sounds dangerous, right? Death Caprice. Yu Xiao did indeed remember that name. That was the unit the two of them belonged to, when they first appeared in Demon God Caesar SKL. Fighting alongside another team called the Crimson Falcon, they are the vanguard in carrying out all sorts of dangerous missions. As for that ominous machine, Yu Xiao guessed it might be the skeletal Demon God Caesar SKL. But this world always has things beyond his common sense. So he dared not make a definitive conclusion. However, it seems that in this timeline, they belong to the Human Innovation Alliance. Good. At least, he doesn't have to worry about them being hired by E.U. and turning against each other. Yu Xiao thought to himself. Is that so? So Yu Xiao nodded, then congratulations, both of you. You should also do your best. I look forward to hearing from you in the future. Me too. Well then. Actually, we have to leave tonight. So goodbye for now, Xiao. If fate allows, we meet again. And then we have one more fight, like we agreed today. Bye-bye. Snap. The communication ended there. Although he originally wanted to contact Tekaden. However, talking to the two of them could also serve the purpose of confirming the safety of the Tekaden headquarters, so it was acceptable. But why did he take it for granted that I agreed to fight you guys? This guy, Yu Xiao chuckled helplessly to himself. Then, Yu Xiao turned his gaze back to reality. The commotion of the attack had subsided. Now the remaining mobile suits were gradually converging on this side. And the central figure of the conversation also revealed himself at the same time. Stepping out of the emergency shelter, Nace Tabin first looked around to confirm the safety of his surroundings before finally relaxing. "You're all right." Yu Xiao stepped forward and spoke softly to the other man. "The duel, it seems it can't continue today. Should we reschedule? Or perhaps?" He uttered a seemingly ambiguous question, but he already knew the answer. "Heh. Is there any need for a duel now?" Nace spread his hands. "Let's get straight to the point. We Tabins have decided to cooperate with your Tekaden, and with all our might." And what the other man said was exactly what he had expected. "Look, since Tabins has also been targeted by EU, it proves that we are now and must be on the same side, right? If we can't continue doing business without liberating this Yin continent from EU's control, then let's join forces and blow EU away. Is that all right?" The day after tomorrow, I discussed the future situation with Father in the next 2 days, and also mobilized the personnel sent to your side. The day after tomorrow, you can come to the port I designated for you, and set sail from there. How about that? Father naturally refers to Marcus Barristan, the leader of Devis. Since the other party said so, it's only natural that a promise is a promise. That's truly very kind of you. So Yu Xiao nodded. Then he extended his hand, and shook hands with the other party. This proved that the agreement between Tekaden and Devis was now established. He then looked around. Olga, Mikazuki, and Kronk had all gathered around him. "Shall we go, everyone?" he asked. His companions all nodded. You're leaving already?" Sophie and Noria walked over side by side, their voices carrying a hint of surprise and reluctance. Perhaps because she hadn't had enough of fighting. Yu Xiao thought to himself. That's right. But as fellow beings bound by Gundam, I believe fate won't so easily abandon our entanglement. Until we meet again, But regardless, a necessary farewell was still required. After saying this, Yu Xiao left with Mikazuki and the others. But before leaving, Mikazuki turned to Sophie, then abruptly said, "Oh right." He then added, "I misunderstood you. But next time you have an idea, you can just say it. Goodbye." This naturally referred to Sophie's deliberate provocation of Mikazuki, forcing him to unleash his full power. However, Noria, who hadn't witnessed the entire battle, was completely confused by these words. "Strange people," she muttered softly. "But it's interesting, isn't it?" Watching the group's departing figures, a smile played on Sophie's lips. Chapter 271. However, as the saying goes, some rejoice while others grieve. Not far away, someone, even exerting all their strength, couldn't manage a smile. It was inside a small, shelter-like building in the direction the retreating EU forces were heading. What? The attack failed? That kid Iogu. He's dead? Are you kidding me? A stout middle-aged man stood there, speaking with a stunned expression. That was Maruba Alkai. After escaping the duel arena, he had come here for emergency refuge under the protection of EU soldiers. He couldn't help but find it hard to believe. After all, he hadn't heard any other intelligence along the way, only seeing groups of Grez returning from the target location. He was convinced victory was in his grasp, already considering how to rebuild his CGS and cultivate relationships with the EU bigwigs. But then, he heard the shocking news. Yes. It's regrettable, but I must convey the truth. The attack failed, the troops scattered, and Commander Kuzan was killed in action. Now I am taking command. That's the fact. The person before him emphasized this solemnly. It was Ishido Kame. Although Maruba didn't recognize him, the military insignia and rank on his chest were enough to convince him. Then, as if his soul had been ripped away, Maruba slumped into his chair. Then what am I supposed to do? Tekaden. Ugh. What about our CGS headquarters? We haven't taken it back either? Yes. I'm terribly sorry. Ishido nodded. Maruba covered his face in anguish. In just a few days, everything was gone. The wealth he painstakingly accumulated throughout his life, the power he gained, the organization he acquired through dirty tricks, like altering his brother's will. All of it vanished without a trace in a short time. And he didn't believe in karma, it's all the guy Akatsuki's fault. So, he quickly uttered a resentful curse. If that guy hadn't come, those Tekaden brats would have died in that mission long ago. I wouldn't have taken that mission and then. Although there was no logic in his words. If anything, the organization behind the man before him was the culprit behind everything. But to Maruba, the connection between all these things seemed perfectly logical. Therefore, he was completely convinced. He never looked for faults within himself, but instead blamed everything on his subordinates, whom he had always bullied. Perhaps this was a common trait among such people. Ishido, who had been coldly observing him, finally spoke up at this moment. Please calm down, Mr. Alkai. Things have come to this point, and we have no way to undo it, but if we're talking about resolving your troubles, I still have enough methods. Really? Maruba instantly looked up, his already somewhat distorted face now shining with excitement. You. Do you want to help me defeat that annoying brat? Or have you already defeated him in battle? No. Not at all. Sure shook his head and stood up. Then, he pulled something from his waist and pressed it against Maruba's head. The solution I'm offering you is this. Once I pull the trigger, you surely be free from your pain. It's the most efficient solution available. It was a standard issue weapon from the EU military. Haha. Ah? This joke isn't very funny. It's a joke, isn't it? I didn't expect you to be a joker. Maruba stared, stunned by the scene before him. Don't I look like a joker? Yes. You clearly are. Bang. You're absolutely right. The sound of gunpowder propelling the bullet from the barrel echoed muffledly on Maruba's forehead. The spiraling metal bullet pierced the fat man's brainstem, burying his life, along with the unspoken words, into eternal darkness. I'm sorry. But it was all for Lieutenant Farid's ideals, Sherdong murmured. He pulled out a pre-prepared cleaning kit, and washed the blood from his hands and clothes. And you're standing in our way. He then placed the pistol in Maruba's hand. He then rang the alarm, summoning his colleagues, who were also loyal subordinates of McGillis. Notify the troops. Our informant, Mr. Maruba Alkai, unable to bear the loss of everything, took his own life. We found a diagnosis of mental illness in his luggage. It seems he suffered from chronic stress. It's regrettable. However, this proves that the information, plans, and evidence he provided were almost entirely unreliable. We should probably re-examine our actions so far. Finally, he spoke slowly. These messages, none of which were true, became the final footnote in the life of Maruba Alkai. The next day, not long after Yu Xiao and his group rushed back to Tekaten, exciting news arrived. To be precise, a shipment of goods had been secretly smuggled into Tekaten's hangar. After lifting the tarpaulin covering them, Naughty Yukinojo Kasaba revealed a shocked expression, then remained silent for a long time. What are these MS? After a long while, he finally spoke in a trembling voice. The mobile suits before him were mobile suits of a model he had never seen before. Blue and white tones, sleek, curved bodies. A sophisticated, sunglasses-style display. And the V-shaped antenna on its head. All of this made these mobile suits look like mass-produced Gundam models. At the same time, Naughty was certain that these were definitely not things that could be easily circulated on the market. Because the armaments accompanying these mobile suits were all ridiculously over the top. They possessed high-output beam cannons and anti-ship swords designed for large targets. Based on this, the seasoned Naughty could be certain that their performance far surpassed that of the three major powers' current active-duty mobile suits. That's right. These mobile suits were the GT-01A1, 105 short sword that Yu Xiao had requested from Amalgam. After being fitted with cockpits adapted to a Layevich Nana, these first batch of mobile suits were generously provided to Yu Xiao by Leonard. At this moment, Yu Xiao stepped forward from behind him and patted the tall maintenance worker on the shoulder. Shh, don't look so surprised. Even you, Mr. Yukinojo, are like this. It scare everyone. Yukinojo simply turned his head, a complex light flashing in his eyes. After a long silence, he finally spoke weakly. All right. I won't pry into where you're from. He then gave a teasing laugh. But I do want to know. If one day I don't want to do this anymore, could I come to your place and get a quiet job? Haha, I already said I don't have that kind of background. And didn't press further. After all, Yu Xiao was practically the backbone of the entire Tekaten right now. For that alone, Yukinojo could trust him wholeheartedly. Chapter 272. Following this, Yu Xiao summoned the remaining members of the Tekaten to distribute the mobile suits. The first batch of 105 short swords totaled over 10 units. This was already a considerable number for initial mass production. However, compared to the number of Tekaten members, it was still slightly insufficient. Therefore, it was impossible for each person to have a mobile suit. Yu Xiao could only select the best. Fortunately, he had some knowledge of the members, who had piloted mobile suits in the original work. First to be assigned mobile suits were Akihiro and Shino. These two, as characters in the original work whose piloting skills were second only to Mikazuki within the organization, naturally needed to be equipped with sufficient combat power. A new mobile suit? Wow, great! I love you to death, Xiao, Hee, from today onwards, this guy is my second-generation meteor, Yukinojo, Dad. I trouble you with the paint job this time too. Painting it that weird pink again? Yes, no. What's weird about it, Dad? It's totally stylish, okay. However, listening to the strange conversation around him, Yu Xiao couldn't help but silently mourn for the 105 short sword, which was about to lose its sleek blue and white paint job, for 3 minutes. Maybe he should give this rascal a Wyndham in the future? Yu Xiao smiled. Thinking of Neo Ronox Wyndham in Gundam Seed, painted a strange purple, he inexplicably felt that the two's color aesthetics might be highly similar. Afterwards, he assigned one mobile suit each to Olga, the commander, and Eugene, the vice commander. The ownership of these two mobile suits had been decided long ago. Therefore, Yu Xiao requested that the amalgam be specially enhanced with improved communication and liaison functions during manufacturing. Although he didn't know if these king's chairs would ever truly step onto the battlefield, the necessary preparations still needed to be made. The distribution of the remaining mobile suits was the main event. Yu Xiao selected named individuals from his memory who had piloted mobile suits to be their pilots. These candidates included pilots like Ryder Moss and Chad Chaidan, who were around second rate. Although most of them doubted their ability to control these mobile suits, Yu Xiao encouraged them to accept the challenge boldly. And time passed unnoticed. Is there only one left? Facing the last remaining 105 short sword, Yu Xiao pondered. Who should he assign it to? He was currently undecided. If all else failed, using it as a backup mobile suit for himself wouldn't be out of the question. After all, mass-produced Seed Series mobile suits suited his taste quite well. Just as he was thinking this, Brother Xiao, a serious voice echoed in the now sparsely populated hangar. This startled Yu Xiao, who then murmured, "Ah." His voice a mixture of surprise and relief. This was because of the person before him. Danji? Why are you here? It was the boy named Danji whom he had rescued from the EU military. His survival after being attacked and killed by Gillerhorn in the original story was, in a sense, proof that Tekaden was heading towards a different history. But that being said, why was he here? Yu Xiao cast a slightly curious glance at him. Noticing Yu Xiao's gaze, Danji's throat bobbed nervously. Please, Brother Xiao. Please give me a mobile suit. Humph. This response revealed his determination. He seemed unwilling to settle for mediocrity. After all, among the younger group of boys his age, Ryder and Takagi had been assigned to pilot the 105 short sword by Yu Xiao. His name, since it didn't appear again in the original work, had been subconsciously forgotten by Yu Xiao. Logically and emotionally, giving him a short sword would indeed be better. But Yu Xiao still wanted to test the boy's resolve. So he first feigned a sigh. Then he slowly asked, why? Honestly, he roughly knew how the other party would respond in this situation. Perhaps it was his superior piloting skills, or perhaps it was his habit of relying on the Aleyevijnana, storehouse consciousness. It was basically the same thing. And as long as the other party could answer, he would naturally give them the machine. After all, no matter how much he pleaded, the other party was someone who could operate that Leo machine right away. Although they were badly beaten. That was probably proof of their talent. Because I'm weak. But the other party's response greatly surprised Yu Xiao. Huh? While making a surprised sound, he became interested in what the boy in front of him would say next. To be honest, I once thought of becoming a hero like Red Number 1 of the Human Reform League. But after the last battle, I clearly realized. I'm weak. Danji clenched his fist. Don't even mention comparing me to Red Number 1. Compared to Mikazuki and I, or even Ryder and Takagi. I'm weak. There was even a time when I considered leaving. If Ryder and the others hadn't persuaded me. But that's precisely why I want to become stronger. If I stay weak and powerless like this, nothing will ever end. Even if I can't become a hero like Red Number 1, at least one day, I want to be like Mr. Kronk, someone who can fight alongside you, Akatsuki and I. For that, Okay. I understand. At this point, Yu Xiao simply held out his hand, indicating that the other's words could stop there. In short, you feel you still have many shortcomings. So you want to improve yourself by becoming an MS pilot. Right? Huh? Yeah. That's true. Good idea. But generally speaking, just an idea isn't enough to gain someone's trust. Danji loosened his fist somewhat dejectedly. The other person's words seemed to unequivocally mean rejection. It's alright. This isn't a normal situation. Yu Xiao then said with a light laugh. He walked over and patted Danji's shoulder. This mobile suit is yours. Since you made such a bold statement, you won't forgive me if you disappoint me, okay? Although the words sounded quite stern, he used his usual teasing tone. Brother Xiao. This made Danji speak gratefully. Yu Xiao then slowly walked away from the scene. He planned to log out of the Siegfried system. After all, tomorrow was the day of the graduation ceremony. Then came the launch of Project L. He needed a good rest to handle all of this. But before leaving, there was one more thing he wanted to say. And, turning around, he said jokingly, Red One wasn't born a hero either. I bet. When he first started, he probably got beaten up quite a few times. Since you admire him, then believe that and work hard. And indeed, these were words of excessive, extravagant encouragement that only he, with his experience and expertise, could utter. Chapter 273. Then the next day. On Pomlai Island, virtual sunlight, controlled by the central system, shone brilliantly down along the angle of the mirrored protective barrier. As always, the students walked on the path to school, completely unaware that dozens of meters beneath their feet were not layers of soil and rock, but layers upon layers of tightly constructed steel warships. And among this bustling crowd, two girls stood out. One was a lively girl with red hair tied in a ponytail. Asaka Raimi. She was also one of the few who knew the truth about Alvis. The other was a girl with long, dark blue hair, a beautiful face, but a strange, dejected posture with slumped shoulders, making any charm vanish. Listen to me, Raimi. That's Susuk. She complained to Raimi gloomily as they walked. The girl's name is Chidori name. In her memory, although she and Kurumi are currently in different classes, they were classmates from elementary school to junior high, a rather coincidental fate in a sense. So even now, they often walk together. On the other hand, their reputations among the students are equally intertwined. If Kurumi is often whispered among her classmates as a terminal case of Chunibu, middle school syndrome, because of her imitations of ninjas, which is actually her profession, then Chidori, known as the least desirable girlfriend and a beautiful girl even when silent, is undoubtedly the strongest contender to rival her reputation. However, judging from her complaints, it seemed that someone even this kind of person couldn't tolerate had already appeared in this world. It's really inexplicable. The other day, he brought a model gun to school, and after the teacher confiscated it, he knowingly broke the rules again. I tried to persuade him several times, but he wouldn't listen. Yeah, I see. Raimi turned her head, seemingly absent-mindedly agreeing with her. And another thing. The other day someone apparently tampered with his locker. And this guy pulled out some strange gunpowder from somewhere and tried to blow it up without warning. In the end, I had to personally drag him to the teacher, which was a hassle, wasn't it? Yeah, I see. How come it's yes again, Raimi? Chidori leaned down, scrutinizing Raimi with a suspicious look. You're like a broken record. If I said I call someone right now to kidnap you to northern Myanmar or somewhere else, were you planning to say yes too? Yes, wait, no. That's absolutely not going to work. Finally, Limey snapped out of her daze. It seemed she'd been thinking about something, and she couldn't help but think about it. In reality, her relationship with the girl before her wasn't as harmonious as it seemed. To be precise, it shouldn't be this harmonious. The girl named Chidori name, like the other students, had her memories sealed during the recent attack, forgetting everything about the Yusen attack, but at that time, she revealed one of her characteristics. An unusually advanced brain. Kalinin was astonished to discover that she was actually the third Whisperer born on Alvis. Therefore, they reevaluated Chidori as an important person to protect. Originally, he wanted Sadra Susuk to protect her. But Susuk seemed to be struggling to adapt to school life. Without other options, he had to temporarily entrust Raimi to protect her again. And through suggestion, he implanted in her the memory that he and Raimi were friends, making her temporarily believe that what was happening around her was natural. However, once her whispering ability awakens, she will likely be able to quickly break free from the constraints of this false memory. So, in any case, Raimi can only be a short-lived, false friend with her for a period of time. And after that, she might very well be hated by her instead. This was unavoidable. Raimi knew this deep down. After all, the Yusen might still have lurking forces on the island. And they could attack at any moment. Until Plan L is successfully implemented, this place is unlikely to be safe. So she doesn't resent anyone. After all, she's always been like this. From the moment her parents decided to expose her to the truth of the island too early, lying, deception, and pretense became as commonplace as eating and drinking. This resulted in the girl, who, although she seems to interact with different people every day, actually having only a handful of truly close friends. But that's for the best. After all, that's how a ninja should be. Only occasionally, when it feels lonely. So Raimi shook her head, bringing her gaze back to reality. Even though she had been lost in thought for a moment, her long-trained perception allowed her to memorize the other person's words. To ease the awkwardness, she found a subtle point in their conversation and said, "But, Kan-aim, you were calling me Sadrakuen just a while ago, Sadrakuen. Now you're calling me Susuk, right?" It's because..." This sentence cut Chidori off. A strange blush crept onto her cheeks, and she seemed to be searching for a reason, turning her head to look around. Needless to say, Raimi, with her rather meticulous mind, naturally understood what the other person was thinking. That's true. The same words as before. And Raimi smiled broadly. This time, it was genuine. It's nothing. This scene didn't end until the two reached the school gate. However, directly opposite the main gate, the academy auditorium, which was usually tightly closed, was more like a slightly spacious classroom than an auditorium, but now its doors and windows were wide open. One could even see the podium directly above. Seeing this, Chidori naturally changed the subject. "Speaking of which, today is the graduation ceremony, right? It's strange, the semester isn't even halfway over yet." "Well, I guess it was an invitation from a university in another city. They selected quite a few students to go. I'm quite envious of them." To Chidori's question, Kumi naturally offered the superficial explanation. In reality, she knew better than anyone that the people attending the graduation ceremony wouldn't be going to any outside university. Instead, they were going to board a ship, used as bait to lure an island, to engage in a life-or-death operation. Just then, her gaze caught sight of a figure on the podium. Then her pupils dilated in shock. It was a tall boy. He had short, neat black hair, and wore a somewhat rough red sash with gold trim around his neck. Probably hastily made for the graduation ceremony. Yet his expression held a hint of nervousness. These were all unremarkable traits. But that person's face. Laimi recognized it quite well. But he absolutely shouldn't be here at this time. And standing in this place. Akatsuki? The red-haired girl murmured to herself, her voice tinged with disbelief. Why, was he here? Chapter 274. Before the absent-minded Yu Xiao, a charming young girl appeared. Wearing a sailor uniform that clashed with the atmosphere around her, her silver-grayed braids gleaming under the stage spotlight. It was Tessa, who had been experiencing student life here for the past few days, under the guise of a transfer student. Your collar isn't straight, Mr. Yu Xiao. Going to the graduation ceremony like that. See, this is better. As she spoke softly, she immediately took action to correct the problem she mentioned. Don't be too nervous. You be our commander from now on. It won't do if you don't pay attention to your appearance, will it? After straightening Yu Xiao's collar, she gently patted his chest with the back of her hand. Like a helpful wife tidying up a careless office worker's clothes before he leaves for work. Ah. Thank you, Tessa. Yu Xiao nodded in response. However, he seemed a little unaccustomed to this outcome. After all, the fact that the collar wasn't straightened was actually intentional, leaving part of the collar as it was, so people would know you were wearing a shirt. Yeah, right. Actually, the shirt collar was a size too small for him. Straightening it would make it too tight to breathe. However, he couldn't just refuse her outright because of her kindness. But Tessa, are you really sure you'd be alright attending? So, to ease the awkwardness and distract himself, he immediately changed the subject. The question was naturally directed at her, given that although they were both participants in Project L, one was a transfer student and the other a graduate, yet they were attending the same ceremony. You mean this? It's alright. Tessa smiled and shook her head. Today, theoretically, is also my last day here. We combined the farewell party for out-of-school students with the graduation ceremony for current students. Considering the school's relatively small size, it's quite common, isn't it? That's true. Just as he was about to start chatting about something else. Thud. Yu Xiao felt it. Something gently tapped the back of his head. Like a small stone, or something else being thrown at him. It didn't hurt much, but it was very stimulating. So stimulating that he couldn't ignore it. Who is it? Someone playing pranks at a time like this. Thinking somewhat irritably, Yu Xiao turned his head. He found himself standing in front of a small, black-clad doll-like figure, one hand on its slender waist. May? Then, he whispered, trying to suppress his emotions. He clearly put her in his bag, and left her in the classroom. He thought there wouldn't be any problems in the short time it would be before the graduation ceremony, but she actually came over on her own? This means something unusual is going on. Excuse me. I'll leave for a bit. So he turned around warily, and said this to Tessa. I understand, Yu Xiao. Tessa, though somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement to Yu Xiao's suggestion. Next, Yu Xiao took a few steps forward, took off her coat, and went to a corner of the stage away from everyone's view, using the coat to cover something. He then strode away, heading straight for a spot outside the stage. Mr. Buqing. Has he always been like this? A slightly bewildered Tessa turned around, facing the few peers present. In Buqing's direction, she asked with a hint of confusion. I don't know. But he definitely has something on his mind, that guy. The other shrugged. In general, in these situations, I think it's best to let things take their course. Let things take their course. What is it, Mei? Finding a secluded corner, Yu Xiao sat down, lowered his head, and anxiously asked the mechanical girl in his arms. Perhaps it was due to the long battles. Lately, his X-rounder abilities seemed to be becoming increasingly sensitive. Since this morning, he had a persistent feeling of unease, which had caused him to unconsciously appear tense to others. He had initially thought it was a crisis in the real world, but it turned out to be from over there. However, Mei also looked troubled in the face of Yu Xiao's question. As for the specifics, I don't know. Because the person who came collapsed before he could say anything. He had a gunshot wound. And even with such a serious injury, he still rushed to you to inform you something. I think that's proof that the matter is very urgent. So he came to inform you. That's it. I understand. Yu Xiao stood up. He remembered that according to the original schedule, Tekaden was supposed to organize all the supplies, including the mecha, and then move them today. He arrived at the port belonging to Devis, negotiated with Tabans, and after discussing personnel transfers and itinerary arrangements, prepared to set sail. The procedures were slightly troublesome, but not insurmountable. He entrusted them to Olga. Everything should be arranged properly. But what will happen next? With these questions in mind, he ran tirelessly, passing through the secret passage beneath the school to reach the interior of Alvis. He then took the elevator back into the Siegfried system and began synchronization. Thanks to the internal structure of Alvis, the journey didn't take him long. After connecting with the consciousness of his body on the other side of Yanzhou, the first thing Yu Xiao saw was a travel-worn young man with messy black hair. However, he was now lying on a clean white bed. His eyes were closed, and an IV drip was attached to his body. And this was the Tekaden Infirmary? Edge? He called softly. Seemingly triggered by Yu Xiao's voice, AG slowly opened his eyes. Xiao. Cough, cough. He tried to get up, but the movement aggravated his wounds. According to Mei, they were probably several gunshot wounds, causing him to cough violently. Don't push yourself, AG. What is wrong? Yu Xiao asked with concern. AG could only manage a few words. Please. Grandma, she's been targeted. We don't know who it is, but the number is alarming. Xiao, please. Go help her. His words were brief, but the meaning was profound. The grandma AG spoke of, there was only one possibility, the old man of dementia. How could someone like that be attacked? And who would attack her and why? I understand, AG. Your request, I will complete it. The reason was currently unknown. But Yu Xiao immediately stood up. No wonder he sensed danger. After all, that old man was also his master. He was thinking. Chapter 275. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Chris, at the location of the Old Man of Reason. Like Edge, her situation was far from ideal. The mercenary agency, which should have been a base, was now occupied by countless armed members. She sat calmly at her desk. However, a gun with a gleaming black muzzle stood before her. Clearly, this meant, make no rash moves and you're dead. I knew it all along. EU sometimes responds to activities here with just too much precision. It's hard not to suspect that an informant is operating outside. With a sigh, the Old Man of Reason glanced at the gunman before her. I really didn't expect it to be you, Garen Mosa. No. That's not your real name, is it? The man called Garen Mosa spoke to the old man, with a hint of sarcasm. Heh. You guessed right. Truly shrewd and perceptive. He was a robust man who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. He had a rough beard and wore a leather jacket, exuding a rugged, wild aura. The old man recognized him quite well. Several years ago, he had approached him, and started working as a freelance mercenary near Chris. He was incredibly warm and generous to his fellow mercenaries, which allowed him to quickly build a sizable mercenary group. So he left the freelance mercenary organization and went solo. Despite this, he and the old man remained in frequent contact. During holidays and festivals, he would visit her with gifts. Therefore, the old woman with the divine sense had a strong impression of him. It's hard to imagine that someone like him could be an agent of the EU. After the old woman with the divine sense returned from acting as an intermediary for Takadan and Devis, as usual, Garen Mosa said he intended to give her something. At first, she didn't intend to refuse. After all, she had gradually become accustomed to such exchanges in recent years. Unexpectedly, he brought an entire team, along with people already located in the intermediary agency, and launched a lightning-fast raid upon arriving in the surrounding area, seizing the entire agency, and ultimately, taking the opportunity to hold the old woman with hostage. At this moment, the victor said smugly, "Unfortunately, even so, I can't tell you my real name. You might as well guess. As some entertainment in our final moments. I'm sorry. I don't really want to remember the name of such a despicable and ungentlemanly person as you. But right now, there's only one thing I'm curious about. Who do you work for?" "Well, I can't answer that directly either. As usual, you might as well guess. I know without you saying it." Among the members closely related to the interests of the Yen continent region, the Kuzan family, although they have a habit of keeping assassins, are not good at playing tricks. Jetek Heavy Industries is the same. As for the little girl from the Issue family, she only spends a lot of money to raise those blonde pretty boys. The old man of wisdom narrowed his sharp eyes. "It's Les Al-Elian, isn't it?" "Heh, that's absolutely right." Now that the name of the true mastermind behind him had been revealed, Garen decided to make no further attempt to conceal it. "Actually, I didn't want to take action against you at first. But I couldn't help it. You've been too flamboyant lately, Granny. Just providing some assistance to the Tekaten, and that Eudelia was one thing. But you even used your vast network of connections, mobilizing those mercenary brats to help, causing E.U's operation to fail." He spread his hands. "That's not something anyone's happy about. However, we won't kill you according to orders from above. After all, shutting down this place would cause a huge social upheaval. So, if possible, we hope to get your cooperation. You think I agree to your demands? You might as well just kill me." The old man with the divine mind raised an eyebrow. "Yes. Don't worry, I knew you'd say that, so we just want to take you back. After that, there are countless ways to get you to cooperate." Garen gave an ominous smile. Just then, a voice broke the silence. "Uncle Beard." A girl with short, tousled blonde hair and cat-like eyes came running towards them. "Sorry. I really can't find him. That guy who ran away, I don't know where he went. He was shot and there was blood on him. He shouldn't have gone far." It seemed she had gone to find Edge. And this unassuming girl was none other than Juliana Julis, the final boss of Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans in the original Gundam series, who defeated and beheaded Mikazuki's Gundam Barbatos by overwhelming force and a strategy of attrition. "Is that so? It's alright, Julieta. He alone can't cause much trouble. Besides, most free mercenaries keep accounts, not records. They probably won't risk their lives to come to the rescue again." Garland turned and patted the girl's head, indicating that she didn't need to worry about it. However, at that moment, the old woman's gaze sharpened. A moment's distraction was enough. She had spent so much time talking to the other woman earlier precisely to find this opportunity. She quickly moved her hand and pressed a hidden button under her desk. Immediately afterwards, bang! Something exploded. A large, thick cloud of smoke spread out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old woman quickly slipped away from Garland's sight. "What? Damn it!" Then, accompanied by a short alarm, something appeared. "Sorry. I've been around in this business for years. I couldn't have been unaware that I have enemies hunting me down." With that, the wise old woman slowly climbed onto what was behind her. Her mech. The mech had a robust shoulder and hip structure, and its torso was also relatively thick and angular. While the back of its thighs featured flight units resembling an airplane tail, the head had a uniquely constructed wire-cutting-like structure. Garland was familiar with this mech, the Human Innovation Alliance's first-generation tactical machine. MiG-21 three-stringed instrument. The mech and pilot are both old and frail. What's the use of starting it up? Instead of seizing the precious opportunity to escape, they chose to confront it head-on. "Fine. Let me show you how foolish that choice was." Garland scoffed dismissively. He then sprinted to his original model Chenier, parked outside, shouting to his comrades as he did so. "Everyone board. Time for mecha combat. Julita, are you alright?" He specifically addressed the blonde girl, seemingly quite concerned about this subordinate. "No problem, bearded uncle." Julita volunteered and boarded her mecha. It was a machine that looked somewhat similar to the Gretz, yet was vastly different. It was a special mecha secretly sent here by the E.U. the EB-08 Legendrets, soon to be mass-produced as a next-generation mecha. It was probably sent here to test its performance and enhance Garland's side's combat capabilities. Meanwhile, the fact that he didn't entrust this precious machine to himself, but instead gave it to the relatively unknown Julieta. On one hand, this was because Garland didn't want to be the first to stick his neck out. On the other hand, it might also highlight his trust in this subordinate. The massive smoke gradually dissipated. Around this agency, where no battle should have occurred, a fierce fight was clearly about to break out. Really? Don't underestimate the old man. The wise old woman gripped the control stick tightly. For her, this was a familiar yet strangely unfamiliar, long-lost experience. And muttered to herself. Besides, he'd definitely come. Heh. The younger generation has to be shown some backbone. Chapter 276. Then, as if echoing the words of the wise old man, go! Facing Garen's forces, the two modified Kinner units leading the charge. Kinner executioners, specialized for close combat. Accompanied by a high-pitched shout, something hurtled through the clouds at incredible speed. Followed by a crisp, clean piercing sound. The two Kinner executioners fell without offering any resistance. And the entity that launched the attack. Sorry I'm late. But it doesn't seem too late, does it, Master? It was the Victor's Terminator spear. And Yu Xiao, who was piloting it. The blue-gray giant, spewing dazzling flames, hurriedly landed, standing before the MiG-21 three-stringed instrument. Immediately afterward, scorching steam spewed from its vents all over its body. It seemed that Yu Xiao had used the Victor's maximum power to get here quickly. Fortunately, its power unit was the Arcane Energy Furnace, a semi-permanent power mechanism reconstructed using the black box technology contained within the Yahop reactor after the Lost Technology Research Institute analyzed it. Otherwise, with an ordinary machine, let alone reaching this point to fight, even a full-speed run across such a long distance would be difficult. That's why he came alone. Other reasons included the fact that Takadan was busy transporting the machines and necessary supplies to the port of Devis. And also, Yu Zhao's confidence. He could handle these small fry alone. Heh. You come at just the right time, you silly disciple. The old man of wisdom chuckled. After all, the person before him was the strongest reinforcement. Under these circumstances, even the numerical disadvantage from before didn't seem so daunting now. Although I don't know the details very well. Are these guys the enemy, Master? The Victor turned around. Two wielding spears, still spitting flames, returned to their storage pods on his shoulders, and Yu Xiao asked at the opportune moment. Yes. Besides the ones you just defeated, there are 16 more in total. The old man of wisdom nodded, simultaneously maneuvering his own machine and surveying his surroundings. Respect the elderly and cherish the young. Give me 10, and you can take care of 6, okay? I'm afraid I can't accept that. Yu Xiao chuckled. Despite the extremely urgent situation, seeing his master's relaxed attitude, he felt relieved. Although we're master and apprentice, on the battlefield, it's all about skill. I try my best to take down as many enemies as possible, so you, master, won't have to do so much work. Humph, that's up to you, little one. Like an older generation member in a family of 3, who likes to take on chores, to show they're not getting old, the wise old man said with a hint of resentment. And this conversation finally, you guys, have you said enough? If you want to fight, then fight. What are you babbling about? This provoked the impatience of the Garen troops, who had been stunned by the Victor's surprise attack, and were only now finally recovering. Led by a roar over the public channel, Garen's troops launched a full-scale attack. Oh dear, you're angry. It's all your fault, you foolish disciple. The wise old man said this indifferently. His tone, though accusatory, carried more of a casual, playful tone. Yes. It's all my fault. So now, you shall dismiss casually. I guess I just have to let them calm down. The next second, both machines fired in succession and launched their attacks. Relying on their superior performance, the Victor was clearly in the lead. And quickly, it made contact with the enemy's formation first. Yu Xiao recognized it as the machine that had previously issued the attack command. Its structure, similar to but different from the Grez, revealed its true identity. EB-08. Legend Res? Yu Xiao recalled, then deduced its true identity. As a next-generation mass-produced mobile suit originally reserved for elite units, its basic capabilities shouldn't be inferior to those of Schwarz Gretz and Hugo, with whom it had previously encountered. In fact, it might even be able to rival the Gundam Barbatos, which is not its original form as it is now. At least, that's how the stats are designed in games like G Generation. What concerned Yu Xiao even more was the opponent's weaponry. The opponent was wielding a pair of sharp metal clubs. Not only that, but there was additional gray armor on its wrists to enhance its defense in close combat. If Yu Xiao remembered correctly, this weaponry belonged to. Is that Julia Julius? He muttered to himself. It was the name of a character known among Gundam fans as Butterfly Woman. But another name more concisely and directly expressed the sentiment, the embodiment of Okada Mari. That's right. It said that the reason the script for Iron-Blooded Orphan Season 2 was such a mess was because screenwriter Mari Okada fell in love with her own character, Galio Baduin, while writing the story. Therefore, not only did she force McGillis's plans to be perfunctory and straightforward, but she also created the character of Butterfly Woman to project herself onto, developing a romantic storyline with Galio. And finally, she forcibly increased combat power, writing the scene where she beheads Mikazuki and Gundam Barbatos, arguably the strongest fighter in the original work, without any foreshadowing. It can be said that, a man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Half of the reason the Iron-Blooded Orphan Season 2 storyline collapsed like that can be attributed to her. This has led to a surge of resentment towards the character of Butterfly Girl among fans. Yu Xiao was one of them. Huh? You know my name? Having reset her mech to maximum combat speed, Yu Xiao had already come face to face with the Legend Res. This allowed the Legend Res to hear Yu Xiao's words, and it couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Huh? It really is you. Ha ha, ha ha ha. This made Yu Xiao unable to control her laughter. Hearing this reaction, Julia frowned. What's so funny? You and I, we didn't have any connection, did we? At the same time, the two mechs clashed. The Legend Res swung its club, attacking Yu Xiao as victor. The attack was indeed accurate and ruthless. However, this fierce attack was easily dodged by the seemingly clumsy victor. Killing Claw. Then Yu Xiao whispered. Simultaneously, the victor's beam claws activated instantly. Yes. There was nothing between us before. Then, with a force that seemed to tear through the air, it swung towards Legend Res's cockpit. That's precisely why. Now that I met you, I have to kill you with my own hands. Chapter 277. As for the attack launched by Yu Xiao's victor, nonsense. Anyway, since you're also one of that old woman's subordinates, I just take you down too. This is also for Lord Lesel's wish. Julietta's Legend Res also made its own response. Instead of directly facing the sharpness of the killing claws, she activated the posture control nozzles on the side of her machine, maneuvering her Legend Res to dodge the attack at the last second. And after dodging, she swung her fighting spikes, stabbing at the victor's back. How cliché. Always calling him Lesdal. Don't you have any lines of your own? Seeing this, Yu Xiao first manipulated the victor, pressing its back to the limit, while simultaneously maneuvering the machine into a spin. Twisting its waist, it performed a smooth 180-degree turn. Then, the killing claws in both hands directly confronted Legend Res's hands. The light blade would then melt the metal melee weapon, followed by severing its fragile fuselage. That was Yu Xiao's thought. However, this time his prediction was wrong. After the light claw clashed with the metal stake in Legend Res's hand, it didn't melt it directly. Instead, it was gradually diffused and eliminated. This was clearly the effect of the anti-beam coating. EU has actually developed this technology. Could it be that they've been hiding their strength all along? Yu Xiao murmured, considering the most likely scenario. Indeed, countless lost technologies slumber within the current EU and its territory. Aside from civilian research teams, their military certainly possesses the relevant technology as well. They just hadn't used it before, perhaps for some reason. But now they're forced to use it. Is it because of the threat from the Yusin, or because of us? Never mind. Now, we must prioritize dealing with the enemy. Yu Xiao shook his head, focusing his attention back on reality. This would only lead to a stalemate. No. Clearly, Legend Res would use this opportunity to continue his offensive. So, it's best to escape now. Without hesitation, Yu Xiao manipulated the victory's reverse thrust. With a somersault, he moved away from his original position and regained his balance. At this moment, Legend Res also plunged the iron bar in his hand into the ground. He dodged it? Julia explained in astonishment. And then something even more astonishing happened. All right. Blade-shattering cannon. Yu Xiao shouted. Then, the built-in cannons on the victor's shoulders activated and fired. Due to the time constraint, the output couldn't be maximized. But the distorted air around the emerald beam, warped by the intense heat, hinted at the power of the attack. Julita was also aware of this. Therefore, she maneuvered her machine, making a hasty dodge. She narrowly escaped the beam's attack, the armor in front of Legionna's cockpit showing signs of melting. Damn it! This guy is even stronger than I expected. Her words clearly indicated that she considered Yu Xiao a formidable opponent. However, Yu Xiao wasn't pleased. The previous exchange suggested that defeating this machine might take longer than he anticipated. If this continues, TSK. I wonder if I make it in time for the graduation ceremony. He muttered to himself. His thoughts drifted to the graduation ceremony on Pumlai Island. Like a student skipping class to play games at an internet cafe, he was still preoccupied with his studies. Meanwhile, the Victor's radar detected another reaction. What's with this guy's arrogance? Julia, let's help him. It was one of Galen's allies, about 8 machines in total. The model was Chineer Executioner. Their team standard configuration. Clearly, they realized Julia's side seemed to be at a stalemate and wanted to help. Their motives were good. Could just 8 mobile suits pose any threat to Yu Xiao? Stop! With your strength, you can't possibly. Before Yu Xiao could even make a move, Julia's panicked tone already gave the answer. What are you saying? How could 1 against 8 possibly have the advantage? Watch us. But those self-assured mercenaries wouldn't listen. 8 Chineers formed a circle, charging in from all directions, like a pack of wolves. This would indeed create a situation where 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands for an ordinary mobile suit, but... You really underestimated me. Terminating spears. Whoosh. 2 fully recharged light spears shot out from the Victor's shoulder, circling around him with lightning speed, like swallows in flight. The orderly formation of the Chineer Executioners became their greatest weakness. One after another, these Mechs, not yet having received the reinforcement from the anti-beam coating, were sliced in half. The cockpits were severed, seemingly beyond saving. Explosions rang out in succession, followed by their Mechs turning into wisps of smoke. Everyone! Damn it! Julita cried out in anguish. Her trembling eyes then fixed on the figure standing amidst the burning flames. Legendrez involuntarily took a step back. For the first time in her life, she had experienced this feeling called terror. Is that guy a demon? Julita whispered through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side intensified. Chineer and the 3-stringed harp were engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Although, in terms of seniority, the EU's second-generation MS, Chineer, was far superior to the Human Reform League's first-generation tactical machine, the 3-stringed instrument. Under the control of the Old Man of Divinity, the 2 machines were evenly matched. No, it was more accurate to say that the 3-stringed instrument had a greater advantage. This was astonishing enough. Was she really an old woman? However, something else concerned Garan even more. I see. You have a good disciple. He was referring to Yu Xiao and Victor, who had just defeated 8 of his subordinates. Although the pilot of Victor was still unknown in the EU's intelligence, since most of the soldiers who had fought him had perished, his intelligence contained memories of the Old Man of Divinity taking on disciples, so he deduced the other's identity. Not at all. Your subordinates are quite good too, the Old Man of Divinity replied leisurely. He then countered with a question. However, I never seen her before. Where did you find this promising talent? Humph. It's just because of some trivial matter. Garan snapped. And I advise you not to be distracted now, Granny. Because now, I'm going to take your life. Taking advantage of the brief pause in their conversation, he actually manipulated Chineer to draw the rifle tucked into his waistband, and fired a surprise attack. Chapter 278. However, this little trick naturally couldn't fool the seasoned eyes of the Old Man of Divinity. Her reaction speed was almost undiminished. She swiftly raised her left hand, holding the Sansien, a 3-stringed lute, to shield herself against the cockpit. Even so, Garland considered that the special armor-piercing rounds used by her Chineer should be able to penetrate the enemy's defenses to some extent. But things didn't go as planned. Bang! A piercing explosion that shouldn't have happened rang out. Smoke billowed up immediately afterward. But looking at the figure still standing steadily within, Garland's brows furrowed slightly. Reactive armor shield, huh? Oh, you guessed it, that's right. After all, EU military agents need to be skilled. The Old Man of Divinity murmured. Explosive reactive armor. Originally a technology used on tanks, involves installing small boxes of inert explosives on the outer armor, using pre-detonation to neutralize the threat of anti-tank weapons. The day tactical mobile suits became practical, this design philosophy was also incorporated into their weaponry. However, because the hypothetical enemy of tactical mobile suits wasn't humans primarily armed with ballistic weapons, but rather betas using beam weapons, this design was quickly phased out. Starting with second-generation tactical mobile suits, Their shields gradually evolved to be constructed primarily of polarizing and heat-resistant materials. Only first-generation tactical mobile suits, like the Harp, could have such equipment. So I didn't think this move would be enough to finish you off. And the next second, Chi-Nir charged towards them. It turned out that the previous shooting was merely a cover. His true purpose was to accumulate energy from the air cushion thrusters in his waist, then unleash it in a sudden burst to catch his opponent off guard. Sanxiankin's melee sword was stored in the weapon rack on his back, so it shouldn't be able to be drawn for the time being. But the old man with the divine sense had a countermeasure for Garen's attack. Bang! A piercing metallic clang rang out. Sanxiankin now held a metal melee dagger in his hand, using it to barely parry the opponent's swinging battle axe attack. It was an armament stored in his arm unit. Because its melee combat performance was far inferior to the later discontinued melee sword, it was an armament almost always overlooked by the new generation of tactical mech guards. Perhaps only these veterans would remember that their mech still had such equipment, as expected of the divine sense, to be able to hold on to this extent. But with this aging body, how much longer can it last? Garen gritted his teeth as he controlled his mech in this struggle. Of course, I can hold out as long as I want. At the very least, I can take you down and then. Ugh! She said this with bravado. But then, something strange happened. What bad luck. At a time like this, a painful groan was heard. It was unclear what had happened. Only the trembling voice of the old woman revealed that. A pain that even she could not control spread throughout her body in an instant. Galen naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Chi-Nir silently knocked the shamisen to the ground. Then he raised his rifle, left arm, left leg, right leg. Precise shots completely reduced the shamisen to a helpless shape. And after the fierce battle, all the bullets were used up at this moment. Strangely, the old man remained completely silent. Has he fainted? Garland murmured. But this was actually a good thing for him. So he turned his mech around, wanting to see how the battle on Julia's side had progressed. What? Oh no! Then his pupils constricted instantly. His gaze fell on the other side of the battlefield. Undoubtedly, the battle was one-sidedly brutal. Ha! 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 Her voice was already somewhat incoherent. Her controls became frantic. Having long lost her initial confidence, Legendress frantically dodged maneuvers. At the same time, Julia's fearful eyes looked at the mech before her. That blue-gray armor, originally a majestic and awe-inspiring design. Now it looked like a demon. Unable to hit. Whether it was long-range shooting or her usually arrogant melee combat, nothing could hit her. Bullets would miss, slashes would miss. This feedback seemed to have become an unshakable law in Julia's eyes. Conversely, her opponent seemed to have seen through her entire pattern. Every move, every strike, hit the perfect target. If it weren't for the protection of her anti-beam nano-armor coating, she would probably have died several times over. But this relief quickly turned into agony. When would she be hit again? If this hit, would the armor coating fail? If the coating failed, she would die, wouldn't she? Her hands gripping the control stick trembled uncontrollably. An unprecedented fear of death, with each direct hit of the slashes, was etched deeper and deeper into Julia's very being. The image of her companions attacking it, only to be wiped out in a single blow, flashed before her eyes again and again. You demon. So she glared at her enemy, roaring inappropriately. A demon? I don't know. This was just self-defense, wasn't it? Compared to me, isn't it more shameful to use the banner of righteousness to repeatedly and comfortably commit despicable acts? Solidarity. How could I lose to you? For Lord Lestal, I could not lose to you. But undeniably, these self-hypnotic words did give her a moment of confidence. She gripped the fighting needles again. Forgetting life and death, she charged towards the victor at maximum speed. Yusha could see that this attack was more precise and deadly than any of her previous attacks. It seems that the almost incomprehensible growth rate that Okada had given her has been preserved in this timeline. Despite being constantly on the defensive, how could she have grown so much in such a short time? Ah, is that so? But accompanied by a somewhat helpless response, the victor's actions revealed no emotion. After all, even with growth, her level could never catch up to Yu Zhao's current level. So let that astonishing growth curve end here. It's also for the future of Takadan. Then let me bury you. Along with your pathetic loyalty. With a violent thrust, its heavy body nimbly dodged Legendre's attack. Then, it raised its giant lightsaber and charged forward. There was no way to avoid it. Seeing that giant lightsaber, gleaming with a terrifying light, would undoubtedly pierce Legendre's cockpit. And the machine's OS radar interface, at just the right moment, displayed the series of words she least wanted to see. Nano armor coating overload. Anti-beam attack function disabled. High energy detected ahead, please take cover, it's all over. Julita closed her eyes unwillingly. But, accompanied by the piercing alarm, she didn't feel her body melting from the intense heat. She opened her eyes again in surprise. She only saw, in front of her, someone had acted as a human cushion, using their entire torso to hold down the Victor's machine, preventing it from advancing. But the cost of this action was enormous. Undoubtedly, half of the machine's body had melted away. Although the cockpit hadn't been completely affected, the pilot was probably on the verge of death. And that machine was just a basic Chenier. So, its pilot was probably Uncle, the bearded man. Chapter 279. Julita screamed in despair. The original work didn't actually delve much into her past. Perhaps Okada felt that writing too much would make it difficult for the reader to connect with her. But in this timeline, as a Remanetian immigrant, it was only after the man, before he adopted the alias Garen Mosa, noticed her extraordinary talent in the refugee camp and recommended her to be the personal guard of that last owl, that she attained her current position. So, seeing her benefactor save her life again, she was naturally terrified. "Are you all right?" Asking was pointless. With her mobile suit pierced by such a massive beam blade, anyone knew the situation wouldn't be good. "Boss!" At the same time, the few remaining 6 mobile suits of Garen's side rushed forward. With tears in their eyes, they would likely charge again for their leader at Garen's command. Garen also managed to open the communication. "You, all of you, retreat." However, in the end, he only gave the order. "Take Juliana out of this place. Take her, cough, cough, to Lord Elian." "Boss, we understand." His subordinates were silent for a moment before obeying. While Garen was desperately trying to stop the victor, the Chenier executioners grabbed Legendress, who seemed to still want to rush forward. "What are you doing?" "I want to stay here." "He killed Uncle Beard." "What? He was." Although Juliana still wanted to struggle, the overload on her body caused by the previous battle with Yu Xiao could not be compensated for. Even with performance several eras ahead, she could only be carried away by the Cheniers. "I kill you. One day, I will definitely kill you. I pay any price, just you." Finally, only a heart-wrenching, curse-like roar remained. And the Victor moved, its thrusters restarting, it rushed towards the departing fleet. Heh, don't even think about leaving. But the next second, the Chenier, despite its cockpit being pierced, moved again like a zombie. Its hands locked tightly around the Victor's waist. Its joints creaked and hissed, blocking the Victor's movement. Yu Xiao tried to activate the Terminator spears on her shoulders. But even that was blocked by the Chinner's desperate efforts. The machine's mechanism couldn't open the hatch on its own. Yu Xiao found it hard to imagine that a dying machine could unleash such power. Even harder to imagine the treacherous and cunning Garen Mosa from the original work would actually do such a thing. Why would he do this? And what reason would he have to do it? I don't know. Perhaps it's the thoughts of this man who, for the sake of his lord and best friend, was willing to conceal even his name and existence. Only he himself, and Lesel Elian, could know. "I see clearly, you bastard. You will definitely be an obstacle to my friend, Lesel's future endeavors." Through the contact communication between the mechas, Yu Xiao heard Garen's words. Because of the damage to his internal organs, blood trickled from the corner of Garen's mouth. Yet he still grinned menacingly. "So, even if it means death, I take your life with me." Boom! As the dust settled, a violent explosion occurred. Clearly, this was Garen's self-destruction. However, after the smoke cleared, Yu Xiao and the Victor remained standing, their tough armor only slightly covered in dust. It was obvious that even with a death wish, Garen Mosa's final attack could only slightly delay its movements. And that was only enough for Julieta and her group to retreat a short distance. If Yu Xiao were determined to pursue, he could catch up in no time. But he ultimately turned around. For no other reason than, "Master?" His target was still lying supine on the ground inside the machine, his fate unknown. So he turned towards the 3-string harp lying on the ground. He jumped out of the Victor's cockpit and forcibly opened its control unit from the outside. With the sounds of ejection and exhaust fumes, the situation of the person in question came into view. But how to put it? Looking at the scene before her, Yu Xiao was at a loss. It wasn't bad, nor was it good. If she had to describe it, very small? That was Yu Xiao's first impression of the girl before her, whose identity she didn't recognize. Around 1.5 meters tall, a petite figure more like that of an elementary school student. In fact, Her face did reveal a hint of youthful innocence. However, the air about her was quite mature, and her long, gray hair was disheveled and draped over her shoulders, like a hedgehog with its quills raised in defense. Curled up in the cold, steel cockpit, dressed in an old-fashioned red mecha suit, surrounded by several scattered veils and black robes. Wait, isn't that the robe that the old man of divinity always wears? Cold sweat poured down Yu Zhao's back. Who exactly is this little girl before him? Could it be? His thoughts raced. Finally, he arrived at the answer he had deliberately avoided thinking about. Master? Then, he spoke. I'm here. What's wrong? Is there a request? Today's a day off. The girl before him slowly awoke, and her groggy yet direct response confirmed. Without a doubt, she was indeed the renowned divinity himself. And as her thoughts gradually cleared, seeing Yu Zhao's surprised face, she instantly understood reality. She swiftly withdrew her delicate, lotus-root-like arm to cover her eyes, the girl's bright, amber-colored pupils staring at her warily. You saw it? Yes. Yu Zhao didn't intend to lie, nor could she. So he simply nodded solemnly. Sigh. Oh well. It would happen someday, but I never expected it would be left to you, my foolish disciple. She chuckled lightly. At this point, the old woman's tone shifted. Her expression abruptly turned serious. However, you must take responsibility. I'm glad you're alright, huh? What responsibility? What are you talking about? Yu Zhao asked, puzzled. Well, ever since the year I debuted, I've sworn an oath. Whoever gets to see my true face beneath my veil, I marry him no matter what. Congratulations, little one. You're the first one in 50 years. You hit the jackpot. A playful smile played on his lips, as the wise old man extended his hand. Come on. Though there's no ring, let's make a lasting vow to be each other's protectors until the end. This sudden turn of events left Yu Zhao speechless for a few seconds. Then, as if making a momentous decision, he lowered his head and shakily extended his hand. Okay. All right. If it's master. You really believe that, you foolish disciple? The wise old man chuckled for a moment. Silly girl. I was just teasing you. Huh? Oh, it's a joke. That's good. Yu Zhao clutched her chest, letting out a soft gasp as if still shaken. That's a strange response. The old man of wisdom seemed somewhat displeased, frowning. What do you mean that's good? Do you look down on me? Look at me. Beautiful, rich, capable, and with a fortune. What is it about me that doesn't suit you? No, I didn't mean that. Anyway, it's because... However, seeing Yu Zhao struggling to find the right words, after all, he always been a bit clueless in this area, the old man of wisdom smiled. Oh dear, stop fooling around. It would be wrong of me to keep playing around like this. I know you have a lot of questions. But we can't talk about them here. Let's go inside and discuss it further, okay? And it's not hard to understand now. Faced with this sudden turn of events, confusion and bewilderment were to be expected. So, the old woman of wisdom was using her usual strange, playful manner to demonstrate the fact that I am still myself. Yu Zhao nodded. I understand. Master. Call me Chia. However, the old woman of wisdom said abruptly. With a touch of nostalgia, she savored the somewhat unfamiliar name. Shinonome Chia. That is, my name. Chapter 280. You said, the reason your body became like this, is it because of fist drum? Just as the conversation began, Yu Zhao heard this somewhat astonishing information. Yes. The old man of sanity, or rather, Shinonome Chia, nodded quietly. Before coming here and becoming a sanity, I was a guard named Shinonome Chia, belonging to the Human Reform Alliance. Although I don't want to boast like this, back then I was considered a super elite. I was a member of the Special Combat Skills Training Team. You should have heard of that wild bear, Sergei Smirnov, right? He was once my student. How? Didn't expect that she would unknowingly become classmates with that bear uncle? Yu Zhao thought to herself, while listening quietly. I should have been on the front lines fighting against the betas and the Festum. Fighting until death. But problems arose. Once, the military decided to launch a full-scale assault on the beta's lair. Looking back now, it was a reckless choice. Yu Zhao recalled, that was probably Operation Red Flag from the original Mo story, right? It was an operation launched after the betas descended upon Earth. With superior numbers and an overwhelming force, they actually pushed back to the outskirts of their original lair. But in the end, because the battle lines were stretched too thin, the betas were able to evolve and, with their newly produced Ray-class destroyers, inflicted heavy losses on the attacking forces. We launched an attack without knowing anything about the enemy. As a result, under the power of their first-rate class destroyers, we were utterly defeated. Hearing Chia's words, Yu Zhao's deduction was indeed correct. The attack force was wiped out first, lacking air support, and the assault force that entered the lair was also on the verge of death. Naturally, I was among them. Originally, I was prepared to activate Fenrir in my tactical machine. Chia gently set down the teacup she had prepared, letting the matcha cool in the air. Unexpectedly, something I never imagined appeared. Her gaze, tinged with a wistful nostalgia, shifted slightly, glancing out the window. Is it a fist drum? That's right. A crimson fist drum, whose name I can't recall. I don't know what their motives were for appearing there, or what reason they had for wanting to save me. Humph. Perhaps they just wanted to assimilate me, but ultimately failed. Chia solemnly removed the glove from her right hand. A faint, flowing golden light shimmered in her palm. The same luster flowed in her amber pupils. Needless to say, it was the eye color of someone deeply assimilated by fist drum, the embodiment of the star core from the original work. But in terms of the outcome, I was blessed by them. Not only were my wounds healed, but my body was also filled with unprecedented energy. My mech could move again. With this power, I escaped from the beta's lair with all my might. Only after breaking through the encirclement single-handedly did I have time to open the reflective screen inside my mech to check my physical condition. And I was surprised to find that my body had transformed into a childlike form, just like it is now. Unbelievable, isn't it? However, perhaps due to incomplete assimilation, a new change occurred afterward. My body aged rapidly again. Then, it returned to a youthful state. This process repeated itself endlessly. It went on for an unknown amount of time before my body finally stabilized. But even after that, the rapid aging and the phenomenon of returning to youth continued to occur within me. So that's why you came to this place and lived in anonymity? Yu Zhao asked tentatively. Yes. There was no other way. Being assimilated by Fistrum, and having developed so many abnormal physical characteristics, it's impossible to return to the Human Revolutionary Alliance. No, let alone go back. Once they detect the Fistrum components in me, I'd definitely be executed as an assimilated spy. Chia held the dark teacup in both hands, sipping the tea gently. But I haven't lived enough yet. So I had to come to this place, to live as a freelance mercenary, and to hide my ever-changing appearance with my robes. Sigh. The matcha she'd brewed herself was as fragrant as ever. But after drinking it, she let out a hint of regret. You might not believe it, but it's the truth. And if you feel disgusted by this inhuman, ghost-like person, that's fine too. I just wanted to tell you this story. That's all. Heh, maybe I'm getting old. No. But Yu Zhao shook her head firmly at this. I understand you, Chia-sensei. And I think that your qualities, perhaps one day, will truly shine. And until that day comes, you will always be my teacher. He truly understood her. People like Chia are actually quite precious in the original work, Fafnir in the Azure. Because she approached him with good intentions, or perhaps because of his extremely high resistance to assimilation. In short, those who are blessed by the Fistrum race, yet not assimilated, but instead gain the ability to communicate with them, are called Esperons. Not only do they gain some of the Fistrum's abilities, but they are not only the best candidates to pilot Fafnir, but also the key to communicating with the Fistrum's core. The protagonists of the original work, Kazuki Makabe, and the second male lead, Soshiro Minashiro, also became members of the Esperons due to various circumstances in the end. The blessing that Minashiro Soji received was of the same nature as that of Shinonome Chia before him. If it had to be named, it would be the blessing of reincarnation. However, Minashiro Soji's reincarnation meant that after death, he would be reborn as a completely new individual with only the same appearance. Shinonome Chia's reincarnation, it seemed, manifested as a continuous cycle of aging and rejuvenation throughout her life. Is that so? After hearing Yu Zhao's words, Chia smiled faintly and shook her head. You really are a strange little fellow. Having heard such stories, you still think that I, in the future, could be an important existence. However, Chia's tone then turned desolate. But? That day will probably never come. Chapter 281. Huh? What do you mean by that? These words naturally aroused suspicion. His tone was filled with disbelief as he asked. With each reincarnation, the time for aging to solidify increases. Like before, my aging body's condition lasted for almost 10 years. But this isn't a good thing. Chia gently placed her palm against her small chest. I can feel it. The more my body adapts to this incomprehensible change, the more something. silently flows away from my body. It seems that's the price of repeated reincarnation. At first, I didn't understand, but now I'm gradually realizing. Perhaps what's being depleted is my human soul. I hate to say it, but that's the truth, the wise old man said gravely. And what I know even more clearly is, this reincarnation is probably the last one. How many years will this body last? 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years? To be honest, I don't know. But I guess, Chia sighed, that must be the last time I can live now. Right? Chia-sensei. It was impossible not to understand the meaning behind her words. Therefore, as Yu Xiao pondered her words, a hint of sadness appeared on his face. All right. Don't make that face. However, at this moment, it was Chia herself, the one he was worried about, who spoke to comfort him. A completely different, mature expression graced her youthful face as she reached out and poked Yu Xiao's forehead. She smiled and said, although you look young, don't forget that according to the normal calendar, I'm already 70 years old. Do you really think it's a sad thing for a nearly 100-year-old to die peacefully? Is that so? Since this is Chia-sensei's idea. Yu Xiao hesitated. Alright. Let's change the subject then. Little one. You and Tekaten are going to Huffman Island, right? Chia Shinanome's tone shifted abruptly. Yu Xiao nodded, yes. That revolutionary girl's destination is there. As her protectors, we naturally go along. In that case, take me with you. Huh? Yu Xiao exclaimed in surprise at this abrupt request. Chia naturally understood the emotion contained in his single word. Well, there's something I'm still concerned about. Let me put it this way. Because of some things, we're now at that place. I originally planned to go after you inherited the mantle. But this cycle happened so suddenly. It disrupted all our original plans. Chia seemed to recall something, her fingers twirling a strand of hair. Anyway, let's just treat this as a request. Please agree to my request, master, okay? She asked with a gentle smile. I understand. Yu Xiao nodded solemnly. This request, I take it on. And, betting on my reputation as a disciple of Shinji, I will absolutely complete it. Then, after about 20 minutes of discussion. Sorry. I'm late. Across the stage, a panting Yu Xiao strode over. After finishing his discussion with Qian Hui, he logged out of the Siegfried system and rushed back to the graduation ceremony venue before the deadline. Although he said that, the sweat on his forehead told the truth. Clearly, the flashbacks of the intense battle within the Siegfried system, combined with the current exhaustion from running, had given him an extremely weary feeling. Fortunately, there were very few people attending the graduation ceremony. After all, it was just a formality, and therefore, each class only selected one representative to attend. Even so, their expressions were extremely serious. So serious that it was obvious at a glance. It was clearly just an act. After all, the people on stage were probably people they only saw a few times a year. Yet they were still performing with all their might, and it would probably continue until the end. It was probably an unspoken agreement from their departing classmates that they didn't want anyone to feel valued. Yu Xiao thought. How to put it, they were truly a group of simple and honest people, and he himself had decided to embark on the L project journey for these people. Looking at it this way, he really hadn't made a mistake. Thinking this, Yu Xiao raised his somewhat weary gaze and smiled as he surveyed the arena. However, his gesture seemed to be taken as some kind of announcement, and the audience erupted in thunderous applause. This made Yu Xiao feel a little embarrassed. He really wasn't used to this kind of scene. Fortunately, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Yo! You made it, Xiao. It was Bu Qing. He walked up from behind, patted Yu Xiao on the back, and then handed him something. Here. A sports drink. Just as I expected. You're the kind of person who would run like this just to arrive on time. Seeing that Yu Xiao didn't take it, he added, it's unopened. Just drink it. As if I looked down on you? Yu Xiao rolled his eyes at him. But this was, of course, a playful joke. He then unscrewed the cap and drank it. The sweet liquid slid down his throat, making him feel alive again. Alright. Now that everyone's here, let's begin the ceremony. Seeing everyone assembled, the principal, Andrew Sejevich Kalinen's identity in the outside world, stepped onto the stage. After clearing his throat, he began his speech. At first, he spoke some commonplace platitudes, almost identical to the principal's speeches Yu Xiao remembered. Clearly, these were for the students below, a facade. For you who are about to leave the island, this island probably has nothing left to offer you. Only at the end did Kalinen turn around and add this sentence. The deliberate emphasis and his changed tone revealed that he was now speaking from the heart. On the contrary, it is you who will selflessly offer your youth to this island. And perhaps, when you return to this island one day, it will be a world changed. For you, I have no way to repay you. Kalinin lowered his head and said in a deep voice. However, I think, there is one thing I must convey to you. This island will, and always will, be proud to have once had young people like you. That's it. I hope that in your days of wandering, you will engrave these words in your hearts. Then, set off without looking back, young people. Like the south wind. Chapter 282. After the graduation ceremony, you shall bid farewell to Tessa and Buchin, and log back into the Siegfried system. To ensure secrecy, the L-ship would separate from Alvis's main body at midnight. Before that, you shall hope to take care of things on the other side. So, after completing deep synchronization, he found himself standing at the entrance of the Tekadon headquarters. Looks like he arrived just in time. Thinking this, Yu Xiao went inside. Xiao. You're alright, Grandma. How is Grandma? The person who came out to greet him was leaning on a cane, walking with considerable difficulty. Even so, his first question was about the old man's safety. It was clear how concerned he was about his benefactor. Master is alright. Those thieves have retreated, that's it. Yu Xiao was naturally sharing good news with him. However, his next words carried a hint of falsehood, but, because we don't know when those guys might attack again, Master has decided to temporarily suspend her work at the agency. She also be going to a secluded location to hide for a while. I'm afraid she won't be able to show her face during that time. Yu Xiao shook his head, looking somewhat regretful. This was the result he and Qianhui had agreed upon. After all, they needed an excuse to cover her disappearance. In this situation, laying low was naturally the most appropriate choice. I see, AG murmured. At that moment, the orange-haired girl who had been waiting for him also rushed out of the base. Mr. Xiao, you're back. Who's that beside you? That's Rim. Her next words naturally referred to another person beside Yu Xiao. A petite girl with long gray hair. The old man of wisdom. Or rather, Shinanom Jie. She was currently holding Yu Xiao's hand tightly, standing obediently beside him with a slightly uneasy expression. Of course, this was all acting. Then, Yu Xiao also spoke insincerely. Her? Haha. Her name is Jie. I found her by chance on the roadside on my way back. After all, although Yu Xiao had learned the old man of wisdom's true identity through their conversation. However, it was best to keep this secret from everyone present. After all, not everyone was like Yu Xiao, knowing beforehand about the knowledge related to the world speakers. Many members of Tabans and Tekadon were also forced to flee their homes and become refugees because of the Fistem War. If they knew, it would probably cause unnecessary fear and unrest. Her family seems to have perished in terrorist attacks. I felt sorry for her wandering alone on the roadside. So I hope that our Tekadon can protect her. After all, this is a place like this. Saying this, Yu Xiao turned her head. She looked at the child beside her with affectionate eyes, and then, seemingly with some emotion, patted her head. Chia also cooperated with a reassured expression. She squinted her eyes, and rubbed them against Yu Xiao's palm. Honestly, if Yu Xiao hadn't known the situation, she would definitely have thought it was a heartwarming scene. Knowing the situation, he still felt the scene before him was somewhat bizarre. Why are you so adept at pretending to be young? You're clearly over 70. That's right. You understand what Brother Ag is saying, right? However, he then turned to Ag, forcing himself to remain calm. Heh. That goes without saying? Ag nodded. After all, he was the one who had rescued Yu Xiao from the plane crash. But, since Grandma is planning to go into seclusion, that's troublesome. Those guys around here all rely on her little corner for their livelihood. They're going to go hungry. Haha. That? You can rest assured about that, Brother Ag. Master's arrangements, Yu Xiao pondered, are to have you temporarily take over her duties for a while. Of course, after you recovered from your injuries. Ah. Is that so? Wait. Upon hearing this, Ag's voice immediately changed from lazy to surprised. Let me go. Really? I don't know the specifics. But Master said it's like paying for all the free meals I used to get here. Or something like that. Speaking of which, has Ag ever had this kind of experience before? Well, TCH. She really doesn't hold back when she's exploiting people. That old lady. Ag muttered. Clearly, having his embarrassing past exposed made him feel awkward. Hence his complaining. And these words seemed to stir up Chia's resentment. Yu Xiao could feel her grip on his arm tightening. His fingernails were even digging into his flesh. But I do it. I do it. Clearly, Age wasn't planning to refuse this proposal. He was probably the epitome of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. This obviously pleased Yu Xiao. At this moment, looking around, he thought of something else. Speaking of which, where's Olga? Mr. Itsuka? As for them. At this moment, Rim stepped forward and answered Yu Xiao's question. They're negotiating with Tabin's. They haven't returned yet. Meanwhile, at Tabin's port warehouse. The moving work is almost finished, Mr. Nace. It's time to continue discussing some departure matters, isn't it? Looking at the large pile of supplies being moved in and out, and comparing it to the somewhat headache-inducing list of documents, Olga turned to a corner of the warehouse, and called out the name of a man in white. Like, the ships we're supposed to use? I haven't seen any yet. Weren't we supposed to set sail tonight? He looked around. There were no ships anchored around the so-called port. The cargo had simply been moved into some place, and piled up there. Thank you for your hard work. As for the ships. Actually, they've been right in front of you all along, Olga. The man in white, Nace Tabin, chuckled as he walked towards Olga. In front of me? Olga asked, puzzled. Yes. Look closely. Ego! Please, remove your disguise. With Tabin's command, a section of the warehouse suddenly separated. Accompanied by the clanging sound of armor disintegrating, a magnificent giant ship appeared before Olga. The silhouette was the same as the fireworks, the warship that had accompanied Takadan throughout the original story. Chapter 283. However, its appearance is slightly different from the one in the original work. After all, it has changed from a space battleship to a sea battleship. If the framework were still exactly the same, it probably wouldn't be able to float. But the general outline is still easily discernible. Haha, sorry. After all, we're in this line of work. We can't do without some disguise. Nace laughed loudly. It seems that Tabin's reliance is on these ships that can quickly disguise and dismantle their disguises, concealing their whereabouts. No. Rather, it's broadened my horizons. Are you going to rent something like this to our Takadan? Olga smiled teasingly. I'm afraid we couldn't afford to rent it even if we sold everything we own. Not at all. Not just rent. I'm also planning to give it away. To you as a gift. What? Even Olga was shocked by the other party's generosity at this moment. To this, Nace scratched his head and said, well, this ship should have originally belonged to your Takadan. Why? Because it originally belonged to that President Maruba Alkai. He used our channels to transport some illicit goods. Then, Nace took a few steps forward and gently stroked the cold hull of the large ship before him. However, during the previous bargaining, he already transferred this to us. So, if I'm handing it over to you now, it's like returning it to its rightful owner, isn't it? Nace shrugged. And Olga, you can name it. The ship's original name was Will-o'-the-Wisp. I bet you didn't like it, right? Indeed, Mr. Nace. Then, let's call it Fishing Fire, Olga said in a deep voice. It seems that everyone agrees on keeping this name. Fishing Fire? Heh? That's a good name. Well then, you can go back now, and call your companions over. We're preparing to depart for Huffman Island. Please wait. But Olga stopped Nace, who was about to leave. What is it? I have something I'd like to ask. Please speak. Nace spread his hands, indicating that Olga could speak freely. However, Olga's words had a somewhat unexpected tone. We Takadan don't accept favors for nothing. So, is there any request we can do along the way? Even just a small favor would be appreciated. Clearly, he didn't want to disappoint the other party's kindness. I see. Nace nodded, stroking his beard, seemingly considering something. Then, as if he had thought of something, he spoke up. Hey. Speaking of requests, there really is one here. Sometime later, at Takadan headquarters, Yu Xiao had also roughly settled the personnel for the voyage. The group, including Mikazuki, Akihiro, and Shino, was naturally going to Huffman Island with the team. A portion of the maintenance crew, led by Yukinojo, was also transferred there. After all, EU couldn't just give up. As long as they hadn't stepped outside EU's controlled territorial waters, Eudelia was clearly not safe. Therefore, they had to be prepared for any potential attacks. Of course, considering the possibility that EU might use a diversionary tactic. After all, Les Al-Elian had also listed the old man assisting Takadan as a target. Yu Xiao still arranged for 4 105 short swords to guard the rear. The captain of the guard force was Tango, the boy Yu Xiao had saved in the initial battle of the Iron-Blooded series. He decided to gamble on this boy who had changed his fate in the original story. Not only that, he also obtained the blueprints for Wyndham and Short Sword L, and in exchange, requested several more dual short swords and storm short swords from Amalgam. Once these combat units could be delivered, the defense of this place would be virtually impenetrable. Also, Lim also offered to accompany him to Huffman Island. And it's said that, in order to make herself useful, she contacted the headquarters of the Lost Ruins Research Institute and requested an important mecha from her brother and father. Another superclass protagonist mecha from Super Robot Wars D, the Thunder Witch. Developed further based on the Victor, it achieved even greater energy efficiency and combat methods, capable of directly unleashing incredibly powerful arcs of lightning from its body, transforming them into its own weapons. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is that the Thunder Witch possesses a hidden function. To be precise, it's a hidden function shared with the Victor. That is, fusion. Through the synchronization of the two arcane energy reactors, these two machines can combine to form the ultimate superclass machine from Super Robot Wars D, Godslayer Giant. This behemoth possesses the same imposing presence as its name. The result of the resonance between the two arcane energy reactors is exponential. If one could pilot this machine, there should be nothing that could currently threaten Tekaten. That's what Yu Xiao considered. So he decisively agreed to the other party's proposal. And the other party left happily, but with Chie. Perhaps it's a girl's nature, liking to take care of children younger than herself to show that she's a mature and reliable adult. Although that child is actually over 70 years old. Yu Xiao thought to himself. Still busy, Xiao? At this moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Yu Xiao looked up and saw Yukinojo. As one of the few senior members serving in the Tekaten, Yu Xiao had exchanged knowledge and ideas with him quite often. Therefore, he would often come to Yu Xiao's office for consultation. Over time, he had become accustomed to it. Just finished. And you, Mr. Yukinojo? Yu Xiao asked softly, as he tidied up his files, and placed them back inside his desk. I just finished too. The maintenance of those 105 short swords is complete. The spare parts are ready. Any damage will be replaced immediately, even a novice could do it. Heh. I haven't done anything so extravagant since I started working. Is that so? Yu Xiao nodded. Yukinojo finally spoke up in a low voice. I said, Xiao. What is it? In the previous battle, you encountered a demon, right? Yukinojo sighed. Hearing the word demonic spirit, Yu Xiao already knew what he wanted to say. After all, although it wasn't explicitly stated, it was a Gundam. What kind of people were their pilots? And, did they ever use the Parmet mark? Chapter 284. Needless to say, these brief words made Yu Xiao understand the other party's intentions. He was indeed curious about information regarding those witches. After all, it was a technology he wasn't familiar with. So he nodded and replied to Yukinojo. As for who they are two girls. That's all. I don't know anything more. And the Parmet mark. Indeed, it seems one of them used it. It was activated to counter the floating weapons I used, and it certainly achieved its purpose. I thought so. Yukinojo crossed his arms, lost in thought. It seems the children of witches still have to use forbidden power for revenge. Forbidden power. Mr. Yukinojo, do you know anything about it? Yu Xiao asked at the opportune moment. Of course. Yukinojo nodded heavily in response. Regarding the details of Gun technology, perhaps no one in the world knows better than me. After all, back then, I was the mechanic for the Magia Gundams. Magia Gundam. This was a term Yu Xiao had heard of. The mobile suit piloted by those two girls, who claimed to be witches. So, the other side was indeed a remnant of the Oak Earth Corporation? At the time, Gun was considered a cutting-edge cybernetic device capable of leading humanity into a new era. However, the reverse of Gun technology's efficiency was a lurking danger. The technology linking humans and mobile suits was indeed convenient, but as Vonidus research progressed, certain hidden problems were exposed. Yukinojo sighed. The problem lies with the human brain itself. Even with one of the most sophisticated computing devices in the world, it's difficult to process too much data simultaneously. If it's only used to control the machine itself, it's limited to the point of fatigue. But if you further manipulate the floating subunits on top of that, the resulting data storm will forcibly travel back to the pilot's brain. Forcibly processing such a large amount of information is obviously dangerous. Generally, to prevent damage from these external factors, the brain's defense mechanism will forcibly sever the link between itself and the machine to ensure its own safety. But as you know, in the development of new technologies, It's difficult to make rapid progress by only exploring within one's comfort zone. So that's why it was created. Something called the Parmet Mark. Yes. And the Parmet Mark is something that forcibly unlocks the limitations of humanity itself. When the Parmet Mark reaches level 3, humans can flexibly manipulate all kinds of floating weapons. Yukinojo stared blankly at his right hand. However, this situation will significantly deplete a person's mental and physical strength. Then, when the Parmet Mark reaches level 4, the backlash from the machine's data will exceed what a human can tolerate, resulting in paralysis at best, and death at worst. I see. After hearing this explanation, Yu Xiao could roughly understand. This is very similar to the Alea consciousness restriction release in the later stages of Iron-Blooded Orphans. In the original work, Mikazuki repeatedly pushed himself to the limit, gaining Barbados's ever-increasing combat power, but also causing his own body to become almost completely paralyzed in the end. He would be unable to move unless connected to the machine. It seems there's a reason why Gun technology could serve as the prototype for the Alea Vijnana in this timeline. However, Yu Xiao is now curious about something. Since it's such a vile technology, why are they still? I don't know. But it's probably for revenge against EU. When I heard they were using demon spirits, I could roughly understand their feelings, and those of the people behind them. Is that so? Yu Xiao nodded. He also roughly understood why the two referred to himself and Mikazuki as accomplices during their battle. Indeed, those who pilot machines also derive from lost technology and raise the banner of rebellion against you might have reason and a foothold to become accomplices of these two witches. Considering this, perhaps recruiting them and making them combatants is the best option. But what does Yukinojo think? Yu Xiao cast a cautious glance at the other's face. Even without words, Yu Xiao understood his thoughts. It was a denial tinged with melancholy. Indeed, the entity called the Vanitas Organization and its subsidiary, the AUX Earth Corporation, embarked on a dangerous research path for the sake of humanity's future in medical technology. The research into the Parmet Mark and Gun technology was also aimed at one day rendering them harmless. However, now that the company has perished, in order to avenge the culprits who caused everything, their remnants have chosen to amplify the darkest aspects of the research process, willing to risk their lives to launch a counterattack against Hidachi. This was still understandable to Yu Xiao. After all, the logic was quite smooth, and he was just an observer. Even if he understood the whole story from the other person's words, it was difficult to truly feel the inner turmoil. But what about Yukinojo? He was once a staunch supporter of Vanitas ideals. Seeing Vanitas' demise was naturally heartbreaking. But seeing Vanitas remnants now willing to trample on their initial ideals in their quest for revenge, this was likely a double blow to him. Mr. Yukinojo. He addressed the other person by name. He wanted to say something to comfort him, but couldn't quite decide. Just then. Oh dear, what a gloomy atmosphere. Are people here having some kind of negative energy conference? Or some kind of psychological counseling? I think you fit in well with this atmosphere, Noria. Think what you want. But being so rude when visiting someone's home will earn you resentment, Sophie. Is that so? I'm truly sorry. And then another visitor arrived. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Yu Xiao thought to herself. Judging from their self-identification, it was clear. Sophie and Norea. These two witches, the center of attention, had come knocking at the door at this very moment. Who are they? Yukinojo asked, puzzled. However, before Yu Xiao could respond, an unfamiliar voice answered for him. They are unofficial members of Tabans. They were dispatched here to support your mission. Of course, that's only a name. This was a man Yu Xiao didn't recognize. He had a burly physique and dark skin. Actually, you know best what their identities are, don't you, Nani? They are witches. Just like Elnora and the others in the past. It sounded like Yukinojo and the man before him knew each other? Yu Xiao turned to look. Sure enough, he saw Yukinojo staring at him with disbelief. Then, he slowly uttered the man's name, Nagi. Could it be you? Chapter 285. It's me. What, surprised? When you threw yourself into this wilderness to fend for yourself, I never forgot what happened back then. Humph. The man called Nagi snorted at Yukinojo's surprise. Let me introduce myself. I am Nagi Gale Haiga, the leader of the anti-U organization, Donna Fort. We've been operating secretly under Devis's protection, and considering that you share the same stance as us in protecting the revolutionary girls, I come to offer your assistance. We have 2 Gundams, which are definitely useful. I know the power of Gundams, of course. But, Yu Xiao hesitated. Clearly, he wanted to know the organization's background and reasons. Without knowing the details, he couldn't fully trust the other party. Mr. Nays asked me to bring them. At that moment, the last guest emerged from behind the door, spreading his hands and explaining the reason. It was Olga. Thinking I could use this opportunity to increase our fighting strength, I agreed. He turned to look at the strange expressions on everyone's faces, a hint of melancholy in his expression. I didn't expect that he and you, father, would actually know each other? Actually, this is the first time I heard of him either, Nagi. Who is he? Sophie, the orange-haired girl beside Nagi, also asked with a puzzled expression. Nagi gave a light snort, seemingly without any intention of hiding anything, and said, he's a coward. He escaped alone on the day of the Vanitas incident, wandered to this place, intending to live a life of anonymity like a zombie, but before that. Nagi looked at the other person with a slightly complicated gaze. Naughty Yukinojo Kasaba. And then he uttered a somewhat startling fact. He is also my older brother. Older brother? Yu Xiao was surprised. There was no description of Yukinojo in the original Iron-Blooded Orphans. However, the two did look very alike. Perhaps in this parallel world, the bloodlines of the characters were different. The issue of surnames was the easiest to resolve. After all, they were members of a well-known wanted company, and both had probably taken some measures to conceal their identities. It's very likely that only their names, Nagi and Naughty, remained unchanged. And Yu Xiao could understand why there was a strange atmosphere in their conversation. Two brothers of the same blood, originally sharing the same ideals, and embarking on the same path. One could imagine how close they were back then, harboring the same ideals. But for various reasons, they ultimately became the very thing they hated most. Those who crave retribution see the other as a coward. But those who don't want to increase innocent casualties probably see the other as a true demon. So what's the situation now, Naughty? Are you going to continue being a coward, or are you going to show some manly courage? These two little girls. Were they trained by you two? Yukinojo stared intently at Naughty's question. This short sentence contained complex implications. Why use the harmful Pamet marking technique? Why sacrifice the next generation for our revenge? Why? Ignore Vanitas ideals? Almost all his doubts were contained within it. Nagi, after a brief moment of thought, simply nodded. That's right, because I believe it's all necessary. The two tall men's gazes met in an awkward silence. Until Yukinojo sighed, I'm sorry, Akatsuki Olga. I can't work with this man. Could I stay at the base during this mission? Huh? Dad? Olga, momentarily confused, instinctively tried to persuade him to stay. No problem. Go ahead, Mr. Yukinojo. However, Yu Xiao clearly understood the situation. He knew that forcing someone was useless. As the saying goes, in family disputes, no amount of morality will help. His final choice regarding this grand investiture of 6 kingdoms was to watch Yukinojo leave. He then forcefully suppressed his feelings about the incident and continued speaking to the group before him. I will explain the reasons to you later, Olga. And, regarding your request. He sighed. I accept. Welcome to this operation. Everyone from the dawn of fort. Naturally, Yu Xiao's emotions were somewhat complex as he spoke these words. But what he didn't know was that in a secluded corner of a room in Alvis, there was someone else, experiencing the same feelings as him. And, because of his unintentional actions, a red-haired girl wearing pajamas with an anime frog pattern, leaning against the wall. Asaka Kurumi. She had been like this ever since she learned that Yu Xiao had attended the graduation ceremony. How long do you plan to stay this depressed, sis? Just then, her younger brother, Takashi Kagasaka, suddenly appeared and opened her bedroom door. Takashi? What's wrong? Why are you saying all this all of a sudden? This startled Raimi, though she didn't immediately unleash her ninjutsu. Sis, I'm perfectly normal. What's wrong with me? Don't pretend. I know everything. Senior Yu Xiao is planning to participate in that L project, and he kept it from you, right? Takashi, who told you all this? Who else could it be? It's Alvis, of course. Takashi pulled something out from behind his back, an electronic scroll-like item. Undoubtedly, it was Alvis's electronic employment contract. Is that so? Raimi looked at Takashi with a complicated expression. The latter averted her gaze somewhat evasively. Don't misunderstand. I did it voluntarily. After that attack, I volunteered to join Alvis. After all, I didn't want to continue living a life silently protected by you, my older sister, and mom and dad. I'm sorry, Sonia. I didn't mean to deceive you, it's just... Don't say anything. I understand all of this. TSK, but I still can't stand your personality, older sister. Sonia sighed. Personality? What kind of personality? This kind of personality where you don't do anything wrong. but you still like to push all the blame onto yourself. You probably think that Senior Yu Xiao is deliberately hiding things from you because he hates you. You did something wrong, right? That's why you're feeling sorry for yourself. Limey fell silent. After all, what the other person said was exactly what she was thinking. But that's not right. In my opinion, Senior Yu Xiao, he didn't want you to know he participated in such a dangerous operation precisely because he was worried about you. Perhaps? Limey lowered her gaze slightly. Perhaps? That does sound like something you say at this time. Listen carefully, sis. I only say it once. Kusong's gaze was fixed firmly on her. Take action. Just as Senior Yu Xiao made his choice, you should make yours. If you don't take that step, but nothing will move forward. Chapter 286. And soon, the time for departure arrived. In the central control room of Alvis, a strange atmosphere of tension and desolation permeated the air. Disguise mirror, maintain read-only mode. To prevent water ingress, pre-lock all internal isolation barriers of Alvis in emergency mode. Kalinen's voice, though not loud, was clearly giving the orders. However, in the deathly quiet CDC, his voice carried precisely to everyone's ears, and was executed flawlessly. Isolation barrier sealing confirmed. Please give further instructions. Open the isolation valve. Initiate the water injection program. Roger. The linked area is being filled with water. Shioni nodded, and then carried out the orders. Water filling complete. L-ship separation procedure complete. Waiting only for a signal from L-ship before issuing departure instructions. Opening the steel display case on the control panel containing the final program activation button, her lake blue eyes gazed with a hint of reluctance towards the left-hand component on the screen, gradually receding from Alvis. She knew. The response from there would determine whether the island's future faced despair or hope. And the next second. Ah. Sound check. Sound check. This is the L-ship bridge. Calling the central control room. Can you hear me? A young and energetic voice came from the other end. Even without seeing him, Shioni could feel it. That was the child she had adopted. It was Buqing's voice. Unexpectedly, that once confused and lost child had now resolutely embarked on a journey. She suppressed the emotions in her heart and reported the situation to the other party in the calmest tone. CDC notifies L-ship. Communication is normal. Please proceed. Okay. Supplies reviewed. All programs including the Siegfried system are functioning normally. Requesting approval for departure. The next second, Shioni scrutinized the data transmitted via data link. 24 members participated. 16 were logistics personnel, 5 were pilots, and 3 were reserve pilots. The deployed forces included 3 assault-type steel tanks, 1 RX-78-2 Gundam with Siegfried system integration, and 1 Fafnir Blade Gundam. This was the total combat force deployed for Project L. Although the number of individuals was small, each was an elite member of the unit. Relocating them would almost certainly reduce Alvis's combat strength by 60%. However, in contrast, the probability of L-ship encountering danger was 100%. Therefore, even if it greatly weakened the main body's defenses, the adults were willing to do so. Data docking complete. Mr. Kalinin. At this moment, Shioni turned her head. It was self-evident that she was seeking Kalinin's final permission. Kalinin simply nodded. Approved. Project L, execute. Yes. Project L, execute. After repeating the order precisely, Shioni pressed the button. There was no noisy sound. After all, sinking and flooding the L section beforehand was precisely to minimize the impact of noise on life on the island's surface. However, on the screen, a part of Punlai Island was gradually separating from the main body of Alvis, by the way. Teacher Shioni. And, in the last moments before communication could be maintained, Shioni heard Buqing's voice again through her earpiece. Because of nervousness, her voice sounded strangely dry. What's wrong? Noticing this, out of professional instinct, Shioni responded in the softest voice she could muster. Afterwards, if I can come back? Can I call you Mom? Afterwards? No. Shioni hesitated for a moment, then gave a resolute reply. The communication channel was silent for a moment. Then, Buqing let out a dry laugh. Ahaha, is that so? I understand. As expected. Don't misunderstand. I said afterwards no? Don't say anything about the future. Shioni gave a gentle but firm smile. Even though she knew the other person couldn't see it, if you really have to say something, then hurry up and say it now. The communication channel was silent for a long time again. Then, I go out for a bit. Mom. Okay. Come back soon. I will try. Accompanied by static, the communication was cut off. This is the sign that the L-ship has completely separated from the main body of Alvis. I will pray for you here too. Xiaoqing. You must survive. Only Shioni remained inside the CDC, clutching the necklace pendant on her chest, muttering to herself. Hey. I wonder if I finished. The last sentence. Inside the L-ship, which had already set sail, Buqing sighed softly. The L-ship was currently using underwater submersible mode. It would only surface after separating from Alvis to a certain distance. The screen in the conference room, where he was located, also displayed a countdown of 60 days, indicating the maximum time they would have to continue their voyage. It was a rather long time. But Buqing wasn't going to be discouraged. Just then, he noticed someone circling behind him. Oh, Xiao. You worked hard. Isn't the inspection finished yet? After all, we'd be adrift in the outside world for a full 60 days. We barely managed to store enough supplies to sustain life by utilizing every inch of space inside this L-ship. I need to take stock of everything. If there's any damage or leakage, then we need to reorganize the resources. Yu Xiao said. He seemed to be checking the supplies inside the ship. Hey. Still as meticulous as ever. Then it's up to you, old friend. Yeah, leave it to me. Yu Xiao replied, then turned and left. But he didn't really care about what she had just said, because he had already made prior arrangements. Luckily, the data he received from Mei showed that the original supply depot at the satellite base would be reachable in about 6 to 7 days. As long as he acquires the food-making machine. Even though Yu Xiao still doesn't understand its workings. Then, he can produce any amount of food. And the members of Red One, originally scattered across various locations. Char, Wolf, Luo Dongjuan, and Felty. Yu Xiao has already made contact. They should be able to reunite around the time he arrives at the deserted island. And then everything will be revealed. Right. He thought to himself. That's right, if the goal is simply to protect Penglai Island itself, their current combat strength is sufficient. There's no need to contact their former teammates again. However, to end this tragedy on the planet, simply preserving oneself is not enough. He had understood this through battle after battle. Therefore, what is probably necessary is the power of Red One. The power of the name of the person who once saved the world. Leaving aside his current thoughts, there was a reason he was patrolling the interior of the L-ship under the pretext of it. It was his X-Rounder ability. Since earlier, it had been reporting some unusual information. But the feeling wasn't dangerous. Instead, it evoked a sense of nostalgia and familiarity. Driven by this feeling, he finally arrived at his bedroom. What could be hiding here? Unlikely. He shook his head. The interior of the L-ship was already extremely cramped. To carry the maximum amount of supplies, the space was utilized to its fullest extent. Infiltrating here was difficult enough, let alone finding a hiding place. If there was anywhere to hide, it would probably be something like a suitcase. And just as Yu Xiao was thinking this, sizzle. It was the sound of a zipper being opened. Along with it came a voice Yu Xiao recognized all too well. I'm suffocating. Ha. Ha. Phew. But this way, even if I'm discovered, there's no chance I'd be sent back. Next, all I have to do is... But at the end, the voice changed to a slightly surprised statement. Xiaokuan? Chapter 287. Hee. I apologize for my abrupt visit. Please forgive my rudeness, Xiaokuan. Is this an acceptable apology? The girl with red hair and a ponytail who appeared before Yu Xiao spoke in somewhat strange, idiomatic sentences. Need I say more? It was undoubtedly Asaka Raimi. Such an entrance and such words, even without seeing her face, Yu Xiao couldn't possibly guess who else it was. Although she didn't know how the girl had managed to curl up in such a small suitcase, and how she had managed to stay inside until the L-ship completed its departure procedures. But these questions were secondary. What Yu Xiao wanted to know now was, I said, Raimi, why? However, this question was interrupted by the girl's evasive answer. Oh, Xiaokuan. If you're worried about food, then you're overthinking it. Then, just like Doraemon showing off a new gadget to Nobita, Kumi, unfazed, pulled something from his waist and proudly displayed it. Fortunately, Yu Xiao recognized it this time. It was a strange string of powdery balls suspended by a strange rope, quite long. This thing should be an emergency food passed down from ancient Japan. It seems to be made by soaking dry rations in alcohol and then... I forget. Anyway, it's a kind of ancient compressed biscuit. And its name is probably... Look, soldier's rations. And taro stem rope. Kumi, I undergone professional training. Even if I only eat these for 3 meals a day, it'd be absolutely no problem. And also, this time I brought a full 90 days worth. If there's a food shortage during the execution of Plan L, this can be used as an emergency. That's not what I meant. Even so, Yu Xiao shook his head. Just as he was about to press further, Limey interrupted him somewhat hastily. Is that so? So it's drinking water? Water can actually be provided through the seawater purification system inside the L ship. That section was originally installed here for emergencies, and now that it's being used. That's not what I meant either. But this time, when Yu Xiao spoke again, he suddenly took a few steps forward. Then he placed his hands on Limey's shoulders, silencing the words Limey was about to say. He took control of the conversation, voicing the question himself. What I want to know is, Limey, why are you here? This sentence completely silenced the previous noisy conversation. Limey looked around furtively, seemingly considering something. Seeing her like this, Yu Xiao simply continued in a low voice. It's dangerous here. I know. You might lose your life. I understand. Since that's the case. Yu Xiao clenched his fists involuntarily. Then why? Needless to say, he himself was surprised by his own reaction. Why did his emotions suddenly become so agitated? Because, this isn't... Limey stammered. But her next words. It's not, because of you. You big idiot. In an instant, they turned into a clamorous shout. Emotions burst forth in an instant, regardless of cause and effect. Limey unleashed all the feelings she had hidden for a very long time. When will you finally realize my feelings? I love you the most. I have for so long. The shout turned into soft sobs. But you, time and time again, drift away from me. This time too. Participating in Project L, going to a place I don't even know. How could I possibly tolerate this? The girl before him, sobbing, her tear-streaked face, did indeed resemble the beautiful young woman depicted in those ancient paintings. But Yu Xiao felt this didn't suit her. He preferred to see the girl who always smiled foolishly, full of subtle, mischievous ideas. So, let me say it this time. Xiaokuan, I love you. I say it as many times as you want. Then, taking a few steps forward, Limey leaned against Yu Xiao's chest. But I only need to hear these words once. Xiaokuan, what am I in your eyes? At the same time, this time, it was Yu Xiao who fell silent. He wasn't unaware of the girl's feelings before him. Rather, he had always known. Not just her. Even Tessa. But he had always concealed his true feelings. He pretended to know nothing. In the end, it almost became an instinct to believe it. When did this symptom begin? He thought back. Right. It started around that time. In the early days, after his transmigration, he was quite unaccustomed to this world. He even had his mind filled with thoughts of going back. Later, with the other person's help, he gradually got used to treating this place as reality. However, he still deliberately suppressed his emotions. The reason was actually quite simple. After all, he wasn't from this world. Yu Xiao thought at that time. What if one day, for reasons he himself didn't understand, he returned to his original world? Then, if there were relatives, it would probably turn into a tragedy. But if it were just friends, that could be avoided, right? Driven by this thought, Yu Xiao tried to reduce his interactions with the outside world. Instead, he actively immersed himself in games. Mech Warrior vs. This subconscious way of thinking still exists to this day. But now, facing his past self, having figured it out, Yu Xiao felt a little like laughing for some reason. He even had the determination to save the world. Yet he was indecisive about this kind of thing. Limey was right. This guy might be the worst idiot in the world. But those things ended today. Limey, Yu Xiao whispered. Drawing on his limited literary repertoire, he tried to weave words that would satisfy her. But in the end, he gave up. No matter how he thought about it, words couldn't adequately convey his feelings. So he used actions. He tenderly embraced the girl in his arms. They could hear each other's warm breaths and the heavy, resounding beats of their hearts. Then, Yu Xiao gently lowered her head. Their noses touched close together. And then, a kiss landed. Chapter 288. At a Yusen military base, a heated simulated battle was underway. First to catch the eye were 3 powerful tactical mobile suits with compound eye-like structures and a leaf green paint scheme. The jump units on their waists spewed intense flames as these 3 machines moved with dazzling agility. Those were Lockheed Martin's F-22A Raptor. This was developed by the United States of the New World, its information not yet publicly disclosed. The first truly third-generation tactical mobile suit in human history. That's right. Although the Human Innovation Alliance also had a machine like Shiranui under development, and they also publicly proclaimed it as a third-generation TSF. But that machine didn't actually represent a truly revolutionary change in the concept of a tactical mobile suit. It was merely a combat weapon with enhanced performance, produced to continue the production of alien creatures, like the Beta, as the envisioned enemy. Therefore, it can at best be considered a further advancement on the Human Reform Federation's existing tactical mobile suit technology. At this point, it's probably not hard to understand. That's right, the reason why the F-22, or rather, third-generation tactical mobile suits, can be grouped into a separate category is precisely because their initial design target was no longer alien creatures, but humans, more precisely, the mobile weapons piloted by humans. Not just tactical mobile suits, but also mobile suits, assault rifles, and even Fafnir. Born from this design philosophy, the F-22A possesses formidable performance and a high level of anti-personnel combat capability. Besides its ability to cruise at supersonic speeds with low fuel consumption, it utilizes advanced technology to enhance communication capabilities, unnecessary in combat against Beta and Festum, while also incorporating advanced electronic warfare capabilities and, literally, stealth functionality based on phantom particle technology. It can be said that for the two major powers besides the USIN, they are a most dangerous blade. The design philosophy of the United States of the New World is thus. It goes without saying that their ambitions are already blatantly obvious. However, the astonishing thing is yet to come. That is, in this simulated battle, the F-22A was not deployed to demonstrate its power. Their role was that of a test subject. Simply put, they were there to determine the strength of the enemy mobile suit. And the mobile suit they were fighting was a white and blue mobile suit, featuring a V-shaped antenna and a streamlined fuselage. It's a modified Savior Gundam reconstructed after data collection by the United States of the New World. The Vanguard Savior Gundam, faced with the coordinated attack of 3 Raptors, it simply transformed, propelled itself forward, maneuvered its fuselage, and flew around the line of fire. After switching to its mobile armor form with minimal movement, it evaded the enemy's attacks. After traveling a distance, it immediately transformed again. And at this moment, the Vanguard Savior had already closed in on one of the Raptors. And then he drew his sword and slashed. Smash! The rough sound of phantom particles tearing through the air rang out. But naturally, the Raptor's fuselage wasn't severed. After all, this was a training exercise. Beautiful. I can't take it anymore. Forced landing? So, after a routine report over the radio, the pilot maneuvered the machine to the ground. Heh. As expected of you. However, after landing, the Raptor's pilot seemed to still look up with resentment, praising the other pilot, Lieutenant Fidel Ashima. But what came from his mouth were words that inevitably caused astonishment. Fidel Ashima. That was the name of the person who had piloted the prototype Savior Gundam Plus 11 in the Red 1 unit. However, in the battle against the Mothership class Beta, he launched a special attack on the Mothership class, while severely wounded in order to achieve victory, and ultimately died in battle. This should be history that actually happened. But if that's the case, who was piloting that Vanguard Savior Gundam? We don't know. The man in the cockpit calmly maneuvered the machine, making incredibly precise evasive maneuvers to completely dodge the attack from the Raptor attacking from behind. Good. Success. He then maneuvered the machine to fire 4 beam rifle shots backward. 2 were deflected, and 2 were aimed directly at the predicted location of the enemy machine. The attack on one of the Raptors was anticipated, but the other hit its target perfectly. The F-22A that had been hit also instinctively landed, assuming a shot-down posture. So, there's one more. The pilot muttered to himself, turning the Vanguard Savior towards the machine before him. For him, victory seemed within reach. But then, fighting against humans. Is that really what you're meant to do? A strange voice flashed through his mind. Ugh! A look of pain suddenly appeared on his face. Immediately afterward, the Vanguard Savior lost its balance. Hey, Vanguard Savior, what's wrong? TCH, an anomaly. Temporarily suspend simulation training. Only the urgent voice from the control panel echoed across the training ground. Shortly after the battle ended, the Vanguard Savior Gundam slowly landed. The cockpit opened, and a man staggered out. He was panting heavily, as if waking from a nightmare. He removed his helmet, revealing his true face. That was indeed the face of a man named Fidel. However, in those familiar eyes, a faint golden light flickered. And now, gazing at his own palm, He seemed lost in thought. That's right. My name is Fidel Ashima. The man thought back. Born in Virginia, in the northern New World. Currently 20 years old. Responding to the call to arms, he served in the Special Operations Unit Phantom Pain of the United States of the New World. Rank, Second Lieutenant. Currently, at the request of the military, he is in charge of testing the new prototype mobile suit Vanguard Savior Gundam. If necessary, he would participate in actual combat arranged by his superiors. That should be it. However, he didn't know when it started. A strange sense of unease would well up in his mind. Like the voice that echoed in his mind during the battle just now. Strange words telling him, "It shouldn't be like this, you shouldn't be here." This feeling tormented him constantly. He had even considered leaving the army. But the military believed he was someone who had learned military secrets. No matter what he wrote in his discharge application, it was always rejected. There was nothing he could do but stay in the army. Thinking of this, Fidel sighed. Then he simply lay back on the ground, gazing at the boundless blue sky before him. "Hello, Mr. Super Elite. Simulated combat, you worked hard. I didn't expect to achieve such results in a 1 versus 3 situation. Just how good are you?" Until a voice interrupted his thoughts, he sat up. Turning her head, she saw a warm smile on the face of the girl before her. Her emerald eyes held a friendly expression, and her long, shimmering golden hair cascaded down to her waist. She wore full USEN military standard guard-enhanced gear. However, perhaps for warmth, she had an extra bomber jacket over it. Fidel remembered. Her name was Virginia. Virginia Greenberry. One of her colleagues from Phantom Pain. Although younger than her, she was already her superior. Coincidentally, she shared the same pronunciation of her name as the girl from her home state. I think. In the simulated battle just now, she was one of the 3 F-22s. She was the last surviving Raptor that dodged his fire. No, in the end, we didn't shoot you down, did we? I still have a lot to practice. Fidel shook his head. Is that so? But that was because of an unexpected event, wasn't it? Virginia chuckled. She walked over and sat down next to Fidel without any hesitation. You heard that voice again, didn't you, Fidel? Yes. Fidel nodded slightly, without any attempt to hide his feelings. After all, to be honest, he had no relatives left in his memory. Now, he could only rely on his superiors in the unit. Fortunately, this young lieutenant named Virginia seemed to be very good at listening to his complaints. So they were also confidants. And, lately I've been feeling. Fidel looked down at her palms, like I'm becoming someone else. Something that isn't me. Or something. Heh. Relax. It's probably normal in frontline troops. Virginia comforted her. After all, everyone's going to the battlefield. Could you elaborate a bit? I studied a little psychology. It might not be helpful, but at the same time. Unseen by Fidel, her hand touched the corner of her flight jacket. There lay a dark, sturdy object. A voice recorder. She quietly pressed the button on it, starting the recording, and broadcast the file in real time to a certain direction. Is the situation with photocopier 001 still unstable? At his wooden desk, Hirsch Gallup, this high-ranking U.S. official, observed the screen before him with a serious expression. Yes. After all, this is our first attempt. There are still many areas that need polishing with this new technology. Beside him, the respectful scholar, Mitsuhiro Batland, nodded. As the leader of the library organization established by the USEN, he was tasked with leading the project, codenamed Photocopier. The initial purpose of this project was to revive the original pilot of the Savior Gundam, allowing him to control this machine, which was currently uncontrollable within the entire USEN. Furthermore, once this technology is mass-produced, they might be able to create a vast army of super pilots. Thus, through continuous reconstruction and summarization of the combat records stored within the mobile suits, they finally obtained the personality data of that pilot, a young man named Fidel Ashima. Following this, using technology similar to that used to create the Hound Squad, and through the power of bioscience, they created a body identical to his. They then incorporated Fistrum components into the body and brain, enhancing his physical attributes and granting him mind-reading and anti-mind reading abilities similar to Fistrum. Finally, using the Star Core fragment, the capabilities of the biocomputer Prometheus, the personality data was written into the brain of the empty shell through the Festum construct, giving him a new soul. In this way, the person to be replicated, a person almost identical to the pilot of the Savior Gundam, could be created from the void without any training. Elite soldiers with formidable combat abilities could be produced without any training. However, this method also has its opposite problem. While retaining the technology, it also forcibly retains the original's memories and personality. Their experiments showed that once attempts were made to alter memories and personality, the data would be damaged and become disordered. Therefore, this technology obviously could not be mass-produced. Thus, only an individual codenamed Imitation-001 was created and implanted with Fidel Ashima's own memories, making him responsible for piloting the Vanguard Savior. As for him, although necessary measures were taken, manipulating his past memories after creation and making him believe he was a USN soldier through cognitive manipulation, these temporary measures still harbored hidden dangers. If the forces of Red Number 1 reappeared, they would likely have a way to restore the clone's original memories. Therefore, to solidify his stance, the library quickly devised a solution. That was to give the man a new comrade. The restored personality data showed that the young man named Fidel possessed the personality type who would sacrifice himself for his chosen comrades. In that case, wouldn't it be better to give him a few trustworthy friends before he regains his memories? This way, the implanted false memories can be repeatedly confirmed and stabilized through conversation. Furthermore, if they were to go to war together as comrades in arms, even if his suppressed memories resurface, it's possible to use the camaraderie cultivated here as leverage to keep him. I understand. Mitsuhiro. Her sighed. But to send an entire important unit out for such a childish operation just for the existence of a pilot, I never thought we'd end up like this. And as she said, the Phantom Pain unit existed for this very purpose. Led by Virginia Greenberry, an elite agent directly under the library, they created an entire unit for Fidel to immerse him in. They secretly monitored him, but openly cultivated a bond with him, making him feel a sense of belonging. This is the USN's plan. Please forgive me. Mitsuhiro lowered his head even further. However, this is also for our plan. The occupation of the remaining two Alvis. Hurst's eyes sharpened. Gazing at the young man chatting animatedly on the screen, she murmured gravely, "Time is running out. We must finish this as soon as possible." Chapter 289. After some time. Well, it's a promise then. From now on, you always be with me, and never again like before. Leaving me alone without saying a word, only letting me see your back when you're about to leave. It seems the events in Yu Xiao's bedroom are finally settled. At this moment, Lai Mi and Yu Xiao are sitting on the edge of the newly made bed. She said this, seemingly still a little defiant. She's never been particularly thin. But sitting in Yu Xiao's arms, she appeared unusually petite. Okay. I promise you. Anything else? Yu Xiao, with his arms wrapped around her slender waist, looked down at the girl whose face was still flushed, and softly but solemnly agreed. And we need to talk on the phone at least 3 times a day. Okay, I promise you. But wouldn't it be better to meet in person? Well, that's fine too. As long as it's convenient for you, Xiao-kun. At this point, there's no need for formalities, is there? Ah. Lai Mi was slightly taken aback at first. But then, a relieved smile appeared on her face. That's right. Xiao. And she nodded. However, at that moment. Excuse me, Mr. Yu Xiao. Regarding the follow-up enhancement plan for the V-Operation products, I have a few proposals I'd like to discuss. Oh, the door's open? Then I take the liberty of speaking first. A clear, cold voice came from outside. And then the door opened directly, revealing the original owner of the voice. It was the silver-haired girl, Teresa Testarossa. This caused Yu Xiao's mind to go blank for a moment. How was she able to come in? Oh right. He had granted her the highest level of access within the L ship, second only to himself. He remembered. This thing he hadn't thought much of before had become incredibly dangerous at this moment. And Yu Xiao wasn't the only one feeling dizzy. I came at the wrong time. Is that right? After witnessing the scene in Yu Xiao's bedroom, Tessa gave a forced laugh, her voice trembling as she took a few steps back. Goodbye. I won't disturb you anymore, from now on. She then quickly left and closed the door. Ah, Tessa! Wait. Seeing the other's strange reaction, Lai Mi also got up and followed. Perhaps it was her instinct as an intelligence operative that made her not want an important whisperer to be too dejected. As for Yu Xiao, he felt he needed to say something. Yet there seemed to be nothing to say. After much deliberation, he finally slumped to the ground, somewhat discouraged. Is this what human women are like? It's hard to understand. Just then, a cool, clear voice came from beside Yu Xiao. Mei poked her head out of the bag next to Yu Xiao. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she spoke softly, with a hint of incomprehension. But for some reason, seeing this seemingly cold and aloof AI appear beside him, Yu Xiao felt a strange sense of relief. What do you plan to do next? The next second, Mei turned her head and asked in that same calm tone. Need I say more? Picking up a glass of water from beside her and drinking it to moisten her slightly dry throat, Yu Xiao said confidently. Of course, we're going to stir up a huge storm in this world. 3 days later. On the Tekkadan transport ship, fishing fire. You mean, we can use the Suez Canal on our journey to Huffman Island? A look of expected surprise crossed Yu Xiao's face. Galio Baduin, the purple-haired youth on the other end of the screen, asked with some astonishment. Admittedly, passing directly through the Suez Canal, a vital transportation route, would save a lot of effort. However, the EU couldn't possibly be unaware of the importance of this place. As the de facto controllers of the entire Yin continent, they would definitely place maximum vigilance here. If it gets discovered, it's all over. And no matter how capable McGillis is, he's just a lowly officer now. How could he possibly extend his influence to such a crucial place? Of course, Yu Xiao didn't think McGillis would scheme against him. At least for now, their conflicting interests didn't allow McGillis to have such a motive. But he needed to understand the other party's thoughts. It was also for the sake of safety. That would be wonderful. But, may I ask, how did you manage to do that? So Yu Xiao earnestly asked Galio. Well, how should I put it? Galio hesitated, looking troubled at Yu Xiao's request. This is something that's best left unsaid, isn't it? Do you really want to hear it? Please speak freely. All right. Okay. Galio was embarrassed. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke. You probably don't know who has always been in charge of controlling the Suez Canal area, right? This, I really don't know. Please tell me. It's the Issue family. As a major force among the 7 star families, they have always prioritized keeping the interests of this region firmly in their own hands. Therefore, by now, they are essentially the rulers of the canal area. The Issue family, to be honest, when Yu Xiao heard this name, he roughly knew what methods McGillis had used. And he also understood why it was Galio who made the contact, not him. But due to the restrictions of his position, he couldn't show it outwardly. So he simply nodded and feigned confusion. So? And then, the current head of the Issue family, in charge of passage in that area and leading the Canal Defense Forces, Carta Issue. Is me? No. Our childhood friend. Galio sighed. And, well, that guy, since childhood, has been obsessed with McGillis. So McGillis went. Well, to persuade her. You know, he's a man who can lie without batting an eye. If he weren't usually uninterested in women, he'd probably be way more popular in EU's social circles than I am. As expected. Yu Xiao nodded slightly. Indeed, at the moment, this is the most appropriate choice. It's just that McGillis is suffering. He's actually willing to sacrifice himself to this extent for our plans. I have to thank him someday. Yu Xiao thought to herself. I understand. This really solves the problem. The governance method adopted by E.U, which concentrates power in the hands of a very few high-ranking individuals, has unexpectedly become our ally. It's ironic. Yeah. As soon as Carta heard that McGillis was going to her place, she immediately canceled all her official duties. You know, she's really... Oh well. That's all I wanted to report to you. See you later. Waving, Galio ended the communication with a sigh of relief. Even though he's now determined to reform E.U, it seems he still wants to be a warrior on the front lines, not a civil servant reporting from the rear. In that case, the Tekkadan situation can be temporarily put on hold. He leaned back in his chair and let out a soft sigh. And then all that's left is the affairs of Project L, right? As he pondered this, a communication message arrived beside him. It didn't originate from the current reality, but rather, it was a message transmitted to him through the Siegfried system itself. Chapter 290. On the way forward, an uninhabited island was discovered. Yu Xiao frowned slightly. He seemed puzzled, but this was part of his carefully orchestrated act. After all, he was the one who set the course from the beginning. The L-ship's control system was synchronized with the Siegfried system. Therefore, the crew didn't need many members. As long as Yu Xiao was still on board, he could directly control the L-ship's every move with his thoughts. And thanks to the Siegfried system's multi-threaded processing capabilities, he could freely switch between Mech Wars vs and reality. Perhaps, this would be a bit strenuous for ordinary people. But whatever the case, it gave Yu Xiao more excuses to immerse himself in the Siegfried system. Yes. On the other end of the communication line, Bu Qing, who was temporarily in charge of the observer position on the bridge, nodded. He had applied for it himself. After all, the ship's manpower was still insufficient. And then he asked, "What should we do? Should we go around it?" "No. I think this is a good opportunity." Yu Xiao pretended to be thinking and answered slowly. "Let's dock there." "I see. After all, L Island is still a bit smaller than the main body of Alvis. It would be terrible if they saw through it. But if we use that deserted island, we can disguise it as the original size, right?" To Yu Xiao's surprise, Bu Qing answered before he could give a proper reason. "And in this way, if we need to withdraw from here, we can use this deserted island as a decoy to confuse the enemy's subsequent strategic judgment. Is that what you're thinking?" "That's right. You're really something, Brother Bu. I haven't even said anything and you already." Yu Xiao was naturally somewhat surprised. He had spent a long time considering an excuse that could effectively convince everyone. He hadn't expected the other party to say it so easily. Could it be? But Bu Qing shook his head. "It wasn't me. These are all Miss Testarosa's ideas. I was just showing off what I heard." His words left Yu Xiao speechless. Tessa, huh? Since the incident a while ago, their communication had become somewhat scarce. He didn't know if it was because he subconsciously avoided her, or because she consciously avoided him. Perhaps both. Tessa, too, had single-mindedly devoted herself to the research and improvement of mechs and the study of tactics. Without a doubt, this was a measure she took to numb herself. And perhaps he should find some time to talk to the other party in more detail. Yu Xiao thought. But clearly, now wasn't the time to do that. "Is that so? Fine. I change the L-ship's course through the Siegfried system, and then dock and link up with that uninhabited island." So Yu Xiao simply sighed and gave the instructions. "And after we arrive, Bu Xiong, you and the others will pilot your mechs, survey the island's terrain, check where it's suitable to set up defenses, and engage the enemy. I be there later too." Cough cough, "Okay. No, as you command." To this, Bu Qing's voice inexplicably became serious to the point of being exaggerated. And he shouted loudly into the communication loop, "Sir, you worked hard. Hey, don't talk like that. It's really annoying." Yu Xiao, both amused and exasperated by his old friend's obvious teasing, covered his face. "Hee. I knew you'd say that." Bu Qing laughed. "But don't you feel a little lighter when you're teasing me? Don't always have such a long face. Although I know your responsibilities are heavy right now. You need to be more relaxed in crucial moments, otherwise your body will give out first." "Well, thanks anyway. By the way, bring some live ammunition. The enemy could attack at any time. We should be careful." Yu Xiao added at the end. Whether it was his deduction or the dangerous aura X-Rounder gave him, he made this judgment. Bu Qing nodded and quickly cut off the communication. "Understood. See you later." The Siegfried system fell silent again, until the figure of a girl in black appeared before Yu Xiao. It was Mei. "Ready?" she asked briefly. "Yes." Yu Xiao nodded. "Share the coordinate data to the mobile suit. It's time to stir up trouble in this world." A few minutes later. RX-78-2 Gundam. No. That name is probably unnecessary now. It's hard to imagine that this mobile suit could undergo such a dramatic transformation in just 3 days. The original white, green, and black combat paint scheme has been further refined to resemble weaponry colors. It's now entirely a military-style green. And that's not all. Numerous robust armor modules have been added throughout its body, making the mobile suit noticeably more muscular. The most striking features are probably the twin-mounted beam cannon in its arms, and the large cannon added to its shoulder. These components were likely salvaged from surplus parts from Operation V and spare parts from ground assault tanks. And after this series of modifications, the mobile suit is no longer the original RX-78-2, but the FA-78-1. It's now known as the Full Armor Gundam. The creation of this mobile suit is probably not only the result of the entire maintenance team's efforts, but also the result of Tessa, the research and development director, channeling her frustrations into motivation over the past few days. As he piloted the mecha, Yu Xiao sighed. Perhaps he would have to have a detailed talk with her after he returned. But just as he was thinking this, "How is it? Is the new mecha easy to pilot?" The communication was activated. Immediately, Tessa's pretty face, seemingly still a little tired, appeared before him. "I adjusted the mecha's OS according to your operating habits from memory. Now, although the weight of the mecha has changed, the operation shouldn't be too unfamiliar, right?" she said, forcing a smile. This made Yu Xiao feel somewhat abrupt. But in the end, he composed himself and replied, "Yes. Thank you for your hard work, Tessa." But Tessa shook her head. "No need to be so polite. After all, I'm a bit redundant, This is all I can do. It's not like that, Tessa. Actually, But Yu Zhao's words were cut short. A piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the cockpit. Chapter 291. Almost instinctively, Yu Zhao maneuvered his fully armored Gundam, slightly lowered its body, then leaped and thrust at full power, executing a wide-ranging dodge. After all, for such heavily armored mobile suits, precise movements are not easy to execute. Therefore, it was better to directly utilize the advantage in power output to dodge the opponent's actions with a large amplitude. Although this move inevitably revealed an opening. Just looking at the lines of fire crossing his mobile suit's location a few seconds later, he knew that his choice was absolutely correct. Tessa, can you hear me, Tessa? He called out the name of the person on the other end of the line in time. But unfortunately, there was no response, only hissing noise. It seemed that the radio frequency had been interfered with by the other side in some way. However, despite this, as I expected, the radar isn't reacting. I can't detect the enemy visually either. It really is illusion particles. It seems the enemy has become quite reliant on this stuff. But Yu Zhao remained calm as he assessed the situation, while maneuvering the Gundam forward with a sudden burst of speed. At the same time, several explosive grenades shot out from its body. That was originally meant to be an anti-infantry weapon on the MS. Like the Zaki used in Gravity Front to kill the Federation's anti-MS special forces. But now, it had been given a new function. Bang! Something spread out in an instant. And then, the enemy unit that had been hiding suddenly reappeared. That's right, this was the anti-illusion particle weapon that had been developed after the last battle. Within a defined combat zone, Minovsky physics is used to manipulate the diffusion of magnetic monopole particles, creating a disturbed magnetic electric field. This disrupts the attachment of phantom particles to the armor, thus stripping away the invisible disguise. This weapon, utilizing Minovsky physics from the UC worldview and not existing in the original Gundam Seed universe, was naturally not Yu Zhao's invention. It was the work of the genius girl, who was the research director. Tessa, after thoroughly understanding magnetic coating and particle technology, and reverse engineering the captured M9 Karnsbach. Thinking of this, Yu Zhao unconsciously gripped the control stick tightly. He wanted to thank her, and at least tell her that she had never been superfluous. But now he couldn't. So now, this is troublesome. Looks like I need to deal with you as soon as possible, Yu Zhao muttered. And the group of machines before him finally revealed its true form. There were 3 in total. 2 multifunctional assault cannons on its back and 2 on its arms, compound eye-like cameras, and a verdant exterior. It's the F-22A Raptor, the 3rd-generation advanced tactical aircraft of the Mavlov. They are weapons specifically designed to deal with humans. So that's the case. Is it the Yusin? They really are coming for us, Yu Zhao judged. And the next second. But if you're going to come, you should have chosen a more appropriate time. At least, until I find what I need to find. He then maneuvered the aircraft. Lowering his stance, he aimed the 360mm long-range cannons on his shoulders at the enemy, and pulled the trigger. With a deafening roar, rocket-assisted special cannonballs shot off at incredible speed. Tracing uninterrupted trajectory through the air, they hurtled precisely towards one of the Raptors. Simultaneously, the other armaments of the full-armor Gundam were not idle. As it bent its knees, the missile bays on its shoulders opened abruptly, unleashing a barrage of 6 missiles, 3 on each side, chasing after the Raptors on either flank. This was an extremely dangerous all-out attack. But as those qualified to pilot the F-22A Raptors, the guards of these machines were undoubtedly among the elite, even within the entire Yusin. Therefore, they were not so easily defeated. The central F-22A Raptor swiftly reversed the direction of its waist-mounted jump unit, changing its forward charge into an upward climb, executing a dramatic right-angle maneuver to evade the deadly upward-firing attack. The 2 Raptors on the left and right first launched several decoy flares to lure the missiles away. Then, they fired a crossfire, shooting down all 6 missiles that were changing trajectories. This accuracy is much higher than when its counterpart in another timeline was shooting down balloons. Indeed, the compatibility is too bad. Seeing this, Yu Zhao couldn't help but sigh. The full-armor Gundam is a tank with outstanding performance. But its opponent, 3 F-22s. Even with some technology from the Sea world, its raw power and technological level are still inferior to the former. However, they were more like helicopters. This meant that although their raw performance was somewhat inferior, they could still rival the fully armored Gundam in performance thanks to the type advantage. And with their numerical superiority, they could even hold their own against this armed behemoth, and perhaps even achieve a performance-overwhelming victory. However, Yu Xiao maintained a calm expression as he faced the three mobile suits. Then, he repeated his previous actions. Cannons and missiles, firing alternately in pairs. The Raptors responded in the same way again, dodging and counterattacking, this time with even greater ease. Even so, Yu Xiao repeated the same actions. The enemy dodged for the third time. After all, this monotonous attack pattern had been seen through the first time. Continuing it would be useless. And Yu Xiao knew this too. But he had to do it anyway. To create a mental inertia for the enemy to deliver a fatal blow with their own weaponry when the enemy is caught off guard. As this attack repeated itself for the fourth time, several Raptors, feeling they had completely mastered the attack pattern and choosing to boldly engage in close quarters combat. Yu Xiao made his move. The fully armored Gundam raised its hand. Without even careful aiming, the crosshair aligned with the coordinates of one of the F-22 as. Then, the trigger was pulled. The twin beam guns emitted flashes of pink light. The particle beam instantly pierced through the Raptor's fuselage. A violent explosion then erupted in the sky, signifying the first demise of this third-generation tactical machine in this timeline. Efficient and decisive. However, this tactic could only be used once. The two Raptors in front of Yu Xiao resumed their circling maneuvers. Clearly, they intended to resume high-mobility combat, and obviously wouldn't repeat their previous mistakes. So, the next step for the full-armor Gundam should be... Never mind. There'll always be a way. Yu Xiao sighed softly, ending his strategic thinking. Perhaps, he should think about how to talk to Tessa alone after the battle. Thinking this, he shrugged. Chapter 292. Rashid? Damn it, we fought tooth and nail to survive this long. If you do this, the Black Fly name will cry. In the cockpits of the remaining two Raptors, a male guard, witnessing his comrade's death, cried out in despair. He had short, neat blonde hair, and a fleeting sadness lingered on his resolute face. The man's name was John Ford. And his comrade, Rashid, who had been killed. He was nicknamed Black Fly in the unit, because of his numerous surviving suicide missions. Both were refugees from a foreign land. Because their homeland had been trampled under the iron heel of the Beta, they were forced to come to the USN along with others. They hoped to obtain citizenship for themselves and their families through military service. And indeed, their performance along the way was outstanding. That's how he managed to overcome countless obstacles, surviving numerous dangerous battles, and eventually becoming a test pilot, an official pilot of the F-22, a third-generation tactical fighter jet. If his service had continued, in just a few months, the two of them would have been able to retire gracefully and obtain citizenship in the United States of America. Who knew that today, he would lose even the life of his last comrade? That demon. After its body turned green, did its strength also increase? John muttered to himself, his face so grim it was almost dripping with water, staring at the fully armored Gundam before him. Demon was the nickname given to the machine before him by the USN forces after the failed first landing operation on Pumlai Island. Of course, he didn't stop operating the aircraft. Intimidated by the enemy's attack, he abandoned his advance and opted to continue guerrilla warfare, due to radar interference from an unknown substance. A similar situation seemed to have occurred in the last operation. Therefore, he couldn't contact his other wingman, and could only hope that the other would cooperate with his movements. Then, he maneuvered the F-22A Raptor in an arc-shaped maneuver, circling behind the full-armor Gundam, and extending the composite assault cannons from its waist. A total of 8 cannons were aimed at the green mobile suit, and then 37mm bullets and 120mm cannon shells clashed, propelled by the explosion of caseless propellant, unleashing a furious barrage. However, the full-armor Gundam remained completely still despite this series of actions. Despite some movement, it never escaped John's beam of fire. Only when the flashes of gunfire appeared did it slowly attempt to evade. Was he stunned? No. This machine wouldn't do something so foolish. Could it be? A dangerous premonition rose in his heart. John sharply turned his machine, and sure enough, after moving away from its original position, John saw, on the opposite side of his trajectory, after being dodged by the full-armor Gundam, it would hit the other Raptor, which had been coordinating its attacks with his own. The other machine had been deliberately feigning weakness since the beginning. Its strange movements were merely a means to obscure his view, preventing it from accurately coordinating with its wingman. "Get out of the way!" he instinctively shouted to his companion. But as mentioned earlier, communication was jammed. So John's words were completely ineffective. And it seemed the opponent had perfectly controlled the angle and timing. This meant his wingman couldn't anticipate John's maneuvers and actions. And then, a loud bang. The Raptor was shot down by John himself. Although it didn't explode, the pilot was likely in grave danger. After completing this maneuver, the full armor Gundam simply stood still, seemingly taunting John. "You bastard! I sent you to your grave!" This ignited John's fury and thirst for revenge. Although these events didn't affect the machine's performance, they did allow his piloting skills to unleash astonishing power. The Raptor smoothly came to a stop, turned, and aimed. It then unleashed its full armament on the full armor Gundam. Immediately afterward, a deafening explosion erupted. It hit! John judged. At least in his years of military service, it was definitely a hit. Humph, ha 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 ha. I did it! I did it, Rashid. I avenged you. John laughed uncontrollably, watching the smoke burst open. But then, his expression gradually turned somber with his rising laughter. Revenge, revenge. Even if I avenged you, what good is it now? He finally covered his face in despair, muttering painfully. But this carelessness was truly unfortunate. Because then, he saw a machine tear through the smoke. What? That was the Devil, the full armor Gundam. Only it was noticeably thinner. Clearly, after taking the hit, it feigned being damaged while simultaneously shedding all its heavy armor. Only the thrusters on its legs remained. It then propelled itself at full speed, closing in on the F-22A and John. Only this way could he get a chance to approach the tactical machine with air superiority. But John gritted his teeth, even so, without melee weapons. He pinned his hopes on the monotony of the enemy's armament. But then, John caught a glimpse of the Gundam's legs pressing against his waist. Damn it! And then he gasped. Because there was indeed the last remaining external armor on its legs. That was a minor matter. Importantly, its knees were open, revealing a hidden mechanism, a twin missile launcher. You mean you're thinking of? John said incredulously, sensing the obvious threat. Correct. Through contact communication, he heard a soft reply from the other side. Boom! A violent explosion, and a shockwave that instantly spread through the air struck the F-22A's midsection. Clearly, the pilot of that aircraft was Yu Xiao. His implication was, since firing would only result in interception, it was better to launch the missile at point-blank range. This way, the hit rate can be guaranteed to be 100%. Although the direct barrel explosion affected some of the missile's power, even that remaining damage was still enough to sever the F-22A Raptor's vulnerable, highly maneuverable tactical machine in two. Its remains, propelled by gravity, crashed to the ground. The fully armored Gundam, now transformed back into the RX-78-2 Gundam after the armor explosion, also landed. Its condition wasn't good either. The exploding propellant, even with its outer armor, severely damaged its legs. Braving the sparks indicating its poor condition, it immediately bent its knees upon landing. And if nothing unexpected happened, its legs would be unable to support high maneuverability combat in the upcoming battle. How painful it is when your mobile suit can't keep up with your reaction speed. Heh. Today, I finally understand. Yu Xiao murmured softly, narrowing his eyes. After all, the reason he had fought so cautiously before was partly because he and the full armor Gundam were somewhat incompatible. Perhaps if he had attacked in the light armor form from the start, he could have won much faster. And now he remembered. The reason the full armor Gundam's development plan was abandoned in the original work was precisely because its heavy armor and heavy firepower design was unsuitable for the new type's tactics of using high-speed mobility to disrupt the enemy. In a sense, it's very similar to his current situation. Chapter 293. Immediately afterward, Yu Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. The enemy probably wouldn't be able to find the L-boat, which had been disguised and merged with the island, immediately. So the immediate priority of repelling the enemy wasn't so urgent. He felt he still had plenty of time to rest. Just then, he caught a glimpse of the Raptor he had shot down last. It was hard to say whether it was luck or bad luck. Although its lower body was badly damaged, its upper body had landed in the water. Due to its extremely lightweight design, it hadn't even sunk. Although he didn't know the pilot's fate. Well, recovering the wreckage of this machine should be entirely beneficial, right? He thought to himself. Then, he piloted the fully armored Gundam, which had discarded almost all its weaponry except for the beam rifle on its wrist, towards the Raptor. But just a second before contact, his X-Rounder intuition sounded an alarm bell. Driven by instinct, the full armor Gundam spun around to dodge. And then, a red and white particle cannon, accompanied by chaotic force, struck the ground. Could it be that the attack just now was merely the vanguard? This is truly extravagant. Yu Xiao murmured, slowly rising to his feet as he piloted the full armor Gundam, its knee joint damaged. At the same time, however, his brow furrowed deeply. Not for any other reason than that the beam of light that had attacked was all too familiar to him. And seeing the mobile suit gradually coming into view further confirmed his suspicions. That blue and white painted mobile suit. It was a modified version of the Savior Gundam, the Vanguard Savior Gundam. Meanwhile, on the other side. "Hey, Kwafu. Are you all right over there?" A rough voice echoed through the communication channel of Alvis, which maintained communication thanks to their proximity. Kwafu. This was the operational codename for the Fafnir piloted by Buchin within Alvis. Just as Ryugu Island uses Japanese mythology as codenames for its mobile suits in addition to numbers, Pumlai Island, which intends to inherit the culture of the Panshinjo lineage, uses naming codes derived from mythology. Kwafu is the fearless giant who chased the sun in ancient Chinese mythology. Perhaps using his name for Fafnir is the perfect fit. And the voice speaking. Buchin, piloting the Fafnir, remembered it. It was the fishmonger next to his house. He used to buy vegetables from him when he visited Yushao. Unexpectedly, his primary role in Alvis was as a mobile weapon pilot. He piloted the gray-brown assault steel tank, forming a three-person team with his comrades, showcasing its impressive land mobility as they swept across the battlefield. While continuously firing at the several A6 intruders approaching and landing, he also spared some firepower to unleash a barrage of bullets from the multi-purpose missile launchers on both sides of the fuselage, targeting the numerous tactical aircraft, F-15E Strike Eagles soaring in the sky. This obvious disparity in combat strength clearly showed that their main force was concentrated on Yushao and the fully armored Gundam side. Nevertheless, with such a small force facing such a large number of opponents, this should be a disadvantageous situation no matter what. "Don't worry about me." However, Buchin simply responded calmly to the other's question. Under the influence of his transgender consciousness, his eyes, now crimson due to assimilation, stared ahead without any emotion. The enemy was a type he had never seen before. It should be some kind of tactical machine. But ultimately, dealing with it shouldn't be a problem. He couldn't let Yushao bear the entire burden forever. He thought. The backpack on the Divine Sword type Fafnir opened with a clanging mechanical sound. And then, the blue flames of the thrusters flashed. Then, the Divine Sword type Fafnir soared into the sky, the flight equipment of the Fafnir, pre-installed to accommodate diverse combat environments. This weaponry hadn't been equipped in the last battle. But there was a reason for that. After all, unlike the clear division of labor and teamwork design philosophy employed on Ryugu Island, which is currently far away and whose location is unknown, Pumlai Island, with significantly fewer Fafnir units, has gone to great lengths to ensure its single Divine Sword type Fafnir can adapt to a wider range of battlefield environments. As a result, a swapping system similar to the Strike Gundam in the Seed series has been implemented on Buchin's Divine Sword type. This idea was proposed by Yushao, and quickly approved and implemented by Kalinin. Currently, Fafnir can only use the most basic melee equipment, similar to Unit 11 in the original work, consisting of a main thruster and two weapon storage units on the left and right. The main thrusters on its back were replaced with stability mounts, and two Medusa cannons were added to its shoulders, corresponding to the Shield Guard Unit 5 in the original work, a shield-equipped weapon capable of deploying energy shields to withstand attacks. There are also 4 types of flight packs, providing the Divine Sword type with flight capabilities, which Buchin is currently using. And now, it is under the control of these flight packs. With lightning speed, Fafnir quickly ascended into the sky, and, in sync with the Nibelungen ring, simultaneously retrieved the thunder dagger stored in her lower leg, and with a flick of her wrist, launched it. The weapon, which was only the size of a dagger in Fafnir's hand, appeared no different from a long sword to the tactical units. Therefore, their first reaction to this incoming weapon was to dodge, although the Strike Eagle was a generation behind the Raptor. As the strongest being in the second generation of tactical units, it also had its own pride. Therefore, after the jump unit advanced at full speed, those originally in the path of the Thunder Blade changed course, dodging Buchin's attack. But this was a fatal miscalculation. They'd taken the bait. With just a soft whisper, and a barely perceptible droop of her brow, the silver-gray Divine Sword type Fafnir then raised her right hand. And immediately, a long, wire-controlled anchor shot out from it. The anchor head at the front directly engaged the hilt of the Thunder Blade. After this series of actions, the Divine Sword type swung both hands, performing a left or right swing. This movement caused the cables to swing accordingly. And the Thunder Blade at the end, now a terrifying blade. Under the Divine Sword type's control, It moved like an unstoppable gust of wind, easily slicing through the waists of the two strike eagles that hadn't managed to escape far. Boom! Accompanied by a series of explosions, the two F-15s shattered. But Bu Qing's movements didn't stop. He maneuvered his mech, drawing the Fafnir-specific reflector beam rifle stored behind his back. Like a knight-errant from a Western movie, he wielded one in each hand, then engaged in high-speed mobile warfare with a group of F-15s hovering overhead. This intense battle was also observed by an F-22A Raptor. So it's here after all? Giant! In its cockpit, the blonde girl gripped the control stick tightly, muttering softly. And visibly, in her eyes, burned a flame of hatred. Chapter 294. Virginia Greenberry. In her childhood, there was a memory she could never forget. It was what happened after Virginia's family fled the extinct Republic of Reminiscia. She never saw her father. After being placed in a refugee camp by the United States of the New World, her father abandoned her and her mother, who were still infants at the time. He went overseas alone. But this wasn't an abandonment born of a change in affection. Her mother once told her earnestly. Her father went to the land of giants, so that she and her mother could survive in the New World. And although it was a story as ethereal as a fairy tale, young Virginia at the time believed it wholeheartedly. But that land seemed so far, so very far away. Even closer than death itself. Not long after, her mother passed away due to a deteriorating health condition caused by exposure to G-bombs. Holding the small gray box containing her mother's remains, she silently buried it in the wilderness surrounding the refugee camp. She thought that if her father returned from the land of giants, defeating them would change everything. Until news came from the UN, indiscriminately conscripting eligible children from the refugee camps and training them as a new reserve force. She still believed this. And this belief became her motivation to persevere in the harsh military environment. If only her father could return from that land of giants, he could take her and her mother to a better place to live. But it seemed their hopes would never be fulfilled. She had survived countless rigorous training sessions, clinging to this tiny hope. The last news she heard was this. Her father had passed away. That day, someone claiming to be from the UN intelligence agency approached her and told her this news. It seemed he was discovered while conducting espionage activities and then executed. Specific details are unknown. Only the event itself is believable. Through this person, she also learned the truth about the land of giants. It wasn't a fairy tale at all. It was a place called Alvis, where people who had abandoned all of humanity and fled overseas to eke out a living. It was said that to survive, they even fused their genes with the festum, transforming themselves into inhuman monsters. Her father, in the end, was taken by this group of people? Virginia couldn't believe it. But the evidence presented was irrefutable. After returning to the barracks that day, she remained silent for a long time. Then, the next day, she could have used her status as a family member of a decorated soldier to obtain the long-awaited U.S. citizenship and live a peaceful life in the rear. But she gave up that opportunity. She resolutely signed her name on the warrant for continued service. For only one reason, to avenge herself against that so-called Alvis. And today, she finally got her wish. The F-22A maneuvered, drawing curves in the sky. With a speed far surpassing that of the previous F-15 Strike Eagles, she rapidly closed in on the giant before her. According to the pre-battle information, the enemy's cockpit was located at the waist, close to the legs. No matter how massive the machine, destroying that area meant certain death. The guns were fully loaded and ready to fire. All that was left was to pull the trigger. They actually built that savior. But even so, how did they manage to modify the OS? That should be something only coordinators from the Seed world could pilot. Facing the transforming, lightsaber-wielding Vanguard Savior Gundam, Yu Xiao maneuvered his machine to evade. Although his knee was injured, his skill was sufficient for dodging if he didn't intend to attack. But surprisingly, there was no panic on his face, only a calm, almost detached composure. This naturally aroused curiosity. They were clearly using a tactic that was impossible to win. You look quite relaxed. Why? Oh! Is that Mei? What are you doing here? Without turning around, Yu Xiao recognized the voice and casually stated the person's name. With the permissions built into the Siegfried system, establishing a connection here is actually quite simple. Anyway, let's not talk about that. What's the progress on the retrieval of the satellite base's items? It was interrupted because of the outbreak of battle. Yu Xiao shrugged, however, I never intended to retrieve them before the battle started anyway. Why? Mei said, seemingly a little dazed. Can artificial intelligence be half asleep? Yu Xiao didn't know. However, He still answered honestly, because think about it. At the same time, he maneuvered the full armor Gundam in another close dodge. If I suddenly retrieved so much unfamiliar technology, it would be hard for everyone to accept. At worst, it would arouse suspicion. After all, I theoretically always been on the island. Even with the Whisperer identity as a cover, it might be too hard for people to believe. I can explain it though. At least Ayumu, Reimi, and Tessa will definitely choose to believe me, but the other members might still have doubts in their hearts. He sighed softly. So at this point, I need an agent. If it's not through me, but through the words of a third party who's always been on the outside, the credibility should be much higher. Of course. Agents shouldn't just appear out of nowhere. Ideally, they should arrive at a critical moment to provide support, and through this action, indirectly convey the information that this thing is extremely important. And if I then propose cooperation, everything will fall into place. Yu Xiaoshua said. However, he noticed a subtle change in Mei's expression. What's wrong? So he asked. But Mei just shook her head, giving a perfunctory answer. Nothing. Or rather, nothing. Given his current status and position, even if he acts recklessly within the L ship, no one would oppose him, right? Even so, he still needs to find the most opportune moment to intervene. It's hard to say whether he's overly cautious or too upright, and doesn't know how to utilize his position. However, it's precisely because of this that he might become the object of our hopes for the future, perhaps. Mei thought. It's good that everything is alright. At this moment, Yu Xiao also spoke up. And look, the agents have arrived now. And as if echoing his voice, a bright, shimmering pink light flashed across the sky above the island that had become a battlefield. Chapter 295. Meanwhile, inside the L ship, a tense atmosphere permeated the air. This is the main control room. Calling the frontline troops, what's the situation? Tessa, fidgeting with her braids, rose from her seat on the bridge, pacing anxiously, calling out. If Yu Xiao was deployed in her mech, she would take over command of L Island using the older control system. This was something the two had agreed upon from the beginning. However, there was still no response. So Tessa could only see the intermittent battle between blue and crimson lights on the radar, her lips pursed in frustration. But then, little Tessa, or rather, Miss Tessa Testarossa, the red-haired girl, panting, opened the emergency exit from the outside and ran into the bridge, speaking as if weighing something. Call me whatever you like. Is there anything to report, Miss Kagasaka? Unlike the clearly nervous Kumi, Tessa answered without turning her head, her voice quite calm. It seemed that not mixing personal feelings into her work was her ironclad rule. That's true. Kumi nodded slightly. I intercepted some communication signals from an unknown unit. Based on my observations just now, the unit sending the messages seems to be about to engage in combat with enemy aircraft, the US side. Shall we initiate contact? Of course, then I trouble you. Connected to the main screen on the bridge. Understood. After a slight nod, Limey connected a terminal-like device to the communication screen on the bridge. A voice followed, accompanied by a light screen. It's truly remarkable that you managed to fight this far despite such a significant power disparity. Kovatro Bagina. He will fight alongside you, along with my troops. And first, what's with this guy? Such terrible taste. Upon hearing the voice and seeing the image on the other side, she was somewhat dumbfounded. Those sunglasses that seemed to be concealing something were one thing. But that red sleeveless vest, what was that all about? It just looked so strange. Thankfully, although she hadn't received formal training, Tessa was still quite professional. Thank you for your assistance. But before that, I'd like to know who are you? Therefore, she managed to remain calm, thanking the person before her before asking her question. The blond man who identified himself as Kovatro bowed his head. With a solemn expression, he simultaneously stated, We are the third Albus, the last warriors of Poseidon Island. This island holds our last hope. We came here to protect them, and to prevent you from suffering the same fate as us. On the other side of the battlefield. I knew you would arrive at this time. Mr. Lowe. Thank you. The fully armored Gundam, retreating, gently patted the object emitting the pink mega-particle ray. It was the GM Sniper Type K9. A mobile suit materialized from model data into a real entity. Perhaps only one such machine exists in the world. Needless to say, this was something Yu Xiao had arranged. After learning the coordinates of the items in the real battlefield mode, he first shared them with Luo Dongchuan and his group. He instructed them to gather at this location first, and if they arrived early, to stand by if no battle occurred. But it seems they arrived at just the right time. Hey, saying that now is too polite, Commander. I believe everyone will gladly carry out your orders. Is that so? Yu Xiao murmured. Let's not talk about that. Has everyone gathered? That's right. Everyone has their own mechs. The situation is excellent. Is that so? So who's contacting our bridge? It's Mr. Cavallero. He seems quite good at this kind of thing. Acting, or rather, negotiating, something like that. So we entrusted it to him. Luo Dongchuan scratched his head. But is this reason really feasible? Something like, remnants of the third Albus Sea God Island. No problem. Yu Xiao nodded affirmatively. In his consideration, under the current circumstances, pretending to be a remnant of the third Albus was the most reasonable choice. And naturally, Lai Mi's actions were also arranged by him. On the night they confirmed their relationship, he told the girl the truth. After all, their actions inside the L ship might not be able to hide from her. So it was better to just admit it to her directly. After confessing everything, she naturally gained the other party's understanding. Afterwards, she even agreed to cooperate with his actions. And now that everything was proceeding as planned, it was time for him to step in. Yu Xiao thought. Can I leave this to you, Mr. Luo? So he asked the person before him. After all, the full armor Gundam was no longer a combat-ready type. Of course. Leave it to me as before, Commander. It wasn't just words. The GM Sniper K9 also stepped forward, showing its utmost obedience through action. Then, I leave it to you. The full armor Gundam then turned its back and headed back towards the base. Heh. Those damn foreigners. However, after watching Yu Xiao leave, in the cockpit of the GM Sniper K9, Luo Dongchuan's face darkened like frost. Clearly, his relaxed tone just now was entirely a facade. From the moment he first saw the enemy machine, a raging fire had burned within him. You stole my brother's mobile suit, and then used it in this kind of situation. How could you do such a thing? This anger was ignited by the Vanguard Savior Gundam. The mobile suit of Fidel, who fought to the death against humanity's enemies, was being used for infighting among humans. This naturally evoked more anger than irony. The price for defiling his aspirations, I make you taste it now. Exam. He then leaned down and growled. Echoing his words, was a sudden flash of crimson light inside the cockpit. And the GM Sniper K9's visor, its color abruptly changing to a bright red. Instantly, the GM Sniper K9 drew its beam pistols, unleashing even greater agility than before, and engaged the Vanguard Savior Gundam in fierce combat. Chapter 296. Wolf Fang. Accompanied by a resounding shout, a pure white MS, its design resembling that of an ancient Western European gladiator, streaked through the air. With its twin blades forming a cross, it cleanly sliced down the tactical mobile suit before it. Then it turned to seek a new battlefield. That was a mobile suit that hadn't appeared in this world for a long time, seemingly sealed away by the world. OZ-00MS Tall Geese. Hey. I thought I'd be a little rusty after not piloting an MS for so long. But I didn't expect you and I to be such a perfect match, Tall Geese. Looks like that school hasn't corrupted our souls after all. Needless to say, its pilot was Wolf Anayaker, who had previously served as the leader of Yu Xiao's team. After arriving in EU, he eventually went to a comprehensive high school called Azteca to serve as a training instructor for the first course of mobile suit piloting. Although closely related to mobile suits, all he could do at that academy was train and instruct. He rarely even had the chance to pilot them. Several times, he'd been itching to join the duel of the academy's incompetent and playful rich kids. Fortunately, he always managed to restrain himself. Now, back on the battlefield, facing a battle he never encountered before. A long-suppressed excitement and passion surged through his body like lightning, making his movements faster and faster, and the smile on his lips growing wider and wider. Then let's enjoy this moment. Let's go! Of course, he wasn't going to that school for financial reasons. After all, May had given him ample funds. It was to gather information he cared about, the inside story of EU, and why they attacked him. And in this regard, the bold and meticulous Wolf did indeed obtain some relevant intelligence. And naturally, he intended to report to Red One, to Yu Xiao. However, this was clearly not the right time for such things. Therefore, let Wolf indulge his whims, and shoot down enemy aircraft one after another. Meanwhile, on the other side, a whistling beam of light tore through the atmosphere, leaving scars. Shot down and hit. The intense attack, seemingly with eyes, repelled wave after wave of landing troops surging ashore. Incredibly, all of this was accomplished by a single, small mobile suit. V-Gundam. Even more unbelievable is that The one piloting it is also a young girl with a petite frame. Faruti Shesta. However, even in such a fierce battle. So, big brother, you really are. Amuro Ray? She still seemed unfocused. Instead, she stared into the void, as if conversing with someone. Yes. And you are a figure summoned here from the history of the future. Truly astonishing. And indeed, it was true. In her mind, a calm yet solemn voice resounded out of nowhere. This is a uniquely new type. A telepathic connection unique to new types. During this time apart, Faruti wasn't without her gains. During an investigation in the Middle East with Rakuto, she was on the verge of death and awakened new type traits. And today, after the Wolf team reunited, through these new type abilities, she inadvertently made contact with the Amakusa mobile suit. The one housing Amuro's bio-brain. Just like Char's back then. And they've been chatting ever since. I'm just as surprised. To meet two of the 1-Year War's biggest aces, something I never dared to dream of in history class. Even though I was sleeping the whole time. Faruti seemed to remember something, then suddenly snapped to attention. Ah, but if possible, I think it's best to keep this a secret from him, Uncle? There's only one guy this girl calls Uncle. That's Rakuto, who's been with her all along. Although he always seems absent-minded. I know. Even he. No. It's precisely because of him that he's always hated those Zeon soldiers who, as invaders, killed his comrades. I understand. Even across time and space, severing the chain of hatred is a very difficult thing. To this, Amakusa? Amuro Ray responded in a deep voice. Heh. Even so, aren't Char and I the same? We can only hope that human wisdom will one day overcome this. Well then, thank you in advance, Mr. Amuro. Using honorifics rarely used by her, Faruti seemed to recall something. Speaking of which, Uncle. Who is he fighting on that battlefield over there? Turning her gaze away from the battlefield before her, she looked towards the other side of the island and murmured to herself. Why? Is he so angry? And as Faruti said, you bastard. You should stop now. Bang. Bang. Bang 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 bang. Accompanied by Luo Dongchuan's roar, the dazzling clash of light blades echoed repeatedly in the otherwise empty plain. The Vanguard Savior Gundam, and the GM Sniper type, with its exam system activated. From the initial tentative firing, they could sense it. One side could only be forced to dodge, while the other could only aim and fire from the ground, with no other way to reach the other. Yet both pilots possess superb piloting skills. So continuing like this would likely yield no results. And so, without prior agreement, they chose the same solution. That was close-quarters combat. Each wielding a lightsaber in both hands, they began a rapid, close-quarters battle. Even this solution proved ineffective for a long time. But clearly, the replica of the Savior Gundam in the battle. At least that's what Luo Dongchuan thought. Its pilot seemed confused about something. Therefore, amidst the continuous slashes, he found an opening. And struck down. The scorching Minovsky particle beam melted the outer shell of the enemy aircraft's cockpit. However, thanks to its narrow evasion, it failed to directly damage the cockpit's interior. Lucky me. But things won't be so easy from here on out, Luo Dongchuan said sharply. But at that moment, for some motive he himself couldn't explain, he increased the monitor's frequency and peered towards the severed cockpit. Was it because he sensed something, or simply wanted to see what the person who had usurped his comrade's machine looked like? Whatever the reason, this would be the most surprising thing of his day, and probably a decision he would be grateful for the rest of his life. Chapter 297. Fidel? Looking at the young man's face in the cockpit of the Vanguard Savior mainframe, Luo Dongchuan's pupils constricted. Then, in an incredulous tone, he slowly spoke. That's right. I am Fidel Ashima. Faced with this question, after a moment's hesitation, Fidel nodded in response. Perhaps this was simply his serious personality. Therefore, even when facing a question from an enemy, he could still answer frankly. He didn't know why the other party knew his name. But for some inexplicable feeling, he felt that he and the other party shouldn't be fighting like this. This was also why Fidel hadn't used his full strength earlier. Hey, what the hell are you talking about? Upon hearing his self-introduction, the other party's voice trembled even more. You survived? That's impossible. I clearly took you with my own hands. Your dog tag is still with me. But, so, what exactly happened? The GM K9 sniper rifle first took a few steps back. Then, as if worried, it stepped forward again. Confusion, doubt, and joy. Several emotions that shouldn't exist simultaneously appeared on Luo Dongchuan's face, making his expression extremely complex. Why didn't you tell me? From the beginning, I thought. Never mind. But it's not too late now. I said, feed now that you know it was us. Let's come back now. I hear the details from you later. The supplies have been recovered. We can find a quiet place to sit down, like before. Then we can eat some ice cream while. Aw, you like mango, right? I remember that, so. Intermittent words came through the communication. Even someone as seasoned as Luo Dongchuan seemed at a loss in this situation. But finally, he extended a final invitation, seemingly resigned to his past grievances and doubts. I'm sorry. I don't understand. The Vanguard Savior simply took a step back, looking dejected. Fidel finally spoke. I don't understand. What are you talking about? Huh? I don't know you at all. How can it be like before? Besides, to think I betray you with just a few words. That's impossible. I'm a soldier of the United States. Besides, I haven't even tried mango-flavored smoothies yet. No, that's not the point. Gulp. But why? He spoke these seemingly reasonable words with such righteous indignation, yet deep down, he couldn't believe them. Fidel himself was surprised by this. And what surprised him even more was, the other party looked so astonished, and seemed completely unfazed. At this moment, simply activating any of the ranged weapons on the Vanguard Savior's mainframe would be enough to pierce through the unsuspecting enemy. But even so, his finger rested on the trigger, yet he hesitated to pull it. It was as if his body simply didn't want to fight. Anyway, I absolutely don't know you. Understand? If you understand, then stop bothering me. We should be enemies. Ugh, my head hurts again. These words were less directed at the other person and more at himself. And at that moment, that familiar throbbing pain and weakness returned. At this rate, he couldn't continue fighting. Fortunately, a new message came from inside the machine. It was a retreat order from the submarine mothership housing them. Fidel, clutching his face, hurriedly pulled out the internal keyboard and typed in the command to temporarily repair the cockpit. In an instant, some mechanism around the wound opened. Bubble-like adhesive emerged, adhering to the damaged inner walls and hardening quickly, resealing the compartment. Then, Fidel abruptly transformed the machine. Without looking back, he drove straight away. Fidel? What exactly? Only Luo Dongchuan remained, gazing at the departing machine, muttering to himself in bewilderment and sorrow. Meanwhile, in the sky on the other side, with high speed and agile maneuvering, the Fafnir Protoss and the F-22A Raptor locked in a fierce battle across the azure sky. The F-22A relied on its relatively smaller size, which granted it superior maneuverability. But the Fafnir Protoss also had its advantages. Its larger size, and the immense power generated by its Festrum core gave it a clear edge in raw performance metrics. Therefore, with performance differences almost negligible, the deciding factor was the skill of their respective pilots. But even the pilots seemed to be nearly equal in skill. The two exchanged blows, evasions, and then counterattacks. Even after several near misses, neither side could inflict the slightest harm. It seemed a long road ahead before a true victory was decided. However, the battlefield situation was constantly shifting amidst this stalemate. New forces joining the battle were actively assisting the Penghuai Island troops. Like felling vast fields of wheat, wave after wave of attacks were repelled from the Yusen assault. Tactically speaking, this was the time to retreat. But even so, the F-22A Raptor remained relentlessly engaged with the divine sword-type Fafnir. Even with his transgender consciousness, Buqin couldn't help but feel puzzled. So, in a lull between intense battles, aren't you retreating? Why? He opened the communication channel, asking this question without much hope. Why? But unexpectedly, he received a response. The voice on the other end was quite cold, seemingly deliberately suppressing its emotions. The answer is simple. My father was murdered by you. That's it. Although I haven't seen his face many times. I can't even remember his voice very well. But? The F-22A suddenly lifted off. While somersaulting, it unleashed a burst of fire at the divine sword-type Fafnir. The crisscrossing barrage of assault gun fire forced it back from its approach. Gulp. You're lucky, Giant of Alvis. If we meet again, I shoot you down. Absolutely. But instead of pursuing further, it turned and left. Probably received orders to retreat from above. Buqin guessed. And clearly, she was a well-trained and excellent soldier. Even if she harbored personal hatred, she wouldn't use it as a tool to disobey orders. But faced with this excellent opportunity, Buqin didn't choose to pursue. He just stood there, lost in thought. Because in his mind, he recalled an item that his teacher, Shioni, had entrusted to him. It was his father's keepsake. Something he always kept close to his body, something he never put down. A photograph. A young man, a woman who looked somewhat frail, and a blonde girl laughing in the center. Buchin guessed that was probably his family, on the other side of the ocean, from before he came to Alvis for his infiltration mission. And what the young female soldier had said. Could it be? Don't joke with me. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? That shocking answer even temporarily suppressed Buchin's transgender consciousness. While the answer to the question couldn't be certain, the scene of the USN forces constantly retreating before him. Could it be said that Pumlai Island had won? Chapter 298. At that very moment, as the battle abruptly ceased, I already learned the details from my comrades. You must be Kovatro Bajina? That's right. And you must be the leader here? Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you. Inside the L-ship's operations room, an emergency meeting was underway at the round table. Seated on one side was a blond youth, Char Aznable, but now he used the name Kovatro Bajina. After establishing communication, he had followed the coordinates set by the other party. Clearly, he was Red One, the representative of the remnants of the Alvis Sea God Island faction. On the other side, scattered among the others, were the participants of Project L on Pumlai Island. Of course, not all of them could attend this meeting. Leading the group in the center was Yu Xiao, who had been the first to speak, inquiring about the other party's identity. His earlier withdrawal from the front lines was precisely so that, upon returning to the L ship, he could seamlessly participate in this important meeting. Two other people were with him. One was Teresa Testarossa, the island's only whisperer. The other was the representative of the adults on Pumlai Island, Madokas, who served as the tactical advisor in this L plan, sharing decision-making power with Yu Xiao. Presumably considering that Yu Xiao and Teresa might lack experience in negotiation, he also proactively participated in the meeting. And clearly, Yu Xiao arranged the scene precisely because of his presence. After all, this person was always cautious and meticulous. Without a reasonable explanation, it would be difficult to persuade this stern and demanding old man. And indeed, at this moment, with his hands crossed at the conference table, Madukas calmly began by asking, I heard that you are the remnants of the third Alvis, the island of Sea God. Could you elaborate on your specific experiences? As you know, due to the secrecy required by the Paradise Project, the three Alvis have never been able to establish clear communication. Very well. As you know, our island of Sea God is different from the Dragon Palace Island of the first Alvis and the Pumlai Island of the second Alvis. It wasn't a project implemented solely by the Human Innovation Alliance, but rather an organization formed by the International Energy Corporation with the participation of other countries. Kovatro gestured. What he explained was something Yu Xiao didn't remember either. It seems his investigation within the Human Innovation Alliance wasn't in vain. That's why. Those in the know probably weren't limited to the Human Revolutionary Alliance. And while the details are impossible to estimate, I suspect one of them betrayed their original intentions, revealing the plan to the USN. As a result, they launched an attack. And we met our demise. Only a small group, led by me, escaped. Madukas nodded slightly. This seemed to be the truth, so he put aside his worries about whether the other side might be agents sent by the USN to carry out a covert operation. We deeply regret this. However, we are merely remnants of a mission. And we are currently in a precarious situation, unable to take you in. Take them in? You're mistaken. No, what we need now isn't take them in. It's cooperation. Cooperation? Madukas was somewhat surprised. The existence of the Paradise Project needs to be re-examined. After all, it's proven that seeking peace through mere escape is not a viable strategy. Kovatro spread his hands. You've probably seen it too. Human greed is repeatedly bringing them here. If this situation continues, even you can't guarantee you won't be swept into the abyss of destruction in the escalating war. Indeed. But judging from your words, you already reached a conclusion that can change the status quo. Pushing up his glasses, Madukas asked with a hint of doubt. That's right. What we need to do is fight. Fight? Yes. Kovatro's hawk-like eyes sharpened beneath his glasses. We didn't tell you, did we? We know the reason we're here. This uninhabited island used to be our Sea God Island's secret factory. It stored many products unique to our Sea God Island. Among them was a machine we created by analyzing Thistrom's supernatural abilities. A machine capable of spatial teleportation. With it, a small number of our elite forces can be teleported to any battlefield on this planet. Then, To declare our existence through battle. Declare our existence? Yu Xiao interjected at the opportune moment. With a seemingly questioning tone, he smoothly induced Kovatro's next words. That's right. The reason the Yusin dares to act so recklessly against Aldous is precisely because our existence has always been a secret, isn't it? And if we can demonstrate our world-shaking power and existence by interfering with the outside world, Kovatro chuckled, humanity will then take notice of us. Whoever attacks us will become the focus of the world. Even the three great powers can't ignore human opinion and act arbitrarily, can they? Kovatro's words were meaningful. That's our plan. And what do you all think? I agree. However, my opinion doesn't represent everyone here. So, Mr. Madukas? What's your decision? Yu Xiao then turned to look at the pale-skinned man beside her. After a long silence, he made his decision. I understand. Although I don't like gambling. If this is the only path to peace, I think we should still do it. That's wonderful. And I think our alliance should have a name. But I seem to lack the talent for it. Kovartlo paused. Mr. Madukas, why don't you name it? Even if you say so, I can't decide in such a hurry. Madukas was also struggling with this. But after a moment, he thought of a solution that wasn't quite a solution. Xiao. How about you decide? Huh? Me? Yu Xiao was clearly surprised. But considering that he had brought this situation upon himself, it seemed he might have to find a way to resolve it himself. Let me think. How about Mithril? So in the end, he proposed. Mithril. That's a fictional metal commonly found in fantasy novels. It's also the name of the organization that maintains world peace in the original Full Metal Panic. In his eyes, there was indeed no more fitting name than this. I understand. Then, let's leave it at that. Everyone present nodded. Finally, Kovatro made the final decision. The Twin Islands Joint Defense Force. Mithril. Is hereby declared established. Chapter 299. Truly remarkable, Mr. Cavallero. To be able to resolve this negotiation so smoothly. Please don't say that. Saying it like that only makes me feel even more ashamed of my clownish role. After the meeting, under the guise of escorting, Yu Xiao and Cavallero walked to the upper part of the L ship. I understand. Just like back in Dakar, right? Wow, you even know that, Red One. Heh, but it's not surprising. Perhaps you possess a soul more mature than your youthful appearance suggests. Is that so? It's a bit of a shame to be praised like that. Yes. But there's nothing that can be done about it. For the next generation of youth to grow, some must leave the nest early and become independent. In that respect, you and I are probably the same. They talked as they walked. After deciding to establish Mithril, they discussed various matters concerning the organization. This included the whereabouts of Kovatro and his group, who claimed to be remnants of the Poseidon Island faction, and the placement of several high-tech facilities. While chatting, the two arrived at their destination. It was a living room located inside the ship. There should be a few spare rooms on the ship. I already synchronized the relevant coordinates with your side. Please also help contact Mr. Wolf and his group. If there are any meetings that need to be held by the unit, you can contact me through the terminal at any time. That's all. Understood. Thank you for the arrangements, Red One. No need for that. You're too kind. From now on, just call me Xiao. Well then, goodbye. After briefly explaining the accommodation arrangements to Cavallero, Yu Xiao turned and left. His purpose, however, was to turn back, towards the conference room. Because there, someone was probably waiting for him. Upon arriving there and reopening the door, he indeed saw that person. Tessa. He then called out softly. Upon hearing his voice, the girl with long braids quietly turned her head. Her face was thoughtful, her slender, graceful legs pressed tightly together. She seemed to have been considering something since earlier. Ah, Mr. Yu Xiao. What is it? Is it something work-related? No. Just wanted to talk to you. Yu Xiao, pondering what to say, sat down opposite the girl. What happened a few days ago? You know about it. Yes. Upon hearing Yu Xiao's purpose, Tessa's hand, holding the teacup, trembled slightly. Ripples spread across the crimson tea. But she quickly composed herself. She brought the teacup to her lips, took a small sip, and slowly said, "But don't worry about me, Mr. Yu Xiao." She then gave a somewhat forced, bright smile. I was the one who came later. Even if we're talking about the principle of first come, first served, I should accept it willingly, shouldn't I? I always wish you well. I hope you two can stay together for a long time, and things like that. It seemed the conversation could end here, with the excuse of mutual understanding. But Yu Xiao didn't want that. Silent, he quickly made a decision. But? I don't want it to be like this. Somewhat suddenly, he leaned forward and grasped Tessa's slender hand. This is indeed my stubbornness. But if possible, I won't give up either side. Neither lie me nor you. Then, Yu Xiao took a few steps forward and lowered his head, pressing his forehead tightly against Tessa's. You are both my wings. His last word was not just spoken, but simultaneously conveyed to her through his own thoughts. In other words, this feeling was undoubtedly his true feeling. After all, words can be faked, but thoughts in the mind can never be faked. And this was all Yu Xiao could do. Whether she could accept his stubbornness depended on her attitude. He raised his gaze, staring intently at Tessa's expression. Would she be happy? Sad? Or perhaps angry at his words? Before Yu Xiao, who awaited his answer. As expected of you. You finally did it, Xiao. But first, a red-haired female ninja descended from the sky, accompanied by the voice. Huh? Yu Xiao was stunned. He uttered bewildered words, looking at the girl before him, at a loss for words. Don't worry. I'm not blaming you. In fact, I'm quite happy. You are too right, Tessa? Upon her arrival, Rainey immediately looked at the silver-haired girl beside her. Tessa smiled and nodded in response. This scene surprised Yu Xiao considerably. Their relationship, wait. Shouldn't it be like this? No, it's not right, is it? This, you two, your relationship, it's gotten better. To Yu Xiao's question, Rainey crossed her arms and feigned nonchalance. Humph. Yeah. Don't underestimate the negotiation skills of a ninja, Akatsuki. The persuasive techniques passed down from the Warring States period are 120% genuine. You know, in countless siege battles, it was ninjas who opened the formidable city gates from the inside. For example, Stop. I don't have time for a Japanese history lesson. Tessa, Rainey? Like an automatic watering can in a green belt, Yu Xiao stumbled and turned her head. This is... The answer is just as you see, Mr. Yu Xiao. Miss Kagasaka and I, actually, we already discussed it that day. Tessa playfully turned her head and said lightly. You see, I like you. She liked you too, but ultimately, this is between us. Mr. Yu Xiao shouldn't have to make a choice about it. So that's the answer? Rainey chimed in. If nothing can make just the two of us happy, then wouldn't it be better if all three of us were together? That's what Tessa and I discussed at the end of that day. But if that's the case, why have you been? Faced with Yu Xiao's question, Rainey again preemptively answered. That's all acting, of course. Acting. To make you say what you said today yourself. After all, Xiao's promise. It's not fair to only let me accept it once, is it? So I thought, for fairness, you have to say it yourself. To Tessa. Your own lips. That's what I say. But pretending to be this dejected is actually really hard. A little embarrassed, Tessa fiddled with the ends of her hair. After all, no matter what, I can't possibly hate Mr. Yu Xiao. Chapter 300. In the headquarters of the Library Organization in the United States of the New World. This actually happened. Red One's forces have returned, and the mental state of Photocopy 001 is starting to become unstable. Looking at the blonde girl beside him, the report Virginia handed him, and Fidel sleeping in his hibernation pod before him. Mitsuhiro covered his forehead, a headache forming. The report detailed Fidel's recent unusual behavior, and the most intense abnormality he experienced after the last battle. A puppet that won't obey is really annoying. I already prepared his transfer aircraft. Mitsuhiro complained wearily. Transfer aircraft, could it be that justice? Virginia, upon hearing one of the words, said with some surprise. As a member of the United States of the New World Intelligence Agency, she was well aware of the rumors surrounding various military research and developments. It is said that, through analysis of data from the Savior Gundam, the New World United States, following Fafnir Void, is preparing to manufacture 2 new MS powered by stellar cores as escorts for the former. Their names are Freedom and Justice, the names of 2 ideals most frequently promoted by the New World United States. Mitsuhiro nodded without hesitation. That machine is probably only pilotable by him. If that's not possible, we have to resort to brainwashing that completely destroys the brain's nerves. Although it will significantly reduce combat power, something is better than nothing. To erase his self-awareness? Virginia asked, surprised. Yes. What? You seem reluctant? No. After a moment of composure, Virginia shook her head. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. However, if possible, I still hope to resolve this in a humane way. After all, even if our enemy has lost his humanity, we cannot become like them. This is my personal opinion. Knowing that these words would obviously anger her superior, Virginia still spoke with a forced smile. Humph. Strangely, Mitsuhiro simply nodded. Indeed, your opinion is very constructive. I will consider it, Lieutenant Greenberry. You may leave now. Understood. Then, I will take my leave. Salute, the blonde girl turned and left. But watching Virginia's departing figure, Mitsuhiro's eyes darkened. Humph. Looks like it's not just one puppet who can't obey anymore, Virginia. And at this very moment, on the edge of the Arctic, a place once conquered by humanity, now the lair of the Fistum. A figure gazed silently at the distant, surging sea, lost in thought. He was a handsome young man, with brown hair and purple eyes, his expression serene. Out of place in the freezing weather, he wore only a thin cloak. Even so, he remained unmoved amidst the howling wind. Until a voice behind him roused him. I knew you'd be here. The boy turned around, and said with a hint of delight, Ah, Akane. Don't call me that name. The black-haired woman replied coldly. The human individual named Mech Akane no longer exists. After being assimilated by me, she became part of us. The crimson glint in her eyes was enough to reveal her identity. She is, or rather she is, a Fistum. She merely assimilated a human and acquired their form. And the object of her assimilation was the woman named Mech Akane. Is that so? The boy shrugged, seemingly used to it. But without pronouns, conversation is quite troublesome, isn't it? Yes. So, Mjolnir. But then, the woman's tone suddenly hardened. For convenience, you can call me that. Hearing this, the boy smiled with relief. Is that so? You already given yourself a name. That's good. It seems that it won't be long before Akane fulfills her wish. Akane Makabe's wish was for the Festums to learn human emotions, gain true self-awareness, and ultimately break free from the control of the Star Core. Only then could humanity open the door to true dialogue and coexistence with them. Holding fast to this belief, even after being absorbed and assimilated by the Festums, her lingering thoughts continued to influence the entire species. And it seems her influence is already beginning to show on the master-type Fistums, who call themselves Mjolnir. But regardless, as long as she remains a member of the Hive Consciousness Fistums, she absolutely cannot admit this at this moment. This is just to communicate with you and obtain information. Nothing special. So she simply shook her head. Perhaps. But things can always change until the very end, can they? Let's not talk about that. We want to know one thing, Mjolnir said emotionlessly. When exactly? When will you return to us? Among us? Hearing this, could it be that this seemingly ordinary boy is actually a member of the Fistums, but he doesn't possess any Fistum characteristics? He also seems to still retain his own personality. Not yet. However, in any case, to this question, the boy simply shook his head with a slightly melancholic expression. I can't so easily give up my existence. After all, I still have a world I want to protect. He stood up. Finally. Are you leaving? Watching the boy's retreating figure, seemingly reluctant to leave, Mjolnir asked softly. Yes. Because, you see, the waves have already risen. Will it be a monstrous wave that swallows everything, or a surge that washes the world clean? I think I need to witness it with my own eyes. Very well. But unexpectedly Mjolnir nodded. After all, I'm about to depart as well. Is that so? Yes. Mernil's acquaintance, a professor from the Human Innovation Alliance named Hino Yoji, extended an invitation to me. Mjolnir paused. He said he wanted to explore new possibilities through me. If so, we might find what we need in him too. And when we reach our conclusion, will we still bless this world, or seek another path? To obtain our own existence, as you said? We will make our choice then. That's it. Goodbye. After a brief farewell, Mjolnir's figure vanished instantly. This was the application of Fistrum's spatial teleportation ability. Is that so? But actually, when you can make a choice, you already have your own existence. And looking in the direction where Mjolnir disappeared, the young man said with a light smile. Then, from now on, I do my best. The sea breeze lifted the hem of his clothes, revealing garments beneath bearing the distinct marks of time. That was Alvis's summer uniform. Gazing into the distance, towards his homeland he could never return to. I know very well that I can't protect anything with just my heart. That's why, he murmured to himself, I'm going to fight. Tsuji, Kazuki. Shin. I hope we can meet again in that hopeful future.